Chapter 101. The Giant Wearing Underpants, the 5th update. Please subscribe. Yi Bai was like a bystander, overlooking the farce that was going on in the entire human empire. At this moment, he was already 500 kilometers away from the capital. This was an unfamiliar territory that belonged to giants, and only he dared to travel so far alone. The gas in the three-dimensional mobile device has long been empty, but with the blessing of Bam and Dunjia, Yi Bai's speed is still very fast. A green light rushes through, and a large piece of turf is rolled up on the ground, and the whole piece of land is rolled up, leaving behind the next deep noir mar. In the scars, the soil has been burned to pitch black by the instantaneous energy, and green smoke is emitting. Several giants bent down, trying to grab Yi Bai, but Yi Bai's speed was too fast, like a flash of lightning, which appeared in the distance in an instant. The so-called giants are just a bunch of trash too. Yi Bai, he needs a truly powerful existence to continue to sharpen himself. Beast giant, where are you? On a giant tree, and looked down at the surrounding earth, where a large area of pale green came into view, and the pure blue sky was like a transparent mirror, reflecting the splendid brilliance of the scorching sun. Countless rays of light slanted down, giants were cruising, animals were running, and all things were growing wildly. Such a magnificent scene. There are at least hundreds of giants wandering around, and Yi Bai's mind can't help but become a little more magnificent. This world is far more magnificent than I imagined. I don't know if I can see the sea all the way to the north. In Grecia's letter, the human empire has always lived on an island called Parthia, facing the real mainland across the sea, and on the mainland stands the overlord of the world today, the Mare Empire. It was precisely because of this letter that Yi Bai's strong interest in the exploration of the whole world was aroused. To what extent is the technological level of the Mare Empire now? Is it in the age of steam, or has entered the age of electricity? But the information age should not be possible, if it is synchronized with the technological level of the Earth. Hundreds of bombers, or one nuclear bomb go down, and the entire Parthian island is gone. Therefore, Yi Bai judged that the technology of the Mare Empire should be stronger than that of the steam age, but the real aircraft has not yet been developed before the age of electricity. To Yi Bai's admiration, the biological technology of the Mare Empire has developed to a very high level. After all, Grecia is the biological knowledge he learned in the Mare Empire. He developed the giant potion. If this technology is applied to the Earth, it is unimaginable. Yi Bai thought for a while, smiled and shook his head. What was he thinking about? This is a two-dimensional world, and only in this world can everything be possible. Take the giant transformation potion as an example. According to the law of energy conservation of physics, a giant transformation body appears out of thin air, and the chemical reaction at that moment is bound to be fierce and unimaginable. Then where does the energy of the chemical reaction come from? Elements are simply impossible. Elements such as carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen simply cannot do this. Even so, Yi Bai couldn't have a strong brain to impose a giant on science. Is it a little too unrealistic? While thinking, Yi Bai's figure continued to fly forward. 2 hours later, a blue sky appeared at the end of the horizon, and the real ocean was close at hand. This Parthian island is also a huge 800 kilometers, only to see the edge of the island. The closer to the edge, the fewer giants, and the trees here are much taller, contrary to the number of giants. Inside the wall of Maria, there is a place called the Forest of Giant Trees, where the trees are unusually tall, each about 4 meters in diameter and 50 meters in height. Although the diameter of the trees here is not that thick, the height is more than that, reaching about 80 meters. Yi Bai stood under the tree and looked towards the crown of the tree. Because of the error of sight, he felt that the giant tree was connected to the sky and inserted straight into the white clouds. Yi Bai continued to walk forward, and suddenly, behind the stump of a certain tree, he found a 7-meter level giant was squatting, curiously sticking out half of his head. What is it thinking in its heart? What is this? I have never seen it before. It looks delicious. A smile flickered from the corner of Yi Bai's mouth and he punched out, not at the giant, but in the body of the giant. On the stump, a loud bang, like thunder, followed by a very funny scene. Yi Bai was stunned to find that this giant is actually wearing underwear, a giant in underwear. This is the first time in the world. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. This is Yi Bai's first instinct, so he quickened his pace and followed the path. Getting closer and closer, you can vaguely smell the smell of the sea. The sea breeze was not the freshness in the poet's words, but revealed a smell of fishy tide, which made Yi Bai feel a little uncomfortable. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge huge boulder, and on the boulder stands a huge figure, which seems to be sitting on the ground, looking at the other side of the sea, and the back is very lonely. Giza, you little guy, why did you sneak out? The huge figure stood up suddenly, and in an instant a large black shadow fell, and the hair all over his body swayed with the wind, like a monkey that was enlarged countless times. The giant beast, Yi Bai blurted out. In the plot of the original book, the giant beast is the only giant who can speak, and the combat power is also extremely strong. One person almost destroyed the entire Survey Corps. Finally meet. Yi Bai was not afraid, but a little excited. To be honest, he didn't have any hope for this trip outside the wall. He didn't expect that he would really discover the giant beast. Giza is the name given by the giant of the beast for this little giant. If it is not surprising that the good king and the good pants were also put on by the giant beast, Yi Bai is not quite sure where the underwear came from. Well, the giant beast touched the little giant's head, like a father comforting a child, and the little giant's emotions gradually calmed down. In the place where the giant beast can see, a human figure suddenly appeared, which surprised the giant beast. Even those guys from the Survey Corps can't do it. This is the edge of an island thousands of miles away. This is a surprising discovery, adding a lot of surprises to the boring life of the beast giant out of thin air. Hey, little guy, what's your name? Looking at the big hand of the giant beast slowly moving towards him, this guy is really different from other intelligent giants. He can really talk. No matter how tired he is every day, it will not be less than 10,000 words. The time code is marked. Tonight, I will carry tomorrow's 10,000 words all night. Chapter 102. Fighting against the giant beast. The first update. Please subscribe. The giant beast is a warrior captain of the Mare Empire, the true leader of the trio of Reiner, Bet, Ani, and Mare, and his own combat power is also exceptionally powerful. Yi Bai looked at the huge size of the giant beast, at least 17 meters, which is an extremely rare figure in the height of giants. 15 meters of ordinary giants is the peak. Only super large giants can rise to 50 meters, which is also the largest known giant in the giant world. Just when the palm of the giant beast was about to land, Yi Bai's figure flashed and appeared in another position. Oh, so fast. The beast giant's eyes were slightly surprised. In this case, I won't kill you. Maybe we can have a good chat. The voice of the giant beast was like thunder, and it turned into a surging wave in the air, spreading out to the surroundings, extremely harsh. Yi Bai stood in the distance, looking at the giant beast with a complicated expression. What is the purpose of the Mare Empire? Not to mention the giant beast. With the power of the Mare trio, it is completely possible to directly break through 3 city walls and directly destroy it. The entire inner wall world, but the Mare trio did not do this, but proceeded in a puzzling way. Every time they break through the giant wall, they disappear, and then they disguise themselves as human training soldiers and enter the interior of human beings. With their strength, there is no need to be so troublesome. 3. Maybe they are afraid of something. Maybe it is the power of the ancestor giant. The strength is so powerful that 4 intelligent giants can't fight against it. This is the only reasonable explanation. Yi Bai has no time to accompany the giant beast to talk about life and ideals. His goal is only one, to defeat the giant beast. Thinking of this, Yi Bai's body suddenly tensed up, and then a terrifying force surged out of his body, and in an instant, the green light and the surrounding gravel were swept away, like a tornado, crushing the 10-meter wide land. It collapsed a full meter. View gate. 8 doors. Dunjia 6th door. This breath is extremely fierce. Even the giant of the beast has to be amazed. What a powerful force. Looking at the green light spot under his feet, although it is very small in the eyes of the giant beast, it can feel the terrifying power contained in it, and it may not be much weaker than a volcano. New invention of the inner world. The eyes of the giant beast flickered and fluctuated for the first time, and his mood was no longer indifferent, because he felt a direct threat from Yi Bai, like a sharp blade, pointing straight at his heart. Swish. Yi Bai's figure stepped into the air. Bang bang bang. The space exploded with ripples one after another, like a white lotus flower blooming in nothingness. Driven by the extreme speed, every step was like the sound of a drum of war. At the end, the light of the whole person was radiant to the extreme, like a luminous war blade. The incomparably tyrannical blow was kicked and smashed into the giant beast. Wow! The giant beast feels dangerous, and if he hits with a single blow, he will also be injured. Although its size is incomparably huge, its movements are flexible and its reaction power is extremely fast. In an instant, it pounces on a giant tree not far away, and the palm makes a round on the giant tree, and the boulder is bent like a spring. The giant beast also suddenly rushed to the sky with this elastic force. The real giant of the beast is much more terrifying than the existence in the original book. The gigantic body of 17 meters high swept in, like the top top of Mount Tai, the sky suddenly darkened, and then the extremely suppressed violent cyclone suddenly crushed down. This speed has reached the extreme. The originally free-flowing air has become solidified, forming a field, and the surrounding area has become abnormally viscous. Yi Bai's complexion suddenly sank. If he was hit by the giant beast, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, he couldn't escape at all, because the coverage area of the giant beast was too large, and his speed was simply not enough to dodge completely by himself. Is no other way. This is the only way. Yi Bai's body sank slightly. His feet spread out to make his body more stable. Then he raised his fist, aimed at the soles of the giant beast, and slammed his fist very quickly. Every time a punch surpassed the speed of sound, and bursts of sonic booms swayed in the air. Stab! A spark appeared, and the ultra-high-speed positive fist ignited the free flammable ions in the air. After a short while, the fireballs appeared in the void, like screeching fire snake, wrapped in extreme heat, rushing towards the beast the giant's feet. Swish! Perceiving the amazing energy coming from under him, the beast giant did not dare to take risks. In the end, Ling Tian crashed into another place, and that position was just covered by seawater. Boom! In an instant, the entire shoal burst into a deep hole, and the gray water vapor rose into the sky, and the sky was so white that it was hard to open your eyes. Hu Kai! This blow was extremely exhausting. Yi Bai was panting slightly on the spot. Yi Bai was not afraid of huge giants, because a huge body usually means a clumsy body and weak mobility. However, the giant beast seems to have broken through its own limitations, and is extremely clever to use the elasticity of the giant tree to avoid its own weaknesses. The wisdom of this beast giant is beyond his imagination. If he were to fall into the air again like just now, he would not dare to imagine it. After all, Yi Bai didn't have the extra physical strength to attack the peacock for the second time. It failed. Yi Bai's complexion was a little ugly, and the sixth door of the eighth-door Dunjia was not enough to deal with the giant beast. Although the strength is enough to break the body defense of the giant beast is an existence that takes into account both strength and agility, and the power of the sixth gate is still not enough. At present, there is still a certain gap between the upper limit of his own strength and the defeat of the giant beast. This is the conclusion that Yi Bai finally came to. The purpose of his trip outside the wall is also the same, so although he failed, the purpose was achieved. Therefore, Yi Bai was satisfied, and there was no need to continue fighting. His figure flashed, and he quickly fled. Boom! The beast giant behind him grabbed a large amount of rocks from the sea. Although these stones are insignificant in the eyes of the beast giant, in fact, each stone has a diameter of half a meter. If it hits a human body, it can explode in an instant. The stones fly out, flying in the direction of Yi Bai's movement with extreme precision. This accuracy is almost accurate. Bang bang bang. Feeling the threat of death behind him, Yi Bai burned his extreme physical strength and accelerated a bit again. The whole person was like a streamer, and after half a sound, he pushed horizontally for dozens of miles, and finally got rid of the deadly threat. Dangerous. Yi Bai was lying on the top of a giant tree, panting heavily. His whole body felt hot. His throat seemed to be smoking, and the air he exhaled was hot. All will be scrapped. The giant beast is far from being comparable to Reiner and others. It is simply terrible. After resting for a long time, a trace of golden light gushed out, repairing Yi Bai's injury, and waiting until he could barely act. Yi Bai stood up from the treetops and looked into the distance. At this moment, the results of Aaron's trial should have been settled. Chapter 103. Wangdu Deliberation. Second update. Please subscribe. Royal Capital, Deliberation Office. After listening to the proposal of the Survey Corps and the military police, Zachary looked at Yi Bai, and said lightly, "Alan Yeager, I want to confirm with you that you can contribute to mankind as a soldier as before, and use the power of giants." Hearing this sentence, Alan's heart surged with surprise. It seemed that the proposal of the Survey Corps had worked, and Zachary's heart had already tilted towards himself, so he said without hesitation, "Yes, I can." Oh, however, this is what was written in the report of the Trost district this time. Saying that, Zachary lowered his eyes slightly, looked at the information in his hand, and read, "After turning into a giant, immediately wave your fist at Yi Bai." What? How could such a thing happen? Alan was surprised, and his eyes unconsciously turned to Armin's side. Is this really true? I don't remember what happened after losing control. Armin's eyes looked at him in disgust. Next to Anka, she is the writer of the data. Do you want me to falsify the prisoner's information? It's not good for mankind to hide this fact, Anka said. Who is Yi Bai? Zachary looked to the gallery. Yi Bai is not here, but I witnessed this scene all the way. Mikasa took Zachary's words and replied, the giant Alan attacked Yi Bai. Is this true? Zachary asked. For Ellen's sake, you'd better answer honestly. Anka's eyes turned to the hesitant Mikasa and reminded. In fact, not long after Yi Bai set off, Mikasa and the elite team followed and defended the surrounding area at a distance of 200 meters. Mikasa witnessed this scene with her own eyes, and she was the most direct witness besides Yi Bai. Her next words will directly determine Ellen's fate. Yes, that's right. Mikasa spoke bluntly. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the crowd. Giants are still giants. I wanted to kill Yi Bai and said the same thing from Mikasa's mouth, and Alan felt that this was the truth, so he suddenly doubted himself. Report. I was rescued once by the giant Ellen. Sighed, Armin added. It happened in the offensive and defensive battle of Tolos district. When I was about to fall into the hands of the giants, he blocked the giants and protected me. I hope everyone can take this fact into consideration when considering the issue. Go in. Please wait. The opposite side of the gendarmerie, Neldik said. I think the testimony just now contains too much personal feelings. Armin and Alan are partners who grew up together since childhood, and when Alan was 8 years old, 2 people killed him. Even if I am a gangster, I have to doubt their humanity, whether we should entrust the fate, talents and funds of mankind to him. Quote, hearing this amazing information, the crowd became boiling. That's right, he must be a giant who came in the form of a child. It wasn't long before someone expressed support for Neldecker's judgment, and him will attack Armin out of excessive fear, shouting, it is doubtful whether he is a giant. That's right, just in case, it's best to grab it for an autopsy. What are these people talking about? Alan can accept the attacking direction just now on himself, but at this moment someone pointed at Armin. This is his friend. Alan suddenly became angry. Wait a minute, maybe I'm a monster, but it has nothing to do with him. Alan looked at the crowd and tried his best to defend Armin, even admitting the fact that he was a monster. It doesn't matter. Because of the excessive anger, angry tears flowed from the corners of Ellen's eyes. Who will believe you? Do you think anyone will reply to what you said? Monster, stop defending yourself. At this moment, many people shouted in order to hide their fear of the power of giants. Armin stared at Alan in a daze. This guy. It's really touching. The tears accumulated in his eyes almost didn't hold back. You speak for him. He must be a monster. Someone quickly found Alan's flaws and responded. Shut up. An angry roar resounded throughout the deliberation center, and the shackles of Alan's wrist collided with the steel pipe, making a banging sound. Hearing this harsh sound, many people panicked. If this monster turned into a giant here, many people would not be able to escape. After being silent for a while, Alan lowered his head, tried his best to keep his sanity, and tried to calm himself. No, it's not like that. You only know how to guess and talk to yourself. Besides, you haven't even seen a giant, so why are you so afraid? Alan looked at the head of the gendarmerie regiment, Nerdic, and the priest beside him, but he was muttering in his heart. My current status is a prisoner, so it's not good to talk like that. No, I still have to say it. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes disappeared. Alan knew very well in his heart that this might be his last chance to defend himself and his friends. He would do everything possible to fight for it before the final result came. Those who have power don't fight, is that right? If you are afraid to fight for survival, then please contribute your strength. You cowards, just shut up and invest everything in me. ... Said that, Alan couldn't control his more and more excited emotions. Military police are collectively sluggish. What is this guy talking about? But it seems that he is unable to refute it at all. The human military system has a very contradictory system. That is, the top 10 of the best training corps in each session, not joining the survey corps fights with giants, but instead can get the opportunity to live in the interior, and keep the people who are most capable of fighting giants away from giants. The contradiction between this is simply unexplainable. The power of Alan is just to keep away from giants. This contradiction has been heard from Ani, and now it burst out in Alan's mouth. Everyone looked at Alan quietly, and the words just now made many people fall into contemplation. Raise the gun. Nerdic suddenly reacted and ordered the soldiers with guns beside him. A white shadow flashed in the center of the arena, and a vigorous figure suddenly appeared beside Alan. Alan, and then kicked it out, hitting Alan on the cheek. There was no room for this kick, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of Alan's mouth. Ta-ta. A tooth rolled to the ground, and Alan was a little surprised, and before he recovered, he kicked his abdomen with a heavy kick. Levi. Why did Captain Levi beat himself? The second update. I don't know if I can get out before dawn. I'll do my best. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 104. Domineering Captain. The third update. Please subscribe. Levi lifted Alan's collar. His knees slammed into Alan's cheek. His legs collided with the steel pipe and made a dull sound. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. Levi was too violent, and Alan would be beaten to death at this rate. Alan is a monster, and it is an indisputable fact in the hearts of many people, but there is no need to kill him now. Most people were stunned and couldn't figure out what Levi was going to do. Some people wanted to stop it, but they didn't dare to happen. Levi's reputation as the strongest human soldier is not. Just kidding, and now he is touching him. Mold head, it's tantamount to courting death. This little dwarf doesn't care whether you have money or power, and provoking him is the rhythm of waiting for death. Mouth wide, and the anger in his heart gradually rose, and he couldn't control it at all. He couldn't watch his best friend being beaten up, so he wanted to rush down and hold Levi, but was 363. Mikasa held on. Wait, Armin, Mikasa said, looking at Ellen. Levi didn't show any mercy. Blood gurgled out of Alan's mouth and nose, and his face was blue and purple, and he was extremely embarrassed. The whole person knelt on the ground at once. His head was buried on the ground. Levi's foot stepped on the top of Alan's head, and said disdainfully, "This is my consistent opinion. I think the most effective method of discipline is pain. What you need most now is not language education, but lessons, because you are kneeling, so it is most convenient to kick with your feet." Bang, bang, bang. A dense kick sounded again, and Levi seemed to really kill Alan. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Whether it was the military police or the sacrifice of the wall sect, they all chose to be silent at this moment. They were already stunned by this scene on the scene. Wait, Levi. Neldik raised a hand, and in his sight, Levi's soul pressed against Alan's cheek, as if he was treating a beast. What to do? Levi glanced at Nerdiki lightly, and put his feet down. It's dangerous. What if he gets angry and turns into a giant? Nedek said worriedly. Hearing this sentence, Alan raised his head with difficulty. The pain all over his body burned like fire. No amount of pain could resist the doubts of others. Bang! Another kick. Alan finally raised his head and immediately fell. Going down, like dragging a dog to death, Levi grabbed Aaron's hair, lifted him from the ground, looked at the face full of shoe soles, and said calmly, "Aren't you going to dissect him?" What is this guy talking about? Nildik felt speechless when confronted with Levi's questioning. "I heard that when this guy turned into a giant, he killed 20 giants before he fell. If he is an enemy, maybe it will be more difficult because of his wisdom, and even that is not my opponent." Levi is extremely confident, and he does have this strength. Speaking of which, Levi's eyes looked at the other people coldly. If it were you, those who insulted him, think about it. Can you really kill him? Feeling the silence of the audience, Erwin has been silent for a long time, and now he finally has the right opportunity to speak, and this speech will directly determine Alan's life and death. "President, I have a proposal." Erwin raised his hand. What? Alan's giant power still has a lot of certain factors, so there are many hidden factors, so Ellen will be handed over to Chief Lee Welsh to manage and conduct an investigation outside the wall. Al said. Did Alan take you there too? Yes. Whether Aaron can control the giants, whether human beings are good or bad, I hope we can judge by the results of the next investigation outside the wall. Well, Zachary nodded slowly in the bottom of his heart. Although there are many uncertainties about Aaron's giant power, if humans lose more information about giants because of fear of this power, this is obviously a loss. Erwin said it well. It is too early to draw conclusions. We should wait a little longer. Thinking of this, Zachary looked at Levi. No problem, Levi. If you want to kill him, of course there is no problem. It should be said that the question has no middle option. Even if Alan is a wise giant, Levi has enough confidence to say this. The fighting bloodline of the Ackerman nation has given Levi a strong fighting talent. On the battlefield, he is invincible existence. No giant can defeat him. Well, the conclusion has been decided. Zachary put his hands into fists and held his chin, and the final result has been settled. Survey Corps. The proposal is approved. Room. This is too much. It hurts a little bit. Hanji held the sanitary napkin with tweezers and gently wiped the wound on Alan's face. A little bit, Alan said softly. Then, what kind of pain is that? Hanji's research on giants has reached the level of obsession. Thinking that Ellen can become a giant, she can't help but wonder what kind of pain the giants feel. I'm sorry, but because of this, you can hand it over to us. Manage. Levi leaned against the wall and said apologetically to Alan. Yes, Alan is more willing to join the Survey Corps from the bottom of his heart. Joining the Survey Corps has always been his dream. When he came to the deliberation station, the military police pushed himself to death. Although Levi's punches were too much, Ailun vaguely felt that the Survey Corps was the real human being, so in the face of Levi's punches and kick, he held back his breath and didn't break out on the spot. Captain Levi, who has always been extremely strong, also apologized to himself, and Alan's anger also dissipated a lot. At the best time, use up your prepared chip, and your pain is worthwhile. Levi added. I don't know when. Erwin squatted and appeared in front of Alan, with a gentle expression on his face and a hand outstretched, the warmth flowing in his eyes as if he had regarded Alan as a partner. Salute to you, Alan, and please give me more advice in the future. Looking at the palm hanging in the air, Alan's eyes straightened. He suddenly felt a little flattered, and a kind of 2-5 touched. The grievances once again disappeared at this moment. Yes, please advise. Alan firmly held Erwin's palm. Levi came over, put his arms in a straight line on the sofa, and then sat down. With Erlang's legs raised, he said rather domineeringly, Hey, Alan. Yes, do you hate me? Levi asked suddenly. No hate, I know that scene is necessary. Alan looked at the ground and said softly, there should be a limit. You kicked all your teeth out. Hanji stood aside, grabbed a cloth bag, and opened the bag to find a broken tooth. Why did you pick it up? It's disgusting. Levi looked disgusted and pouted in dissatisfaction. Hanji, this lunatic, don't know if I have a cleanliness addiction. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read for collection, recommended. Chapter 105. Levi's Little Fangirl, 4th more. Please subscribe. The old Survey Corps was located in the depths of the dense forest surrounded by trees, and stood a magnificent castle-shaped building. As expected of a converted castle, it is first class in terms of sentiment, but such a headquarters established far from the city walls and rivers is useless to the Survey Corps. This is an empty ambition in the past. The Survey Corps was just established, but I didn't expect this oversized decoration to become the most suitable building to guard you. Don't get carried away, recruit. I don't care whether you are a giant or not, and I have to trouble the Lee Welsh officer to watch you all day long as a young boy. Sigh. As he was talking, blood suddenly sputtered out, and the speaker accidentally bit his own tongue. The person who was speaking to Alan at the moment was named Oreo Bozart, who was one of the members of the Survey Corps carefully selected by Levi in order to guard Alan. Oreo admired Levi very much and often learned from Levi. He speaks like and often bites his tongue when he speaks, because of his funny character. In the original work, he was affectionately called Uncle Bite Tongue by anime fans. This place is inaccessible and lush with trees, and Levi and his party are on their way to the headquarters of the old Survey Corps. In addition to Olu Obozat, the members involved in this special operation are Petra, Aludor, Junda Shoji, of which Petra is the only female member. They and Levi referred to as Levi's class. It can be called the most elite team of the human empire. Alan looked at Olu. This uncle is so strange. What is he talking about? How did he bite his tongue? It must be very painful. He glanced back inadvertently, only to see Levi looked calm. But it doesn't matter anymore. At least he has put on his dream Survey Corps costume. 30 minutes later, we arrived at the headquarters of the old Survey Corps. If you keep talking while riding, of course you'll bite your tongue. The beginning is the key. That newcomer was frightened. I think he must have been frightened by your stupidity. It doesn't matter. How? Everything went the way I expected. I said you didn't talk like that in the past. If you're studying the Lord Wales, then I sincerely beg you to stop. Learning? No, I don't feel anything in common between you at all. Outside the castle, after a short rest, Oluo and Petra were talking about the tongue-biting incident just now. Do you want to bind me, Petra? If you want to be my wife, you are missing a necessary means. Facing Petra's ridicule, Oluo didn't take it seriously, but made an ambiguous joke. Petra's body is well proportioned, her hair is soft, her bright yellow eyes glitter like gold, and her white face reveals a sweet aura. She is a rare beauty in the Survey Corps. There are a few, but all of them are in vain. As a result, Petra's personal ability is very outstanding, and the number of beheading giants is more than many male soldiers. Secondly, Petra already has a heart for it, and the one who is in love is the strongest man in the human army, Levi Ackerman. Except for this matter, Levi himself does not know. Many people secretly. He was tacit, and he could only sigh secretly that a flower fell in love with a piece of wood. Hearing this, Petra said speechlessly, "Why don't you bite your tongue and die? Always bragging about you everywhere. Those crusade against giants." Olua's face was neither red nor panting. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll praise you too." Not far away, Alan had just settled down on his horse, and looked in the direction of Oluo and Petra. Those people are joined the Special Operations Squad of the Survey Corps, referred to as the Levi Squad. These people are the top elites of the Survey Corps, personally named by Captain Levi, and when I lose control, I will be killed by them. In an instant, Alan's heart sank to the bottom. These 4 special operations teams, the members all have rich experience in fighting giants, not to mention Levi. That is, the 4 of them together are enough to kill the giant self. Therefore, if he can't really grasp the power of this giant as soon as possible, he will never be free. Moreover, Levi's patience is limited. If he does not make any progress, I am afraid that he will take action to kill yourself. After all, Levi is not a soft-hearted guy. Another direction. There are weeds everywhere. It's really desolate. After all, we haven't used this place for a long time. It must be full of dust. Aludor and Jundashoji stood in front of the gate of the castle and said, "That's a big problem." A cold voice came from behind, and the two suddenly turned their heads, only to see Levi's gloomy face. They have been with Levi for so long, and they naturally know Levi's living habit. The existence of the Master Chief, who can be called a weakness, is probably a cleanliness addiction, and it is a severe cleanliness addiction. Start cleaning now. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled helplessly. I didn't expect to start a cleanup as soon as they arrived here. An hour later, the cleaning of the upper floors has been completed. Where should I sleep in this castle? Ellen walked into the room Levi was cleaning and asked, "Your room is the basement," Levi said lightly. "Is it the basement again?" Alan's eyes were dark and disappointed. "Of course, you can't control yourself right now. If you fall asleep and turn into a giant, which happens to be underground, we can catch you on the spot. This is when we put you under our jurisdiction. One of the conditions set forth above is a rule that must be followed." Levi 363 explained patiently, and suddenly said, "I'll go see the room you cleaned. Ellen, come and clean this place." Levi walked forward, past Alan's side and said. Watching Levi leave, Alan looked out the window, feeling a little disappointed. This kind of severe restriction of personal freedom is really uncomfortable. "You look disappointed, Alan." The figure of Petra flashed through the door, a smile on her lip. "What?" The sudden voice startled Alan, and when he looked back, he found it was Petra, and he was relieved. "Well, I'm just going to call you Alan, the name of the Master Wales, because here the Master Chief is the rule." Petra laughed. "Okay, I don't mind that, but did I just look disappointed?" Alan said for no reason. This is not a strange reaction. He doesn't look like the flawless hero in the legend, the real Leviathan Chief. Petra's eyes looked towards the direction Levi was leaving. Not only was he surprisingly short, but also neurotic and rude, giving people the feeling of being inaccessible. Petra directly told Ellen what she felt about Levi. Views. There are actually some things that were not said to Alan. This is Petra's inner monologue. "It is because he has flaws and is not perfect that I like him." To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. 106. The Blocked Battle Plan, the 5th update. Please subscribe. No, what surprises me is his attitude of absolute obedience to the superior's regulations. Because he's a very powerful guy, you think he's the kind of guy who doesn't play by the rules. Petra heard Ellen's confession and asked rhetorically, "Yeah, I thought he'd be one of those who wouldn't listen to any instructions." Alan nodded, agreeing with Petra's opinion. "Although I don't know much about him, he may be similar to what you said in the past. I heard that Chief Lee Welsh was a famous gangster in the underground street of the capital before he joined the Survey Corps. Why would that kind of person? Who knows?" He could finish speaking. He was interrupted by Petra. Levi, as the strongest existence in human beings, did not expect to be a gangster, which surprised Alan very much. If ye Levi was here, he would probably scoff at him. The gangsters in the underground street can become the strongest human beings, and they look down on the underground street too much. Levi's real strength will not be weaker than the 3 giants of the underground street. Only such an existence can it is possible to stand out from the elite Survey Corps. Although I don't know what happened, I heard that he was brought back to the Survey Corps by Captain Irwin in the form of subjugation. By the head, Alan murmured. He didn't expect that there was such a relationship between Chief Lee Welsh and the head of the regiment. Still, while thinking, a cold voice suddenly came from the door. "Hey, Ellen." It was the voice of Lee Welsh. As if a mouse saw a cat, especially Petra's heart was very uneasy. "What I said just now won't be heard by Levi. There's no other way. Let's pretend to be cleaning for now." "Not cleaned at all. Clean it all again for me." Levi frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with Ellen. This careless guy who can't even understand a simple cleaning. Royal Capital, Irwin's office. At dusk, the setting sun is falling, and the color of the room is unusually warm. The people in the office, in addition to Irwin and the Sanmao sub-team leader, will carry out an extra wall investigation to establish a military stronghold in 30 days and bring this batch of freshly graduated recruits. Sanmao held her arms and looked out the window with a rather complicated expression. The Survey Corps has always been known for its extremely high number of deaths. If they hadn't seen their relatives die in the mouths of giants, basically no one would come to the Survey Corps. Most of the Survey Corps lived with hatred for giants. In this world, only being brave and not afraid of death in battle can relieve that kind of pain a little. For normal people to come to the Survey Corps to pursue ease, it is normal for all recruits to join the Gendarmerie or Garrison Corps. As for the Survey Corps, how good can it be? To be honest, Sanmao is concerned about. I really don't care. The premise is that recruits are willing to join us. Irwin is sitting on a chair, and there is a huge formation drawing on the table. He is holding a ruler and a pen in both hands, and he is sketching something on it. Sanmao is more dull. "Anyway, I think you're a bit fucked," Sanmao said lightly. "Alan's current treatment is only temporary. We must let the central government understand that he is a very useful existence to human beings. Otherwise, I don't know when the military police will intervene again." Irwin's pen tapped on the table, making a rattling sound, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The military police had always existed as the mortal enemy of the Survey Corps. Behind them stood the conservative forces of mankind, while the Survey Corps was a revolutionary faction. There is no room for relaxation at all between the parties, and the military police will take action whenever there is a chance, so the time is extremely tight. "Are you going to tell me these scenes, Irwin?" Sanmao was a little unhappy, looking at Irwin turning his head. His eyes looked surprised. "Sanmao, your sense of smell is always so keen." Irwin was not angry, but smiled. "Who is serious and unusual on the battlefield, is actually approachable and easy to contact in life." Hearing this sentence, Sanmao involuntarily took a breath and said politely, "But it's still far behind you. When the time is right, I will naturally say." Irwin said softly. A mature idea has been brewing in Irwin's heart. The success or failure of this idea is related to the fate of the entire Survey Corps. Even Sanmao, who has been with his comrades for many years, Irwin is not ready to tell Sanmao's plan. One can imagine how secret the next mission to investigate outside the wall will be. Old Survey Corps headquarters. It was already dark, and there was an oil lamp in the middle of a huge rectangular table, and everyone around this table was discussing. "The standby order issued to us will probably continue for a few days. I heard that there will be a large-scale investigation outside the wall in 30 days. Levi took a sip of water and said, "I heard that the newly graduated recruits will also be put into action immediately." Eldo said worriedly, "Is it true what you said, Eludor? This time, it's really sudden. Just the giant attack will give the recruits a dismay." Junda Shuzi rode. "The little devils must be completely scared to pee." Oluo sat lazily and immediately agreed. "Is this true, Master Chief?" Petra asked. "I'm not the one who made this battle plan, but you all know Irwin. He must think much deeper than us." As to the purpose of this extra wall investigation, it seemed that Irwin had no intention of telling anyone. This situation is really rare. What is the real reason why Irwin strictly sealed the battle plan? Will had some doubts in his heart. He was equally puzzled by Eludo. It is true knew that this time is different from the past. The good king en route to retake Maria's wall that he thought he had made with great sacrifices has instantly turned into a blank slate. But as a result, a new hope suddenly appeared in front of me. After Eluder's words finished, Alan's body trembled, and he found that everyone's eyes were shifted to him. Does the new hope refer to me? But I still don't understand the correct way to open up the power of giant. These people are too blind to believe in themselves. Although I still can't believe it, but becoming a giant is in the end. What a feeling it is. Alan. Eludo stared at Alan without blinking and asked. The memory at that time was not very clear. In short, I only thought about one thing, but the turning point of the transformation was self-mutilation, biting my hand like this. Alan raised his palm subconsciously as he spoke, and was suddenly startled, wondering how he knew so much. Does the transformation have to rely on self-mutilation? Alan's heart has already fixed this idea. Chapter 107. Hanji's Giant Experiment. The first update. Please subscribe. As you all know, UCA ain't ask anything other than the report from his mouth, but that guy should be restless, and he will kill him if he is not careful. What he said is, "You, Alan." Levi looked at Alan calmly. The person he said was helpless even to himself, a well-known lunatic from the Survey Corps. That guy is. Alan was a little puzzled, who the Master Chief said was worth this person. The spot where he was thinking, the door was suddenly opened, and a distressed figure rushed in from the outside. It seemed that he accidentally hit the door panel. It turned out to be Captain Hanji. Alan was surprised that the person in Chief Levi's mouth could not be the Hanji sub-captain, but he thought that Hanji's sub-captain was quite normal. How could he feel terrible in Levi's mouth? It's really inexplicable. Good evening, friends of Levi's team. How are you staying in the castle? Hanji was straight to the point, not polite at all. Obviously an old acquaintance. It's so fast. Levi's face was expressionless. In his heart, he was actually very disgusted with Hanji, a crazy woman who often did things beyond his comprehension. Because I can't wait. Hanji laughed. Captain Hanji. Alan said hello. 3 inches meet again. Alan, I'm now in charge of conducting biopsies on the 2 giants caught in the city, but I hope Alan can do me a favor for tomorrow's experiment. I'm here to ask for your permission. Hanji's calm exterior hides a crazy heart. Her desire for a giant has reached a level that ordinary people can't understand. Experiment. What do you want me to do? Alan was a little nervous. What the hell is Captain Hanji going to say? Of course it's the one that makes people's blood boil. Captain Hanji hooked his fingers. A crazy look appeared on his face, and his eyes were bright. Alan felt a chill all over his body for no reason, and suddenly felt a little scared. I can't issue permission to act myself, because I don't have the right to dispose of it myself. Alan had no choice but to use Levi as a shield, and now he finally felt the horror of Hanji. Levi, does Alan have a reservation for tomorrow? Hanji expressed disapproval and asked Levi. Clean up the yard. Clean up. Levi said. That's good. It's decided. Alan, please give me more advice tomorrow. Hanji ignored the helpless glances others cast towards him, suddenly grabbed Alan's hands, and looked at Alan expectantly. Was a sound of dense footsteps behind him. Hanji turned around and found that Levi and the others had already left. Levi and the others can leave. It will be a hindrance to stay here, as long as Alan is here. After all, Alan is his goal, Hanji thought to himself. So I sat on the chair and looked at Alan helplessly. I really can't do anything about you. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. About the ones we caught. Childishness. The child in Hanji's mouth refers to the living giant. __. After all, what she did was too abnormal. Hanji didn't think so. After a lot of research, she finally discovered some secrets about giants from the living giant. Where should this matter start? Let's start with the experiments that have been carried out in the past. Thinking of this, a picture emerges in Hanji's mind. Hello. Under the sun, Hanji was standing on the open field, and in front of him was a giant sitting on the ground. His appearance was particularly funny. His whole body was fixed by steel cables, and he couldn't move at all. Hanji's experiment on the giant. The first item is to check whether the giant has his own consciousness. What's your name? Does your body hurt? Hanji asked a few questions in a row, his body almost sticking to the giant's face. As long as the giant opened his mouth, he would probably lose his life. This scene aroused the concern of many soldiers present, and they all shouted, "Sub-Commander, it's too dangerous." Hanji is fearless. Her research on giants has reached a crazy level. Hearing everyone's dissuasion, she went to the second giant instead. This giant was lying on the ground. Immediately after that, Hanji took and communicated in the same way as the first giant. "The weather is so nice, are you hungry?" After the words were finished, the giant's face suddenly protruded half a centimeter forward. The giant mouth opened and then quickly closed. This giant was obviously more active and more aggressive than the first one. Through these two experiments, Hanji is sure that the giants have no self-consciousness, and it is almost impossible to communicate with them. But for Hanji, communicating with the giants is enough to make her forget the daily fatigue, and it is a very fulfilling time. A long time ago, there were cannibals somewhere, not you, but humans. They hid in caves on the mountainside, attacked passing travelers, robbed them of their finances, then killed them and devoured them. "They're me." Hanji continued to communicate with the giants, and suddenly stopped, looking directly at the two giants. Judging from the results, their crimes lasted for 25 years. During this period, it is said that more than 500 people were killed, which is probably more than the human beings you have eaten. In addition, they also tried all kinds of cannibalism. Method: the meat of the buttocks is grilled into steak, the meat of the thighs is cut into pieces and placed in the dish, and the harder meat is made into patties and then grilled. The soldiers on the side were already nauseated when they heard these words, so only the Hanji sub-commander could calmly tell people how to eat human flesh. She has gone crazy. No one can understand Hanji. They also made sausages out of blood clots and offal. Yes, they have the concept of cooking. That's what's different from you. Speaking of which, Hanji became excited, unaware that her cannibalistic argument had already made some people vomit violently. But the cannibals were caught just because of a small mistake and were finally sentenced to death. This is the same as you. Attacking humans is your mistake, and you were arrested because of this. So I want to put the name of the leader of the cannibals to you. The one on the left is Sony, the one on the right is Bing. This is Hanji's naming ceremony for the giant, and it is the 5th naming ceremony. Every time before the final name, Hanji has to tell a long story about cannibalism. Hanji is like a lunatic in this world and cannot be understood by others. Today, I finally caught a guy who would listen to him tell these stories. How can a boring and disgusting story make Hanji not excited? After a few hours of talking, Hanji was still eloquent. Alan was a little helpless. Although Hanji's story was boring, Alan heard a very positive attitude from it, so he interrupted. "Wait, I want to ask you a question." Why are you so cheerful in the face of giants?" Alan is very puzzled, really puzzled, trying to communicate with the giants. They are the natural enemies of human beings. Hanji does not contradict at all. Chapter 108. Intimidating Ani. Second update. Please subscribe. Giants are the natural enemies that drive us to near extinction, and you should have experienced this threat countless times. Alan lowered his head and slowly said the question in his heart. That's right. Hearing this sentence, Hanji's expression became serious, and he turned around and said, "I have witnessed countless times my companions were killed by giants. When I first entered the Survey Corps, I fought against giants with hatred, but one day I suddenly discovered that when I kicked the head of a 13-meter giant, I found that the giant's body was unusually light. Every giant is like this. The severed arm can't reach its due strength. I heard that when you became a giant, Ellen, the giant's body also appeared out of thin air. So I was thinking, what we see, wouldn't it be so different from what actually exists? What exists? We've been trying for decades to deal with giants with hatred, and I'd like to treat giants from a perspective other than the one that exists. Maybe it's futile, but I still want to try it out." After listening to Hanji's remark, Alan took a sip of water in silence. After entering the Survey Corps, many things went beyond his imagination. The Survey Corps seemed to be the closest to the truth of the world. In Alan's eyes, people are all weirdos. This place is like a den of weirdos. They live in this world in an incomprehensible manner, and they have been fighting against the cruel reality. "If you don't mind, can you tell me more about the experiment?" Alan said softly. "Well," Hanji was stunned for a moment, "there are people who actually like to listen to me talking about these boring things. If you know what you are talking about, many people avoid it. I didn't expect that this guy Ellen would take the initiative to find him. He is really a good listener. You want to hear? Well, for tomorrow's experiment, I want to know more carefully." "That's right, I've omitted a lot of what I just said, and I'll tell you again." Alan nodded. Flash. 6 hours 6 passed, and the sky was already bright. Alan's sleepy eyes looked at Hanji. She was still telling. She didn't seem to feel tired. So this experiment. Bang. Suddenly the door was opened, and a panicked soldier ran in and shouted, "Senior Hanji, are you there?" Both giants of the subject were killed. Hearing this news, Hanji's complexion changed suddenly. He couldn't sit still anymore. He got up from his chair with a bang, and walked towards the door. Alan followed closely. The place of the experiment. 2 giant skeletons were lying on the ground, and thick smoke continued to rise from the skeletons. Hanji looked at this scene in astonishment, as if the most important thing was taken away by someone, and let out a desperate wailing sound. Who the hell did it? Hanji simply grabbed his head in pain, tears and snot flowing out together. The news that the giant experimental body was killed quickly caused a small-scale uproar, and the investigation of the murderer began. Everyone needs a 3-dimensional motorized device, including trainees. Before the upcoming recruiting conference, something like this happened, which made Alvin's heart sink suddenly, and a certain guess in his heart became more credible. It is so, it must be so. Erwin's heart is firm. A top-down investigation. The final result was beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone's 3-dimensional mobile devices were all right, and this figure seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. What is certain is that the investigation core must have an inner ghost. The giant experimental body is very important to human beings. This is the news that everyone knows. However, this person still killed these 2 giants knowingly. It must be because of some kind of profit. I don't want humans to get any clues from the giant experimental body. Very few people with sharp brains have already made some kind of prediction. Like Jean and Armin, they have come to a terrible conclusion. The giants who can transform into human beings are far more than Aaron. There may be others, and these people are hiding in the survey core. So who exactly are these people? Armin and Jean wonder. In a dark corridor, the oil lamp hanging on the wall flickered, and a blonde girl walked alone on the road. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the darkness ahead. This figure was like a ghost, and Ani was frightened. He instantly entered a fighting state, and swept out with one leg. Bang! But someone grabbed him, and Ani propped himself on the ground with one leg in a very awkward position, looking restless. The figure in the dark tore off the hat on his head, revealing an angular face. It was Yibai, who had disappeared for a long time. Leaf white. Ani stared at him in a daze, and suddenly thought that this guy, Yibai, didn't seem to have seen him for a while. But what does this guy mean by grabbing his leg? He dismounted and warned himself not to forget his lesson. Before Ani could resist, Yibai let go of his hand that grabbed Annie's leg. The next second, he acted like lightning, and suddenly pushed Ani down. On the wall, ruthlessly, the 2 people's faces were almost only a piece of paper apart, so clear that every pore on Annie's face could be seen. The blow was so fast that Ani couldn't react. When he reacted, he was just about to take action. Yibai's words completely shocked Ani. Tell me, what is the purpose of killing the 2 giant experimental subjects? What? Ani forgot to resist, and let Yibai's body stick to her body fiercely. Yibai's icy eyes, like a cold knife, made her feel cold all over. Strange, how could he know that even Reiner and Betty did not know what he did? And where did he know about it? And there is no result of the investigation above. Ani thinks that his actions are seamless, but now Yibai sees through it. So where is the flaw? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know. Annie's heart has been surging. If this matter is realized, the people under the investigation core will know that he will definitely be sentenced to death. At that time, he can only become a giant and expose his identity, but now he is obviously still. This is not the time to reveal his identity. Ani from the Mare Empire is mysterious, and the world inside the wall is completely transparent to her, but in front of Yibai, Ani found that he was wrong. This person is more mysterious than himself, and he often comes and goes without a trace, but at every key point, the figure of this person appears. Who is he? Annie's mind is a little confused. You'd better not play stupid with me. Don't you know that I'm a ruthless person? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Presumably for you, your pure body is especially important to you. Air was suddenly silent for a while, and Ani was stunned on the spot by being struck by lightning. If I don't think it's important, I don't mind taking it away. Chapter 109. Questioning Ani. First update. Please subscribe. What Yibai was saying just now, Annie was a little dazed. A blush appeared on Annie's face. When had she been treated like this since she was a child? Let go of me, or I'll call someone. Ani struggled hard, but his whole body was crushed by Yibai. No matter how exquisite his skills were, he couldn't use absolute power at all. For a time, Ani fell into a state of helplessness, even biting his palm to transform into a giant. Therefore, this threat sounded extremely ridiculous to Yibai, and had no sense of power at all. Are you still stubborn and refuse to admit that you are the murderer? Yibai was helpless. Since you insist on holding on, then I'll be welcome. Bo. Under Annie's incomparably surprised eyes, Yi Bai's mouth kissed hers, and the strange, 363. The strong aura on the sexual body almost made Annie feel dizzy, and for a while it was difficult to even breathe, let alone maintain a clear thinking. In the end, Annie leaned against the corner feebly, his fair face was full of red clouds. Damn, she wanted to kill Yi Bai now, but she couldn't move, as if she was exhausted. Annie raised her head, gritted her silver teeth, her eyes were full of angry flames. She had already wanted to become a giant, and she needed to regain her innocence. Yo, not calm anymore. The genius girl Annie, there are times when you are not calm, was a playful smile on the corner of Yi Bai's mouth. As soon as he returned from outside the wall, he encountered the unfortunate incident of being killed by a giant experimental body. That kind of being treated as a prisoner and having his whole body checked is not very pleasant. Yi Bai was unhappy, and naturally he had to find the culprit of this incident, Annie. Anyway, this is already explained in the original book, and there will never be a mistake. But what Yi Bai didn't expect was that Annie's mouth was unusually hard, and even if she had forced her to this point, she still wouldn't let go. You, shameless, despicable. Annie was about to go crazy, and suddenly pulled out the silver-white double-edged sword and slashed at Yi Bai. Swish. Yi Bai shifted his position slightly. Annie fluttered. Yi Bai appeared behind Annie in an instant. Both hands hit Annie's wrist, and the two blades fell to the ground. Now Annie is in bondage again. You still won't say it, Mark Potter, you know. Yi Bai leaned close to Annie's fair ear, heaved a sigh of relief, and watched Annie's earlobe turn red little by little, as if water was about to drip. Mark Potter. Annie gritted his teeth and spit out the name lightly. How could Yi Bai know the name? He did use Mark Potter's 3D machine to pass the test, but the crux of the problem was, why did Yi Bai know that he did a great job secretly? I don't think anyone can. But Yi Bai still found out. Annie felt that Yi Bai was a little scary for a while, and the solid defense line in his heart quietly collapsed, ready to surrender. Annie was completely out of control and screamed. Yi Bai's big hand moved up again. I said, I killed the two giants. Annie gave up completely. Air was suddenly silent. Yi Bai stopped the movements in his hands, and the only sound of breathing from two people could be heard in the surrounding silence. One was gentle, the other was abnormally fast. At this moment, Annie wished that someone could appear here and break the embarrassment. Yi Bai's hand left Annie and reminded, you'd better not act rashly, or you should know what will happen the third time. A naked threat. Annie clenched his silver teeth tightly, but there was no way to deal with this threat. Yi Bai was much stronger than himself, and Annie felt that he would not be Yi Bai's opponent even if he became a giant. This man, Annie, who has always been arrogant, felt a sense of frustration for the first time, a sense of frustration that no matter how hard he tried, he could not cause harm to the man in front of him. Yi Bai. Annie already remembered this name in his heart. I want to know why you want to kill these two giants. The Survey Corps conducts experiments on living giants, hoping to learn about the real secrets of giants. This is a very beneficial thing for mankind. As a soldier of the Survey Corps, no matter what, neither should have a reason to kill these two giants. So what's your motive? Annie, I kindly remind you once, don't use your elm head to challenge my IQ. All the questions I ask you are based on the fact that I already know the truth. So, you just need to tell me the answer, which matches the truth in my mind. After Yi Bai finished speaking, he looked at Annie silently. At this moment, Annie's hair was messy and his cheeks were stiff. Only a pair of light blue eyes were still bright, exuding hatred and anger. The truth. Heard this sentence, Annie's heart skipped a beat. Yi Bai knew what Annie admitted. They came all the way to the inner world, just for one person, and that person was Alan. Of the attacking giant was originally something of the Mare Empire, but it was brought to the inner world by Grisha, and a few of them came here just to regain this power. However, the current Alan is strictly protected by the Survey Corps. Even if he and others are giants, it is difficult to take Alan away. Especially in the inner world, there will be many unimaginable variables, and it will be difficult to escape. One question, after all, the people in the Survey Corps are not vegetarians, especially Levi. Once the dwarf shot, Annie felt that he could only be a dead end. Therefore, when investigating outside the walls, too, taking action is undoubtedly the safest thing to do. The reason why Annie killed the two experimental giants was because Hanji had already learned too many secrets about the giants, and if she continued to learn more, the truth might be exposed. Therefore, these two giants must die. Now, what makes Annie really puzzled is that what is the truth in Yi Bai's mouth? Yi Bai may not know anything, but just confuses himself and deceives the words out of his mouth. However, Yi Bai really knew everything. Annie would be crazy to be humiliated by Yi Bai again. Hey, what are you doing? You are about to start recruiting new job. At the corner, a soldier appeared, looking at Yibai and Ani, and reminded. Chapter 110. Recruitment Conference Second Update. Please subscribe. Ani was very helpless. Quite helpless. If she hadn't considered the task at hand, she would have turned into a giant and tore Yibai in half. However, looking at the back of Yibai's unrestrained departure, Annie's heart inexplicably raised a kind of fear. Who is Yibai? He seems to know everything. Damn. Ani stomped his feet and followed in resentment. Night. In front of the headquarters building, the recruiting meeting was just beginning. All the trainees lined up in a neat line, and the figure standing in front was the head of the Survey Corps, Irwin. After a long silence, Irwin's magnetic voice suddenly spread throughout the night sky. I'm Alvin Smith, commander of the Survey Corps. On today's day when I have to choose my corps, all I have to say is to say it bluntly, persuading you to join the Survey Corps. Under this giant's attack, everyone must have understood the horror of giants and the limit of their own abilities. However, in these 23 battles, mankind has taken another step towards unprecedented victory, and that is Ellen Yeager's existence. He proved by his desperate actions that he is our undoubted ally, and that we not only organize the giant's advance through him, but also obtain the method to understand the truth of the giant. As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Humans have always wanted to know the truth about giants. Armin looked complicated. He naturally knew what the truth about giants was worth in the mouth of the regiment commander, but Armin was very puzzled. In the basement of Alan's house in Higginshina district, there is a giant secret that even he does not know. As long as we can reach this basement, the clues we have can make we are free from the centuries-long domination of giants. Irwin continued. Basement. Have they progressed to this point? As long as we can find out the truth about giants, then the current situation can also be obtained. Discussion. Armin looked at Irwin, and felt puzzled in his heart. That is, no matter how much he wants new recruit, he can't make this kind of secret public. Could it be that he has other intentions for the head of the regiment? Where? Our goal is the basement of the Higginshina district, but for this we must take back the Wall of Maria, which means our goal is the same as before. Irwin and another soldier cooperated to open a map, which clearly showed the defensive structures of the 3 giant walls. Irwin pointed to the map and said, the city gates of the Tolos district are no longer usable, and we have to go around from the Kalanes district in the east. The large army's marching routes that took 4 years to open up are all wasted. More than 60% of the people in the Survey Corps died. 6 in 4 years, which is an extraordinary figure. The recruits in this issue will also join us in the out-of-the-wall survey a month later. The mortality rate is 30%. After 4 years, most people will die, but those who survive will become excellent soldiers with a high survival rate. Audience was silent. Irwin's words were very direct, with the slightest bit of falsehood, making people clearly understand the cruelty of the Survey Corps. At this moment, Irwin is going the most. There is really no need for a coward to join the Survey Corps. Knowing this tragic situation, you still dare to gamble with your own life to stay. Ask yourself, well, can you really give your heart to mankind? Voice of the voice was like thunder, and many people had the idea of retreating under Irwin's severe questioning. It's over. Those who volunteer to join other corps, please disband. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the crowd left in a large area, and often only one person was standing in a few square meters. That is, some people who were determined to join the Survey Corps also became hesitant at this moment. That flashed past him, and was doing a fierce psychological struggle. After all, his original ambition was to join the military police, but after 3 years of getting along, he has changed a lot, but it is not enough to change to a completely different level from before. He has not had enough courage to join the Survey Corps firmly, because joining the Survey Corps means facing death at any time, which is an unavoidable fate. Damn, don't make me hate myself anymore. Let's think. If you don't leave here now, you will. Sasha thought of the tragedy in the village. More than 100 people in the whole village were eaten by giants. Sasha was afraid that she would eventually fall into the mouths of giants. I originally left the village to become a military police. If I become a military police, my mother will be very happy, and the villagers will also be happy for me. Coney was also hesitant. We have seen with our own eyes how giants eat human beings. It is because of this that we have no reason to give up. Only fighting them and killing them all is our destiny. Many people who hesitated. He didn't move his footsteps from beginning to end, until the opportunity to choose completely disappeared, and joining the Survey Corps to face the test of life and death has become a foregone conclusion. Does it mean that no matter what direction you start from, you you will end up swimming towards the same fate. In the end, there are only a few dozen figures standing in the field. Many of them are Yi Bai's familiar comrades in arms. The top 10 trainees, except Nick left, Mark Potter died, and everyone else chose to join the Survey Corps. Ani stared coldly at the figure in front of her. She vowed to investigate outside the walls for a month and kill 363 in the wild. If you are told to die, will you all take it easy? 95% of people walk away at once, which is to be expected for Erwin. The Survey Corps only needs strong and brave warriors, not cowards who are greedy for life and fear of death. The number of people in front of them, it was beyond Erwin's expectations. The ideological awareness of the trainees in this period is higher than what I imagined. Even so, Erwin did not say something exciting, and I wished those who stayed would die immediately. I don't want to die yet. I don't know who yelled. Is it? Erwin grinned, looked at the rest of the trainees, and said softly, your performance is great, so now, everyone here will be a new member of the Survey Corps. This is the most sincere salute. Erwin acted resolutely, his clothes wiped through the air, and his fist stuck to his heart in an instant, and he shouted in a serious voice, dedicate your heart. Swish. Everyone's movements are uniform. They all put their hands on their hearts and shout in unison, yes. At this moment, many people are regretting, but there is no way out. They can only move forward. No one knows whether the fate is the same, but only by running forward desperately can we see hope. This is the thought of many people. Chapter 111. Meet again, third more. Please subscribe. I'm your squad leader. Nice, and this is my warhorse Charliot. With a tie on his head. He turned his head and touched the horse's head. His eyes were full of doting and trust, as if he regarded the warhorse as his partner. Yi Bai was standing in the crowd, and many people already knew that he was back. At this moment, Yi Bai was standing beside Mikasa, looking at Hans calmly. This is a veteran who will be his squad leader. It likes to pull other people's hair, so if you don't want to become bald, be careful, please take care. Hans continued to introduce his warhorse, and just after he finished speaking, a scene that made everyone can't help laughing happened. As if to prove that what Hans said was true, the warhorse suddenly lowered its head and bit the tie on Hans's head, pulling Hans's head towards itself. Stop it, Charlotte. Who's going to help subdue it? Hans felt helpless. He didn't expect that what he just said would become a reality immediately. He is the squad leader anyway. Brother Ma, can't you give me some face? This hilarious episode was soon forgotten by everyone as time passed. The first out-of-the-wall investigation will be conducted a month later. The Corps will train the newly joined recruits so that they have sufficient mental preparation to start the out-of-the-wall investigation. The training on the second day was not actual combat, but memorizing the long-distance reconnaissance formation designed by Captain Erwin. What puzzled everyone was that such a meticulous formation did not indicate where Alan was. The position of your recruits is here, in the middle of the escort team of the freight carriage and the reconnaissance support team, advancing with the spare carriage, responsible for the mission. Armin was taking notes seriously. Mikasa was staring intently at Hans, who was teaching on the podium. Yi Bai rested his head on the table lazily, sighing again and again for boredom. According to the plot of the original work, this time outside the wall investigation, the female giant will take action. I don't know what kind of wonderful expression will be when Ani meets him. Meanwhile, on the Survey Corps Special Operations Team, veterans are telling Alan about battle formations. The position of our Special Action Team is in the center of the 5 columns. This is the safest position in the formation. This treatment is even better than the carriage that transports supplies. The mission this time is go and return. The purpose of the distance compensation for this expedition beyond the wall is to send you to the Higashina area for testing. Eludo looked at the map and explained to Alan. Alan was a little silent. Every time the investigation outside the wall means someone sacrifice, and this time, many people will sacrifice to protect himself, but he still can't control that power so far, and there is great uncertainty. Loon was afraid that he would live up to everyone's expectations. I actually don't understand how to use this power. Alan confessed. Do you know what the head of the regiment meant when he asked that question? Eludor suddenly asked a question for no reason. What question? Wait, I seem to have remembered it. Alan remembered that at the scene where the 2 experimental giants were killed, Elwin once put his shoulders on his shoulders and asked, I have a very strange question. Do you know who the real enemy is? Faced with this question, Alan shook his head when he remembered and said he didn't know, why Ludor suddenly asked himself this question. Does he know something? This time outside the wall there may be other actions or purposes in the investigation, but if you don't think it is necessary to explain to the soldiers, then we just need to follow through and go back to this line of work. Aludo said softly. Trust the captain. Aludor got up and left, looked at Aludor's back naively. What is the other purpose? But it should be related to himself, because if it is simple to go and go back, there is really no big fight outside the wall. The need for investigation. Moreover, the newly recruited recruits have to go outside the wall to conduct investigations after a short period of training. This is rare in the history of the Survey Corps, so Captain Elvin must be hiding something. Senior Aludor's guess may not have been wrong. In the setting sun, Alan had just shoveled the shit out of the stable, and came out to take a rest. Olu leaned against the wall to drink water. On the road ahead, 2 columns of Survey Corps members were passing by. As the foreign investigation is about to start, many people have come to the headquarters of the old investigation corps. Alan's eyes looked at these 2 figures. Many people were familiar with them. Mikasa, Armin, Yi Bai, Ran. They are all here, and it has been a long time since they met. I don't know how they are doing now. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, Alan asked Oluo. After all, he was still in a state of being bound by his personal freedom. Oluo-senpai, can I have a few words with my contemporaries? And, hurry up and come back. Oreo said impatiently, lowered his head and continued to take a sip of water. Hey, Mikasa, Armin, Yi Bai. Alan chased after the team and shouted. Suddenly, Yi Bai stopped, turned around, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It turned out to be Alan. Seeing Alan, Armin's face showed a touch of excitement, grabbing Alan's hand, anxiously. How is it, Alan? They didn't abuse you, did a full body check, or were mentally tortured or something? Nothing like that. Alan smiled and shook his head. That shorty is too arrogant. One day I will take revenge on him. Mikasa was also a little indignant, and everyone knew who the dwarf she was referring to was. What do you do in the future? If you want revenge, you can do it now. That 1.6 meters is nothing special. Yibai watched the fun and was not afraid of big things, and it didn't matter. Did you mean chief level? After Alan said this, he was suddenly startled. He saw behind Mikasa and the others, there were many people standing there, all of whom he knew very well. Yo, Alan, long time no see. What? It turns out that everyone is here, but being here means. A prediction floated in Alan's heart. It's surprising that everyone has become a soldier of the Survey Corps. Then only Jean, Mark Potter, and Arnie went to the military police. Alan muttered to himself. Obviously, during the time when Alan was restrained from personal freedom, a lot of things happened outside, and he didn't understand. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind. Alan turned around and was shocked. It turned out to be Rang's figure. Rang was the one who shouted to join the military police on the first day of the recruits' training. Now I see him in the Survey Corps. It's really surprising. No way. Why are you here? Hao Wang Haolun said in surprise. Mark, he's dead. After the blow of Mark's death, Jean became a lot more mature. How could this be? Alan's eyes suddenly dimmed. None of us know how he died. The topic was heavy, and an air of sadness hung over many. How did Mark die? Yibai glanced around, found Annie's figure, walked over, and said softly, Annie, should you know how Mark died? Hearing this, Annie's face froze. His whole body froze in place, his fists clenched secretly. Yibai captured every change in Annie's body, and gave her a little stimulation. Even with Annie's mentality and ability to bear, I am afraid it will collapse. Not far away, suddenly came the call of the squad leader Hans, the figure of everyone taking the cape of the wings of freedom. Yibai walked forward, but a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, kid, please keep a low profile before you have enough strength. I don't want similar words to be heard a second time. Chapter 112. Challenge Levi. Chapter 4. Please subscribe. Yibai took the wings of freedom cloak, put it on his body, and looked at Levi's back. This little guy is really not arrogant. Does he really think he is the strongest human being? Yibai chuckled. He had long wanted to compete with Levi, but he was struggling to find a suitable opportunity. Now an opportunity is in front of him. How could he miss it? Others are a little excited when they put on the cape of the wings of freedom. The black and white wings symbolize the spiritual totem of human beings and imply the never-ending fighting spirit. Hey, The little dwarf in front. Stop for me, Yi Bai said. Mikasa wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Although she complained about Alan in her mouth, she actually had no chance of winning against Levi. Both of them were the blood of the Ackerman fighting nation, and compared with women, men have overwhelming strength advantage. What did Yi Bai want to do? Everyone looked at Levi's back and suddenly froze, admiring Yi Bai's courage. Although Yi Bai is the strongest soldier in the training corps, he is compared to a rookie, and the man standing in front of him is the strongest man in the human race, and more than 363 people have heard of Levi's temperament. Great, if he offends him, even, he dares to fight the royal family. This is a unruly and fierce horse. Only Master Chief Elvin can surrender. Yi Bai is too impulsive. I don't think Chief Lee Welsh has the same knowledge as him. He closed his eyes helplessly and patted his head, obviously not having any confidence in Yi Bai. Does this guy think he's training the corps? The Master Chief hates people talking about his height. Coney was also a little speechless. Look, I don't think Yi Bai will necessarily lose. Armin's expression flickered, and he said slowly, Armin, do you also believe this guy will win? Ani didn't know when to put on Armin's shoulder, looked at Yi Bai and Levi lightly, and nodded. Ani. Armin turned his head in a daze. Ani seldom chatted up with him. Is it a ghost today? To show courtesy, Armin smiled shyly. Ani thinks. I agree with you. Annie's expression was very complicated. She said so, but she was cursing Yi Bai in her heart, wishing Yi Bai was severely humiliated by Levi. Hey, what are you talking about? Last to wear the capes because of their taller bodies, and they saw this scene as soon as they put them on. Well, see for yourself. Let's point to the front. This. After a few breaths, Rainer's expression suddenly changed. It was very exciting. Yi Bai wouldn't want to challenge Levi. Levi, even if he changed himself, didn't have the confidence to kill him. Yi Bai, why did Rainer already think that Yi Bai would lose for a while? As the squad leader of the crowd, Hans has nothing to do with this scene. It seems that he forgot to remind them of the most important point. In the Survey Corps, never touch the bad head of Captain Lewis, especially to comment on his height. But the god of war in my heart. This year's recruits are really arrogant. They can't finish it. They can only wait for Levi's reaction. Presumably the Master Chief wouldn't have a hard time with this kind of kid. It's called Yi Bai, right? Write it down. Hans secretly wrote down the name in his heart. Yi Bai's voice was so loud just now that almost everyone noticed this scene. The other side, Olu leaned against the wall, looking at this scene with anticipation, and in his heart he hoped that Chief Lee Welsh would give this kid a hard lesson. This year's recruits lack discipline. Eludor and Junda Shoji glanced at each other. Both of them spread their palms, expressing helplessness, with a playful smile on their faces. It's really been a long time since no one provokes Chief Lee Welsh, not to mention that this person is still a recruit. Petra, on the other hand, had some worry in her bright eyes. Captain Lee Welsh won't really beat this recruit. That's Levi. If it's me, I'd be more than willing to let the recruits improve their memory. Oluo, shut your mouth. No matter how much you pretend to be the Master Chief, you will never be him. Not even 10% of his 10th. Oreo's noise obviously made Petra dissatisfied. Yo, I'm so angry. You won't like the Master Chief. Oluo teased sarcastically. You. Hearing this, Pete's face suddenly turned red. What the hell are you talking about? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the dust was flying not far away, and it was almost an instant. Levi put on Yi Bai's shoulder and kicked him fiercely. Little devil. Levi didn't bother to care about Yi Bai, but this kick was just a simple lesson for Yi Bai. But Levi was stunned when the kick was about to smash into Yi Bai's body, only to see Yi Bai's body suddenly jump up, almost parallel to the ground, with the other hand on his shoulder. With the help of the reaction force, he slammed him fiercely. Levi's words were interrupted, and in the dense sound of fists and feet, everyone's eyes became shocked. The movements of the two were so dizzying that the air burst into a clanging sound like the collision of golden stones. Among them, Yi Bai's figure did not fall in the slightest. This year's recruits are really amazing. Hans stared at this scene in a daze. How many years have not appeared? Even the captain of Sanmao can't do it. Damn. There was a gloomy look in Levi's eyes. Yi Bai's fist was stronger than a wave, and finally hit him like a drum. With such a dense attack rhythm, the defense was impeccable, which made Levi feel surprise. The tiger's mouth gradually became numb. You continue like this, you will lose. Levi's breathing became rapid, and seeing Yi Bai's face not blushing or panting again, he couldn't help but be surprised by this guy's physical strength. This guy, Yi Bai, is really surprising. Rang's eyes lit up, looking at this scene with interest, but he was happy that his soldiers of the same age were much better than him. Captain Lee Welsh is not weak, but he just met a freak like Yi Bai. Sasha pouted. Mikasa's expression was calm. Since that day at the headquarters, she knew that Yi Bai was, after the mysterious person, she became accustomed to Yi Bai's amazing performance. Now Yi Bai, I am afraid even 1/10% of your strength is useless. Levi is a small man who is really humiliating himself. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read for collection, recommended. Chapter 113. Yi Bai won, the 5th update. Please subscribe. What are you doing? Just when the scene was about to get out of control, a voice suddenly interjected. Everyone turned their heads one after another, and it turned out to be Captain Irwin. In fact, Irwin came from a distance and has been observing the battle for dozens of seconds. He naturally knows Levi's strength. Although it is a bit exaggerated that one person is worth a human brigade, it is difficult for a class to deal with it. It's a proven fact that Levi can handle several of the strange species alone. Really surprised him was that Yi Bai, 6 years later, he was able to keep pace with Levi before he knew it. Levi relied on the amazing fighting instinct of the Ackerman nation to make his body respond and coordinate, reaching the strongest, avoiding most of the incoming damage. And what does Yi Bai rely on? Irwin is not angry. He is even happy to see this scene. If Levi is the ace of the Survey Corps, Irwin naturally hopes that the more such trump cards, the better. Alvin. Levi took the lead to withdraw from the battle, and secretly flicked his numb wrist. Yi Bai surprised him. It was amazing enough. You must know that Levi's fighting talent is unmatched, and he has never suffered a defeat so far. It was amazing enough that Yi Bai was able to tie him. This is what Levi had in mind. It seems necessary to treat these recruits differently. 4. Yi Bai. Levi is a man who also makes he was surprised. You must know that he has not opened the 8th door Dunjia, but after 6 years of tempering, this body has long been as hard as steel. But Levi's fist hits him, and there is still a feeling of pain, and his attack speed, it was extremely fast, and Levi was able to keep up. Such outstanding fighting talent was indeed the bloodline of the Ackerman family. Maybe Levi hasn't done his best. People like Levi are arrogant. If he needs to do his best for recruit, it's not in line with Levi's way of life. Quote, is it a tie? Coney was stunned. He has not recovered his senses until now. Chief Lee Welsh is like a myth in the eyes of the recruit. The same year soldier. Quote, no, if the starting line is the point where Yi Bai was standing just now, Yi Bai is standing 10 meters away from the starting line. That is to say, Chief Lee Welsh has retreated a full 10 meters. It can be said that this Yi Bai won the game. Armin stared at the noir marks on the ground, which were full of dense footprints. The two people's flashpoints were very concentrated, and they were both head to head, and there was almost no evasion. Is it? Let's follow Armin's gaze, thinking in his mind. Some time ago, many people's focus was on Alan, and the existence of Yi Bai was ignored. If Yi Bai was allowed to grow up for a few more years, would it be the god of war who will become the next soldier to command the human army? Let's think it's not impossible. Captain Levi is only temporarily at a disadvantage in the fight, but the reason Levi is really called a soldier is not fighting, but the unparalleled 3-dimensional maneuvering device operation skills, and commanding with a brain as intelligent as an official. In these 2 points, there is still a big gap between Yi Bai and Levi. This is a guess in the bottom of his heart. It can't be denied. He was shocked. At this moment, both Ani and Reiner kept silent. They thought that the giant transformation was Levi's opponent. It was because of Levi's existence that they dragged Aaron away until the end of the month. The time is ripe for an external investigation. They know that Yi Bai is very strong, because they have all suffered losses under Yi Bai, especially Ani, who hates it so much, but now they also have to admit that Bai's strength is terrible. I don't know if I'm in the corner of the wall. In Beta's heart, Levi is nothing. The entire Survey Corps, and even the entire inner world is nothing. Although his giant power is super huge, because of his size, his movement speed is slow, but the high temperature naturally emitted by the body is his best protective cover. In the Trost region that day completely shocked Betty. If it was a human soldier or other intelligent giant, Beta could understand it, but what really puzzled Betty was that this a human being is an ordinary human being. It was because it was so common that that Betty was horrified, even a little scared. In front of the man in black, Levi and Yi-Bai are nothing. Levier, what are you doing? Alvin asks. Just being bored, and the coaches of the recruit. The quality of this group of recruits is very good, especially this. I am very interested, why not let him join the action team to protect Alan? Levi rolled his eyes and said lightly, join the special action team. Alvin was thoughtful. The real purpose of this extra wall investigation was extremely secretive. Almost after thinking for a moment, Alvin understood what Levi was trying to convey. Ever since the news that Alan could become a giant came into Erwin's ears, Erwin was alert, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. The first human being who can be giant appeared, so does it mean that there is a second and third human being who can be giant? Even boldly speculate, whether the giant and the giant of armor are also changed by human beings. Come on, these mysterious beings that can be giants, what is their purpose? A few years ago, the death of the giant experimental body made Erwin confirm that these, disguised as human beings, are hidden inside the Survey Corps, and very likely to appear on the recruits' side. Because before the birth of 104, there has never been a similar situation. The only explanation is that these people took advantage of the disaster in AD 845 and infiltrated the human world. The real purpose of this out-of-the-wall investigation was actually to use Aaron to attract the giants hidden inside the investigation core and expose them completely. Order to fight against the outside world, you must be in peace first. This time the situation is extremely special, and Erwin's heart is ready for you to die. Only he and Levi knew about this action plan. Levi made this request on this critical occasion, no doubt because Yi-Bai's strength had already been recognized by him. Since it was Levi's request, he must have already thought about it carefully, so I agree. Yi-Bai, yes, you should accompany the special action team to investigate outside the wall and protect Alan together. Looking at Alan and nodding, Levi's mouth was half smiling. Very strange. Little devil, giants in the wild are not that simple. Don't be so scared to pee your pants. Chapter 114. The 57th Survey Outside the Wall, 6th Update. Please subscribe. A month later, east of the Wall of Rose, Calanes. Dang! The clear sound of the bell rang throughout the sky, and the soldiers of the Survey Corps, who were ready to go, stood guard in front of the city gate, waiting for Erwin's order to go out. Captain, prepare to open the door. The giants in the vicinity are far away. 30 seconds to leave the door. Every investigation outside the wall means a trip to hell. The veterans looked at the city gate calmly. Maybe this is their last investigation outside the wall. It seems that many people have already made up their minds to die, because there is only one heart to go. Only by dying can you gain a chance in the dangerous giant realm. It's the Survey Corps. The buildings on both sides of the street, the figures of two children peeked out from the windows, and their gazes towards the Survey Corps were full of envy and admiration. The logo behind them is the Wings of Liberty. The little boy is happy to 363. The little girl beside her explained. So handsome. This made the little girl crazy for a while, revealing the 2 rows of teeth that were not yet fully grown. The 2 children attracted Alan's attention. Once upon a time, he was also this little boy. He was full of envy and yearning for the wings of freedom, and kept it in his heart as a childhood dream. Now, many years have passed, and his dream has come true, but he is no longer as innocent and happy as he was when he was a child, because he finally understands the truth of the world, which is so cruel and cold. Thinking of this, Alan couldn't help but smile. Maybe many years later, the children will grow up and join the Survey Corps. The fire of hope for mankind is in the hands of generations, and it will be passed down from generation to generation. It has never been extinguished. It is an exhilarating force. The time has come. Next, mankind will take a big step forward. It's time to show the results of your training. Come on. In the middle of the queue, a veteran turned around and shouted at the soldiers behind him. People raised their war blades one after another, and bursts of shouts resounded through the sky, echoing in the Calanes area. The high morale is like the rising sun, rushing forward fearlessly. Even if it is full of thorns, it will not hesitate. The gates are open. The statue of the goddess Rose slowly disappeared from people's sight, accompanied by a violent sound of gears turning. The city gate opened upwards, rolled up a large piece of soil, and splashed down one after another. With serious eyes, the blue veins on his neck burst out, and he shouted hoarsely, "Go forward!" Accompanied by the chirping of the war horses, the high hoofs carried people's boundless longing for victory and strode forward to the field ahead. The 57th survey outside the wall has officially begun, and the whole army is advancing. Erwin took the lead and rushed forward. The troops passed through an abandoned town, where they were cruising everywhere, accompanied by the sound of air-shattering raids, and under the flying of the silver lines, one after another agile figures went back and forth between the buildings. From time to time, a blood flower blooms in the sky, followed by the dull sound of the giant falling to the ground, and the fighting power is unusually powerful. Although many recruits had already had contact with giants in the Battle of Tross, but after all, they had too little experience. They couldn't help but panic when they saw the giants in front of them. Sasha looked at the one on the right side of her body, gigantic. When someone was fighting, he couldn't control his scream. "Don't be afraid, hand it over to the cover team, and we'll move on." Beside him, the experienced veteran who was keeping pace with Sasha grabbed Sasha's head and turned her gaze back to the front. "Go, go." A series of hoarse shouts sounded one after another in the team. This is an experienced division with 100 battles. The cover team opened the way, and the main force continued to advance at a high speed. Yi Bai looked at the battle scenes, and his heart couldn't help but boil with enthusiasm. According to the previous battle plan, the support of the cover team only went to the old city, and then entered the giants' territory. The only thing the troops could rely on was the long-distance reconnaissance formation designed by Erwin. And Yi Bai's special operation, the team is in the center of the fifth column of the formation. This is the safest position in the entire formation. If something goes wrong here, it basically means that the entire army has been wiped out. Oluo-senpai, my soldiers, can they defeat the giant? Ellen couldn't help but ask. "What have you been doing this month, boy? Listen to me, stinky brat. The key to investigating outside the walls is how to avoid fighting giants." PFF. Blood splattered, and while the war horse was galloping, Oluo bit his tongue again. Now the troops have left the old city and reached the vast wilderness. Erwin, who was at the forefront, waved his right hand and shouted, "Long-distance reconnaissance formation, deploy." Hearing the order, the troops that were originally advancing in the shape of arrows spread out all around, and each team member maintained a certain distance. The edge of the formation was the most dangerous position, because there would be direct contact with the giant. When the time is to launch a flare, the people nearby see the flare exploded in the sky, and they also launch a flare. The flare means the transmission of information, until the commander Erwin receives the order, issues a strategic decision, and uses the flare again. Feedback is given, and the entire force transfers direction. This is the secret of long-distance reconnaissance formation. Different flares have different functions. This is a subject that recruits must master. Formation is completed. Erwin, who is in the center of the formation, must keep calm at all times, and make the most correct decision in case of emergencies. Soon, Sasha's direction was to encounter a situation, and she encountered a strange species crawling very fast. Because of excessive panic, should have immediately fired a red signal bomb to represent the situation, but ended up on horseback in the turbulence. The flare fell to the ground unfortunately. Fortunately, several veterans discovered the situation here and fired red flares in time. One veteran gritted his teeth and was in charge of luring the giant, chasing and fleeing too. In the race of 5, the giant finally hit a big tree and fainted, and several people were able to escape the danger. The other direction was the direction of Armin and Hans, and they also encountered one odd Xingzong. This strange Xingzi ignored them and rushed towards the center of the formation. Only when you encounter a strange species whose actions cannot be predicted, is there a need to fight. Under normal circumstances, veterans cannot fight without fighting. First, the geographical environment of the plane is not suitable for three-dimensional mobile devices to play. Second, the battle will increase casualties and hinder the march of the troop. It is not worthwhile. However, as a veteran Hans, this strange species will not be lured away. Its purpose is very clear, that is, the center of the formation. "No way, only on," Hans said secretly, and suddenly pulled out the silver and white double-edged. Chapter 115. Giantess, 7th more. Please subscribe. Sith, you come and aim at the back of his neck, Hans said. Plane combat is extremely unfavorable for the use of three-dimensional maneuvering devices, mainly because it is difficult to find a place to fix the anchor hook, or it will cause the anchor to fall off. Hans knew in his heart that the success rate of beheading this strange species is very small, but he can only fight, not let it. It destroys the formation. Opposite is Armin. As a member of his own class, Hans didn't want Armin to be frightened to death or even lose his life when he participated in the investigation outside the wall for the first time. Hans jumped off the war horse, and with the high-speed rotation of the winch, the light anchor hook slammed into the Achilles tendon of the giant's foot, and then the whole person slid across the grass, quickly approaching the Achilles tendon. Swish! With a flash of coldness, blood gushed out. Hans successfully cut off the giant's Achilles tendon, and the giant's actions became slow in an instant. Successfully blocked the giant's movement. Hans rolled back and forth on the ground, stabilized his body, and shouted at Sith, "Sis, hurry, take advantage of now." Before the giant got up, Sith leapt high from the sky, cutting off the back of the giant's neck in an instant. With the tacit cooperation of the two people, the danger was finally saved and the giant was successfully prevented from invading the formation. Who witnessed the whole battle scene, looked a little excited and shouted, "Success, squad leader Hans. Is it done?" Hans hesitated, but his warhorse also ran after him. "You are here, as expected of my beloved horse. I love you, Charlotte." Hans is a guy who loves horses like his life. Dong! The earth trembled slightly, and even when they were riding on horseback, the two of them could clearly hear the drum-like sound. Sith turned his head, saw the huge figure behind him, frowned and said, "Are you here again? What the hell is the investigation team on the right doing?" "This is another one. A strange breed. Judging from the fact that he ignored others and rushed over, this is another. A strange breed," Sith analyzed. "There's no way." With the successful experience just now, Hans was obviously much more confident this time, and said to the Sith, "Let's do it again. But we are really unlucky when we encounter two strange species in a row." Hans is already a member of the Survey Corps, a 3-year veteran. Not only is he strong in combat, but he is also extremely experienced. He is not a common giant. Under normal circumstances, the entire army can encounter two people in one day. It was relatively unlucky. I didn't expect that they would encounter two ends in this direction today. The odd-line species is much more dangerous than the ordinary species, and it might be fatal. That guy seems to be at least 14 meters, but it's not easy to deal with. Finished. Hans's eyes suddenly changed. He was shocked, and the footsteps behind him suddenly ran towards here. What a fast speed. Faster than the general odd line. That's too fast for anything. Armin, who was watching from a distance, fired a flare, and his expression darkened instantly. At this moment, this 14-meter level strange individual stepped over, and a crater burst open in the ground. If he hadn't evaded in time, he would have been trampled into patties. It's now. It's too late for Hans to hesitate, shouting, "Sith, go!" Good. An instant, Hans's body jumped high, and under the recoil of the gas, it quickly swept up the giant's neck, but this blow was avoided by the giant. Afterwards, Hans felt that his body suddenly lost his balance, and the composite steel rope connecting the body and the anchor hook was caught by the giant at some point. An irreversible gesture smashed towards the ground. Blood spattered, blood was blurred, and Hans died on the spot. Distance, Armin was stunned, the giant under the setting sun, like a terrifying sculpture, with long golden hair shimmering with light. Immediately afterwards, the giant charged towards Armin. Armin immediately. The horse ran wildly. In the panic, Armin tried his best to keep his composure and think hard. No, this is not a strange species. It is wise, just like the supergiant, the giant in armor, and Aaron. It is a human being wrapped in a giant's body. In an instant, Armin's heart is to make this judgment. It is who is it and why does it do it 1 inch? Armin was flustered. This is bad. What am I going to do? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Armin panicked, because the giant was getting closer and closer, and the footsteps were like thunder and rumbling. At this moment, in the other direction, the ground is covered with the corpses of human soldiers and war horses, and 8 giants are surrounding here, eating happily. The entire right side of the reconnaissance team was wiped out, because the female giant attracted a large number of giants, far exceeding the limit that the soldiers could deal with giants. The giantess passed over Armin's head high, and the moment the two looked at each other, Armin clearly saw a trace of emotional fluctuations in the giantess' eyes. Giantess stopped, and when she landed, the mud splashed high, instantly forced the war horse to stop, and under the influence of inertia, Armin flew out and fell to the ground at once. Armin got up from the ground in embarrassment, and before he got up, the mountain-like figure slowly bent down, and covered Armin with 2 fingers. "It's over. Are you going to die?" Armin's eyes widened, his mind went blank. Air suddenly solidified, replied. Armin's hat was taken off, and the giantess just held Armin's hat quietly, her body motionless. Armin was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe. Every second now seemed as long as a day, and Armin's heart was extremely anxious. After 10 breaths, the giantess loosened her hat, got up, and ran towards the sack in the distance. The thunderstorm-like footsteps resounded again. Armin knelt on the ground, stunned, staring at the back of the giantess with dull eyes. Won't you kill me? What happened just now? Take off my hat. Face. It's looking at my face. Armin suddenly realized something, and before he thought about it carefully, there was a sound of hoofs behind him. Turning his head, it turned out that Reiner was running over with a horse. Lena. Hey, can you stand up anyway? You can't live without riding a horse outside the wall. Get on your horse now. Rainer's voice was abnormally rapid, almost shouting loudly. Armin nodded loudly, and after the two mounted their horses, they continued to chase after the giantess. I've already seen that giant's ass. Is it an odd kind? Lena said. That's not a strange species, but a human being wrapped in a giant's body. This time, Armin's tone was unusually firm. Chapter 116. Armin's analysis. First update. Please subscribe. What did you say? Reiner was stunned, not knowing what Armin meant. Wait a minute, you have to fire a flare first. Armin suddenly remembered something. When he discovered such a dangerous target, he had to let Captain Erwin know about it. Bang! There was a gunshot behind him, and Reiner turned his head, only to see a yellow signal flare rising into the sky. Wait, let it seem that the flare has been fired. Bang bang bang. Immediately on the right, 3 orange flares rose in succession, which meant that an extremely dangerous situation had occurred on the right. Does that mean it was fired from the right flank, severely damaged and unable to continue the operation? Lena exclaimed. At this time, Let also keep up with the speed of the two people, and said, I heard that part of the right-wing reconnaissance team has been defeated. For some reason, many giants appeared, and several were very fast, although they barely kept up with them. However, it is no longer possible to continue the reconnaissance mission, and now the damage is heavy, and the entire army will be wiped out if you are not careful. It's from the direction that Guy appeared. Armin looked at the giantess in front of her eyes, and a guess rose in her heart. It might be. This giantess attracted the giant. Could it be that Guy attracted the giant? That Guy. Let's follow Armin's gaze and look forward, only to see one. A muscular, well-proportioned woman is running fast. Why are there giants there? Wonderful species. Let's ask. No, it's a human wrapped in a giant's body. A human who can become a giant like Ellen. Armin replied. What did you say? Armin, why do you think so? Reiner and Jean both expressed their confusion. Giants can only eat people. Although they will kill humans in the process of eating, the act of killing is not its purpose. But that Guy crushed his seniors to death when he was threatened. He killed them not to eat people, but to kill them. Compared with other giants, his essence is different. When the super large giant and the giant of Kai destroyed the city wall, it must be that Guy who attracted a large number of giants, with the same purpose, that is, to attack humans. No, it's hard to say. I feel like she's looking for someone. Analyzing this, Armin thought of a possibility. If this is the case, the person who is looking for may be Ellen. You mean Ellen? Reiner tilted his head. Ellen's Levi's team should be responsible for the right wing where she appeared at the time. Right wing. Let's marvel, but the meter I received was written on the rear of the left wing. My plan says right. Armin said, no, it's impossible to send Ellen to the front. Then where is Ellen? Lena asked. The plans of the three people show that I is different. It is obvious that Ellen was deliberately hidden by Erwin. It is very likely that Erwin had foreseen something in advance. This time the investigation was just a bait, waiting for the fish to take the bait. And this female giant was the first fish to take the bait. Ellen should be in the safest position in the formation. If so, it should be right behind the center. Armin is getting close to the truth. Armin, I don't have time to think about this now. We can't use flares to convey the danger level of that guy. In a short time, even the command team will be defeated. At that time, the formation will disintegrate, and our entire army will be wiped out. Let's have a very good sense of the overall situation, and reminded. Then what are you trying to say? What I want to say is that at this distance, it should still be able to attract that guy's attention. Let me say it. I feel regret. I feel that this idea is a little impulsive. Armin stared at Jean in in a daze, and said worriedly, "That's a wise giant. In her opinion, we are really like bugs, and we will be flattened when we step on it." "No way, that would be terrible." Rang floated a frantic look. "Are you really Rang?" "In my heart, Rang is a man who only thinks about himself." In Rainer's mind, Jean has always been calm and lacking in enthusiasm. "It's too rude of you to say that." Jean smiled. "I just don't want to let the ashes of those, I can't tell whose ashes are disappointed, who died in the recapture battle of Toros district. In that battle, my best friend Mark Potter also died, and I don't even know how he died, for the idea of joining the Survey Corps, and he already hated giants. I know exactly what the next job is, and it's our choice. Help me, let's get a little excited." Armin was stunned for a while. He understood what was in his heart. "Put your hat on, lower it a little, and don't let her see your face. That guy shouldn't shoot casually without knowing who we are." Armin said. "I see. Are you really sure that she won't just kill anyone who could be Ellen?" "This is really comforting. Then by the way, pray that her eyesight is not good." Reiner was a little excited, although he and the giantess came from the same place, but he suffered from schizophrenia, and now he is in the personality of a human soldier, and his state is very stable. "Armin, you used to always stick with Ellen, which made me sick, but I think you're a capable guy." Armin's meticulous speculation and analysis made him also convinced. "Ah, thank you, but you're going too far to say disgusting." Armin naturally knew Jean's subtext. Her sexual orientation was normal. What the hell was Jean talking about? After the words were finished, the three of them looked at each other without hesitation. How Wong Hao surrounded the pass. "Compared with when I came, the speed is much slower. Are you tired?" Armin thought, if she runs at that speed, we won't be able to catch up. "It's time to do it now. We must do it now. Just follow what I said just now. Attract the attention of the other party as soon as possible, buy time for our retreat, and keep her here as much as possible. It would be best if you can cut off her Achilles tendon, but don't force it. I don't expect to be able to solve her. She knows very well that the back of her neck is her weakness. She is completely different from other giants. It is impossible to solve her. At least according to the common sense of human beings. It is like this. But if it's those two people, maybe." Everyone is thinking about countermeasures. Armin thinks of two people in his mind. If Yibai and Levi are here, maybe they can solve this giantess. Philo reminds you. Read 3 Things Favorites, recommended. Chapter 117. The Goddess is Here. The second update. Please subscribe. Shoo. Let jump off the horse. Back. The light anchor hook turned into a silver light, hooked out like lightning, but it was stuck in the soil. Giantess turned around, but did not attack. Her huge palm was wrapped in heavy wind pressure, and slapped the warhorse under Armin, and Armin flew out directly, rolling on the ground for more than 10 meters before it was worthy of stopping. The whole person is extremely embarrassed. The sky cast a large shadow. Armin watched the giantess squat down beside him. This was his second provocation. Would she kill him? Armin was very nervous. "Armin!" Jean shouted and rushed up again. "Damn, I underestimated her. This guy's action accuracy far exceeds that of ordinary giants." Jean's body quickly approached the female giant, and quickly circled behind the female giant, but the female giant suddenly protected her with her hands. Back neck. That this guy can protect his weakness. He can't escape now. If she is caught by the rope, it will be finished. In an instant, he is in a desperate situation. The light anchor was firmly stuck in the giantess' muscles and could not break free. The situation was already extremely critical. Lena exclaimed, but it was too late. The giantess' big mountain-like hand slapped Rang fiercely, and the ripples in the air were almost clearly visible to the naked eye. Critical moment. Armin became anxious and shouted, "Let go and avenge that idiot who is in a hurry to reincarnate." Armin. Surprise. With these 363 sentences blurted out, the giantess suddenly stopped attacking. Her body stayed where she was, and remained motionless. Killed by this guy. Get revenge on that guy on the right, who is rushing to reincarnate. Armin was betting. Fortunately, he bet right. The giantess really came for Ellen. Ellen's death is a reason that Armin deliberately made up. If the giantess cares about Ellen, then Ellen's death will definitely interfere with the actions of the giantess. One hit succeeded. Jean got a chance to breathe, quickly pulled away, and hid behind a tree. Did he hit his head and go insane? Oops, it's this time. Lena. Jean tilted his head. Reiner had already started to move. My best friend is trampled to death by this guy. Armin continued to provoke the giantess, hoping to create more time for her companions to attack, I also saw corpses stuck under her feet. Right now, Reiner stared at the front. The light anchor hook directly stuck on the neck of the giantess, and her body flew up instantly. Must be successful, and now this guy's attention is attracted by Armin. Reiner quickly flew to the height of the giantess' head, and saw her expression through the bangs of the giantess actually laughed. Suddenly, a bad premonition came to mind, and before he could react, Reiner's entire body was tightly grasped by the female giant. Both Jean and Armin were dumbfounded. Lai was caught, and the giantess was exerting force. Reiner's expression was very painful. At this rate, Reiner would be crushed alive by the giantess. Did it fail for a moment? No matter how powerful the two are like Reiner, it is impossible to get away in this situation, and the two of them have no strength to save Reiner. Watching Reiner die like this, Armin has a very smart brain, but in the face of this situation, her mind is also blank. Well, Armin's eyes couldn't get any bigger. His eyes were full of horror. He saw the giantess's thumb pressed on Reiner's head and pressed down with a bang. PFF. Blood splattered and fell from the sky. It's over. Armin is completely stunned. Reiner is dead. Hey, Reiner, you. Jean couldn't believe the scene in front of him. The impulse just now turned into deep regret. If it wasn't for his own advice, Reiner would not have died. Just when the two of them were desperate, a sudden change suddenly occurred. With a crisp explosion, the giantess' hands suddenly burst open. Reiner's swirling figure, with an extremely ferocious complexion, flew down from the sky in an instant, hugged Armin and fled to a safe place. This guy Lena is really amazing. Made him extremely surprised. In that case, he would definitely die if he was replaced by himself. Reiner, who had been neglected by him, turned out to be extremely strong. He had been paying attention to the dazzling light of Yibai and Mikasa, but he had forgotten about Reiner. Na is actually a very strong and reliable guy. Enough for time. Get out of this guy. Reiner seemed to be tireless, holding Armin by his waist, frantically chasing Jean's footstep. At this moment, Armin had blood on his head, and his breath was very weak. Look, that bastard giantess. It seems that she was scared by us and went home. As if to confirm Reiner's speculation, the giantess stepped forward. Instead of continuing to attack, she ran into the distance. Well, Armin's eyes looked at the running figure of the giantess. Something seemed wrong. That direction was directly behind the center of the formation. Could it be Ellen's direction? After the battle just now, the horse died, and the war horse was startled, and the three of them had only one war horse left, and they could not continue the fight at all. In the investigation outside the wall, there are two kinds of combat preparation materials that play a role in determining life and death. The first is the three-dimensional mobile device, and the second is the horse. Former provides survivability, the latter provides movement speed. Both are equally important and are indispensable. Reiner carefully checked Armin's injuries, and whether the three-dimensional maneuvering device was damaged. Jean stood aside and kept whistling for the war horse, but he couldn't get a response for a long time. A horse can carry 2 people at most. If you want to leave, you must leave one person behind, and the person who stays will face the threat of death alone, and the chance of survival will become very slim. After all, in this giant rampant of the kingdom, and not moving means death. Who left him, Reiner, or Armin? After thinking about it for a while, he was suddenly annoyed at why he was thinking about such a question. It's really bad. The three of them have just come back from the dead end. Shouldn't they help together now? Jean was originally a selfish guy, but after the death of Mark Potter, the whole person has changed a lot. Wait, Armin's consciousness became much clearer, and he stood up from the ground. Let's fire off the flares first. If the formation is straight, the people in 4 columns and 3 shifts should be close by now. Purple flare, a flare to signal an emergency, was lifted into the air. Jean doesn't think that he can be rescued by this. Armin, let's wait 3 more minutes, and before that, we decide who stays. Lena said calmly. I'm staying. Armin answered almost without hesitation. But in exchange, I hope you can report one thing for me, preferably only to Captain Irwin. That, Armin, you'd better report it yourself. The person who spoke was Jean, and Armin wondered why Jean would say such a thing, and followed Jean's eyes. I saw was a smiling and cute figure who was leading 2 horses and ran towards here. That figure seemed to be Hysteria. The blonde girl under the sun broke the embarrassment of several people in an instant. Hysteria is the goddess of several people. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Philo novel. Chapter 118. Ruthless Killing. 3rd more. Please subscribe. You are all right. Hysteria led the horse to a slow stop. She was kind by nature, and it seemed that she knew that Armin and others had just experienced a battle. Seeing Zabu on Armin, head, she couldn't help asking with concern. Said, Armin, how did you get hurt? It's okay. Well, it's alright. Armin pulled the reins and nodded. That flare can actually make you come. Apparently, the arrival of Hestia was beyond Rainer's expectations, because I happened to be nearby, and Jean's horse is there. Hesteria said, even the horse likes you. It seems that you have an incredible character. You saved us a life. Leonard rode. Hesteria smiled. Her heart was like pure gold, and when she saw that everyone was fine, she couldn't help crying with excitement. Everyone, it's great that the worst didn't happen. The sun shone across Hestria's profile, and at this moment, everyone was in a trance, as if seeing a living goddess statue. Goddess, I want to marry her. The eyes of several people were focused on Hestria, and they were all overwhelmed. Okay, we have to get back into the formation quickly. Hesteria rode. Yeah, that's right. The retreat order should have been issued. Let go of the way. A few people mounted their horses and galloped on the broad pasture. But you have to return immediately after you leave the wall. The future is much darker than you imagined. The other guy ran in the opposite direction of the leader team for some reason. The guy in the mouth is naturally a giantess. That guy. Before Hestria could finish speaking, several green flares suddenly rose in the distance. Green flare. Be a little surprised. It seems to just change the direction of the formation, and the battle will continue. Armin said. How could this happen? Isn't it an order to retreat? Hesteria was puzzled. What on earth is Captain Irwin thinking? Was puzzling for him to understand that the reconnaissance formation on the right wing was almost wiped out, and there were still giantesses harassing him, so retreating now is undoubtedly the wisest choice. The judgment of not being able to continue fighting should rest with all the soldiers. Didn't the command team see the smoke bomb? Rainer also did not understand the order to continue fighting. Although I don't understand, there is no doubt about what we should do now. Keep fighting. Armin said. Armin fired a green flare that soared toward the sky, leaving a green tail. Other side, Levi's team. Levi looked at the smoke of the flare, and Oluo on the side said, Oluo, you come and launch. As ordered. Oreo nodded. On Yibai's side, the reason why the progress is so smooth so far is probably because his team is in the safest position in the entire formation, and most of the dangers have been eliminated by other people. The real situation may not be optimistic. As if to confirm his guess, a messenger inserted into the team and shouted, Report, it's a verbal order. The reconnaissance troop on the right side has been devastated, and some of the reconnaissance troop has lost its function. Please pass the above order to the left. Party team. You hear me, Petra. Levi's face was calm and he looked at Petra. Go. Yes. Petra rode away. The right side. Alan felt uneasy. He remembered that Armin was there, but Armin and the others were all in charge of the positions near the center. The giants should not have penetrated there yet. Just as he was thinking, a few black streaks rose from the side. Signal bomb. Black flare. Yibai's eyebrows are slightly wrinkled, which represents the meaning of the strange line, which is really more and more interesting. But if it's just a strange species, it won't inspire Yibai's desire to fight. Ellen, come and launch. Yes, it's such a shame to let the giant go so deep into the formation, which is a shame for Levi. Alan fired the flare. He stared blankly into the distance, where the black smoke has not yet dissipated. Is there someone fighting the giant there? Alan thought. An abandoned town. The giantess has already marched here, and several soldiers of the Survey Corps are trying their best to stop her. A soldier rode on a horse, raised a flare gun and launched it, trying to break the giant's eyes, but was dodged by the female giant. Immediately afterwards, the three soldiers jumped up and carried out a coordinated and seamless strike. 3 attacks. Although the giantess' head is very flexible, it is definitely not able to block all of them. As long as the spine or Achilles tendon is cut in any place, it can block her footstep. This is the expectation of several people. It is based on past and summarized from the experience of fighting giants. However, the truth, in the face of the influx of attack, the female giant grabbed a composite steel rein, jumped up, and then fell fiercely, instantly trampling the soldiers under her feet into mashed flesh, like a tomato explosion. A large amount of blood was spattered on it, like a slaughterhouse. This blow was too shocking. Even the veterans were a little dazed, and hurriedly dodged. Another soldier was caught by the giantess' rope, and his whole body was suspended in the air, swaying back and forth like a pendulum. The giantess held one end of the twisted rope. Like a toy, it spun rapidly. The blood of the soldier's body on the other end was unbalanced, and the blood pressure pressure rose rapidly, like a leaking balloon. The centrifugal force of the blood down, gushing out, and then the giantess let go, and her body, which was completely bloody, shot directly into the distance like a cannonball. The remaining soldier suppressed the panic in his heart and ran away on his horse. He must tell others that there is such a guy. This is the only thought in his heart. However, the hunting of the giantess continued. The sound of rumbling footsteps came, and the moment the soldier turned his head, he was kicked flying with his horse. Soon, another soldier who came to support from other directions died in the hands of the giantess. The command team has reached the forest of giant trees. The forest of giant trees, as the name implies, is a forest full of huge trees, which provides a natural refuge for human beings. There seems to be a sign of a giant passing through. There is no vegetation on the road, and the carriage should be able to pass. Erwin took the lead and rushed into the forest of giant trees. This will be the final battleground for the investigation outside the walls, and victory or defeat will be decided in one fell swoop. Send the order to the rear. Only the freight carriages in the middle column and the escort team are allowed to enter the forest. Alvin rode. The forest of giant trees. The sun is covered by tall trees, and the shade is lush, casting light spots on the ground. Soon, people from other directions also came here to work. Chapter 119. Forest of Giant Trees. Fourth more. Please subscribe. Except for the freight carriage and the escort team in the middle column, after entering the forest of giant trees, all the other personnel were on standby in place. After receiving this order, everyone expressed their incomprehension. The troops have already suffered heavy casualties. Isn't it the most rational to retreat now? Many people don't know the intention of this operation. Very few really know, and they can count them with their fingers. Most of the people who complained were recruits, and the veterans were silent. Although they also felt the goal of the next plan, they still chose to unconditionally accept the orders of Captain Erwin. The captain must be more far-reaching than they thought. In short, I believe that the head of the regiment is the idea. This is the thought of many veterans. Under the comfort of the veterans, the mood of the recruits has gradually calmed down. The forest of giant trees. 363. The trees are incomparably tall. Even if the giants stand under the roots of the trees, they look very small and unusual, and everyone standing on the waist of the tree can be said to be quite safe. Ordinary species can't climb trees at all. Even the strange species are very reluctant, and their weak points are exposed in the air, and they can be killed at any time. Although everyone is puzzled, this is undoubtedly a chance to rest. After all the troops arrived at the forest of giant trees, the escort team led by Levi had been deep inside for a while. Master Chief, chief level, Alan shouted. What's the matter? You still ask me? This is the forest. Only if the middle column enters the forest, you will not be able to detect the approach of the giant. It seems that something is approaching from the middle column. How can we avoid the giant and protect the carriage? Alan said anxiously. Don't keep talking about such an easy-to-understand thing. That kind of thing can't be done a long time ago. Levi said calmly. Then why? Take a good look around, Ellen. Look at these tall and unseemly trees. This is an excellent combat environment that allows us to make full use of the three-dimensional mobile device. Give me a good think. Use your inflexible brain. If you don't want to die, use your brains with all your might. Yes, Alan suddenly understood something. Perhaps because he was a recruit, so he couldn't understand the current situation, and he didn't tell me the situation easily, because I had to learn by myself. The seniors must be masters of fighting giants in this way. Method. What's going on? It's really inexplicable. What's going on? Oluo kept mumbling and was captured by Alan. More often than not, other people have a stiff face, gritted their teeth and rushed forward, seeming to be extremely unwilling. What's the situation? Doesn't anyone understand the current situation? It's not even the Chief Lee Welsh. Bang! A black flare suddenly rose in the direction of the right wing. This was an emergency. The sound of the flare rising into the air was clearly audible, indicating that the place where the battle broke out was very close to the escort team. That guy from the right wing, Dunjia speculated. You guys draw your swords for me, said. Once the other party appears, the opportunity is only for a moment. Alan's eyes looked behind him, and a shadow appeared between the shadows of the trees, followed by a larger figure, which slapped the soldier into flesh with a bang. Run! Levi shouted. The team suddenly increased speed. The giantess behind him was thrown a distance away, and a big hand hit the tree, directly interrupting the tree. The scene was a mess. If it hit a person, it would be almost impossible. Can't imagine. The explosive power of the giantess is terrifying, and it is much more terrifying. It's so fast, I can't dodge in this forest. Going to be chased. Master Chief, enter the three-dimensional maneuver. Master Chief. The voices of the crowd became hurried. Obviously the situation situation was extremely critical. Yi Bai looked calmly behind him. The giantess finally appeared. At this moment, Yi Bai changed his posture, from prey to hunter, locking the giantess as his prey. Shoo shoo. There were two sounds of thunderous storms coming from behind. It was the rear support team that came to reinforce. The purpose was to buy enough time for the escort team. In just a few dozen breaths, all the rear support teams were killed in battle. Many people in the escort team shed a cold sweat. This is definitely not a strange species. It may be a new type of giant. Master Chief, let's do it. Let's do it. That guy is too dangerous. We should do it now. Look at me smashing you into pieces. Many people were so anxious that they couldn't sit still and urged Levi, but Levi turned a deaf ear. Idiot, he broke into hell by himself. You are now chasing a group of masters who specialize in hunting giants. Ellen turning back, why hasn't Chief Level issued an order, and what is he waiting for? Please order, you will be caught up in this way. We came to the forest to kill that guy, right, Master Chief? Master Chief, please order, ... This time, Levi finally reacted, tilted his head and said indifferently, all team members, cover your ears. Bang! A signal catapulted out. It was a special signal bomb. Shock bomb. Everyone covered their ears, and the sound in the air was extremely harsh, like grinding iron. What is your mission? Is it impulsive for the sake of a momentary impulse? It shouldn't be. The mission of our squad is to do our best to protect the kid over there from damage. As long as we have a breath, we must ride on horses and move on, understand? Levi rode. Understood. After getting Levi's exact reply, Petra first expressed her understanding. This is in her too. 5A man with a heart like a god, his decision should not be wrong. Go on. Where are we going? Besides, that guy is right in front of you. Here comes again. A new reinforcement team appeared, and Alan was very anxious. He witnessed the terrifying fighting power of the female giant. If he didn't go to the reinforcements quickly, these people would all die. Do you want to watch them die? No. Do it yourself. No. Alan, look forward. Shut up. Don't mess your pace. Maintain top speed and move forward. Oluo and others discourage them one after another. Why can't anyone stop her if Levi's team doesn't even take action? Alan couldn't understand at all. He really couldn't bear to see the seniors die one after another in order to protect themselves. Chapter 120. Chasing and killing the female giant. Do it if you want. I can see that he is a real monster and has nothing to do with the power of giants. No matter what force is used to suppress him, no matter what cell he is put in, no one can make him obey. Levi said. Ellen, the difference in judgment between you and us comes from the difference in experience between you and us, but you don't need that. Choose. Whether you choose yourself or choose to trust us, no one can predict the result, so try not to make your choice regretful. After Levi finished speaking, Alan was silent, and the struggle in his heart had weakened a lot. Level, let me go. You guys keep going. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the back of the team. Everyone turned their heads, and before they could stop it, they saw Yi Bai got off the horse and charged towards the female giant. Yi Bai, the danger will come back soon. Alan shouted. What the hell is this guy doing? Master Chief, let's go up and help. This year's recruits are really impulsive. Although they are very strong, they must also clearly distinguish the occasion. At this moment, everyone pulled out the war blade, just waiting for Levi's final order. Yi Bai. Levi gave Yi Bai a deep look. In fact, a few months ago, Erwin had shown him a report on the 104th recruit. Keith's evaluation of Yi Bai above shocked Levi. Yi Bai is one of the strongest geniuses in human history. Therefore, accepting Yi Bai's challenge that day was not a momentary impulse. The word impulse is used in Levi's body is obviously not suitable. He just wanted to test Yi Bai's strength, but he did not disappoint himself. This guy's fighting ability is very strong, very strong. This is Levi's evaluation of Yi Bai. Let's go. Levi turned back. Keep going. Surly Welsh. Yi Bai will die. Alan was a little anxious. Take your head and think about it. Yi Bai is your soldier of the same age. You should know his abilities better than me. This guy won't die so easily. Levi said lightly. Hearing this sentence, Alan was stunned. That's right. Yi Bai is like a devil. Alan no longer hesitated in his heart. His eyes became firm, and he chose to follow Levi's team to move forward. The back, Yi Bai's body flew between the trees. His body was extremely fast and his movements were extremely agile, like a bolt of lightning. He dodged the giantess's 3 attacks one after another, and finally pulled back the light anchor and stood firmly on the shoulders of the giantess. Ani, Yi Bai whispered. We met again. I miss the feeling on your body. Yi Bai's words were shameless and directly hit the pain point of the female giant. Giantess stopped. stopped, froze in place, turned her head, and looked at Yi Bai, who was standing on her shoulders with a hippie look. She hated this face so much that she wanted to tear it off with her hands. However, very quickly, it shocked people's hearts. How did he know his true identity? It was the first time he had become a giant publicly. How did he know it? If his existence is revealed to him, then there is no possibility for him to continue mixing in the wall, so Yi Bai must die. Before that, Annie's most important task is to recapture Alan, so that he can return to his hometown and leave this life that he hates. However, now there is one thing that is more important than taking Alan back, and that is to kill Yi Bai. His identity must not be revealed. Thinking of this, the giantess let out a scream. The sound was like a wave, rolled away, and put her palm on it. On his shoulders, he wanted to grab Yi Bai. However, Yi Bai was dodged away. Yi Bai, who was flying in midair, froze for a moment, and his body suddenly lost his balance. It turned out that Annie's goal was not himself, but the composite steel strands scattered in the air. Rope, have you been caught by her? Yi Bai's body turned in a circle in the air for a moment, and then slammed towards the ground. If they collided directly, at the current speed, their brains would definitely collapse in an instant, and they would die on the spot. Jingmun, open. Yi Bai entered the 8th door state in an instant, and the moment his body fell to the ground, he bounced again. The breath exuding from his body made the surrounding trees tremble, and the turbulent green light illuminated a large forest, like the beasts of the blue sky. Even the female giant felt heart palpitations at this moment. The figure of the giantess stagnated again, and her calm gaze fluctuated for the first time, and it was very violent. This fact was beyond her expectations. She never imagined that the one who blocked the super large giant that day, the mysterious existence, is actually Yi Bai. Even the super giant is not his opponent. Is it possible for him? Although he has the ability to crystallize, the super giant is not weak. She witnessed that scene with her own eyes. The power beyond the limits of the human body. The fist speed is so fast that it can burn the air and shoot a series of fireballs. I am afraid that his crystal layer will be shattered by him. Unparalleled speed, extremely terrifying power. The combination of the two is invincible existence. Giantess felt heart palpitations, and at the moment of thinking, Yi Bai rushed up. Ani, being absent in battle is not a good habit. Boom. This blow was extremely terrifying, and a gray shock wave swept through the air, and the dust flew up in an instant. Yi Bai raised his head and looked at the figure of the giantess leaping high. This blow was thrown into the air, and then the sound of footsteps like rushing thunder sounded again. Boom, boom, boom. Looking at the figure of the giantess running forward, Yi Bai pouted. What a coward. I don't even have the courage to fight. I am forced to reveal my true body if I don't go through it. How can I do it without paying some price? Yi Bai turned into a flash of lightning and chased after him in an instant. In a very short time, he narrowed the distance between himself and the female giant. Then the ground exploded, and the whole person swept up to the sky with a bang, and a tsunami-like punch hit the back of the female giant's neck. It's too fast. Everything is in a flash, and the giantess can't reach out and block. Swish! A dazzling blue appeared in front of Yi Bai's eyes. This was the crystalline layer of the female giant, and the weapons of human soldiers could not leave traces on it at all. Boom! Yi Bai was not afraid and smashed it directly. The terrifying power, under the impact of extremely strong force. A few seconds later, the surging power like a volcanic eruption suddenly exploded. The crystal layer shattered with a bang, and turned into ice crystals that scattered all over the sky. The female giant was stagnant and forcibly accelerated a bit. The figure behind her was like a beast bigger than herself, and she became the prey. This made Ani inexplicably think of a person, the giant beast, Jite. PFF. Ani, who was wrapped in the giant's body, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Although most of the power of this blow was blocked, there were still a trace of force came in, causing her to be slightly injured. Yi Bai is really terrifying. The giantess ran forward like a madman, and fell into the trap prepared by Erwin. Chapter 121. Capture the giantess alive. First update. Please subscribe. Boom. After running to a certain area, the giantess's feet suddenly sank in, and with a deafening sound, Erwin, who was hidden behind the treetops, flashed out, holding a war blade and shouted, "Fire!" Several huge gray circular launchers were hidden behind the trees. After hearing the order, order, the soldiers who had been waiting for a long time immediately. When the device was activated, golden light suddenly flashed, like a machine gun spitting fire snakes wildly. A series of dense explosions suddenly resounded throughout the area, and countless light anchor hooks shot out from the launch tube, accurately piercing the body of the female giant inside. When the dust dissipated, countless silver threads collapsed tightly in the air, exuding a chilling cold light, and the body of the female giant seemed to be stuck in a swamp, unable to move at all. Levi's team is still there. Galloping forward, Alan looked at the scene behind him in astonishment, his eyes full of shock. Seeing the initial success of the battle plan, Levi turned his head and said, "Tie the horses a little further away, and then start the three-dimensional maneuver. I will act alone, and the team will be temporarily handed over to Eludor. After a proper distance, hide Alan, and the horse will be handed over to you." Speaking, Levi shot a light anchor hook straight at the top of the tree, and the whole person got off the horse's back and flew upwards. Alan looked at the female giant wrapped in countless silver threads, and an idea flashed in his mind. Is it possible to capture this female giant alive and then turn his head to look at the others? Their eyes are full of undeniable disapproval of Leeway. Ur's affirmation. "See, Ellen, we've got the giant. This is the strength of the Survey Corps. Don't underestimate us, you idiot." How is it? Understand? For a time, Alan felt ashamed for what he had just thought. Other direction, Alan flew to Erwin's side. "Looks like she's finally stopped moving." Levi looked at the giantess in the distance and said calmly, "But it's so nice of you to be able to lure her to this location." Alvin rode. "Thanks to the guard team and Levi's hard work, we bought time for us. Without them, we would not have succeeded." Levi did not forget the dead soldiers. "Is it?" "That's right. Thanks to them, we got a chance to hide the guy in the back of her neck." Levi rode. It turns out that Erwin and Levi have long suspected that there are other human beings who can be giants hiding in the human camp, and then they formulated this battle plan. After countless people's efforts and sacrifices, they finally succeeded. "I hope you don't pee your pants inside," Levi said disdainfully. Levi's team moved on. "Is it a strange species, or is it the same as a supergiant? Could it be that Captain Elvin?" Alan muttered to himself. "Hey, don't give me a daze. Olu, Ellen, something is wrong. I'll think about it later. Let's go to the forest first." Petra said. "Yes." Alan nodded. The forest of giant trees was extremely dark and dark. Erwin and Levi stood on the treetops behind the female giant, and Levi pulled out the battle blade, ready to attack. "Wait, Levi, be cautious." Alvin rode. "The second and third waves are launched, and the preparations will follow." With Erwin's order, countless light anchor hooks were fired again, almost 3 times the number before, completely blocking the action ability of the female giant. Levi's team ran into the depths of the forest and tied up the war horse. At this moment, Alan finally understood the real purpose of this battle. It turned out that capturing the giantess alive was the true thought of Captain Elvin. Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking. "It was for this purpose at the beginning." "Yes, but it's okay for recruits like us, who have been in the Survey Corps for so long. The seniors didn't even know about it." Alan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted. Quote, "That's enough." Oreo pouted. "Are you saying we're not trusted by the captain and the Master Chief?" Petra asked back. "But that's the truth." Alan rode. Hearing this, Oluo couldn't bear it anymore, so he pulled out the war blade, turned around and pointed at Alan. "Petra, pull out this kid's teeth, and then switch the front teeth and molars." "No, Alan is right." Sighed, Junda Shoji said, "I think there must be a reason why the head of the regiment can't trust us." "What reason?" Eldo asked. "There is only one reason not to be trusted. Humans who can become giants, or the spies who assist them are hidden inside the Survey Corps." Junda Shuts's eyes looked uneasy into the distance. "Do spies really exist?" Eludor murmured. "At least that's what the regimental commander thinks. I'm afraid those who know this battle are all veterans who survived 5 years ago." Junda Shuzi rode. "So it is so." Eludo nodded. "It must be like this. Do you understand, Ellen? That's how it happened." Oreo tilted his head and said to Alan, "Well, if that's the case, there's no way to do it. Suppose it was 5 years ago. When the city wall was first destroyed, the spies had already mixed into the organization, so the suspect could only be someone who came later." Petra analyzed. "So is that the guy who killed Sunny and Bing?" Sunny and Bin in Junda Shuzi's mouth are the names Hanji gave to the 2 giant experimental subjects. "At that time, the head of the regiment asked me a question." Petra seemed to think of something. The head of the regiment asked me, "Do you know who the enemy is?" Hearing this sentence, Alan was startled, because Alvin also asked himself this question, but he didn't answer it. "If you can answer that question, you should be able to participate in this battle." Junda Shoji nodded and said, "I don't think there is such a person. I know the answer, but I don't have an answer. Do you guys know why?" Oreo pretends to be a mysterious way. "Why?" Petra asked. "What? I don't know. Forget it. Of course you won't understand at this level, because you haven't reached my realm," Oreo said helplessly. Looking at Oluo, who was selling himself and boasting, everyone rolled their eyes, and Petra couldn't help but said, "I said, do you still want to imitate the words of the Levice? The Levice will not say such things." In Alan's mind, he did not hear the voices of the crowd at all, and was immersed in thinking, if the battle plan is successful, then mankind will be one step closer to the truth. But even for this purpose, too many people have been sacrificed, and the scene of the tragic death of the seniors reverberated in Alan's mind. And Alan's expression became sinking. "Do you think the captain did something wrong?" Jundasius asked. Chapter 122. Mutation. Second. Please subscribe. Ellen, maybe you didn't know it before, but now you should understand the reason for handing over the Survey Corps, which symbolizes the hope of mankind, to Captain Irwin. Jundashutz explained. "That's why Chief Level trusts him so much." Petra agreed with a smile. "If you can live until then, talk about it." Oreo nodded. Alan lowered his head, looking thoughtful. At this moment, in the other direction, with Irwin's order to launch, countless anchor hooks shot out again, precisely stabbing the giantess' hip. "How about this? Even if the body is itchy, there is no way to scratch it." Hanji didn't know when he appeared here. The more you try to block the wound, the more firmly the joint will be locked. He. Hanji couldn't help laughing, but still can't figure out the person hiding in the neck. What the hell are Levi and Sanmao doing? As soon as Hanji finished speaking, two sharp figures suddenly fell from the sky, slashing towards the hands of the female giant that were protecting the back of her neck. Bang! There were two clear shattering sounds, and in an instant, a transparent crystalline layer similar to ice crystals covered the back of the female giant's hand. The final result of the collision was that the crystalline layer was intact, but the two men's war blades were broken. A hit! He immediately pulled away, and Sanmao returned to the treetop and shook his head helplessly towards Irwin. 363 With hard skin similar to the rumored ability of the giant in armor, if you continue to attack with the three-dimensional blade, can it be weakened? I have no time to try it. Thinking of this, Irwin raised a hand. A soldier appeared beside him. Prepare to blast. The hands that destroy the target, Irwin said calmly. But with the power of the existing explosives, it is possible to blow up the inside of the back of the neck. Soldier thought for a while and then expressed his opinion. Then find a way to blow her wrist off and wait for my signal to detonate at the same time. Irwin put his right hand on the soldier's shoulder and said lightly, "Understood." Soldier said. The interlaced sunlight, the woods looked hazy and abnormal, and a figure stood above the head of the giantess. It was Levi. "Hey, you almost came out for me. We don't have that much time. What do you think will happen next? Do you think you can get out of your current situation? I really hope you can think about it for us. You seem to have killed my subordinates in various ways. Is that funny? I think it's funny now, and I say the same for you." Levi tilted his head. "I think you should be able to understand what I said. By the way, I have a question. It shouldn't be a problem to cut off your hands and feet, and it should grow back." The giantess's mood began to fluctuate, and the anchor hooks that were tied trembled slightly. "I mean your original body. If you die, then..." "Ah!" The giantess suddenly screamed, and an extremely strong cyclone suddenly surged around her body. The raging wind, and the harsh sound waves interrupted everyone's actions in an instant. The wave resounded throughout the entire forest of giant trees. The voice lasted for about 30 seconds, and finally stopped. Lisei gloomily put down the hand covering his ears. "You bastard. It really scared me. Alvin, there is a situation." Sanmao roared. "What's the situation?" Alvin roared. "From all directions, and in great numbers, and at the same time." Sanmao's middle finger is naturally a giant. The female giant's cry has attracted countless brainless giants, and the scene instantly becomes extremely dangerous. Rumbling. In the distance, like 10,000 horses galloping, there was a sound of great tremors. The little little giant appeared in Erwin's line of sight, directly biting the female giant's butt. Erwin was startled. These giants are targeting female giants. The method of suicide, being eaten by the giants, is really cruel. All the staff started to fight, and they were extremely loyal to the female giant. Erwin immediately decided to shout. An instant, dozens of figures swept out of the tree shadows and charged towards the giant army. Dust and smoke were everywhere, mixed with the sunlight, making it appear hazy and unusual. In this haze, countless figures were shuttled, blood from time to time, followed by the crashing sound of the giant falling to the ground. From the flank direction, 2 whirlwinds blew up the blade storm, and the figures were Ebi and Levi. The fighting power of the two was extremely terrifying. Direction. Swish. In a few seconds, 10 giants fell to the ground, and the corpses were piled up like a hill. Erwin's eyes narrowed slightly. Levi's ability to be so fast and precise was also expected, but Ebi surprised him. This speed is not much slower than Levi's. But there are too many giants, and giants keep running from a distance. If this continues, there will definitely be a large number of casualties. After Alvin weighs the pros and cons, he instantly an order to retreat was given. Reform the formation and return to the Colanes area. Erwin put on his hat and shouted. After a fierce battle, the soldiers were quite embarrassed and stood on the treetop, panting heavily. It was put together. Levi leaned against the tree. His expression was a little unhappy, but he was stunned when he looked at Erwin. Erwin's expression was a little crazy at the moment, and there was a little excitement in the madness. What is your expression? This means that the enemy has long been conscious of giving up everything, and he did not expect to attract giants to devour himself, in order to obliterate intelligence. Alvin wrote. At the beginning, I was deliberating against the Confucian scholars, but now it ends like this, and I go back so shamelessly. What will happen to Alan and us? Levi said worriedly. Think about it after you go back. All you have to do now is to cause more damage and return safely. Erwin was also a little helpless. The situation of the Survey Corps in the Empire of Humanity was already extremely difficult. In the political struggle of the United States, the Survey Corps is just a chess piece, which Erwin cannot change. As the head of the regiment, all he can do is to make the most correct decision as possible. Erwin looked at the giant heap, and the gas emitted by the corpse covered his sight, which might affect the signal transmission of the flare. I'm going to call my team. Levi was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Erwin. Wait, Levi. Quote, you go and refill the gas and the blade, said Alvin. Time is precious, gas is plentiful, why refill? Levi was a little puzzled. This is an order, obey me. Alvin wrote. Understood, Alvin. I'll trust your judgment. Levi wrote. Erwin's eyes looked into the distance. Amidst the white smoke, a figure crawled out from the giant's neck, manipulated the 3-dimensional device to leave, and Ebi, who was hiding in the dark, followed. Chapter 123. Mysterious Man, the 3rd update. Please subscribe. Several rounds of purple flares took off. This was the flare for the retreat order. Everyone saw it, and people were talking about it for a while. Go back immediately. Prepare to retreat. Eludor ordered. That's the order. Let's go and see what the bastard on the back of the neck looks like. Oluwu stood up and said helplessly. In his heart he already thought that Erwin issued the retreat order after the battle was successful, and he did not think of the possibility of failure at all. Do you really know the true face of that guy? Alan crouched down and checked his 3-dimensional mobile device. It's all thanks to Ellen. Petra laughed aside. I didn't do anything. Alan shook his head. Didn't you believe in us? You believed at that time that we would have the present result. It is actually very difficult to make the right choice. Petra wrote. Hey, Petra, don't get used to him too much. Oreo's dissatisfied voice sounded again. In the end, what did this guy do? He was just yelling, but it's not bad that he was able to go back alive after the first out-of-the-wall investigation. But that will only happen after the battle is over. Able to draw conclusions. Listen up, kid. Oluwu bent down and said incessantly, it's an expedition outside the walls before returning home. Really, I know. Oluo's complacent look obviously made Alan feel very unhappy too. Oluo, Petra, you two were scared to pee your pants when you first went to war. Now you can stand alone. The figures of several people swept across the trees, and Eludor suddenly mentioned this. When Jundashoji said such a shameful thing, Petra's complexion suddenly turned red, and she directly shouted, why say it? The majesty has fallen to the ground. How can you pay Eludo? Is it true? Alan never thought that seniors with rich combat experience would have such embarrassing things, which is really eye-opening. Quote, it's true. By the way, I didn't pee my pants, Ellen. Eludor laughed. Idiot, my crusade count is still above you. Much more than you, you fool. Apparently Eludor annoyed Oreo too. It is impossible to judge the quality of a soldier based on the number of crusades alone. Eludor rode. Noisy, idiot. Oreo airway. Senior Petra, did the goddess urinate directly? Alan said suddenly. Enough of you guys. Do you think you're here for a hike? This is an outside investigation. By the way, I don't pee my pants, Ellen. Jundicius also interjected. Bang. There was a sound in the distance. Eludo turned his head and saw a green signal flare rising from the depths of the woods. It must be the signal flare of Chief Lee Welsh. Let's go back and talk about this. Go to meet the Master Chief first. Saying that, Eludo also responded to the number 1 bullet. At this moment, in the depths of the dense forest, the silhouette of the flare was launched just now. After confirming the position, he pulled out the war blade and used the 3-dimensional mobile device to rush over there. The command team composed of Erwin, Sanmao, and Hanji shuttled through the jungle. Hanji is puzzled by Erwin's decision. Why let Levi carry out supplies? Obviously there is no time left. The giantess was eaten. But did you see the person in the back of the neck being eaten? Alvin rode. I didn't see it. Erwin answered himself. Could it be that? Hanji thought of something, but was interrupted by Erwin. Well, as you speculated before, if the man in the neck can act immediately after the giant transformation is resolved, and if she has prepared a 3-dimensional mobile device in advance, the guy in the giantess will now be wearing the same clothes as us. Uniform. Erwin expressed his opinion worriedly. In the other direction, Erwin's prediction quietly came true. The Levi's team has joined the mysterious man, and Eludor, who is closest to the mysterious man, has his eyes fixed. Chief level. No, who is it? Although the figures hidden in the cloaks are all about the same size, Eludor really knows Levi too well. There is a slight gap between the flying movements of the mysterious man and Levi, and it is this gap that causes the details exposed, and the Master Chief has never had the habit of wearing a hat during the day, so Eludor concluded that this person was definitely not chief level. Just reacting, but it was too late. The mysterious man directly cut off Eludor's rope. Eludor lost his balance in an instant, slammed straight into the big tree, and the bright red blood dripped instantly. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, and even if they didn't believe it, looking at the figure hanging in the air, they understood that Eludor was dead. Why, Eldo-senpai? Alan swept to the top of Eludor's body, only to see Eludor's upper body with a terrifying wound, directly revealing the skeleton. That Erwin didn't want to see happened. The giantess was using her human identity to investigate the massacre within the core. When the supergiant disappeared, the people inside were able to quickly escape by steam because the people inside had prepared a 3-dimensional mobile device in advance. Don't you think it is possible this time? Erwin continues to analyze. But that someone else's half-hearted conclusion after seeing Alan coming out of the giant's body. Hanji retorted. Hanji still clearly remembers the scene at that time. After Alan came out of the giant's body, his equipment was damaged and his battle suit was gone. He was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. Giants have the ability to attract giants with their roars. Didn't predict that, so the action failed. If there is proficiency in the power of giants, then the standard for judging this power by the beginner Alan is absolutely wrong. To defeat that enemy, we must in an unexpected way. Ellen, keep going. With the death of Eludor, Alan pulled Ellen and asked him to move on. To stop moving here would be death. Senior Eludo, Alan wanted to say that he was dead, but he didn't say it. A dark shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Who are you? Protect Ellen. Jundicius shouted from behind. Junda, what should we do? Oro rode. There's no time for horseback now. We're heading for the main force at full speed. Jundicius shouted. If the enemy has a way to preserve his strength, he might be able to become a giantess again. Other direction. Erwin's voice just finished. The sky in the distance suddenly darkened, and then a golden lightning lit up the whole sky, and a huge figure descended again. Please download Philo to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Fiction. Chapter 124. Rescue Petra. First update. Please subscribe. Did you really change? Come here. It's a giantess. The gust of wind was surging, the rays of light were dazzling, and one could barely see the scene behind him. Damn, you dare to kill my companion. This time I must kill that guy. Alan glared, and Eludor's death ignited his anger. Saying that, Alan raised his palm, ready to bite the palm of his hand to transform into a giant, but was stopped by someone. Wait, the three of us are going to hunt down that gentleman. Junda Shoji turned back and shouted, Alan, you continue to advance at full speed, heading in the direction of the main force. I want to fight too. Alan ignored it. No, this is the safest way. Your power is at too much risk. What do you mean? Are you doubting our skills? True. 363. Is that so, Alan? Are we so untrustworthy? Everyone discouraged them one after another. They firmly remembered their mission. Alan could not have the slightest mistake, even at the cost of his life. Damn. Alan hesitated again, and the crowd's words put him in a dilemma. I firmly believe that our team will win the game. I wish you a great success. Alan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He felt that he should trust the strength of his companions. Everyone smiled with relief, looked at Aaron, suddenly accelerated back, glanced at each other, flew back, and entered a state of battle. Junda Shoji held silver and white double-edged blades, and slashed down towards the top of the female giant's head, but this was a detailed attack. The purpose was to cover the two people behind to launch a real attack. Female giant raised her hand and called her back. Junda Shoji dodged, and at the moment when the arm just dropped, two silhouettes rushed towards the giantess, eyes, eyeball. Once the hit was successful, the giantess lost her eyesight and stopped abruptly. This time, the perfect, innocuous, fast-paced attack was completely improvised, and it was enough to show the tacit understanding of the members of Lee Welbin. Taking her eyesight, that guy can't see for at least a minute, Jundasius said. Just kill you in a minute. Go eat shit if you catch anything alive. Everyone is full of confidence. According to past experience, this female giant is already a trapped beast, about to be strangled by them. Decision. Let me die here. Avenge Eludor. Everyone was full of fighting spirit. Oruola swept up to the sky. The two of them simultaneously flipped 360 degrees in the air, turned their directions, and then moved to the left and right of the giantess. Armpits, a flash of cold light, and the arm joints were slashed in response. The degree of tacit understanding is flawless. Immediately afterwards, dozens of slashes landed on the joints of the female arm, and finally the hands of the giantess broke away from the back of her neck and fell down weakly. Fall down. Next is the neck. As long as you use the muscles that support the neck, you can cut the back of her neck. So strong that the giantess was completely suppressed, and they cooperated as a team without knowing each other at all. It must be the trust of their partners that made this possible. They overcame many difficulties. Even Elu, not long after many seniors' sacrifice, they still performed so strong. Go ahead. As long as I believe in everyone, don't look back and move on, then this must be the right choice, and I finally understand. Although Alan made the choice to trust his partner, he still felt uneasy and stood quietly at a distance, watching the whole process of the battle. Just now, the situation seemed to be very good, but Alan didn't know why, and an ominous premonition floated in his heart. He thought of what Chief Level had said. I don't understand that no one can predict the outcome even if he believes in his own strength, or in the choices made by a trusted partner. Alan turned back suddenly, and the scene in the distance made him feel like he was struck by lightning. The giantess, eyes hidden under the bangs, had recovered one at some point, and Jundashioji's figure who swept in met the giantess's open mouth, and her body was bitten off in an instant. Looking at the blood-soaked scene, the air was filled with the sound of broken bones, and Petra and Oluo were all stunned. Immediately after changing his actions, Petra's war blade slid across the ground and stared blankly at one of the giantess' eyes. The gaze was extremely calm. How could this happen? It will recover in less than 30 seconds. Only one eye. Let one eye recover first. It's still possible. Petra slid on the ground, staring blankly at the figure of the giantess running towards her, and there was nowhere to hide. Petra, quickly reset your posture. Quick! Oluo screamed wildly, but he couldn't stop the tragedy from happening, so he burst into tears. Giantess lifted her right foot, like a meteorite, and crashed down. Swish! A black shadow suddenly passed by, grabbing Petra's body in an instant, and saving her. Petra's face was horrified. She couldn't tell whether it was life or death, and a cold voice was vaguely heard in her ears, which was exactly the same as Levi's style. Levi! Petra cried with joy, hugged the figure subconsciously, and stuck her body on it with a smile. Is there only 2 people left? What the hell did this idiot do? Yibai looked at the female giant. His expression gradually became cold. This time he won't let you escape again. Leaf White. Oluo was dumbfounded. He almost forgot Yibai, thinking that Yibai was killed by the female giant, so he was sad for a while, but he didn't expect to appear again. What's the situation? In Oluo's line of sight, the lawless giantess suddenly stopped, and the look in her eyes turned out to be fear. The giantess actually feared. This is truly unprecedented. Immediately after Oluo's surprised eyes, the giantess suddenly ran back, obviously trying to escape. 5 running. The sound of footsteps is booming, like running thunder, and the speed is extremely fast. Fuck. Oluo was dumbfounded and couldn't control his excitement. Who was the giantess afraid of? Could it be Yi Bai? But Yi Bai was just a fresh recruit. Petra woke up and broke free from Yi Bai's embrace, but heard Yi Bai's indifferent words. The voice seemed to be ordering. You wait in place, I'll go after the giantess. Yes. Yi Bai's aura was so powerful that Petra obviously forgot her status as a senior at this moment, and nodded involuntarily. What is this kid doing? Looking at the back of Yi Bai's departure, Oluo flew to Petra's side and asked, how is it possible? Petra's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. That aura seems to be stronger than that of Captain Lee Wales. Chapter 125. Whirlwind / second update. Subscribe. Yi Bai shuttled back and forth between the tree shadows, and the gap between him and the giantess narrowed little by little. The winch turned at a high speed, and a silver wire stretched out straight, accurately inserted into the back of the giantess, and Yi Bai's figure flew over in an instant. Yi Bai stepped on the back of the female giant, stomping all the way, and leapt on the top of the female giant's head. Hey, you idiot, do you want to run away if you kill someone? Yi Bai grabbed a strand of the giantess' hair, crouched on top of its head and said, clang. The ground cracked. The giantess stopped and stroked her right hand towards the top of her head. The giant fan-like hand slapped Yi Bai fiercely, but was avoided by Yi Bai. Boom. Yi Bai's body spun rapidly in the air, and the cold glow of the battle blade swirled, like a storm of blades, rushing down from the shoulders of the giantess. Crackling, flesh and blood splashed like mud, splashing down one after another, dyeing the ground a dark red. This is... Petra's eyes widened in the distance. The swirling blade, and the scene of blood and flesh flying, made her go crazy. This requires extreme control of her body to do it. In the process, as long as you don't pay attention, to Cut himself, there is only one person in the empire of humanity who can do this trick at present, that is Levi, and now there is a second one. How can Petra not be surprised? Accumulating the strength of the whole body, and then bursting out suddenly, using the waist as the transmission point of power, the four limbs cooperate, the palm grasps the blade, the body rotates rapidly, like a high-speed rotating gear, under the action of inertia. Almost no giant can resist, at least not yet. This requires extremely high physical coordination and explosiveness. If a person's overall physical fitness is out of 10, the comprehensive quality includes explosiveness, coordination, reaction, anti-dizziness, etc. And ordinary people will only score 2 or 3 points. A trained soldier can reach 5 points, and as a super elite existence of the Survey Corps, he can barely score 7 points, but those who can hit this whirlwind blow have at least 8 points. Sanmao sub-commander can barely reach it. And now Yi Bai is the third one. If Yi Bai is a veteran, Petra is understandable, but Yi Bai is still a new recruit, except he has a brief experience of fighting giants in the reconquest of Trollus territory. He's clearly still a rookie. How could he hit whirlwind slash? The skin and muscles of the giantess left arm were all shaved off, revealing the splendid bones, and the blood was like a rainbow, bursting out. This is the terrifying power of whirlwind slash, and it is also Levi's famous stunt. Petra looked at this scene in astonishment. The agile figure that kept shaking in her sight could only be described as a monster. A monster that can't be judged by experience. Monster, what a fucking dick. Olu was also not convinced, and made Levi his target, but at the moment he lost his temper, leaned against the treetops, put his legs on his back, and looked at Fang. Reason for using monsters, not days. Because genius is no longer enough to describe the shock in Olu's heart. What Olu admired was not Yi Bai's amazing fighting skills. After all, he had also performed whirlwind slash in his dreams, and he knew something, so what was there to envy? What he really admired was Yi Bai's terrifying mentality. Su, Dao Na is a new type of giant discovered by human beings for the first time. There is no dignity to follow. Aludor and Junda Shoji are also veterans. They have been cautious enough, but they still died in the mouth of the female giant. It's not for face, to maintain the dignity of a veteran. After experiencing the successive deaths of his companions, Oluo didn't want to die. Truth, he was full of fear of the female giant, but Yi Bai dared to face it without fear at all. Just because of this, Oluo also admired Yi Bai as a man. Level, you have an opponent. Whirlwind slash can be regarded as a top-level combat skill, and for Yi Bai is nothing more than a casual action to achieve the maximum damage effect. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to reveal his identity, Yi Bai directly punched and killed him. Why would it be so troublesome? In fact, it is not impossible to reveal your identity now, but after changing the plot line, maybe the giant of the beast will appear earlier, but his current strength is not possible to defeat the giant of the beast. Yibai the most headache. Have you protected the back of your neck? Yibai's figure swept above the female giant's head, watching the other intact arm of the female giant tightly covering the back of her neck, followed by a flash of blue at the fingertips. This blue light spread rapidly, and soon the back of the giantess' hand is covered by a layer of blue crystal layer, and the light shining under the spot is simply extremely dazzling. To be honest, my current identity can't be revealed, so must you, Ani. Yibai stood on the back of the female giant's neck and said softly. The giantess' body was motionless, but the light in her eyes that was covered by her hair flickered, and Ani was hesitating, or thinking about what Yibai wanted to express. To be honest, Annie's heart was astonished and astonished. The fact that Yibai was a mysterious person was shocking to Ani, but it wasn't unacceptable. He just didn't expect Yibai to operate a three-dimensional mobile device in the same way. Fantastic. Such manipulation skills have completely reached the level of Levi Ackerman. Reason why Ani covers the back of his 363 feet's neck is just a kind of psychological comfort. For such people, as long as they are willing, their giant body will become, without any lethality, like a lamb slaughtered by people. It can only lie on the chopping board and be cut by others. Fighting and fighting, escaping and unable to escape. This is the embarrassing situation that Ani is currently facing. I am very proficient at the power of giants, but due to physical limitations, I can only perform giant transformation twice in a short period of time, which means that this is the last giant transformation of Ani, and I originally wanted to keep the power. It was used to deal with attacking giants, but I didn't expect it to be used here. Damn. Ani felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly, and wanted to throw Yibai into his mouth. Lost. This operation failed. The female giant felt helpless and prepared to repeat her old trick, attracting a large number of giants through her cry and eating herself, but this time her abacus was wrong, just because that's right, Yibai. Looking at the slightly open mouth of the female giant, Yibai understood what the female giant was going to do. Sudden, her body flipped in the air, and she boldly entered the mouth of the giantess and cut off her tongue. Her head, along with the vocal organs, also fell off. Woohoo! The giantess became mute. Chapter 126. Miserable. Third more. Please subscribe. Can you still speak now? Yibai stood on top of the giantess' head and sneered. Ani, maybe we can make a deal. Hearing this sentence, the body of the giantess stopped. In the bottom of Annie's heart, Yibai obviously has the ability to kill himself. Although the task of taking Alan away is very important, it is irrelevant compared to his own life. Thinking of this, Ani decides to listen to Yibai. What is the transaction? And then make the final decision. I know your identity, and you also know my identity. I don't want my identity to be disclosed, so I will keep your identity secret, provided that you also keep my identity secret. Yi Beidao. The 8th gate's Dunjia opens to the 6th gate. It is already a plug-in-like existence in the giant world, and it is almost invincible. If you open the 7th gate, I am afraid that you will be truly invincible, and you will no longer have any scruples. So Yibai wanted to endure for a while, wait until his strength really entered the 7th gate, and then reveal his identity, then everything would be decided. If you agree, squat down. If you don't agree, I will kill you. In fact, Yibai can kill the female giant now, but the female giant will still have a part in the later plot. Killing it now will directly change the plot. If the giant beast appears earlier, it will be difficult to deal with in the current state of human beings. Ani has no reason to refuse at all, so after thinking for a while, he squatted down. So good, we had a great time working together. Yibai smiled and flew in the direction of Alan. There were thunder-like footsteps behind her, and the giantess ran towards the exit. With the disappearance of the giantess, it also means the end of this extra wall investigation. 4. Irwin, the combat operation has failed. A few days later, the remaining soldiers return to the inner world. They're coming back. Did something go wrong? 80% of the time came back with a pile of corpses in a state of embarrassment. In Kalane's district, people were talking a lot and feeling very dissatisfied. A middle-aged woman came in and said, Eludor should be back. Really? Young woman was beautiful and slender, and she was Eludor's wife. In another direction, a child was playing with bubbles in the bathtub, and a man smiled and said, I wonder if that boy Oluo has time to go home. Anyway, It doesn't matter if you have time to cook a little more. Old man smiled. She was Oluo's mother. Junda is coming back, is it? Many people are waiting for their loved ones to come home, but the result is destined to disappoint many people. A long row of corpses lying on the ground, wrapped in white cloth and tied to wooden boards. The soldiers were transporting them to the carriage one by one. Only very few were able to find the whole body, and some of them couldn't even find the body. Levi squatted down in front of a corpse in silence, pulled away the white cloth, and tore off the Wings of Freedom logo on the clothes. This was a looter's corpse. Levi was a little sad, so I took this as a souvenir. Only this one can't get used to. He stared down at the corpse beneath his feet. Everyone is the same. Armin, how will my companions die? And how will I die? My brain has been thinking about this question. Jean said, I try not to think about this, because as long as I think about my own fate, I'm afraid I can't lower my head and continue to fight. Armin said softly, that's right, what you said is not bad at all. Let's nod. How long can we live? Coney held the reins and muttered to himself, at least we've all survived for now. Sasha said, at least for now. Coney stared at the ground thoughtfully. He originally just wanted to join the military police to live a stable life, but he joined the Survey Corps. If this decision was a spur of the moment, he has not regretted it before, but this time, the investigation outside the wall shows that, when too many people died, every tragic death scene reverberated in Coney's mind, and he sometimes used his not-so-smart head to imagine how he would die one day. Perhaps the best way to die is to die of old age, but joining the Survey Corps is already impossible, and death is only a matter of time. Whether the next time the Survey Corps will be turned into a corpse on a wagon, Coney doesn't know. He just suddenly hates this kind of life. Isn't it nice that we're still alive? Sasha is a born optimist. Food is the most important thing too. Sasha, in front of food, perhaps life should be ranked second. How can you say this to the dead? When the wind blows, the flowers and plants sway in the wind, and Coney is very lost. Maybe I will never be able to return to my hometown again. ... It's almost done, but there are still 5 corpses that haven't been recovered. Isn't it recognizable? Then put it on the list of missing persons. After listening to the soldier's report, Erwin said calmly, notify the troops, start action. Erwin continued, then turned around and walked forward. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from behind. I can't take it, Captain Erwin. This is a soldier. 4. Many soldiers, in addition to family, the most important people are those companions who were born and died together with him, and now because of the death of his companions, his heart has been deeply saddened, but at least one whole corpse must be kept, even if the corpse cannot be found. Let the companions bury in the wilderness, the soul will live forever and the giant will accompany him forever. He can't do it, really can't do it. All that should be recycled should be recycled. The soldier shouted, Ivan's body is clearly in front of you, Commander. Ivan is his brother, and his body is not far away, but it is so dilapidated that it cannot be identified at all, and there is no way to explain it to the family when it is brought back. Then let the family see a dilapidated corpse. It is better not to let the family see it and put it on the list of missing persons, which is also a kind of comfort to the family. In line with the humanitarian spirit, the former is very direct, too cruel. Good king, Erwin didn't want to do this. Don't you know that the giant is right in front of you? It is likely to cause secondary damage. Another soldier said rationally, even if the giants attack, just kill them. Ivan is our childhood sweetheart friend, and we also know his parents. We just want him to go back to his hometown to sleep in peace. The soldiers pleaded, don't say such selfish things. Alvin's adjutant on the side was dissatisfied. In the Survey Corps, the life and death of an individual must always obey the overall situation of the collective, and the actions of the troops cannot be affected by the request of one individual. There was no precedent in the past, and no precedent can be set now. Whoever does not feel pain, it is precisely because he has seen too many deaths that he understands the preciousness of life. The dead are dead, and the living really matter. Is this kid fighting? Levi appeared here at some point. No motivation. Please support Philu to remind you. 3 things to read. Collection. Recommendation. Chapter 127. Ruthless. Sir Levi's. The 2 soldiers turned back, somewhat surprised. Levi has a very high prestige in the Survey Corps, and is not much weaker than Erwin. All the soldiers respect Levi. Levi's superb combat skills are on the one hand, and on the other hand, because of Levi's experience after too many deaths, he still retains the warmth of his companions. Erwin is completely different. As the head of the Survey Corps, he is under even greater pressure. As long as he can win, Alvin will not hesitate to destroy humanity and become a terrible monster. In the face of the truth, he will sacrifice the entire Survey Corps. No hesitation. Erwin's prestige comes from his position and command ability, while Levi's is purely personal charisma, but at some point, Levi also has a ruthless side. Since the death has been confirmed, isn't that enough? No matter. With or without corpses, death is death. Nothing can change that fact. The two soldiers kneeling on the ground were startled. Why is this? At this moment, they all felt that Erwin and Levi were too ruthless and ruthless. They were just a cold-blooded monster. Ivan was their subordinates before he died. After death, he couldn't even go home with the corpse, which made them feel disheartened. Cold. Ivan will be dealt with as the missing person. This is a decided thing. You give up. Erwin looked calm, turned and left, with Levi and 363 behind him. Erwin has experienced countless deaths. He has seen too many people die, and he understands better than anyone else. Compared with those dead people, these living people are the most important. If you don't leave now and go to find Ivan's corpse, it will inevitably attract giants. In this empty plain, it's not a good thing. Maybe a few people will be sacrificed because of a corpse. Not worth it. Therefore, Erwin would rather bear the infamy and resentment of the soldiers, and refuse the moral requests of the soldiers without hesitation. Just because he is Erwin and the head of the Survey Corps, he bears the hopes and sustenance of countless people and has to do this. You too, don't you have any feelings that human beings should have? A soldier was angry. Hey, you're talking too much. Someone discouraged. Few minutes later, the troops continued to advance. When they came out, they were mighty. When they came back, there were obviously many fewer people. The carriages at the rear were full of corpses. It's a giant. The soldiers on the wagon turned around inadvertently and saw an astonishing scene. Two soldiers are trying their best to drive back. One of them has a person on his back, and these two are being chased by two giants. The situation is extremely dangerous. Yes, Dita, said the soldier on the wagon. This idiot. Another soldier felt speechless. The regiment commander had clearly rejected it just now, but he didn't give up, and disobeyed the order to retrieve the body, which turned out to be a giant attracted by the troop. Damn. The soldier took out a flare gun, shot a red flare into the sky, and shouted, "We found a giant behind. There are neither giant trees nor buildings in front, so there is no way to use vertical mobile devices to fight." Levi rode. It's faster to go directly into the wall to escape. Alvin looked into the distance, and could already see the magnificent outline of the wall of rose. The two soldiers chased by the giant, one was unfortunately killed by the giant, the other saw the situation, gritted his teeth and jumped off the horse's back, manipulated the three-dimensional mobile device to start fighting. Even if the success rate was extremely low, he had to try it. One of the giants was blocked, and the other continued to run forward, with an extremely ghostly posture, getting closer and closer to the carriage. Armin at the back of the team said worriedly, "If this goes on like this, you will be caught up. Is it just a matter of fighting? Let's grit his teeth." Obviously unwilling. There are no trees and no buildings here. Using a three-dimensional mobile device here is tantamount to courting death. On flat ground, the effect of three-dimensional mobile devices is limited. Armin looked into the distance worriedly. Look, it's endless. Not only the two giants, but behind the two giants, there are many giants coming here. So, what do you say now? Let helpless. Armin looked at the corpse on the carriage. His eyes showed a trace of unbearable, an idea that was extremely contrary to human nature, but in line with the overall situation came up. I'm afraid. Armin hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say anything. The direction behind, a soldier has been swallowed by the giant, and another soldier who saved the life was also caught by the giant, and the situation is extremely critical. A cold light flashed in the sky, and a heroic figure swept up to the sky, and with one strike, this giant was killed, and it was Mikasa. Boom! The giant's huge body fell to the ground all of a sudden. The soldier climbed out of his palm. His face was full of horror. He finally understood how wrong he had made because of a momentary impulse. The indifference and ruthlessness of Captain Erwin and Captain Level were not without reason. Now because of his own impulse, not only the body was not saved, but also a partner who killed him lost his mission, and Dita regretted it a lot in his heart. But regretting it now is of no use at all. What is really worrying is another giant, which is very close to the carriage. At this moment, the two soldiers who were in charge of guarding the corpse on the carriage looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and decided to take the risk to kill the giant. Don't be stupid. You might as well drop the body so that you won't be caught up. Levi went around to the back of the unit at some point and said something Armin didn't dare to say. But two soldiers were hesitant. These are their comrades in arms. arms. There were also many corpses of their comrades in the past, but they were not brought back for various reasons. These guys are not the only ones who are special. Levi wrote, "Do you want to do this?" A soldier threw himself on the corpse, his face full of reluctance. "Do you really want to do this? There's no other way. This is the only way to go." Another soldier gritted his teeth. The tailgate on the wagon was opened, and the corpse fell down, rolled out a long way, and finally stopped at the giant's feet, which greatly slowed the giant's speed. Levi's eyes turned to the side, and the rolled body had eluders figure impressively. His heart hurts more than anyone else, but he couldn't grieve like an ordinary soldier. Just because he is a soldier, he bears more responsibilities than others. The troops marched for a full hour. The danger finally came into contact, and it was decided to stop for a short rest and correct the route. Dita, who lost her partner one after another, stood alone, staring at the grass in a daze, full of remorse in her heart. "Dita!" Levi appeared behind Dita and shouted. Chapter 128. Readers come in and say something. Continuously updated. This book will continue to be updated. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. : Immediate top-up event time, August 7th to August 9th. Chapter 128. Yibai's reappearance. One more update. Please subscribe. Dita's heart is very sad. I believe he will not think of losing another companion. Levi looked at Dita. As a soldier commander, he had to let him forget as much as possible, to cheer up, because the next step is more difficult. Levi and Dita looked at the soldiers after talking, and they looked very bad, but there was still a way to go. After a while, they planned the route and continued. This time, each soldier will not be as impulsive as before, watching the departure of his companions, but there is nothing he can do. Walking on the road not far from the sound of the signal gun, Dita was shocked. The giant had already shown a huge figure not far away, even bigger than the previous giant. Levi did not take it for granted. He knew what to do. It will come eventually. When Dita reported that several soldiers had fallen, he did not dare to be so impulsive this time, and could only wait for Officer Levi's order. He couldn't bear to see humans being torn apart and eaten by such a huge giant. Levi and the soldiers started to fight back, only to realize that this was completely different from the previous giants, and stabbed him in the back of the neck with a dagger 23. "Why doesn't it work?" Levi said. When Dita saw that Levi's cutting the flesh off the back of the giant's neck would have no effect on the gigantic giant, he began to be at a loss. No one will notice the details of this giant from the beginning, but only see that he is bigger than ordinary giants. His eyes are red. Is this a very strong giant? Why is it different from ordinary ones? Levi uses three-dimensional. The effect of the device lasts for a period of time, but only for a period of time. Watching the soldiers are picked up and eaten by giants one by one, it's like holding a small ant. It seems that he thinks you don't feel any threat to him. Everyone feels the danger of this giant. Is there really no way to do it? Armin said helplessly. Just when Levi felt the difficulty, a figure fell in the center of the giant's head. It was Yibai, who saw him sitting on top of his head, shouting, "8-door escape into one." That's right. As soon as this slogan came out, the giant's movements stopped immediately. He could see a red light appearing on his forehead. It was dazzling. Levi was a little different. He didn't know why Yibai suddenly appeared, what was going on the giant's head. Before he could understand it, giants appeared behind him. These ordinary giants. Dita began to use various methods to stop them, but it was not so easy. It can be seen that these giants came out to protect the red. A giant with huge eyes and a body always has a bad feeling, Levi said. After struggling for a long time, when the soldiers were at their limit, Yibai repelled the red-eyed giant, but he wanted to leave 2 ordinary giants for research, which was simple, but difficult. After seeing the huge giants leave, the ordinary giants also changed. Levi felt that this war was over. Because of the sacrifice of many soldiers, they felt that this time it was over. But you saw that. The extremely fast Yibai rushed into the giant pile. He wanted to capture 2 giants and use them for experiment. The previous 2 giants were killed by Ani, and he wanted to find out what was going on. One wave continued. Yibai inserted himself among the giants and started a plan to capture the giants alive, but he knew that if he used the power of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the giants would not be safe. When he hesitated, a giant had grabbed a soldier and put it in his belly. And Levi actually didn't understand why he did this. The war was finally coming to an end. Of course, Armin was not surprised by Yibai's actions. It was all he could think of. He could only help Yibai to do what he wanted to do on the other side. Yibai and Mikasa were beside the giant to deal with the enemy agony together, only to see Yi Bai cut off the giant's calf. With a loud noise, the wolf smoked everywhere, and the giant knelt on the ground. You think this is the end? No, no, this is just the beginning. The giant is so easy to be defeated, only to see the obstacles on the side fall down. With the help of these Mikasa, Yi Bai successfully took down 2 giants. Levi, who was at the side, instructed the soldiers to bring back all the corpses of the other soldiers. This time, he was lucky to be able to bring back the corpses. If it wasn't for Yi Bai, he might have lost the lives of some soldiers. Take them to the experiment. This time the experimental area will be protected and will not be created and killed like last time. Yi Bai has a long brain. He didn't want to have his whole body checked like the last time. Levi and Armin didn't ask more about why Yi Bai suddenly appeared. They should have known that they were not destined to be so simple. Although Levi didn't ask why Yi Bai suddenly appeared, he still asked how Yi Bai sat on the giant's head, and why was the giant so huge, why his eyes were still red, and why he was shot in the end retreat. You're so long-winded, Levi, that's the way you see it, Yi Bai said. Speaking, the group left, but Mikasa, who was behind him, did not speak. I only heard Armin say how to look at the corpses. In fact, Yi Bai still has to check these corpses, because these corpses are not the same as usual. Of course Levi felt it too, so they all came to the side of the corpse when they just walked away. This time the corpse was different from the usual one. The green blood color, like asphalt, makes people look disgusting. Yi Bai covered his mouth and nose after seeing it. His consciousness had already felt whether it would be contagious. They were still discussing. One hurried over and said that the soldiers who brought back the corpses all vomited. The cause could not be found, and they died one after another. 3 things to read to collect. Recommend. Chapter 129. The first appearance of the virus. Second update. Please subscribe. Everyone around now understands that this green blood-like thing is contagious, and it is a dead virus, except Yi Bai and Levi are all hiding far away. This kind of thing will vomit in the upper body, and step by step closer to the brink of death. Yi Bai took a few soldiers to put on protective shields and drag the soldiers who died because of the virus to do the experiment. He wanted to know what was the reason. When it comes to the experiment, the surrounding environment is really terrifying. Picking up a sterilized knife and cutting the damaged area, you can still see a green liquid. Levi said on the side, no one who has no wounds should not enter the experiment. This is a clear move. Everyone knows that once the infection is infected, there is no chance of surviving. This kind of liquid will not make an antidote for governance at all. This is the liquid released by the giant itself, just like a poisonous snake. As long as this green liquid can infect a body that is not particularly strong, it cannot resist it. People are blackened. Yi Bai's words made the people around him turn green. The giants have not been eliminated, and the companions around him will be infected and blackened. I am afraid that if they are serious, they will enter the wall and hurt a lot of human beings. Of course you thinking can't go wrong. Yi Bai won't let this kind of thing happen. After 2 days, Yi Bai made the green disgusting thing on the infected part of the dead soldier's body back to normal. But people can't come back from the dead, but this kind of medicinal material is difficult to get, and it is very rare. According to the liquid flowing out of the wound in their bodies, Yi Bai noticed that this viscous liquid is mixed with a kind of asphalt, which is a fluid that can deplete the body's organs. So if you want to keep it under control, take pecan on the wall, melon. This kind of fruit is extremely rare. He generally lives in higher areas, such as the top of the house, but due to the destruction of their houses, it will only be taken on the fence, but the resources are not so many. Therefore, not everyone can be saved. For Pei Zhen on the wall, the melon is not so easy to find, because his size is very small as a jujube. So a large wall, there are only a few of them, and they all go up. It's the problem, not to mention how hard it is to find it. To come step by step, Yi Bai didn't give up. He stayed in the experimental area for nearly 10 days. The Survey Corps did not go outside the wall for more than 10 days. I did so many days of experiments next to the corpse in the experimental area. Mikasa accompanied Yi Bai, and he suddenly thought of a kind of tea that could replace bigan, melon, which is the 5 grasses that Mikasa soaked. There are many such materials, because the area is not watered all the year round, and the ground is covered with white glutinous rice. It will not grow any crops, but will only grow 5 grasses, which is also discovered by people accidentally. Not only can it help people prevent this and apply medicine to the wound, it will also play a better role in wound healing, Mikasa said. Yi Bai really felt that the soldiers who had opened the new virus had died, and it was useless useless for so many days. Yi Bai had been there for so many days. The Mikasa experiment was also because they didn't understand at all the emergence of this virus. How many soldiers were lost? How many soldiers were lost? And how many soldiers were lost? How much? Troop strength. It took more than 10 days to investigate why the corps did not go outside the wall, and the troops were not strong. The soldiers die wave after wave. How can they resist the power of giants? What's more, the giants now are bigger and more powerful than before. It's really too difficult. It's not easy to walk step by step. They don't act rashly. Go outside the walls to investigate the situation. The number of soldiers is insufficient. The strength is not enough, and the strength is not allowed. Going out is obviously going to die. So Armin and Levi have sent people to recruit people these days. How can it be difficult or easy? It should be, mentally, and able to bear it. After so many days, he didn't find a few suitable ones, and he didn't know the existence of this matter when Yi Bai was away for so many days, let alone the number of soldiers who died one after another. Even if he tried his best to control the virus, it couldn't compare to the cruelty of reality. In this way, his eyes drooped down, and he couldn't control it. Can understand, but Levi said that the reality is very cruel. He is trying hard. He insists on giving you a slap, but what he said is true, but I am afraid that this kind of blow is not something ordinary people can bear. Yi Bai doesn't have so many thoughts. He just wants to save human beings, destroy giants, and let those children see the outside world. They can't live behind a wall forever. In the next few days, Yi Bai took some soldiers to dispose of the soldiers' bodies. Mikasa followed Levi, Armin and the others to recruit soldiers, because they wanted to protect the wall so that humans would not be attacked by giants. However, for 2 or 3 days in a row, few young and strong men joined the investigation team. Yi Bai disagreed. After another day, he went to the wall to recruit soldiers. He thought that everyone was longing for beauty, but in reality he not. Of the sun, a boy similar to Yi Bai walked by and caught his attention. He lived in a dilapidated room. He was the only person in the room, but the yard was full of equipment. Doesn't look like an ordinary child. Yi Bai slowly got closer to him. He thought he would have a better relationship with him, but he never imagined that the man would not give Yi Bai face at all. He was very indifferent. Entering the room was filled with all kinds of swords, probably because Yi Bai liked to collect them, and Yi Bai didn't visit too much. Don't you have any questions about all the weapons in the house? The man asked suddenly. Yi Bai smiled lightly. Just as he was about to say something, Mikasa suddenly ran in. Yi Bai, Grandpa Yue suddenly fainted on the street. Go and help. Mikasa shouted hurriedly. Hearing this, the man's expression became very nervous, and rushed out of the room without saying a word. Chapter 130. This boy, 3 shift. Please subscribe. The boy hurried out and ran to the old man's side. He saw that the old grandfather was lying on the street, and Yi Bai and Mikasa ran out together to carry the grandfather into the house. The old man fainted from standing for a long time. After he woke up, he told us his grandson's name was Tu. He had no parents since he was a child, only his grandfather took him when he was young, and he went out with his grandfather to sell swords every day. However, why didn't he go today? He left his grandfather alone on the street. He didn't say anything, and Yi Bai didn't ask. He knew that Levi and the others were recruiting soldiers for the investigation team. In fact, Grandpa wanted to join the investigation team when he was young. Because he had to bring a young scorpion, he never joined. Because there are so many swords in the house, Yi Bai couldn't help but ask his grandfather why there are so many swords in the house that sells swords. He said, because we live in a world of walls. If one day our wall is destroyed, these swords can also be used to resist. At such an old age, Grandpa has such an idea, which really makes everyone here feel incredible. Speaking of this, we are all very curious. Why don't you cut your head? Because 363 feet S bangs have grown below his eyes, and his eyes can't see it at all. Speaking of his eyes, he took a few steps back, probably because we were afraid we would mess with his hair. But Grandpa said, get your hair up. This surprised Yi Bai and Levi. In fact, it's totally unnecessary, because we didn't force it to look at it, but just said it casually, and as soon as we said it casually, we saw a pair of blood-red eyes under the brown hair, which made people look surprised. Didn't say anything, he was just surprised. Now Yi Bai already felt that this scorpion scorpion was not an ordinary person, especially after seeing his eyes. He always felt a kind of magical power. That's right, in fact, his eyes are not something that ordinary people can have, and the existence rate in the world is 0%. Such a small chance. What is the reason? At a time when everyone is wondering, Grandpa said, this is because of the rare energy in the body that produces red pupils. Hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but look at Jian. He felt the difference and was pleasantly surprised, and Levi also thought the same way. It'd be a useful soldier if he could join the investigative team. Everyone has such thoughts in their hearts. Of course, Yan also knows what they are thinking. After all, they are part of the investigation team, and there is still a rare undeveloped energy in his body. In his heart, he wanted to go with the investigation team, but he was reluctant to part with his grandfather. After talking for a while, his grandfather got up and said, let him join. Of course Levi was happy in his heart, but he was worried about his grandfather's body. Before Levi could say anything, he said, worry about my body. Although he said so, he knew in his heart that who would let go of his grandfather who brought him up since he was a child, was beside him, didn't speak, but he could feel that his eyes were saying something to his grandfather, and the others had to go outside the house. Grandpa said, now the place where we live has created a threat. After you join the investigation team, you will help them defeat the bad guys in the future. After a while, Yi Bai and Levi entered the house. They could open their mouths. Ho said, take me into the investigation team. Everyone in the room was surprised, because Sho and Grandpa had been chatting for a long time in the house, thinking that Levi would not take Sho. Unexpectedly, it was the exact opposite. What he said to the scorpion, everyone was puzzled. But the main thing now is to take him away. When he left home, he and Grandpa looked at each other for a long time, and his red eyes were so mysterious. Levi took him away and prepared to cultivate him well. There are very few people with this rare energy, which is too rare. Yi Bai found that he didn't speak much, and looking at his mysterious eyes, he felt that he was full of stories. Group continued to move forward, and Levi and Armin continued to recruit. There are always people who hide when they see them recruiting. Armin said, everyone is hiding. If no one comes out, can the wall still protect it? Levi just looked at them and didn't say anything, but from the look in his eyes, he could feel that he meant to say, not just anyone who wants to come in. The investigation team is currently short of troop, and there are many. Tien didn't really go outside the wall to find out the situation, Yi Bai said. Before the voice fell, there were many paging sounds from a number of soldiers in the distance. I saw this group of people use the fastest speed to understand the situation, and they could hear a huge knocking sound. Levi said, this is the giant beating on the wall, and you can see the wall shaking slightly. How did you get here? Shouldn't you be able to feel it from a long distance? Why did someone say it when you got under the wall? Mikasa said. Levi said, now is not the time to say this. We have to find a way to protect this wall, otherwise the villages and people below will be harmed. And at the moment that, the scorpion was also there, and he didn't feel the slightest panic or nervousness from his movement. The first time I saw such a scene, I'm afraid I was frightened. Maybe this is because the psychology and quality are relatively strong. Yi Bai said, looking at the slight shaking of the wall, I feel that it is not a big problem. He can't damage the wall, but someone needs to be here to guard. If it weren't for this wall, the humans and villages here would not have survived until now, Yi Bai said. They were going to continue recruiting soldiers, and when they reached a street, there were people. As soon as they came back, they were told Officer Levi's that the fence was dangerous. I just saw that it's not a big problem. Who knows, can't push it. Where is he eating bricks one by one? Yi Bai, Levi, Mikasa and Jian arrived quickly, and he was really eating brick. He looked at him blankly. Yi Bai said, if you keep eating like this, the wall will be eaten up by him. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 131. Protect the fence. Open black lens bracket. Subscription. Close black lens bracket. He was eating piece by piece there, and it was terrifying to watch, because when he was eating like this, a big hole would appear in the wall and he could enter the wall. Seeing him put bricks into his mouth one by one, chewing, makes people look uncomfortable. Yi Bai said, it is absolutely impossible for him to destroy this wall. After he finished speaking, he led a group of soldiers and rushed outside the wall to resist him. This one is fine, but it will be troublesome if it is recruiting other giants. I saw Yi Bai wave the dagger 2 or 3 times, then chopped off the hand he had just picked up the brick, and fell to the ground with a bang. The ground was smashed into smoke, and the bloody hand fell to the ground. But the loss of a hand didn't pose much of a threat to him, and the shovel was washed watching. He continued to use the other hand to eat the bricks on the wall. Yi Bai saw that he was not giving up, so he simply cut off the other hand. Like the one just now, it fell to the ground, making people look disgusting. The scorpion on the side seemed to want to help Yi Bai, but Levi and the others knew that this giant would not pose any threat to Yi Bai. This time, his hands were chopped off, and he became angry. He trampled several soldiers under his feet and began to kick the wall with his feet. That his companions were leaving one by one, Armin couldn't help but calm down. Soldiers wanted to go over and get back the soldier's body. Levi said, "Keep calm. If the present passes, it can only be the next corpse. Who knows where the soles of his feet will fall." Armin rushed to his knees and saw her take out a sharp dagger and cut off his calf, and the sound of falling to the ground was like a stone falling to the ground. The sound was even louder than before, the bottom was shaking, and the smoke was everywhere. With one leg cut off, he couldn't stand at all. Because of the imbalance in his center of gravity, he could only accept death. Because the war between Yi Bai and Armin is over, it also protects the wall. "Bring some of the soldiers' bodies back into the wall," Levi said. Immediately afterwards, they found someone to repair the bricks he ate. It was too difficult, because the height of the wall was very high, not to mention that there would be a sudden attack by giants at any time. However, the walls were repaired shortly after. Levi arranged for some soldiers to observe the situation on the edge of the fence. "Can't be the same as last time. Wait until you start breaking the wall before notifying. Can escape this time, but next time," Levi said to the soldiers. Chuzai just saw Yi Bai deal with giants. He decided to learn from him, and he also wanted to be very powerful. "Wait until you get back to the wall," Pu and Yi Bai said. "He has to be as powerful as he is." Yi Bai ignored her and took her to the training camp to start training. These simple exercises are not one for the shovel at all, because they are all used by him to train his body before. This made Yi Bai and Levi feel incredible. Few people would say that the training items in the training camp are not tiring, not difficult, not to mention that he has just come. Yi Bai decided to take him to train alone so that the rare energy in his body could be exerted. But they don't know how to make the rare energy in the body unleash. They can only let him strengthen the exercise first. When the body reaches a certain level, the rare energy will be released naturally. To fight against giants, to achieve extremely fast speed. "Otherwise, I can't escape from my palm," Yi Bai said. He began to carry out various training on the scorpion body. For example, the speed has been greatly improved, and the physical quality has become stronger. Of course Yi Bai is training the scorpion. Do Levi and the others have free time? They are all training to make themselves better and destroy all the giants. The people in the training camp are training every day, and the people from the investigation team will also go outside the wall to find out the situation. There was no movement outside the wall for many days in a row, which made the soldiers more vigilant, not knowing when he would come out and destroy the wall. Levi's recruitment has not stopped. He hopes that the more people, the better, because after every war, many soldiers will die, which makes people feel sad. In wars, there will always be sacrifices. Armin became more strict with himself after the last war, and insisted on training every day, because he watched his companions lose one by one, and there would be no resistance at all. He told himself in his heart that he must avenge them and kill all the giants. Let the people inside the wall be able to look outside the wall one day, or this wall will no longer exist in the future. This should be the inner thought of everyone. But now it's all about protecting the wall, keeping the people inside the wall safe, and keeping the village safe from any harm. Yi Bai felt that this time he could eat the wall piece by piece, and next time a few more giants would be able to eat the whole wall. He felt that this would not work. He found Levi and Armin to discuss, and after talking about their ideas, they also felt that sooner or later, they would not be able to stop their destruction. In the end they decided to build a wall outside this wall. Even if he can eat that wall, there is still another wall, so that there will be enough time to control him. But it is good to have a wall inside the wall, but it is very difficult outside the wall, because then you are faced with giants every day. There is no protection at all. If you put this wall inside the wall, the space inside the wall is not very big, and if it goes on like this, I am afraid it will become smaller and smaller. Matter has been decided, and there must be a wall outside the wall, so in order to ensure the safety of human beings, this has to be done. Every day when the workers are building the wall, there will be people from the investigation team outside the wall to find out the situation and prepare a lot of flare guns. In this way, they can work with peace of mind and build the wall as soon as possible. After a few days the wall was erected, and everyone was delighted that they had done so, and the safety of mankind was better assured. Yibai and Levi were able to train at the training camp with peace of mind because of this. Chapter 132. The wall is heard again. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. During this period of their training, it was relatively quiet outside the fence. The training of Yibai leading the Scorpion has also ended, and they are waiting for the coming of the next war. Levi came to Yibai and Yan's training ground and saw what Yibai and Yan were discussing. He walked over curiously. "What are you two discussing?" Levi said. Yibai saw Officer Li Welsh approaching and stopped speaking. The three looked at each other. Yibai said, "Why are you here today? Has the investigation team recently went outside the wall to investigate the situation?" Armin said, "Let's take a look after training." Levi said, "Recently, it's been quiet inside and outside the walls, a little uncomfortable." "How come the words haven't finished yet?" 363. His face was trembling. Armin said loudly, "What is that?" Yibai and Officer Li Welsh looked in the direction of the wall. Officer Level said, "Oops." Several giants gathered around the outer wall and destroyed the wall. "This is too headache. One is not enough. This time there are several." Armin can't help frowning. I saw Yibai rushing towards the wall. He knew that there were so many giants. He had to subdue them in time, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Afterwards, Ho and Armin also rushed over. Officer Levi went to inform all the soldiers. "Today all the troops will be used," Levi said. When he went to inform the soldiers, Yibai was already dealing with the giant, and the two were dealing with a giant. "The other giants are still there. Keep destroying this wall. It's a headache." As soon as Levi's troops came out, they were eaten by a giant 3 in a row, and the other companions were stopped by Levi's officer. They watched their companions leave one by one, and couldn't help but feel very sad. Why is it so abnormal today? More irritable than usual. Yibai conquered a giant by himself, which is nothing in Yibai's record. A bit difficult to only see Armin and the shovel together against the giants. The shovel is always there, out of his palm. The damage Armin did to him did not have much effect. Yibai went up and cut off the piece of meat on the back of his neck, only to hear a bang and fall to the ground. They have been dealing with it for a long time, and the other giants have eaten the bricks of the wall one by one, and a big hole has appeared. "It's a pain in the ass," Levi said. Yibai didn't care so much, seeing that his face could no longer be damaged, and once again use the 8 gates of Dunjia to merge into one. "It feels like the power around you is being absorbed. This will lose Yibai's energy. This time he has to do it, but he doesn't know what will happen." Yibai wiped them out again and again, and the Scorpion was also dealing with giants, mastering a little skill. The Scorpion has also successfully knocked down a giant, and the hand can directly tear off the piece of flesh on the back of the giant's neck. This is also the result of such a long training. It is developing the rare energy in one's own body little by little. "Oh, damn, how do you eat so fast?" said Armin. "Soldiers are like ants at the feet of giants." "What effect?" "It's always been sacrifice. You don't know whether he's going to pick you up and eat you neck, or step down and trample you to death. I am afraid that many soldiers will be sacrificed in this war." The remaining giants are eating brick, and Yibai is continuing to fight against every huge body. Fortunately, these are ordinary giants, not so difficult to deal with. But how come there are so many giants together this time, when the last giant is the same, the red-eyed giant? No one dared to approach him because no one who was bitten by him last time would live long. But Yibai and Ji rushed forward. If they didn't subdue him, they didn't know what would happen next time. Why are there many giants where there is him? Is he the leader of the giants? It's really bad. Yibai's energy is almost exhausted, and the methods used by ordinary giants to deal with this red giant simply won't work. Armin looked at Yibai. He saw Yibai's exhaustion, rushed to Yibai's side and said, "Go back, I'll deal with it here." Yibai knew that if he persisted, the next sacrifice would be himself. "Good," Yibai said. Now Armin is dealing with this giant together with Wu. Of course, this is the first time Wu has contacted, and he does not understand. He can only understand the situation and attack. For a moment, the eyes of the Scorpion and the giant's eyes met, and the giant seemed to be afraid of him, and took 2 steps back. "What's the matter?" Armin said. "I don't know. Who knows how he could be afraid of red-eyed shovels? Could it be that he could feel the rare energy in the Scorpion's body?" Levi said. This made everyone ecstatic. "If we can find the energy that giants are afraid of, then mankind will be saved." and the one with red eyes seems to be their leader. If he is afraid of scorpions, he can lead all the giants. In the laboratory, they extracted the blood of some scorpions and started the experiment. Whether it reacts with the blood of giants. These people don't know how to mess around in the lab today. It may be because they are more excited and hope that the result will be as expected too. 5. Levi, who doesn't come to the lab very often, also came to observe the situation. Levi said, "What's the matter? Has the result come out?" A tall and thin professor replied, "It will be out soon. We will wait patiently." Levi turned to leave. In fact, he was still very excited. Although he could control his expression, Levi could see it, and the professor could also see his inner excitement. Wu also waited quietly for the result, and no one in the audience could understand his inner mood. Of course, he wasn't the only one. Levi and Armin were waiting for the results in the laboratory. I'm afraid this feeling can only be experienced by personal experience. After a long time, strange noises came from the laboratory. Chapter 133. Shocking. Open black lens bracket 1 update. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. Sounds come from the laboratory. Everyone rushed into the room, but seeing the lost eyes of the professor, they knew that the result was not so ideal. Levi looked at the professor and said nothing. The whole laboratory was silent. At this time, the professor said, "It may be because the rare energy in his body is not fully activated, so it cannot be used to resist the attack of giants. In fact, this result is still acceptable. If it does not match, then there is no hope." Sitting in the corner of the laboratory, the joy in his heart was instantly halved when he heard the result. Levi looked at the lost scorpion. He should have thought that his heart would be more stressed than anyone else. Levi said, "Continue to exercise and activate all the rare energy." Levi and Armin walked out of the laboratory without speaking. This result made everyone feel very uncomfortable. Levi returned to the training ground to continue training, and after this experience, the scorpion was more rigorous and serious about training. Levi was also relieved to see such a serious scorpion. He asked Levi, "When can I turn on all the rare energy in my body?" Levi said, "As long as you concentrate on exercising every day, you can instantly turn on all your energy." Of course, Levi was also encouraging him. After all, this incident hit him hard. Tu is waiting for the next war, and he works hard every day just to wait for that day. The investigation team went out to investigate the situation. Of course, Levi and Levi were also there, and they relaxed their vigilance after walking for a while. In the blink of an eye, he saw a giant appearing about 50 meters in front of him. What was frightening was that there was another one behind him. It was really impossible to avoid such a distance. The wolf's smoke spread all over, only to see the vibrations from the bottom. Armin felt the burning in his heart. Is a huge figure in front, although there is an ancient tree beside it, but the shovel is also clearly seen. How could such a huge body be covered by a big tree? After seeing the inhabitants this time, Wu did not feel the fear that came from his heart. After all, he had experienced it once. Before their eyes was more than a big chunk of meat without tears. They are practicing three-dimensional maneuvering technology every day, so ordinary giants are not very difficult. The heaviness of the stereoscopic rig on the back of the shovel may have given extra confidence. Levi shouted, "Use the stereoscopic equipment system." Armin watched the giant walk among the soldiers, and when he moved, he felt that the soldiers would sacrifice helplessly. He frowned and rushed to protect the surrounding soldiers as much as possible. Stereoscopic mobile devices cannot be used on the ground. Erwin knows that, so he chooses the forest so that the stereoscopic mobile device can be used against giants. But he doesn't have much experience in dealing with giants, because he has only been in contact with those giants a few times, and there is not much actual combat experience. They can't make fun of the time, because the longer the time, the more people will be sacrificed, and everyone that is trampled underfoot and pinched by the giant is like a bag of blood, and blood bursts from the corpse. I feel that this is not the worst. The worst is the feeling of being put into the mouth by a giant, full of despair, and being bitten in half in the shouting. Without any dedication, life simply dissipates in this world. It's really scary outside the wall because that's their zone. Levi said to the scorpion, "Let's see if the two giants in front of them that are not very far are interested in practicing their hands. I will deal with the one in front, and the one next to. How about?" Before Ju could answer, Levi jumped on the horse's back with both feet and started to speed up the horse. The horses of the Survey Corps seem to be well trained. Even if they are just starting to ride, they can ride it. In such a world, without horses, there is no way to survive. I saw the scorpion rushing towards the giant. This time, He must exert such a long and rigorous training, because he wants to use this opportunity to fully utilize the rare energy in his body. For so long training, I'm not a vegetarian. After listening to him, he saw a fist hit the giant's face, and the strength seemed really strong, because 1000% of the fist can knock his head into a dizziness. Except Yi Bai's 8 doors, there should be no one in Dunjia who can do this. How much he wants to exert all the energy in his heart, how much damage he has done to this giant. Seeing Yi Bai dealing with the giant, he waved his fist, very skillful. Although Wu didn't know much about giants, he really didn't feel a little strange when he saw how he dealt with giants. Maybe it was because of the soldiers that Yi Bai brought out. He was very familiar with the movements that giants resisted. The giant cannot resist the attack when it is at a disadvantage. To attack the giant again, he suddenly felt a change in his body, the twitching of his heart, and the acceleration of the blood flow rate made him feel the great discomfort of his body, and fell to the ground. Yi Bai rushed over to see this. He got up and put him in a relatively safe place, and went back to continue fighting. Yi Bai activated the 3-dimensional mobile device, pulled out the 2 knives from his waist, shuttled between the trees and quickly went around the back of the giant's neck, ready to attack the giant's back neck. When Yi Bai successfully landed on the back of the giant's neck, he was ready to cut the king to break the giant's vital point. When his knife was about to be inserted into the back of the giant's neck, the knife he pulled out from his waist broke. The handle is held in the hand, and the tip of the knife is inserted into the neck of the giant. Suddenly, Yi Bai felt a panic in his heart. This action of his angered the giant. He roared and stretched his hand to the back of his neck, trying to grab Yi Bai, but he quickly fled away with the surrounding trees and the 3-dimensional mobile device on his body. As the fuel was consumed and the speed of the maneuvering device slowed down, Yi Bai felt that the distance between him and the giant behind him was slowly shrinking, and a kind of fear arose in his heart. The fuel of the device was exhausted, and Yi Bai could only escape quickly on the ground. When Yi Bai felt that the giant's fingers were about to touch Yi Bai's back, he suddenly heard a loud noise, turned around, and saw the giant collapsed on the ground, standing on the giant's back with red eyes. Chapter 134. Transform in an instant. Second update. Please subscribe. Yi Bai was paralyzed on the ground with a look of disbelief. He looked at the scorpion with confidence, and the way he looked at the scorpion didn't feel right. He saw the ferocious expression of the scorpion. His eyes were red, as if full of blood. He could not see the pupils, and blue veins began to appear on the temples. Maybe because his body couldn't bear the huge pressure. He roared and fell to the ground. Yi Bai's heart was anxious and his physical strength was exhausted, and he struggled to climb towards the direction of the scorpion. Before he could climb up to the scorpion's side, he had already fainted. Hey, how can you say that these two are so strong? How can they take down the giant? Be quiet. What if you wake him up? It hurts. Yi Bai vaguely heard them talking, opened his eyes forcefully, and saw an older soldier tugging at the ear of a younger soldier. Seeing that they were wearing the uniforms of the Survey Corps, Yi Bai felt a little relieved. The older soldier saw that Yi Bai was awake and said, "You are finally awake." Just as Yi Bai wanted to thank them, the old soldier waved his hand, as if he could see through 363 feet's thought. "There is no need to thank them. We are all taken by the commander to support you." Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief just now because of the support of his companions, and suddenly remembered how the scorpion fell on the giant, so he asked them nervously, "Shu, that is, the one who is with me, how is he now?" He was awake long ago, and now he is letting others help him bandage his wounds. That young soldier opened the chat box like a chatterbox. "By the way, how did you defeat such a giant? It's really amazing. Teach me if you have time." Blah blah blah. Crack. The older soldier hit the young soldier on the head, neither light nor heavy. He said, "Can't you let the family rest well?" Afterwards, he said to Yi Bai a little helplessly, "This kid is like this. Once he meets someone who is similar to his age, the conversation will never end." Yi Bai can't listen to this now. Now he only thinks about what happened to the scorpion. The curtain was lifted and the shovel came in with some food. Seeing Yan's face, Yi Bai's heart finally completely let go. At this time, Wu's face also returned to normal, no more hideous when he defeated the giant. Just as Yi Bai was about to speak, Yan grabbed in front of him and said, "I want to tell you something alone. Can you come out now?" Yi Bai looked at the scorpion with a little surprise, because scorpions rarely take the initiative to speak so seriously. As soon as he opened his mouth, the temperature in the room dropped a little, and there was a sudden silence in the room. Finally, the young soldier was the first to break the silence. "We've stayed here for too long, and after a while, the captain can't find us again. To start, smart, let's go first. Let's talk slowly. As he spoke, he was nearly dragged out of the room by the older soldier. Fei sat beside Yi Bai's bed with a serious face, and went straight to the subject. When I was fighting the giant, did you find anything wrong with me? No, Yi Bai replied. Why do you suddenly ask this question? If you hit the giant and get out of danger, you'll be fine. Tu said, no, I remember that I lost consciousness after I gave the giant a blow, and when I woke up, I was already here, and only then did I know that the giant was defeated by us. Just when Yi Bai was thinking about how to answer him, Jian suddenly approached him and whispered, don't think about how to hide from me, I need to know my physical condition in battle. Yi Bai sighed, okay, I'll tell you no, can you step back a little? The scorpion retreated. Yi Bai said, you had red eyes and chopped off the back of the giant's neck like a mad beast. After listening to it, he was silent for a long time, and said, I heard from my family when I was a child. They said that one of my ancestors was a girl named Yunal, who was a slave, and one day she was falsely accused and received the punishment of the king at that time. What happened to it after that? Yi Bai became interested as soon as he heard the story, especially when the scorpion began to talk about his own family. Such a scene is rare. He continued, the girl seemed to have escaped into a tree hole at the time, and when she came out again, she became a giant, and she could switch between human and giant states at any time. The king was very surprised, and after that, he often turned Yunal into a giant to help build the palace and fight everywhere. It has brought a lot of benefits to the country, but the king is not satisfied. He hopes that his descendants can also have this powerful ability. So they had 3 children with Union, but she was tired of the king's oppression against her and wanted to find a chance to end her life. So when the king received foreign envoys, she and her 3 children stood by the king's side. When the envoy wanted to assassinate the king, Yunal stood in front of the king, and the dagger pierced the back of her neck. She died, and no one around was sad. The king said to her child, eat her body and inherit her power. So the 3 children obtained the power of giants through this method. So they decide who will inherit this power, and whoever has this power will eat the last person who has this power. Even the dearest one can do nothing. Yi Bai was a little surprised after hearing this, because he never thought that the power of giants was passed down like this, nor did he think that the soldiers he brought were those who inherited the power of giants. It's more of a surprise than a surprise. That's why I asked you what my state was at that time, because I don't know what happened recently. I always lost consciousness during the battle with the giant, and only after I regained consciousness did I find that the giant had been defeated. Tu said calmly. Just when Yi Bai was about to say something to the scorpion, the young soldier who had just been dragged out rushed into the room and said anxiously, the giant is attacking again. You wounded people, hurry to a safe place to escape. Chapter 136. The Safety of Refugees. 3 Shith, please subscribe. Although he has faced a certain number of giants and has accumulated a certain amount of combat experience, he is still a little nervous when he hears such a sudden battle because he is injured now. While Yi Bai is still recovering from illness, he is worried that he will be seriously injured again. But the moment he got out of bed, he felt that he had all the strength in his body. He began to wonder if he felt badly hurt when he was in bed, and he couldn't over-exercise even if he could get off the ground. But when he got out of bed he felt as if he had been reborn, and became powerful, as if nothing had happened. In the training ground, Yi Bai regained his previous spirit and was training, and Yan was also actively exercising. In his heart, he just wanted to activate all the rare energy. Horn sounded. 100 meters away. The giant seems to be far away, but for that huge body, 100 meters maybe. It looks like it is very close to people. You can know how terrifying a war is coming when you hear the wolf smoke coming from the bottom. 1. A huge body is walking towards you, and you can feel the vibration of the ground. Armin can only do his best to make a defensive posture to ensure that he is attacked and reduce the minimum damage. Accompanied by a crashing sound, the hundreds of thousands of refugees who stayed within the wall should have created a panic in the world today. What's the situation? I don't know, maybe it's the giant who came in. Ah, then let's run for our lives. What are we doing here? Because of the panic in the hearts of the refugees, the wall began to become crowded in an instant, which made it difficult for the soldiers who were evacuating inside the wall. Ah, don't push forward at the back, everyone is about to be squashed. It's better to be squished than to be eaten by monsters like giants. In the noisy quarrel, the soldiers built a suspension bridge to escape. After the bridge is built, the rest of the work is much simpler. The front sight is very wide and can accommodate all the refugees smoothly. Okay, everyone can come over, but come one by one, don't worry, everyone must be careful of the rope next to the bridge, and don't cross that rope to avoid danger. There are a lot of gravel next to the place where the bridge is built, and it is very troublesome to pass the stone, so the evacuation time will be extended by more than 2 hours. But there is no problem. According to their original plan, there is time to safely evacuate all refugees to a wide area before the giants break through their defense lines. The refugees stopped the noisy quarrel and began to cross the bridge quietly, for fear of attracting the giant. After all, in this situation, nothing is more important than your own life. The sky was getting dark, and the number of giants was reduced by more than half due to their hard work, reducing a certain threat. But the most difficult part of fighting at night is that there is no light source. It's difficult to see the giants' attack movements clearly. Because Yi Bai has just recovered his body, his physical strength is not allowed to fight for a long time. But the scorpion is different, because it inherits the ability of giants and recovers physical strength much faster than ordinary soldiers. Moreover, his eyesight is much sharper than that of ordinary people, and he can quickly find the back of the giant's neck and remove it at a very fast speed. Accumulated a certain amount of experience when they investigated outside the wall before, Yi Bai found that the scorpion's night combat ability was very strong, so he decided to cover him for this battle, and it was impossible for him to be alone. The one I met before, the young soldier saw Yi Bai and Yan, and also found that Yi Bai was physically weak. Yan wanted to protect Yi Bai while fighting against giants, so he rushed over to help the two of them. Hey, he doesn't seem to have enough physical strength. I'll help you to cover for you. Just learn it. Wu was a little worried about him, so he looked at Yi Bai, afraid that he would be a little brave. Yi Bai seemed to have read through his mind and said, "It's fine. It would be better for him to cover for you." There was no way for him to refute it, so he agreed to fight alongside the young soldier. Yi Bai was replaced by the soldiers who came to rescue later. Since it is the first time to cooperate, it is inevitable to be unfamiliar. But the way the two fought was unexpectedly in tune. That is, even the scorpion was amazed at the alertness of the young soldiers and the agility in attacking giants. It seems that this is the first time the young soldier has encountered such a coordinated partner, and the two of them easily destroyed the three-headed giant. The war ended quickly, the casualties were much less than before, and the refugees were evacuated to open areas smoothly. Everything seems to be going so smoothly. The scorpion's combat ability has been improved again, and I am surprised that I can cooperate with the people I meet for the first time. Young soldier is about to start talking again. Wow, the battle just now was really good. It was so cool. It was amazing. Can you teach me? But unfortunately, he forgot that he was a very cold person, and he didn't pay attention to it at all, but started to worry about Yi Bai again. Just when they were fighting, I rested in the camp until my stamina was completely recovered, which was as good as before, but I still felt a little uneasy when I thought that my friends were fighting the giants outside the wall. Perhaps because of this instability, I unknowingly came to the training ground, seeing the older soldiers before, and then contacting martial arts, watching them train me so rigorously. I don't know how long they have been here. The older soldier said, "Young man, after watching for so long, come and practice 2 games with us." Because Yi Bai used to know a little bit of martial art, he confidently agreed to his invitation. But he didn't expect to underestimate the enemy. "Come again, uncle," was knocked to the ground time and time again by the older soldiers, but Yi Bai never gave up. Instead he stood up stubbornly. Yi Bai always wanted to win once, but his strength did not allow it, and he was thrown badly. He really seemed to be in good shape. Do you want to compare yourself to me at school? Chapter 137. Competition. One more. Please subscribe. No, do it again. Not this time. Although Yi Bai was thrown to the ground, he did not admit in his heart that his ability was inferior to that of the older soldiers. He thought it was the soldier who used a small gesture, and he was not fully prepared, so he was fooled, and this time he thought of all the tactics he could come up with. Get ready, there should be no problem this time. Ha ha. If you want to come, then continue. That, the older soldier is going back. He doesn't want to beat Yi Bai too badly. It's not very good to do this. Just now I saw that Yi Bai's strength is also very strong. At that time, he still lacks training in skills, and his vigilance is not enough. In front of experienced veterans, he will definitely suffer. This time you come first. If you can hit, I count myself as 363. Blues. Yi Bai thought about it for a while. He didn't take the initiative to attack the soldiers. He just tripped over the soldiers like that. He didn't know why he couldn't stand firm. So until he found a corresponding move, he wouldn't attack so blindly. Haha, lad, find out where the problem is. The old soldier laughed, and he could see what the other party was doing, but if the other party thought he would defend, it was really wrong. Soldier started to move. The speed was incredible, and he felt that his eyes couldn't keep up with his speed. So fast, so fast. The soldier beside him said. They either made themselves super strong with speed and strength, or made themselves stronger with skill, and the older soldier performed well in both power, speed and skill, and he produced a greater shock in people's heart. Yi Bai looked at him very comprehensive and very difficult to deal with. The soldier's speed was very fast, rushing behind Yi Bai, and using some strength to get behind Yi Bai's knee. Yi Bai couldn't support it and fell down. The older soldier pulled Yi Bai up, then stretched his waist and walked to the cafeteria. The crowd on the side did not respond. This guy is so awesome. Armin's face was sweating as he watched, and he was amazed at how that the older soldier managed to defeat Yi Bai. Yi Bai's mind was also blank, and he was stunned in the training ground. After everyone around him had dispersed, he came back to his senses, thinking about the competition with the older soldiers just now. Yi Bai closed his eyes, recalling the movements of the opponent just now in his mind, and learning the moves. After a few days, the older soldiers fought as usual, into the training ground. When he looked at the many people around the training ground, he suddenly became more energetic. There was an opening in the crowd, and Yi Bai came out from the middle and said, "Senior, can you ask me again? If that's the case, let's try again." The older soldier froze for a moment and said with a smile. He didn't expect Yi Bai to be so stubborn. After speaking, the older soldier took a fighting stance. His posture looked very similar. He paid great attention to the flexibility of his steps and body, and gave full play to his agility, and then used this to fight Yi Bai. In all the previous competitions with Yi Bai, the older soldiers used this method to easily defeat Yi Bai, although both of them still had the majority of the advantages in terms of strength, height and combat experience, but Yi Bai had the advantage. Bai, however, used his own skills to defuse the opponent's offensive, and successfully hit the opponent. The people around exclaimed, the older soldier is the strongest in their regiment. I didn't expect him, a young soldier, to develop a trick to decipher the older soldier in just one night. Amazing. I'm going. Yi Bai, how did you do it? You are amazing. Yi Bai, if you have time to teach us, I also want to become stronger. Yi Bai listened to their praises, and his heart was a little high, but it was only for a moment, and he immediately returned to his original mood. The older soldier was defeated and felt a little unhappy. He proposed to try again. The final result of the new competition was the same as the previous one. It was still the disastrous defeat of the older soldier. The older soldier was a little disheartened, a little surprised that he had been so proud of himself for such a powerful trick for so long, and was actually beaten by someone younger than him. A lot, and the combat experience is not defeated by a young man with rich experience. Could it be that this guy, Yi Bai, is a fighting genius old soldier in the legion that has been seen in 100 years? Thinking like this, he felt a little relieved about the fiasco just now. Also had a little admiration for Yi Bai. He walked towards Yi Bai, reached out and patted Yi Bai on the shoulder. I'm convinced that I lost this competition. Ha ha ha. The future generations are terrible. The future generations are terrible. Ha 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 ha. The older soldier smiled heartily, without the slightest chagrin on his face due to the disastrous defeat in the competition. Yi Bai also smiled at the old soldier, not complacent because he was better than others. Outside the training ground, we cooperated really well in the battle with the giants a few days ago. Next time we have battle, let's work together. Ah, by the way, when? Don't think about it. The young soldier began to talk to the bully again. He ignored him and concentrated on searching for information in the library. Maybe it's because I told Yi Bai a lot about the relationship between my family and the giants last time, and I also learned from Yi Bai about my own situation during the recent battle, so I am a little concerned about whether I have inherited the power of giants. 2. The pile of books beside the shovel got higher and higher, and the frown became more and more tightly. It's so difficult to find some books related to giant information in the public library of the Legion. Isn't the book here the most complete? Young soldier was probably feeling a little irritated because Tuo ignored him for a long time. By the way, what are you looking for? You are so fascinated. Do you want me to help you find it? No, Yu said coldly, because he didn't want too many people to know what he had to do with the giant. Don't be so polite. Come and let me find it for you. He said that. He came over and rummaged through the bookshelf. Suddenly a book fell from the shelf. Chapter 138. Giant Power Awakener. Second update. Please subscribe. The hawk heard the sound and looked back. The young soldier picked up the book and said, "This book is interesting." Finish speaking. The scorpion had already taken the book from his hand, walked aside, and looked at it. Don't take things from others. Young soldier smiled bitterly. What is this book about? It seems to be about giants. Tell me about it. This book has nothing to do with giants. It is rare for the scorpion to open his mouth. It's just an ordinary book and it doesn't mean much. After speaking, he threw the book into the pile of books next to him, and then pushed the young soldier out of the library. Let's finish talking. At least tell me what the book is about. Young soldier could finish speaking. He was pushed out of the library by the shovel. Young soldier sighed and said helplessly, "This man really speaks very little, except, in terms of combat, other aspects are quite boring." Without the interference of others, Jian slowly picked up the book that he had thrown into the pile of books just now. The cover of the book is printed with images of giants and humans living together. The scorpion has always wondered why he did not eat the previous man with giant power like his ancestors did, but instead awakened his ability independently. After opening the book, I found that in this book, in addition to recording how humans and giants fought, that is, the author put forward the hope of seeing a picture of human beings and giants living in harmony. Is this author too imaginative, and actually wants to live with the giants? It seems that this book is useless. Tu thought so, but it still went straight to the last page of the book. On the last page of the book there is a line of very small words that cannot be noticed unless you look carefully. Besides legends, there are other ways to gain power. After seeing this sentence, he was slightly surprised. Is the person who wrote this sentence also an awakener of giant power? Is this sentence written by the author? Is the author also awakened by his own power like himself? If the author is not, then where did this person find him now? It was the first time that I could know how I woke up and had so many questions in my heart. Because Yi Bai defeated the older soldier with the strongest fighting skills in the corps, surrounded by the crowd, he became the new strongest fighter in the corps. The soldiers next to him were also eager to learn from him how to become stronger. Yi Bai is not someone who likes to hide and tuck good things, and patiently teaches everyone the results of his overnight research without reservation. After everyone dispersed, Yi Bai wanted to go. After all, he hadn't seen him since the giant's sneak attack and he was replaced by a young soldier until the battle was over. After the young soldier was kicked out of the library, he wandered around aimlessly. I heard someone say, "You know, the strongest fighter in our corps is going to be replaced." Yeah, that person is too powerful. It took only one night to develop the best fighting skills, and he naturally defeated others. It's really amazing. Young soldier heard it. He was a little excited, and the older soldier spoke to his partner. In his eyes, older soldiers were almost invincible in combat. I'm going to see who it is. Thinking like this, the young soldier asked the two people who had just talked about the place, and rushed over excitedly. On the way over, he saw Yi Bai who was coming up from the opposite side, and leaned over again. Yi Bai, have you heard that there is a great god who defeated the strongest fighter in the corps, and I heard that he spent one night studying all the countermeasures of the opponent's tactic. You said this, who is it? Don't stop me, I want to ask the great god for advice. Bara. Yi Bai held his forehead and thought to himself, the person you are looking for is right in front of you, and no one will stop you. Seeing that Yi Bai didn't speak, the young soldier asked Yi Bai, who do you think that person is? He's such a bully. Yi Bai pretended to be exaggerating. Far in the sky, close in front of you. Cooperate with your performance. Hee. Although the young soldier is a small talker, his reflex arc is too long. It took a long time to figure out what Yi Bai meant. When Yi Bai left, he was still there, just thinking about it. But after a while, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What you are looking for is right in front of you. How can you be unhappy? Although Yi Bai felt something was wrong behind him, he didn't care. Now he wants to find where the shovel is. Thinking that after he told him about his family's affairs that day, he was very interested in the information about the giant, so Yi Bai went to the core library without thinking about it. Only there were complete information and books about the giant. As expected, Yi Bai was looking at the book that fell from the shelf next to the stack of books. His expression was serious, as if he was thinking about something. Yi Bai didn't want to disturb him, so he just pulled out a book from the bookshelf 363 beside him and watched it quietly. The book Yi Bai read is called Faust. It is a poem and drama about an intellectual who is dissatisfied with the status quo and tries his best to explore all things in the world based on German folk tales and the society at that time. Yi Bai rarely read poetry and drama before crossing the road, but he didn't know why. Maybe he wanted to change the type of reading, so he picked this book and sat and watched it. He suddenly felt that the protagonist in the book was a bit like the shovel, and they were both exploring something. It's just that one is exploring all things in the world, and the other is exploring the unknown field about himself. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of anything. Maybe you are tired and want to get up and move around. Just when he looked up and wanted to move his lower cervical spine, he happened to see Yi Bai quietly reading a book beside him. He approached Yi Bai, wanting to see what book he was reading. Yi Bai felt someone approaching, raised his head, and saw that it was Shu who had finished reading the book. How is the problem thinking? Do you want to tell me? Yi Bai looked at the scorpion and said. Chu replied, that's it. Maybe some people don't get their power just by themselves as they did before. Is nothing in the library except battle records and some other useless legends. Chapter 139. Investigation outside the wall. 3 shift. Please subscribe. Yi Bai was slightly surprised. The core library is the largest library in the wall, except some historical materials were lost or destroyed in the war between humans and giants, and others were preserved here intact. And he even find information on giants here, which means this part of the information should be dead and nowhere to be found. The way to find information was interrupted so quickly, and the scorpion was a little unwilling. Probably aware of the unwillingness of the scorpion, Yi Bai can only say as a friend, don't worry, this is just the beginning, and later I will find a way to understand the relationship between you and the giant. The scorpion didn't say a word. Just when Yi Bai was about to say something to Jian, the young soldier came in. You guys are here, the captain is looking for you, probably to discuss the next investigation outside the wall. Young soldier could finish speaking. The scorpion, stood up. Been a comrade in arms and a friend for so long, Yi Bai immediately guessed what he was thinking. As long as you can go outside the wall, you will definitely find information related to giants. Seeing the shovel suddenly become so excited, Yi Bai also quickly said, since the captain called us, then let's go quickly. Shu nodded, strode out of the library, and walked towards the conference room. When they arrived at the conference room, people just arrived. This investigation outside the wall is very dangerous, and it is not mandatory for all your members to participate. After speaking, he paused for a while. If you want to go, prepare now, and then find me outside. After finishing speaking, he got up and left to prepare the items for investigation. Are you going? Young soldier came over and said with a smile, would you like to have a company? Okay. Yi Bai and Shu almost spoke in unison. After all, now the scorpion can do anything for the information of the giant. Yi Bai just wanted to investigate outside the wall to see how much damage his current fighting skills could do to giants. Older soldiers saw how excited they were, and said, okay, I'll take a look with you too. 4 people 4 get things ready together, ready to go. The older soldier, Yi Bai, and the 3 of them walked side by side in front of them, talking about what kind of giants would appear in this investigation outside the wall, and what would happen. Only the young soldier followed behind them. The longer they followed them, the deeper the smile on the corners of their mouths. When they arrived at the gathering place, they found that there were really many soldiers participating in the investigation outside the wall, and none of them refused to participate because the investigation outside the wall was too dangerous. Everyone's face is nervous and look, without any worry or hesitation. As expected of the soldiers brought out by Captain Levi, Yi Bai thought to himself. Soon, the soldiers gathered, waiting for the order. All troops go. The soldiers got the order, and immediately, door opened, and they walked out of the wall in an orderly manner. Yi Bai and Yan also followed their step, and also hoped to find information related to giants in the investigation. Older soldier had a serious look on his face, as if he had a premonition that he didn't want to, with the people around him as usual, but his eyes still drifted to Yi Bai and Wu from time to time. Yi Bai felt that there was a gaze staring at him and the scorpion all the time. Once he noticed a little where the gaze was coming from. That gaze was automatically withdrawn, and there was no way to find its source. The army was getting farther and farther from the wall, and the soldiers were getting more and more nervous. Without the protection of the wall, it means that at no time, anywhere, and in any direction, giants will rush over and eat them. In this extramural survey is because they have a certain degree of confidence in their own skills, such as Yi Bai and Wu. But most people, especially recruits, just want to see what it looks like outside the wall. After all, they grew up inside the wall and still have great curiosity about the outside, despite the huge threat of giants. No matter what the other soldiers are thinking, anyway, Yi Bai and Yan's purpose is very clear. This time, we must find the clues of the giant, even if it is a little bit. After a while, the clues of the soldiers have not gained much. Collecting clues for a long time has exhausted the stamina of several recruits, so Levi let the soldiers rest in a wood. Because he is too obsessed with the relationship between the giant and himself, he wants to quickly find out how he got the power of the giant and how to use him. So he greeted Captain Levi. In the disbelief on everyone's face, Levi agreed, but made a request. He must go with Yi Bai and the older soldiers, who is known as the strongest human being, actually agreed to such a ridiculous request for a separate investigation. There is actually a reason why the captain agreed so happily. Because Levi already knew from the last battle report that the shovel might have the power of a giant. What kind of surprise will be given to him after the scorpion awakens the power of the giant, the entire survey corps, and even all the corps within the entire wall? Maybe Hanji, the maniac who studies giants, knows about it, and he will stick around for a long time. But if the giant good king of the scorpion awakens his ability, is it good or bad? Yi Bai, Fu, and the older soldiers, with the permission of Captain Levi, set out to investigate. But they didn't notice that the young soldier quietly followed them and rode. Yi Bai and the others walked for a while, and when they wanted to rest, they saw a small wooden house. Yi Bai stepped forward and knocked on the door, but no one responded. After all, there are almost no human beings outside the wall. If you meet them, you will be lucky. After all, there is no place to rest now, the older soldier said apologetically, and then kicked open the door of the wooden house. The appearance of the wooden house surprised the three of them. There were no mummified corpses and bloodstains in the imagination. There were only some papers and books piled up in the house. His eyes were almost emitting light, and he quickly picked up a few pages and looked at it carefully. Chapter 140. We meet with sword. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. He looked at it, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the appearance of the scorpion, Yi Bai knew that these materials were about giants, so he called the older soldiers to read these materials together. It was also the first time that the older soldier saw Ji Xiaoxiao so excited, and he was a little stunned, because this is the first time he sees a scorpion smile. If it wasn't for Yi Bai calling him out, he probably still wondered how Ju laughed like this. He picked up a book beside him and read it quietly. I don't know what I saw. The scorpion's pupils shrunk, staring at the text and pictures. Yi Bai just found some information about the giant in the stack of papers, and when he wanted to show it to the scorpion, he saw the unusual reaction of the scorpion. Yi Bai called him a few times, but Jian didn't respond. He approached the shovel and saw the contents of the book. The page of the book is printed with a man and his wife and his young son. The family is very warm and harmonious. Just that, the young boy's appearance made him feel a little familiar. Below the photo is a line of words. The first person to awaken the power of a giant by his own power. The following article also has experts at the time speculating on whether this giant's power would be passed on to his young son as a gene. Yi Bai, have you noticed? 3. He stared at the photo for a long time before he spoke. That little boy is me. It didn't matter what he said, and it was fortunate that he was mentally prepared and was not frightened. But the older soldiers beside him were terrified. You said that this child is you, so is your father the one, the famous military advisor, Thrush. The older soldier looked at the shovel in disbelief. Seeing Yi Bai's face covered in a circle, Yan calmed down and explained to him slowly. Thrust is my father. I was young when he was a military division in the army. I can't remember things. I only know that every time when the giant came, he would go out in a panic. It's always quiet when you come back. I asked my mother about this later, and she just said she was afraid of disturbing me or something, but it doesn't look like that now. After he finished speaking, he turned to the older soldier, as if hoping that the older soldier could say something about his father. Older soldier sighed and said, the Thrush was the best military division in our place before, and many many of us have won a lot of battles under his leadership, but there is something very strange. What's strange? Quote, Yan and Yi Bai asked in unison. Every time the Thrush military division takes us to war, if the giant side has the upper hand in the war, a giant will definitely appear and fight with other giants. At first we thought it was just infighting, but on closer inspection it wasn't. The giant seems to be intentionally helping us eliminate giants, and when I heard that, the Thrush military division will go missing, and when the battle is over, people will see him. There are always some wounds on his body, and it always feels like he is in a fight with someone else. Looking back now, why didn't our friends find out that the military division has this ability? Older soldier said and sighed. He listened to the old soldier talking about his father's past, and closed his eyes with the information about the giant at hand. He recalled that his father was sent to the guillotine for an unwarranted crime, and he was afraid that some people were afraid of his father's power and killed him first. What is more terrifying than a giant is the human heart. He sorted out the information and tied it carefully with a rope. He turned around and didn't know whether to say to the older soldier or to himself, it's all in the past, so I won't mention it when it's over, and I'll feel at ease when I find the truth. After speaking, he opened the door of the wooden house and walked out. Shoo! The sudden attack shocked the scorpion, and subconsciously retreated into the room. Oh, I was dodged. The speed is good. Yi Bai, Wu, and the older soldier looked at the speaker with surprised expressions. What are you doing here? Do you know how much punishment it will be for leaving the team without authorization? Go back soon. Because it was a comrade in arms who fought together and a soldier brought up by himself, the older soldier shouted sternly to the younger soldier. Young soldier smiled and said, Master, for the sake of taking care of me all these years, I don't need to hurt you, but these two people can't keep it. I have to get the information in their hands. From the very beginning, I knew that he had the power of a giant, and only I wanted to use this power to become a giant, just like Ani before. Older soldier almost roared out. Then have you ever thought about what will happen if you can't control this power? Even if you can control it, will you be executed like the previous military divisions? Exclamation mark. Quote, don't worry about so many things, let's talk about other things when the information is in hand. After saying that, he took out the two knives from his waist and rushed towards the shovel holding the documents. Wu subconsciously handed the information to Yi Bai, and he kept it. He also took out his knife and challenged the young soldiers, ignoring the stipulations in the Legion that no fighting was allowed. During the fight, it was now clear to the Scorpion why the young soldier had been following him during the days when he was brought back. Even the chance encounters in the library were controlled by him, not to mention the book that fell off the shelf at will, which was also placed there after the young soldier read it. Then, while waiting for him to check the information in the library, he deliberately touched the book, in order to let himself and Yi Bai come here to find information about the giant, and then take advantage of the fisherman. Yi Bai also had to admire the young soldier's ability. He usually looked familiar, and was a small talker in front of everyone. Who would have thought that there is such a thoughtful person behind this? Even this kind of thinking is not used in the so-called right path. After fighting for a while, Jian didn't really want to spend it with the young soldiers, but because they were all human, it was hard to use his abilities. But the sound of their fighting attracted giants. Chapter 141. Battle the Giants. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. This time, he has to accept the sudden war again. Seeing the giant approaching the scorpion step by step, he was a little panicked, because after all, he had a conflict with his master. I don't feel as safe as I used to. Wolf smoke was everywhere, and the giant's footsteps stepped on the ground step by step, and the soldiers could feel the vibration. Such wars came again and again. I am afraid that they have become accustomed to this kind of life in their heart, accepted every day facing the attack of giants all the time. I saw Yi Bai jumped on the giant's body with 3 or 2 strokes, took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it. PFF. Yi Bai's skills were very neat, and after hitting it hard, the giant's body trembled slightly, but it had no practical effect, and soon the giant swung Yi Bai down. But at this time, the soldier did not step forward to help, and immediately came up after seeing Yi Bai falling. I saw that the soldier holding the big knife did not look like he wanted to come forward to help, but instead he wanted to snatch the information. Yi Bai, danger! I saw the scorpion behind him shouting loudly. At this moment, Yi Bai also noticed the soldiers' misdeeds, and turned around to avoid his attack. Yi Bai didn't expect that the soldiers still wanted to get this information at this dangerous moment. At the same time, facing the giant, Yi Bai felt a little helpless. It was at this point that the shovel joined the fight. While facing the attack of giants, deal with this soldier. Facing the attack of the soldiers, the shovels didn't care, they couldn't hurt themselves at all with their strength. But there is a giant on the other side, and this man is undoubtedly disgusting like a fly. Faced with this situation, Yi Bai also felt that he could not continue. I saw him growl. Open the door. Watch the lotus flower. After speaking, Yi Bai felt that the strength in his body was much stronger. A leap into the battle with the giant again. After opening the first door of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Yi Bai's speed was obviously much faster. In the face of giant attack, he can also dodge very sensitively. This made it impossible for the giant to attack Yi Bai. I saw a giant wave his hand, facing Yi Bai. At this time, everyone thought that he could not escape this blow. Haha, kid die. The soldier sneered. At this moment, Yi Bai's heart also broke into a cold sweat. But Yi Bai looked confident. Too slow. Yi Bai said lightly. Spoke. Yi Bai flashed out in an instant and appeared behind the giant. Goodbye. I saw Yi Bai jumping behind the giant and hitting him hard. The giant fell to the ground instantly and did not move. The other giants immediately looked like Yi Bai. Bad in the way. Yi Bai said lightly. Boom. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Bai's several neat moves were about to fall to the ground. The soldier stood aside with a big mouth. This is too strong. The soldier was a little surprised. Fought against giants all year round, and he has never seen anyone with such terrifying strength. Remembering that I wanted to sneak attack on Yi Bai just now, I was already in a cold sweat. After defeating the giant, Yi Bai lightly patted the dust on his body. Looking at the soldier, he walked over slowly. At this moment, the soldier has begun to tremble, and his heart is very frightened. Seeing Yi Bai approaching him step by step, the soldiers still panic. The weapon in his hand was tightly gripped, but in front of Yi Bai there was no threat at all. Don't come here. The soldier shouted helplessly. Said the soldier raised the weapon in his hand, facing Yi Bai. Do you think you can threaten me with just you? Yi Bai said lightly. Yes, with Yi Bai's strength against the giant just now, the soldiers are indeed not enough to see in front of him. At this moment, the older soldier ran up immediately. Yi Bai, he just lost his mind for a while, forgive him this time. The soldiers began to intercede. Hearing these words, the young soldier was a little surprised to deal with him just now, but he didn't care, and instead pleaded for himself. Looking at the master, he seemed a little regretful. However, the temptation of that information was so great that he had to be tempted. He is still thinking about how to obtain this information. Perhaps, after obtaining this information, he can become stronger than Yi Bai. Give me the information. The soldier gritted his teeth. Suddenly, the young soldier caught his master. He put the knife on the master's neck. Give it to me, or I'll kill him. The soldier shouted. He did this too with the intention of breaking the net, a desperate feeling. But Yi Bai laughed. Do you think taking him can threaten me? Yi Bai smiled. Give it to me quickly, or his life will be lost. The soldier shouted. Spoke. He raised his dagger and stabbed the old soldier in the chest. Dang. Just when the old soldier thought his life was about to be explained here, he closed his eyes and prepared to face death. But Yi Bai suddenly appeared behind them, slapped him down, and stunned him directly. Then he fell to the ground, and the old soldier was rescued. Unbelievable. Yi Bai said lightly. Looking at the soldier who fell to the ground, Tu's heart was very puzzled. In their remarks just now, Yan probably knew something about his father. At this moment, the mystery in his heart gradually dissipated. You just said what happened to my father. All those things in the past are why my father was executed. Tell me now. Scorpion asked. Faced with the questioning of the scorpion, the older soldier became somewhat helpless. Oh, it's all in the past. The soldier shook his head helplessly. In his mind, it had a terrible history. Although he knew it very well, he didn't want to mention it again. You said it. The scorpion became a little anxious. The old soldier's expression was very tangled, and in the face of the unbearable past, he began to recall it. Your father was a great military strategist, said the older soldier. It's all a long time ago. He used to be like you. Young, capable, but alas, dry. Chapter 142. Great soldier open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. This is all a long time ago. He used to be like you. Young and capable, but unfortunately, isn't it so anxious? The older soldier was hesitant to speak. Wu, can you speak sooner? Because in his heart he really wanted to know what kind of military military advisor his father was, what kind of ability he had, but where is the pity? Just when the scorpion and the people next to him were particularly anxious, the older soldier said, when he was young, he had the same strong ability as you, but when he was fighting the giant again, it was because he saved his companions. The scorpion's heart is very curious how to lose his life. The older soldier said, because in a battle with a giant, his companion fell into the hand of the giant, and his father, 363. See immediately, back of the giant, he wanted to cut off the piece of flesh on the back of the giant's neck, but, due to the lack of equipment at the time, it was intact. His father did not hold the dagger firmly when he was taking out the dagger, and the dagger fell. However, he succeeded in rescuing his companion. A very responsible soldier. Hearing this, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but he didn't expect that the last dagger fell, but he still saved his companion. He was proud of his father's spirit. When the people on the side heard such old things, they bowed their heads silently, unable to say a word. But his father did not die at the hands of the giants, but because he violated the discipline of the original military camp. Speaking of this, is it very incomprehensible why he saved his companion and was executed? The older soldier said, because of his own health, he couldn't act without authorization, but he saw his companion suffer, and no one rushed to help him. So he acted without authorization and rushed to the giant, because he has the same rare energy as the scorpion, but due to his poor control, he turned himself into a different species. The reason for becoming a xenogeniac is that when the rare energy in his body could not be fully activated, he used all his strength, because he wanted to rescue his companions, but because his body could not bear it, he became a xenogeniac. Don't think it's that simple. After he became a xenogeniac species, his brain began to be out of control. Although his whole body's strength was increasing, he often did things that people couldn't understand. Example, in a battle, because of his appearance, he helped the giant fight that war. At that time, his brain was out of control, resulting in a heavy loss of the survey corps. Listening carefully, he frowned, knowing that his body was the same as his father's. He was a little frightened, and didn't want his ending to be the same as his father's. Just as he was talking, he heard a loud noise, and according to the movement, we knew that the giant attacked again. Hey, attack after attack. Still, as soon as the speaking older soldier turned around, they were gone. It was still too late to react now. Yi Bai had already got on his left arm. Yi Bai's skills were very agile, and he could see that he jumped 3 times and 2 times before landing on the giant's body. This time is not an ordinary war, because when Yi Bai rushed over, there were many giants gathered. This time I felt very flustered, because everyone saw the appearance of so many giants, maybe they didn't dare to think about the ending. Wu said, what is the situation? So many come out all at once. Yi Bai didn't say anything, because he knew that what he said was useless. He could only destroy the giants one by one. Looking at Yi Bai's vigorous posture and familiar fighting methods, he knew that his ability was very strong. Seeing that Yi Bai jumped to the back of the giant's neck, he wanted to cut off that piece of meat, but this time it wasn't so easy. Jumping to the back of the giant's neck, unexpectedly, the giant who came this time is more agile than the usual giant. Yi Bai was accidentally slapped by the giant, and then slapped on the ground from the back. Watching the wolf smoke on the ground, did you know how hard it was to fall to the ground? Seeing Yi Bai's mistake, Yan suddenly fell to the ground, and his heart tightened, because he had never encountered such a big scene, and every time he encountered difficulties, Yi Bai was by his side. This time, the scorpion was really flustered. But, no matter how flustered he was, and he knew in his heart that he had to save Yi Bai first. If he is seriously injured, he will not be able to come out the next time he goes out, so that the scorpion's heart will not feel so safe. After all, it was Yi Bai's credit for step by step up to now. Thinking of so many things, but now the only important thing is, put Yi Bai in a safe place, and then continue to beat the giant. Very simple to think. When the scorpion jumped to the foot of the giant, the huge chunk of meat was walking towards Yi Bai, and the scorpion became more and more flustered. 2. Be sure to take him away before him. Oh, too much. He had already used all his strength to save Yi Bai, but the giant was still like an ant in knee, pinching Yi Bai up and putting it in his hand. Why did the war feel different this time? Tear it in half and eat it directly. Why should it be put in his hand, as if protecting him, making the people present wonder, what is the reason for this? Wu's heart was very anxious, but Yi too. 5. Shiro fell into the hands of the giant and did not wake up, but was still in a coma. Why do giants treat Yi Bai like this? Aren't they emotionless? How could Levi be surprised when he sees this scene? When they brought Yi Bai back, they started to panic. They came with a purpose this time, that is, take Yi Bai away. What secret was there in the middle? The scorpion didn't respond, only to hear the older soldier speak again. Speak, what should come will still come. Tu was very puzzled. He asked, what should come, what should not come? Only saw the old soldier talking hesitantly. But Tu and Levi didn't ask much. They were cleaning the battlefield and cleaning up the bodies of those soldiers. Chapter 143. Those who should come will come after all. Subscribe. After cleaning the body, the shovel ran to ask the older soldier, what should come will still come. Woo, what should it be in time or it will come? The older soldier was now pretending to be confused again. He might have some concerns in his own heart, or some other reason, but he didn't say it. He didn't say it. It doesn't mean that the scorpion won't continue to ask, because in the scorpion's heart it is. If something is missed, it may delay a lot of things, and it will also lose a lot of troops due to the next war. Sat on the bench with a serious tone, and he sat over to ask him something, and he always seemed to ignore it. Woo, a picture that everyone owes you, if it's not because of something. Ask you, who will pay attention to you? Tan's inner monologue. The older soldier finally couldn't help but say it. The long war just now, even if Yi Bai fell to the ground, it doesn't matter, because it has the ability to regenerate, and this ability is a new skill that all of his 8 doors and 23 Dunjia have been activated. Everyone stopped for a while, looked at him in surprise, and said that they were surprised to be reborn. He also didn't expect this to happen. Yi Bai's physique was so special that he could open all the doors in the 8 gates of Dunjia, and can be used very proficiently, which is something that no one can do, and no one can do it. It can be seen that they are all worried about Yi Bai's safety, but the older soldier has already said that the reason for Yi Bai's physique can be reborn, so why worry? But they saw that the giant took Yi Bai away in his hands. No one can control such a giant. If there is, then this person can only be Yi Bai. The older soldier said, don't worry, Yi Bai will be fine. He said, I know why you didn't tell us. The older soldier said, what should come will come, and what you want to know will sooner or later be known. He didn't understand why he had to wait until that time when he knew he couldn't say it directly. Levi, who was beside him, didn't say anything, but from the expression on his face, it could be seen that he was not very happy. Maybe everyone thinks the same. Will he have any accident? The older soldier obviously didn't look worried at all. Maybe he knew Yi Bai's true identity. Everyone was restless. Faye was even more restless. Yi Bai didn't find his whereabouts. He couldn't feel at ease for a day. Every day, Sho and the Survey Corps go outside the wall to find out what's going on. Few days have passed. While training in the training camp, I suddenly heard a voice. Why didn't you eat in the morning? Do you have no energy? The familiar voice hung in his ears. Yes. He turned around to look at Yi Bai. Really, standing in front of him intact. He was a little excited, because he had been looking for Yi Bai for a few days. He thought there is so much hope that he will stand in front of him in good condition. His eyes are a little wet. Maybe he is too excited. Yi Bai is back. Some soldiers were calling. It reached the ears of Levi and Armin. Of course, they didn't believe it at first. There would be people who were taken away by the giants and would come back, and they were still intact. They came to the training camp as fast as they could, and they were surprised and unbelievable to see Yi Bai really standing there intact. Where has your kid been for so long? Everyone is worried about you to death. Yi Bai didn't explain anything. Everyone was immersed in the fact that Yi Bai could come back intact, although it was said to be intact, but a red line appeared on Yi Bai's forehead, as if it was embedded in it. No one would ask him where he went and what he did these days, but everyone will be very curious, but everyone is sure to listen to what he wants to say. After a while, Levi sent the soldiers to disperse, and they all started training their own programs in their respective training camp. In fact, this was done to distract other people, and I wanted to ask Yi Bai what happened in so many days. Levi said, I have been walking for so many days. How are you doing? Just laying the groundwork for the next article. Yi Bai said, very good. At this time, the older soldier came over and asked, the young man is in a good mood. It seems that he can compete with me. Yi Bai's mouth widened and he laughed, and he would definitely play with his elders when he had time. Wow, didn't expect it. Yi Bai said to the older soldiers to accompany the elders. We all know that Yi Bai would not say such words to win people, but what Yi Bai and the older soldier said was not at all unfamiliar. It felt like an old friend who had known each other for many years. The people who heard it began to be surprised. Yi Bai seemed to be a different person. After that, I have been listening to Levi's asking Yi Bai all kinds of questions, but Yi Bai refused and didn't ask anything. Levi felt very helpless. After all, 363, you can't force others to do something. Life has returned to its normal calm. The Scorpion is still training in the training camp every day, and the Survey Corps is still repeating the same thing every day. But last year, Yi Bai's number of visits to the Long Soldiers increased again and again. No one knew what to do, and no one would ask, and even if he asked, he would not tell you. Yi Bai goes to the training ground every day, and Faye found that the red line on his forehead was embedded in his forehead, and the color became more and more obvious. What is it? Every time I see it, I feel that Yi Bai has a secret that cannot be told. He was always at the top of the soldiers last year, and the threshold would be knocked down by 5. I don't know what to do every day. The days in the training camp went by so fast. Yi Bai watched the improvement of Wu's ability every day, and he was very happy, because the rare energy in his body wanted to be fully activated. He will not forget this every day, but he is also paying attention to Yi Bai. Why is there a red line embedded on the forehead this time? And as the days get longer and longer, the red line gradually deepens. Yi Bai didn't say anything, and Yan was also someone who wouldn't ask. Chapter 144. Upset __. In the past, it was claimed to rule the RLC, but there was no real management. Yi Bai is a person who rules Shanai County. When talking about her martial art, Princess Typing looked at Li Dan, but she could not see any remorse on Li Dan's face. This brother should understand. Her nerves are nervous enough. Great. Yi Bai patted his hand and praised the whole place. Now is the time for Yi Bai to make an administrative report, mainly using chart. At present, the situation of population, animal husbandry, taxation and road construction in the western region, including the immigrants from Datang, the naturalized population and the original western population. My daughter is the queen and the emperor. Today, I have entered the Tang dynasty from the west of Yangguan and the east of Dushishui, all of which are governed by Datang County. Princess Typing focuses on the results of her work, so no one in this room dares to underestimate her. It is worth noting that in the Tang dynasty, the Han dynasty regime had no formal rule over the western region, but only remote control. Princess Typing contributed to this situation, and the situation in the western region has undergone earth-shaking changes. She defeated the emperors of all dynasties. This couple really like their marriage. When the monks criticize them, it is absolutely a perfect match. Without the foreign war of Wei state, there would be no territorial expansion. An ordinary general has no abilities. Without the escort of the Typing Heavenly Kingdom princess, the great cause of the western expedition cannot be carried out smoothly. Only she can win the trust of the court, otherwise the court will be afraid that Weixi's heavy army will be in hand, and the tail will be too big to fall, and that he will make contributions. You can't do anything. Some people saw the key point and suddenly rode. The sudden riding of the rope was blamed on Wei Shi, Cao Cao, etc. Getting famous Qingzhou soldiers. The general trend is a foregone conclusion. The control Yi Bai holds a root string in his hand. To listen to them will destroy them. Princess Typing is responsible for the smooth development of the western region, and the couple has made great achievements. After the report of the son-in-law and the princess was published, Yi Bai introduced the military affairs of the courtiers generals, and discussed their exploit. They are gently encouraged to be loyal to each other and to contribute to their work, while they respectfully and positively express their loyalty and determination. Staff has been completed. The gift. Yi Bai gave the court a gold medal. The disillusioned Shi country and which country got a lot of wealth. Yi Bai pieced it together again, and sent all the gold coins to the court to show the world that the court is very interested in the Western expedition team. The support is absolutely worth it. This gold continues to arrive. One batch is open to the public, a piece of gold full of sensation. The Western tour in the Tang dynasty was caused by the support of the Queen Mother. Without the support of the Queen Mother, how could the ministers make contributions? Glory to the Queen Mother, respect to the Tang people. Yi Bai will be a smiling face, and she has to face it. Today, her son-in-law gave her a big face, don't you? Yi Bai and others have been promoted to official wealth, such as Weishi Food City being closed to households, Princess Typing Food City Gundam, who. The rest of the people also got bounties. Read accepted them. The atmosphere in the temple was very good. Then a royal banquet was held, accompanied by the emperor himself. Drinking 3 glasses of wine, it means that after leaving, let everyone support themselves. Yi Bai naturally became the object of everyone's persuasion to drink. Fortunately, he moved out Princess Typing as the savior, and he didn't drink much. The princess is my boss. She said I can't drink more. I can't drink, or she will find the Queen Mother suing the little one. and I can't eat away. Pretend he won't drink too much. Instead, the bullshit gave up their bellies for free booze, and as a result, the courtiers did a lot of work. Deep affection, a sip of boredom, and everyone drinking happily. Dancing among the demons, she looked at her chance and sat down with Li Dan to talk about her brother and sister's feelings. We can see that Li Dan is very happy and often cheers with his sister. The wise princess knows why Li Dan is so happy, and their mother is also strong, so Li Dan works hard in front of her, lest he make mistake. Li's relatives were killed, imprisoned, and exiled. The relatives of the Wu family, Princess Taiping, did not know his own virtue. The ministers were trembling like icy cicadas and dared not approach the emperor. Only his only sister, trusted by his mother, was his consolation. Good life, a good mood, a good family, and deep sympathy for the situation of the emperor's brother. She told him anecdotes about the West, which pleased him. Sisters compliment each other, but the face of the martial arts fool is covered with a mist. On their faces were in Yi Bai's eyes. After the banquet, the husband and wife went home by car. Yi Bai reminded, when you are sitting with the emperor's brother, your martial arts relatives look hard to see. They are worried that Princess Taiping will support Li Dan. It is common for them to support the emperor. Why they are so angry has a little idea of the causes and consequences. She gritted her teeth and said, this throne belongs to the Li family. The emperor's brother is sitting. If he doesn't sit, the mother will sit. After all, she is the wife of the Li family and can't sit down. Only the wild dogs in the Wu family's mausoleum dare to peep. One day, I can't spare them. Well, take this, wise monarch away. The princess hit Yi Bai's left with her elbow. This girl, Yi Bai doesn't know how heavy it is. She injured labor. What if your mother agreed to one of them when she inherited the throne? Yi Bai painfully raised a question, saying that this time the princess of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom had nothing to say and was upset. She can't remember, but she has a reliable companion who she says casually, it's up to you. After all, her head still failed. Yi Bai leaned on the seat, looked up at the sky and said, don't worry, they will never be emperors. You said it. Princess Taiping immediately caught him. Don't believe it. Yi Bai pointed at her. Pushing her away, he said rudely, bet on. You are a man who is good at winning wars. Who can bet you that's stupid zero? They talked about the sensitive issues in the driving of cars, except the seal on the bus is better. The army runs the country according to the law. The government personnel dare not say much. The open honor guard has opened the road with a powerful force, and pedestrians are avoided, not afraid herd, and besides, they let go of a quiet conversation. When Yi Bai came home, he was very busy. Yi Bai was going to meet the guests and listen to the report. New Year's Day, we are going to New Year's Day, a year to worship others, that is the year when elders, good friends, and other people come to worship you. Relatives and friends have to get together, give gift, receive gift, and be busy no matter what. Large enterprises, all aspects of investment must listen to performance report. This time is rare. The most important elder around is Yi Bai. When he saw Yi Bai coming, he was waiting for the price. Chapter 145. Participate in the war. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. When the price in front of him was high, he was taken to the water pavilion for a secret conversation. The old uncle reconciled. The civil officer is Dr. Jin Ziguang. The professional officer is the letter to the Ministry of Etiquette. The honor is the pillar country. The martial arts officer is the champion general. The title is Lu Guogong, and the position is an extremely humane minister. Because he works very hard, no matter, he fight or build the Qinling Mausoleum. Moreover, he is Uncle Yi Bai, and his qualifications have already arrived. He should worship his wife. He couldn't let Weiss in charge of the army. He came in charge of the army, so the court gave him compensation. Not long ago, he was elevated to Duke of the country. So the old uncle begged him and said to him, nephew, what military and construction work do you have in the West? Tell the court, you want my uncle to help me and give my uncle a way out. Yi Bai was shocked. As a relative of the kingdom of heaven, who dares to touch you? If you dare to touch me, I will interrupt him. Old uncle, you are afraid of hair. You don't know yet. Xiao Shui sighed. The present court cannot stay any longer. I'm afraid there is a way. What? Yi Bai asked in a hole. It turned out that God set up a prison in the south of Luokung to deal with the rebellious people, and anyone who entered this prison would not die. It is called when a person enters this door, he does his best. Prison production is well known. Chaoshi people are in danger. They dare not meet each other, and dare not be accused of rebellion. Every time they entered, they said goodbye to their families, fearing they would be arrested and unable to survive. Yibai was very angry about this and asked, what about the army? Did they dare to move the army? He said that the army can't screw up, and Wu Zetian's consent must be obtained. Really wanted to arrest the soldiers. Yibai led the soldiers to break into the door, and dared to hurt the cold officers and soldiers for no reason. Yibai dared to kill, and he also had a sacred decree. In the army, they did not arrest people directly, but they pretended to be the queen mother. They didn't miss out. Sigh at the price. Wow. Yibai let out a long sigh. Wu Zetian ordered the arrest. Yibai couldn't stop. As Mr. Yi waited for the price-sensitive status, calm officials dared not touch him easily, but those who touched him, relatives and friends dared, but did not climb to his side, and after all suffered Yibai's pain to fight back. Yibai said sadly, I can't see what they are doing. It's better to go to the west like you and do something real. Although my uncle has no talent, I can build roads for you and train your horses. With a wry smile, the national system does not allow it. Relatives can't be the same clan system. Yibai couldn't help but comfort him. Everything is over. Wait for my mother-in-law to ascend the throne. Hey, it's natural. Disappointed. That would take at least 3 years. After taking over the throne, there must be at least 3 or 5 years of consolidation, and honest officials are indispensable. Those with bright eyes can see. Wu Zetian came to power for some time to quiet officials, and they had at least a few more years of traffic to protect her power. But in a few years, what kind of magic moth will come out, and the heart waiting for the price is endless. He can neither go to the western region, nor return to try to beg for bones. Wu Zetian refused, and gave him the official viscount, like he was born in the ear. For the ancients, it is a good thing to return. Chestnut bowed his head and Yibai was waiting for a drink, which was expensive. Yibai couldn't bear to see him so sad. Well, my railway technology is getting more and more mature. After the new year, I will play your railway chief and build this railway. He explained the knowledge of the railway, waiting for the price immediately. Open your eyebrows and say, that feels good. You have to do as you say. Yibai patted his chest and said, wrap it on your nephew. Back home, the princess talked about getting out of the house. Speaking of an equivalent status like this, a big official like this is also afraid of this. We can see how cool the official's arrogance is. Princess typing sighed. Even my 2 brothers can't escape. No wonder the old uncle is afraid. Husband and wife did not talk about future corrupt officials. Yibai said sincerely, thank you. Princess typing understood and said with a smile, thank you for yourself. Indeed, how can we marry Princess typing without our own efforts? He has considerable ability to protect himself, and calm officials are difficult to defend themselves. New Year's Day is really a lot of things. You see customers, guests see you, such as Shangguan Weiner. Don't go to her to snatch public food, and then wait for your hair to dye green. If it wasn't for Yibai's power, ordinary men would not be able to conquer such a woman with eyes higher than above. One after another, guests who want to have a meeting must be seen. Kurt businessman Kong Chan invested millions of dollars to help pay. Chestnut people are famous for their good business. How rich the businessmen are, but in vain. They have given away millions, and they are still short of money, making a profit a lot of money. Yibai quickly returned to God. His passage was wide. He checked, and someone flattered him, letting him know that he was attacked in the hall, and there was a chestnut figure behind him. He established Chao Wujuguo's war against the Kurt. No wonder the Kurts did not participate in his war. Zhao Wujuguo had agents in the Tang dynasty, and some people who saw Yibai slaughtering chestnuts did not like them, and they were good at betting on certain power and gain a certain political status. Therefore, when Yibai presented the butcher knife to the chestnuts of Zhao Wu's 9 countries, the Jit people saw an opportunity to participate in the ugly military attachés, and even the loyal ministers of the Tang dynasty, although they disagreed with the first 2 people. But the vigilance against Wei Shi is the same as the first 2. Without it, there is too much military power. In the attack on the empire, the history of the empire is used to impeach. At all times, there are dissidents in the force, and some chestnuts want to get involved in Wes's activities. Chestnut Kanzan is a die-hard Weiss supporter. He knew him at the end of the year and has been investing in Yibai. Intelligence agency noted that he blocked the passage of the resolution against Yibai at the Coulter summit, but the resolution could not be blocked because there were not enough votes. Yibai noted knows that they invest in many ways. If they don't put their eggs in the same basket, they won't be out of luck. This is not. As an important investor of Wei Shi, Kong Chan had a very pleasant conversation when he asked Wei Shi. Although the group of chestnuts behind him is disturbing, Chestnut Kingzhen has no hostility towards him at all, and now for the sake of silver, millions of people, no matter what. How angry, Yi Bai lost his temper. Like a maid serving tea, Kong Chan couldn't wait to open a large lacquer box with him. Chapter 146. Sin. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Delicate maid. Ah. With a cry, the flowers turned pale with fright. The tray tilted, the teacup and the teapot fell to the ground, and shattered a few times. In the lacquer box was a man's head. With his eyes closed, he could see that it was a chestnut. Of course, Yi Bai was not afraid. He turned his eyes and said 2 words. What a shame. The generals and the maids of the army were still afraid of the head, and they were indeed affected. But the children, who have never seen anything in the world, dress better and eat better than even the girls of the big family outside, they are terrified. Kong Zexi first said, "This is disrespectful to General Kong Junqing. He dared to disrespect the general. We ordered him to commit suicide to make up for his previous sins." Kong Junqing, there are high-ranking figures in the Walnut people, big slave owners, family wealth of more than 1 million, staring at the sky, knowing many high-ranking officials, because they participated in the conspiracy to frame Wei Shi, and after the failure, they said they would kill. Only in this way, we can show sincerity. Money alone is impossible. Kong Junqing paid the price when he lost the king. Besides him, there were several chestnut people who also sacrificed themselves to make up for their previous sins. After this, Kong Chan sent a large sum of money to repair the relationship between the two parties. After briefly recounting the results of the others, Kong Chan acted as a flower protector, saying, "I scared this little sister, and the responsibility is on me." "What a big thing," Yi Bai said impatiently. "Okay, I won't offend her, and come back with a different tea set." An officer held his ring finger and immediately, in and took the lacquer box, but he wouldn't show it, but he had to check his body. If the master speaks well, the maid will happily go back to tea. "Lao Kong, I am very relieved. I am united in this world. I am very relieved that you can support me." Wei Shi has a good temper. With a faint smile on Kong Chan's face, he knew that Yi Bai was telling the truth. Yi Bai is a sunny man, and things are upright. He likes to be rich together. If people are sincere to him, he will come back sincerely. Starting from the army, he did the work of the Ministry of Industry, not doing 3 or 434, and liked to simplify. I told the others, the general's policy has always been to protect the business road. As long as businessmen pay taxes in accordance with the law and do not cheat, they will be supported by the generals no matter what. As for the war between the generals and the outside world, they are all kings, and what they fear is the loss of their status. How can our merchants and merchants support them? As long as they do business well, the Tang dynasty will have a way out, and they should catch up. General, achieve political correctness. Kong Zexi stated his position. If you know this, you and Shang understand. When Yi Bai the Yudao saw that he was happy, Kong Chan broke into a cold sweat. Yi Bai attacked Zhao Wu's 9 countries on a large scale, the chestnut people, and turned the people of the occupied countries into slaves. But his eyes are farther than ordinary people. As long as Wei Shi is surrounded by the princess of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, as long as he still has military strength, his status will not be shaken. Even though many people are waiting for Yi Bai, Kong Chan has always supported Wei. It has ruined the relationship. In addition to financial support, I would like to continue to open up business roads for the general public, transport supplies, and participate in slave management. This is the list. After careful thinking, Kong Chan devoted himself to Wei Zai's great cause at a deeper level, paper with a dense list on it. This is a good thing. His hands can speak chestnut language, so he can easily manage the Jayat slaves. At the same time, within the scope of their ability, he can give better treatment to the Jayat slave compatriots, at least in the Shangtang army. Special slave endorsement. Yi Bai readily agreed. Kong Chan said something indescribable. "I want to be part of this song, under the jurisdiction of the princess's family." Yi Bai refused as soon as he heard it. "Lao Kong, you had a fight with my friend. I don't want you to do things you don't like to do." Chestnut people always attach or guest registration, refusing to be editors who are officially included in the household registration by the government, such as peasants, domestic workers, farmers, etc. are more free than editors and closer to slaves. Kong Chan wants to make a piece of music, but Yi Bai doesn't want to. That's because of his reputation. But I'm also afraid of doors. Kong Chan is outspoken. He has joined the camp on a deeper level and will be a thorn in the side of officials. Well, I'll give you a princess's office to take care of it, and you'll be a lieutenant in the western region of the Tang dynasty. I'll see who dares to touch you. Yi Bai had a solution. He added a lot of titles to him in one breath. Kong Chan asked this answer and said with great joy, "Thank you, your son-in-law." Although the honest officials were commanded by Wu Zetian and the army was captured by the common people, it was not so easy to capture with the characters of princess typing. Everyone chatted, and seeing that Yi Bai was in a good mood, Kong Chan gave money again. "Son-in-law, if you attack these two countries, you will gain a lot." Kong Chan introduced the topic. "What? Who are you in love with? My price is high." Yi Baiing said, "Talking to smart people is easy." Kong Chan took out a list and said, "I want to redeem these people." The relationship between the chestnut people is inextricably linked, and many characters became slaves in the occupied stone country and all countries, and the relatives and friends of the chestnut people outside also paid for them. 0 inches Chang, for your face, everyone on the list has been eliminated. If possible, I will let you go. Yi Bai was embarrassed. As it turns out, Kong Chan carefully avoided kings, dignitaries, generals, and merchants, and redeemed the less sensitive. Those on the list have been redeemed as free men, costing millions of dollars. After Zhao Wuguo was captured, the ransom notes kept coming and the money rolled in. This business is not bad. Yi Bai was busy from spring to Lantern Festival. After the new year, he wrote, "Please open, to Kyoto Railway." This immediately attracted the attention of the court. During the competition, Yi Bai asked for the opening of a double-track railway between Chang'an and Luoyang. This was new, but not everyone was shocked. After all, this son-in-law tampered with chic things from time to time. Steam locomotives run on double-track railways, with a maximum length of miles, and can carry as many as 8,000 people in 10 carriages. The emergence of this new thing has made the Tang dynasty officials incomprehensible, and the helpless way she can only briefly describe. The iron the machine, powered by coal, can run on the rails day and night. Easy to understand, and so did the officials. There is no mention of the emperor here, because the emperor was far less present in the temple than the priest, and when he sat aside, he was almost different from each other. After understanding, these people's eyes lit up. Obviously they all thought of the money on the railway. The reaction was not slow. Yi Bai said calmly, "The weight of the country, it's the empire." Chapter 147. Let's talk. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Wu Zetian smiled. Others wait. His eyes blurred, like Wu's three ugly, undisguised hatred looking at Yi Bai. "Yes, if you don't give good things to your brother, you don't think this is it enough to offend us." Yi Bai smiled and said, "Mom, look, these three ugliness at once." Make their fierce eyes come together and pretend to be serious. But it was too late and many officials saw them and forced them not to laugh. Wu Zetian also saw it, but there was a sigh in his heart. Her three nieces, even if they were in high positions, could only cheer for her. They could not do their actual work. Wu San thought to herself, she had high hope, but she was unable to manage the army, use the army, and even the customs and national defense printed matter of the military department were gone, and the military department had to replace it. Printing, 000. Chapter. Wu Chengji had previously won her favor by offering Reixiang Beishi. Unfortunately, in high-ranking positions in the official department, he arbitrarily appointed private persons and had nothing to do with them. Just like Yi Bai, he also used his own private counterparts, but those private people can really do things. Many officials selected by Wu Chengji are pigheads and have little ability, so Wu Chengji was ridiculed by the Ministry of Management and Electoral Affairs. Wu Yizong is not good. His people are fierce, but not for foreigners, but for infighting. Because of his poor appearance, short stature, and low self-esteem, he used tyrannical power to show majesty, and the world resented it. Wu Zetian is a smart white man. If it weren't for her nephews, unfamiliar relatives and so many options, she would never have used them. So capable, so powerful, and terrifying, if he wasn't the son-in-law of Princess Taiping, and Princess Taiping was in charge of him, and Wu Zetian gave him the way out before letting him become a member of the Ministry of Construction. Don't let him be in charge of the military for a long time. When Wu Zetian lowered his eyes and realized the sinister undercurrent, he thought slightly. According to Premier Wei's pricing for the railway, the county magistrate set aside the corresponding money according to his request, started the construction of the railway, and completed the construction of the railway as scheduled. The priest is waiting to obey orders. Guo Shengshu immediately stepped forward and accepted the will. Guo is Yi Bai's colleague. Wu Zetian wanted to change him, but he couldn't. This man surnamed Guo is really capable and has strong financial ability. While the courts are chaotic, the courts have been well received. With him helping Uncle Wei and providing Yi Bai with technology, the success of the railway is almost certain. Oh, the son-in-law also promised Ji Wook to be the deputy prime minister, which he is allowed to do. Wu Zetian downplayed the tunnel. Everyone's surprised eyes were fixed on Ji Shu. He was deeply aware of the pressure to concentrate. Ji Shu, from Henan, Luzhou, with a burly stature and a good background. He was a scholar and an adjutant in the Ming dynasty. He is mean and dare to say. He is a ruthless official, and now Yi Bai has promised him to do exercises. It is difficult to have any collusion with him, but I have never heard of it before. With inspection, misfortune and doubt made him restless. After a while he stepped forward and said, "The priest's order." Yi Bai said it was surprising that he wanted to build a railway. He assured Ji Wook that officials would keep talking about it. Everyone knows that Yi Bai disagrees with the ruthless officials, and they are both tired of seeing each other. Don't say they were surprised. Even Yi Bai found out and said, "Why did you let someone like Ji Shu be my deputy?" You'll find out soon enough. Yi Bai is also not clear about this. Price will soon be known. It's true. To build a railway, the technology is readily available. The Chengluliang Railway is not a railway in the Celestial Dynasty. A railway was built by the Tang family in Liangzhou to transport coal, with a total length of kilometers. Then there is the railway built by Lu Zeni in the western region, taking the example of Yugong City in the west of Guiji Mountain, forming a railway and accumulating quite rich experience. Only in this way can he dare to build railways in such sensitive areas as Chang'an and Luoyang. Railway is not short of rails. The Tang family in Liangzhou, and the Taiping Princess Enterprise can have no shortage of production funds, and there is no shortage of manpower to have brothers in the family affairs department. The country is strong, and the people are mobile. Where is the trouble in land requisition? Land requisition. The world does not understand, does not accept our trivial matters. The key is that they think that the railway is repaired, the land is leveled all the way, the cemetery is encountered, the field is sacrificed, the roar of the machine hinders feng shui, and does not respect the ancestors. Chang'an, the land between Luoyang and Luoyang, is a first-class good place. There is no shortage of rich and powerful people here to occupy it. Even if Uncle Wei is a rich and powerful man, he is worried that he will fall into a broken head and do three things. That's when Gizzo comes in handy. Do you want to build roads for this land? Okay, you want to resist. Gizzo said so. It's inexplicable. If you don't give that land, you're resisting. The landlord countered with disobedience. This railway was built by the Queen Mother. If you don't build it, it's not a rebellion or something. Gizzo's tough words. Want to argue with him? Okay, please go to jail and try the so-called regular door. If you don't give that land, it's a rebellion, and if you grab it, we'll talk. After the listing, the problem of land requisition was resolved, and the railway construction was rapid. Brother Ji is so lucky, said happily. On the issue of land acquisition, there will be Brother Lai Ji. You don't need to pay attention to specific things. When you have credit, the uncle will naturally know how to do it. Those who know how to make good use of people once secretly said to Wei Heshao, no matter of his background, he can help you. That is, a good comrade. In short, no matter. You caught a 2.5 mouse, you are a good cat. But working with someone like that would tarnish my reputation as a Wei family. Don't believe the price. Your door is too narrow. Yi Bai shook his head and said to him, what kind of person has his place, and who is a cool official? The queen will not know. However, after she came to power, she felt very unstable and had many opponents. In order to dig out the hidden conspirators, she uses cold officials to suffer for the government and the people, but it is necessary for her. Use it well, the cool sense will help. If he doesn't help, you can deal with those people in power, right? Yi Bai asked. No, have to admit the price. That's it. Yi Bai reached out and patted his old uncle's shoulder. Chapter 148. Fame. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. racket. Not to mention that the railway caused an uproar. On the first day of the year, the old man personally asked Gongxi at Luokung Temple in Dongdu, a few days later. Since then, the trial of Gongxi Temple has been going on. Monastery examination was officially launched, and the previous three-level official examination system was determined. Due to Yi Bai's initiative, the main research theory, the surname system, the failure of the monastery master would not fail, and the examination content increased the disorganized theoretical technology, arithmetic, engineering, agronomy, etc., and poetry. As a frame of reference, it cannot afford poetry. Loss. Wu Zetian almost took his advice and attributed it to Guo's proposal in name, but the newlyweds got married and the matchmaker threw the wall, not saying Yi Bai, Guo Weishi and other examiners, and even officials of his system could not become examiners, or at least unlikely. Yi Bai was in control of the military and let him choose materials, that is. Even so, Yi Bai was quite satisfied with the successful implementation of the temple test, and asked Shengguan Wan'er to drink in her drunken red dust tavern. Hurry up, hurry up. The two depend on each other for 23 lives, and outside the curtain is the picturesque Luozhong. Both are crown-robed, one is red and the other is white, full of literary and artistic style. When you meet in the street, don't you go and see? Shengguan Wan'er asked with a smile. No, they are when I am Wu. If I am both Wenwu and Wugong, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people yelling to knock me down. Yi Bai shook his head. He said yes. Shengguan Wan'er giggled, dazzled and petite. For such a girl, having such a person is enough. Yi Bai reached out and grabbed her hand. The two did not speak. Everything was it is self-evident. After a while, Yi Bai said, Wan'er, if you can go to the temple to take the exam, even if you can't do it, the origin of the two question scholars is not a problem. Why are girls not allowed to take the imperial examinations? Shengguan Wan'er was indignant. Society has not developed to this point. Yi Bai gave an accurate answer, and Shengguan Wan'er said in surprise, do you think women can become imperial examination officials in the future? It's normal. Yi Bai put a sea cucumber into Shengguan Wan'er's bowl and said, standard. What standard? It is possible to include social illiteracy when the illiteracy rate is below. When Shengguan Wan'er heard this, he held his breath. How long? She knows very well how hard it is to read in this society. Almost all readers come from extended and upper middle families, and they often have to be wealthy before they can read. These people are a minority that the public doesn't even have the chance to read. It's not easy. Yi Bai looked out the window at the Luo River, where the sun was shining, sailing like a crucian carp. So we have to work hard. For example, I don't know if I can do it in my lifetime, but work hard and there is always hope. He murmured. Yes, there is always hope for the job. I heard you have a blind team in the western region, and even a lot of people can speak Chinese. It's just skin and it's not easy to learn. Yi Bai is tormenting the tunnel. Yes, traditional characters are complex and easy to learn, and the literate ranks are not omnipotent. Other hand, it was Shengguan Wan'er's turn to comfort him. There is always hope for hard work. At least there is hope for the West. What do you think? How about we simplify Chinese characters? Yi Bai asked. Yi Bai took out his lead, smiled, and wrote the word country on the note. Smiled and said nothing. This is. It only took Shengguan Wan'er 3 seconds to accurately point out. This is the word country. Yes. Yi Bai stretched out his finger, and the simplified Chinese characters appeared again, but Shengguan Wan'er recognized them. The national language, and jade. Jade is a good thing. My Tang dynasty jade is beautiful, worthy of the country. Shengguan Wan'er shouted, husband, you can also think of this. You can become a gentleman's stone. Yi Bai secretly shouted shame. Actually, I'm used to these words. I'm using less traditional characters. He continued to work hard and wrote a row of a few simplified words, and the official Wan'er smiled and recognized one by one, with the accuracy of the parents nitpicking each other. You are so wonderful. Murderer pointed out. Comparison table of traditional and simplified Chinese. Exclamation mark. This is a pamphlet that contrasts sharply with simplified and traditional characters, which Yi Bai did when he was idle in the army. Shengguan looked into his bright eyes, rolled a glance, covered the booklet, and wrote a beautiful text in lead. Dear husband, you are on the front line. I am behind. I have been thinking of you. You once knew. Did you miss me? Or you're thinking about your princess, your sheriff, who you are. written in simplified words. The meaning is clear, a word is good, and Wei Shi exhaled and said, "You're not human. You are a devil." Shangguan Wanner came back and said respectfully, "The devil ate you." Eyes sparkling. "Why am I afraid of you?" Wanner put a high chest. Wei Li stretched out Lucian's paws into Shangguan Wanner's hands. He said, "Wanner, the task will be handed over to you." Shangguan Wanner said kindly, "Don't worry about it. Wrap it on me." Yi Bai, who leads the army, should not have participated in such written work. He's already made enough headlines. Shangguan Wanner has no shortage of wealth, no need to worry about food. She is very powerful. Yi Bai uses high-end spiritual things to please her. Other men can't compare to him. No one can pry his heels off. If you successfully complete the simplified Chinese characters, Shangguan Wanner will be famous for his youth history and will be immortalized. She knows it, and Yi Bai knows it too. People around Yi Bai like it very much, because what he gives to everyone cannot be given by others. Gold and silver can be given, and power can be given, but who can give victory? Who can pass on fame? Only Yi Bai. Yi Bai returned to the princess palace. It was afternoon, and his front and back feet went behind Princess Taiping's feet. Yi Bai, who was drinking tea in the hall, said in surprise, "Didn't you rest at noon?" It turns out that Princess Taiping has the habit of taking nap. This is what she taught. Women should sleep beautifully and be beautiful. Princess Taiping sat next to him, stretched out and said, "A farewell party for your second brother and wife at noon. Everyone is very happy, and it will be longer. Over the years, I have changed my temper, and I have also learned to win people's heart, no longer alone and self-appreciation, and live in groups." Anne also went to the west. Chapter 149. Understand? Yes, Princess Taiping said to him. Many subjects and generals have gone to the west. Ah, many have left the capital of the gods, and one by one they have passed the age of 15, and one by one they have run away. Of course Yi Bai knew that the order to send them was the bookmark of his war department. There are so many ghosts in God. People are gone. Princess Taiping complained. If this sentence spreads, most people will only be afraid that cold officials will come to the door and let them be the masters of the house, and the whole world will not dare to say anything. Princess House is not afraid. It is closely guarded. The words cannot spread, and it is not afraid to spread it out. When do we go up and down? Princess Taiping felt that God was boring, and she also wanted to go back to the west, where she was the mistress, a majestic blessing. No one cared about her. How wonderful. Yi Bai shook his head. What do you mean? Princess Taiping frowned and asked, "This guy, do you like God?" Thinking it won't come. He is stupid with martial arts, and cool officials often bite dogs. The queen won't let me go. Don't let you go. Princess Taiping stared at her and said, "The queen mother. She didn't want to do bad things for me. She's going to do something big this year. What she wants is me in Zhangtaigong town, and all the demons in God City." Yi Bai preached calmly and unhurriedly. Is she going to do something big? Princess Taiping looked at Yi Bai in shock. Yi Bai nodded to her. Princess Taiping immediately. "Straight," he said, "but we are still at war with Zhao Wuguo. You go." Yi Bai pointed at her. "I go." Princess Taiping cutely pointed at Joan's nose. "Yes, you go." Yi Bai had no doubts about the tunnel. "But I can't command a war." Princess Taiping has a feeling of being caught on the shelf and dragging the cow onto the horse. The committee and staff are not vegan. All you have to do is decide on strategy and tactic. The military is our lifeline. You must learn. Yi Bai had no doubts about the tunnel. "Tonight I invite Guo to talk to the government, and tomorrow he promises you to set up teeth in the western part of Kaifeng. The backbone of the family is actually west, and what he makes is a big decision. Kaifu Janya." Princess Taiping is like the old mother in her bones, all animals, listening to the spirit of the spirit. Li Shimin, the famous Kaifeng, like the grandfather of Princess Taiping, was in Luoyang when he was not the emperor. Li Shimin led the army to capture Luoyang and defeated Wang Shichong and Dou Zhan, so Li Yuanfeng became General Tian's and opened a palace in Luoyang. Tian's house has its own system, and there can be officials who are not under the jurisdiction of officials. Their talents, such as Du Ruhui, Feng Xuanling, Li Jing, Wei Kai Jing, Cheng Zhiji, Hu Junji, Qin Chong, Zhang Sun, Luo Shixin, Li Ji, etc., have become Li Shimin's future leaders, the foundation of the emperor, the heartbeat of Princess Taiping. If she can open the house, she will become the queen of the west of Tangyangwan. Can you really open the house? Even if the princess of the Taiping heavenly kingdom saw the ordinary world, she asked with a trembling voice. After all, this is a big event, and it's not easy for a prince to open it, let alone alone a princess. It's time. Wei Qiangzhan. He can't let his hard work go all the way to the west. In case Wu Zetian listens to the slander, send him back to the dynasty. Send others to the west. Isn't it people's wedding dress? However, he can't open the government. The court is very suspicious of him. He was too powerful, and suddenly rode the roots under his command. The line of control, of great significance for anyone to see. Only when Princess Taiping opens her house can she keep his hard work and be accepted by the court. At the meeting, Yi Bai's woman became the protagonist. Wan Er wrote a book and showed it to the house of the Qing dynasty. Wu Zetian was silent. The courtiers immediately, seeing Wan Chong's right minister Sen Chong leaving class, he stood beside Wu Zetian Shengguan Wan Er and said, since Kangzi, your so-called traditional characters have carried the cultural history of the Celestial dynasty, nominally for the convenience of promotion and learning, but in essence to destroy the celestial culture and separate our cultural heritage, the crime is huge. He kept talking. Zhang Chengqin's powerful force should not be easily shot, but he couldn't bear it. He made a clear statement and firmly oppose. Then, he took out Style Lan and Sanpan Ouyang Tong. Traditional characters are beautiful. What are simplified characters? Oh, that's the derogatory name for Tianshan's peasants. Ouyang Tong was not accused of such vicious attack. He was everyone in the calligraphy world. His father Ouyang inquiry. Father and son wrote very well. Ouyang sighs. How can it be tolerated by Shengguan Weiner to do this kind of thing that destroys the art of calligraphy? Another prime minister, Su Liangji, said, it can be done. I don't know. Let Tian Shunu know too much. This is not a good thing for imperial rule. Yes, there are three important officials at a time. Shengguan Weiner, what should a weak fibrous woman do? In fact, Chinese characters have been in the process of simplification for thousands of years. In the process of simplification, he said, the general trend of the world is broad, smooth, prosperous, and vice versa, but in fact, Chinese characters have been simplified for thousands of years. Shengguan Weiner said, Chinese characters are from oracle bone inscriptions, gold characters to seal characters, official documents are a simplification of seals, and cursive script is also a simplification of official characters. The simplified script I created is a simplification of regular characters. Culture. As for Su Zhang's concern, please forgive Wanner's disagreement. If people learn simplified characters and are subjects of the Queen Mother, this is very appropriate. Wu Zetian smiled. Seeing this situation, Lang Zongqing, the servant of the court, stood up to support Shengguan Weiner and said, the Queen Mother is the government, the renewal of Vientiane, and the simple generation complex, just in time. Zongqing was not interested in the complexities of the Jian dynasty, because he was also a zero expert in character creation. Last year, he coined a new word, including the so-called Tianzishan, Yi. It shares a common language with Shengguan Weiner. So Shuru is right, the minister agrees. Another important minister, with Feng Galang and the three major product, will hold a letter to Guo Shengshu to support Shengguan Weiner. Everyone secretly scolded Guo for being a scholar, but gave up ancestral texts to support Tang poetry written by a little woman. However, his position is understandable. Shengguan Weiner is equal to brother and sister. Guo must support her. The end. General Wei Yuguo jumped out to support his concubine, saying, simplified Chinese characters are fine. I write orders in traditional Chinese characters, and when I can write, the enemy will come. If you write the wrong order, you will lose the battle. If we want to neutralize the Hu people and let them learn traditional Chinese characters, we can't even learn it ourselves. Only by using simplified Chinese characters can we neutralize the Hu people. Chapter 150. Foundation. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It turns out that the simplified Chinese characters are Chinese characters of the Hu people. No wonder. Everyone realizes this. On the same day, there was a lot of noise in the hall, and the opinions of the military and Wen Chen were also very different. The text says that simplified Chinese characters destroy culture, while Wu characters say that traditional Chinese characters are not conducive to the education of soldiers and the study of Hu people. And the stupid and cool officials of martial arts don't care about their business. They are gored spectators in the hall, and accidentally come out to play typing. As a result, the dispute was put on hold, which Wu Zetian decided to suspend and then implement when the time came. But, for example, in the western region of Yi Bai's system, the army and his industrial organization, they have announced the introduction of simplified characters, and Wu Zetian turned a deaf ear. Although the big society does not implement simplified characters, the faces of Sen Chengqin, Su Liangji, Ouyang Tong, etc., do not look good. After all, they are speechless until the society realizes that simplified characters are convenient and easy to use. close, and traditional characters will be Wang Xiaoji's Lunar New Year. Good year. Without Wu Zetian's support for traditional characters, Yi Bai and Shengguan Wan'er joined forces outside the two powerful officials, fearing that the decade-old simplified characters would become popular in society. But unexpectedly, Yi Bai finally gave a speech, saying that he loves traditional writing, which represents the inheritance of culture. Every traditional character is a beautiful art. He also likes simplified characters. After all, it's easy to use at work and in life. The minister hopes that in the future, it will be simple and complex, and will not be separated from each other. In fact, people who use simplified OOO characters to understand traditional characters will have no problem. After all, simplified and traditional characters are inherited on the same line. Looking at him with eyes, many people know that he has a deep interest in simplified characters. After all, Shengguan Wan'er's attainments in traditional culture are so deep, he should not deny himself. Yi Bai is the smartest simplified Chinese character. Her Royal Highness Princess Taiping caresses the people of the West, the counselor of the military, the Hu Renren, the place where the state and control are exercised. Today, the Western region is vast and far from God, dealing with business, once, waiting for God to decide. Arriving in the Western region, it has been delayed, things have been delayed. This minister believes that Her Royal Highness Princess Taiping has contributed for thousands of years, and he wants to nominate Her Royal Highness Princess Taiping to open the government to the Queen Mother and Her Royal Highness the Emperor, and give it an arbitrary decision on this occasion right to benefit the country. This is an imitation of my former Princess Pingyang's extramarital affair. Don't go too far. The official system of the government is as follows: the establishment of the annals of history, the Sima, the service of Zonglang, the sacrificial wine, the main book, the record room army, etc. As Guo's seal was about to take place, the hall fell into a strange calm. Once Princess Taiping has a home in the West, she will be the Queen of the West. No one objected, no one agreed. Yi Bai's side has plenty of firepower, but when the other party doesn't object, it's inconvenient to jump out to help, otherwise it won't be enough. Humility. Opposition or support. Wu Zetian did not wait long, but asked a person who had no sense of existence, "Emperor, what do you think?" Emperor Li Dan responded quickly and said, "After the mother, the emperor and sister opened a mansion." At that time, in the country, both sons and ministers thought it was feasible. "So, what do you think of the letter?" Empress Wu Zetian. Wu Chengji's face suddenly covered with sweat. He wanted to say, bad, but under Wu Zetian's cold eyes, he said something ugly. Guo Shingshu said it very well. At the end of the speech, I just felt that I had no strength. With Yi Bai wholeheartedly, and Yi Bai's power will become stronger and stronger. He has deep affection for Princess Taiping's husband and wife. He is hers is his combined, and has become a terrorist group. More and more needs to be dealt with. Wu Zetian said calmly, "The emperor and the letter have already said it, so do as Guo Qing said." Do as Guo Qing said. The voice was low, and all the officials were in a trance. Princess Taiping ate such a big piece of pie. Everyone couldn't help looking at Yi Bai. He stood up on behalf of his wife who was not present and said, "On behalf of Emperor Taiping, I thank the Empress Dowager and Emperor Yongren." Such a result is not surprising. It has passed by Wu Zetigo. If she doesn't agree, nothing can be said. Reason for agreeing was because Yi Bai was in a dilemma all the way to the west, and his power was getting stronger and stronger, which was terrifying. If there is no Western request, it means giving up great interests and glory. He is the only one who can seize more land for the Tang dynasty, and the open expansion of the soil. Wu Zetian is in urgent need of facing the gold, because she is wrong. Unlike the first two emperors, if you go west, Emperor Taizong will come by himself. Emperor Gaozong, I don't need anyone to come. Taizong Wenji martial art, immediately won the world, and went west to take him as a pediatrician. Emperor Gaozong was a straightforward son with deep root, not afraid of being shaken to the throne. A little more land, a little less irrelevant. Wu Zetian wanted fame and face, but if Yi Bai continued to march westward, there would be great danger and uncertainty. Princess Taiping opened an office in the western region and managed the army, which was a match made in heaven. Compared with his son, Wu Zetian believed in his daughter more. After the dynasty began, the ministers were either happy, sighed, shook their heads, or wooden, but they all know that the world has changed. First Wu Zetian rose strongly, then Shengguan Wan'er was eager to try, and then Princess Taiping took a successful step. The hen is in the morning, and the woman is in charge. Wu San went out. He scolded Wu Chengji and said, "How can you approve of Princess Taiping's opening? Why don't you have enough admonitions?" Wu Chengji's face was red and blue, and suddenly shouted, "It doesn't hurt to stand and talk. There is a kind of thing you say to your your aunt. Don't let her daughter open the door. Whoever kissed the daughter and the nephew is nonsense. Wu San thinks everything is wrong. Wu Yizong said sadly, why don't you let Master Wei Shidaozong talk to the queen? Stop the decree from being ordered. However, there is no way to do this. Under the entanglement of the great monk Wu Zetian, he said that this would cause the western tour to be too large to fall. Of course, it is not that the princess is unfaithful, but that she is afraid that the princess will be deceived and cause danger to the Tang dynasty. Wu Zetian just smiled, but did not speak, and then they heard the drums on the Seishan gate, which was a big event. What's the matter? Go back to the Queen Mother and give orders at Tianmen to let Her Royal Highness Princess Pacific open the door. The waiter answered. The great monk of Shidaozong said angrily, who dares to give orders if the Queen Mother does not allow it? When he saw Shangguan Wanner come in, he glared at Shangguan Wanner and said, have you sealed it? Before the Queen has anything to say, you stamp it and make it public. How dare you? It turns out that after the decree is promulgated, it can only be officially released after the personal permission of Wu Zetian. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Wanner, who was in charge of the Queen Mother's seal, did not take this step, and went directly to the bottom of the order. Chapter 151. Good luck. When there are some people who are officials to do a good job, Senior Official Wanner proposed a decree, urging to do a good job of the Holy Order, immediately stamp it, and then send it to Tianmen to promulgate it. Take good care of it. Facing the doubts of Shidaozong, Shangguan Wanner said softly, the slaves in the temple have heard the will of the Queen Mother, because your master is here, and you don't want to take care of the Queen Mother. Shidaozong roared like thunder, and Shangguan Wanner didn't take him seriously at all. Only after Wu Zetian's pretentious condemnation did Shangguan Wanner pretend to apologize to Shidaozong. Only then did he realize that he was just a plaything in Wu Zetian's mind. On 6 days and 6 days, say goodbye to your comrade in arms Princess Taiping. The sacred purpose is to promulgate the heavenly gate and send the holy order to the Taiping Palace for declaration. It is very interesting that the angel of the announcement is Yi Bai, the husband of Princess Taiping. Husband issues decrees to the wife picks up the divine decrees issued by the husband, the decree is her mother, brother. The family world is so interesting. The princess of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom revered Kaifu 13. Division, from the civil servant rank of a product, because a product is not established, so Kaifu Yi and the 3 divisions have always been the highest level of civil servants. In order to feed 8,000 families, take the Taiping building. To control the military and political affairs west of Yangguan in the Tang dynasty, they are all appointed by them. If the officials have less than 5 product, including 5 product, if the officials have done something wrong, they can play first and then play. Originally, the court wanted the establishment of Pingxi House is the most suitable, but Yi Bai because Pingxi King. And thank you for being insensitive, planning to save things from Shangguan Wanner, and came directly to the Taiping Tianfu. As a result, Westerners say that peace is no longer peaceful. People are amazed, all kinds of flavors are in their hearts. Such a girl, facing the sky. After reading this decree, Yi Bai sent it to Princess Taiping and whispered, congratulations, wife. Tongxi, thank you, husband. Princess Taiping is in a good mood. She looked into her eyes with waves and water. Her red lips were hot as fire, and she thought over and over again. But now there is no hope. The guests from Hexi have come one after another. Just like the tide, the host Yi Bai and Princess Taiping are at a loss. Even the coveted martial arts fools, cool officials, without exception. If Yi Bai opens the house, they will only be afraid of sharpening the knife and attack them in groups. But the Queen Mother's only daughter, Princess Taiping, all they can do, that's it. Celebration. Officials flocked to and came and went, busy until late at night, so that Yi Bai didn't even have the energy to live with Princess Taiping. It looks fine. Early morning, Yi Bai and Princess Taiping had breakfast together and walked along the Luo River. Their guards would block the river bank for thousands of meters. After yesterday's excitement, Princess Taiping was still very excited. She walked very fast, but Yi Bai was on the contrary, appearing to be slow. If you don't stay with me, I'm really afraid I can't do well. Princess Taiping is very honest. In the past, she was with Yi Bai. In fact, Bai was the last to defend this policy. She let him speak, reassured his government. You can do it, she said. This way, Dan is too simple to satisfy Princess Taiping. Yi Bai said bluntly, you can follow along. develop the economy, care about people's livelihood, increase the number of people to support the army, assimilate the Hu people, and be fair and just. Princess Taiping murmured. In fact, Yi Bai's strategy of recruiting the West has been launched, and the policy has been implemented, and the princess can still implement it. She felt a little uncomfortable, but it wasn't difficult to think about it. She happily held hands with Yi Bai and returned to the princess's home. Let's not block the road for too long, so it's inconvenient for people to get in and out. She is. That's what she said. Princess Taiping in a good mood is actually very reasonable. It looks fine. Moon Day, Yi Bai said goodbye to Princess Taiping and sent it directly to Chang'an. He doesn't have to work. For a senior official of his level and such an identity, there is no need. Write a leave letter, only saying that he will go to Chang'an to inspect the military. No one dare to say anything. At this time, the Waikung River, the two separated according to the principle. Beautiful, and the sun was shining brightly, but Princess Taiping burst into tears in her eyes, and Yi Bai was also worried. The bells of the chariots kept ringing, the horses hissed, and all the strong men of the expedition put their bows and arrows on their back, and the procession set off. You have to be careful. Princess Taiping knew God's situation and told her over and over again. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I'll run away and hide under your skirt. Yi Bai has something to do with it. Princess smiled and said solemnly, if you run away, nothing will happen to you. If you can't escape, if something happens to you, I will. She took a deep breath and said, I'm going to the west and stand on the side of the Qing dynasty, against her mother. How rare for such a good girl as Princess Taiping. Don't worry. Yi Bai patted her handle, looked at the surroundings, and said happily, pick up the paper and pen. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom princess immediately. Grab it and say, you say it, I'll write it. Her husband's words are too ugly. Her husband's poems are all masterpieces, but his inscriptions really don't fit the poems. Princess Taiping didn't want to waste natural things, so she wrote it herself. Tell me about it. Yi Bai's face was difficult, but Zhang Ren was willing to say, let me write it. Zhang Renyi, preparing for civil and military affairs, went to Wenshan to do martial art, wrote a few brushes, and picked up the pen to prepare. The name of the poem is Send Princess Taiping Out of Anxi, Yi Bai said, and read it down. The drizzle in the morning has moistened the dust in Waikung, and the green willows of the hotel are pale. I advise you to drink one more farewell wine, and you will never see your old friend again. Some people present knew the second half of the words. I advise you to drink one more farewell wine, and you will not see old friends again when you travel to the west of Yangguan. It was written before and the second half has now been fixed. The poem is a good poem. Everyone praises it, but Princess Taiping is not satisfied. She too. It turns out that this is my half-finished product. I want it. Her voice was so beautiful that when she heard the three words, the men present were paralyzed, envious of Yi Bai's good luck. Is a good job a road product? If you want it, you have it. The people present laughed happily, but the person concerned asked everyone, listen. Tinkerbell, Tinkerbell. Everyone heard the crisp camel bell going to the west. Horses and camels are necessary tools. When there is water shortage, there are camel teams. Camels are very useful in Yi Bai's army. There are even camel soldiers in Yi Bai. In the army. Farewell to Princess Taiping, comrade in arms. After Yi Bai said the title of the song, he started singing. Everyone calmed down and listened. Send your arms and set foot on the journey, with tears in your eyes, and the camel bell ringing in your ears. Chapter 152. Powerful __. Road is long, the fog is boundless, the road often falls apart, and it also separates the two feelings. Comrades in arms. Comrades in arms. Dear brethren, be careful of the cold at night in the north, and take care of yourself from beginning to end. Dispatch. Embark on a journey. There is still a long way to go, with camel bells, hills, water crisscrossing all the way. The ambition to go against the wind and the water does not live up to the cultivation of the court. Comrades in arms. Comrades in arms. Dear brothers, when the good news comes from the spring breeze, we will meet again. I heard that everyone has dementia, and Princess Taiping desperately threw it into her arms. This song is too sung well. For example, the current landscape is mountain and mountain, water vertically and horizontally. At present, Wu Zetian is on the way to the great throne. In order to eradicate dissent, under her connivance, the ruthless officials, like in the case of Jolie's slander, dare to speak and go straight to 00. The road ahead, but in such a sinister environment, Yi Bai came to the wind against the current, does not live up to the court's cultivation. The man has something to do, do it, when it is. Lyrics are rich in meaning, such as, when the spring breeze brings good news, we will meet again. Everyone is in obscurity and I believe that one day we will meet in good times. It looks good. As this song came out, it immediately swept the Tang dynasty, especially Chang'an and Luoyang. When people say goodbye, they sing the song aloud so cool officials can listen to it and become ferocious and powerless, even panicking all day. Bang! The plank fell on the buttock, crackling and brittle. Tens of thousands of soldiers had eyes and saw the fat white butts on their heads. There were more than one donkey, but hundreds of butts. It was quite spectacular. Yi Bai, who was the military head of the above book, raided Chang'an. Line of defense. 1. He was in the midst of the army, and he sat in the barracks and ordered the general. Result: hundreds of officers were late. All of them were middle and high-level people. Yi Bai was very angry. The name should not be called. The time is not enough. The violation time is not enough. This is the so-called slow army. The violator is investigated. Pop. He didn't ask why, but he didn't cut anyone. He just ordered a slap. Spanking in public is more humiliating than killing them. Then you can fuck the person who has been beaten. In addition to, ask Lord Xie Shengshu to beat him. Also wear military uniforms and lead the team to exercise. Line up, ride horses, simulate combat. Looked at Yi Bai. The more he frowned. The world has been calm for a long time, and the Chang'an army raised pig. He chuckled in his heart. The most capable army of the Tang dynasty was in the west. If he learns from An Lushan, with An's encouragement, he will only be afraid of occupying 2 cities in Kyoto, and will not make the mistake of a big pig. Whoever pursues the poor invaders will be in his hands. Those who say I want to rebel, history will prove them right. Haha, just kidding. Yi Bai is doing this, twisting her ears wildly for princess typing. Unless he doesn't want this wife. At the end of the day, other women are good enough for her. Unique peace princess. Wu Zetian has her plans. She wants to inherit the throne. Yi Bai also had his plan to take advantage of Wu Zetian's rule to travel west to the Atlantic Ocean. It would not be a good thing if he became emperor early and went to the west for too long. The best thing now is that Yi Bai is so satisfied with the current situation that he has become a loyal subject of the Tang dynasty. The Duke of Zhou was afraid of the gossip, and Wang Mengqian didn't compile it, so the original body died. Who knows? Yi Bai smiled, but the army beside him would beat drums in his heart. He didn't know how God would fabricate them. Just then, he said that a beating is a beating, and no one dared to oppose him, dare not disobey his orders, or even endure the pain of not yelling when he was beaten. To the delight of the NPC deputies, Yi Bai won the award and rewarded the outstanding performance of the army. For the poor army, fleeing is just a punishment. The time when he wanted to borrow someone to stand up had passed. Now he can't send troops in any army in the Tang dynasty, but they can easily obey normal military orders. Seeing that the generals around him were relieved, Yi Bai smiled secretly and said, I waited too long. It's early, so happy. It looks fine. Then came the military training program of the day, starting from scratch, standing in military poses, practicing in line, endurance running, gear, riding and shooting, biking, fighting. Troops were moved not to fight, but to the department. God was taken aback by the court and the army department, and Li Jode, a waiter of the army department, quickly went to see what was going on. 10 days later, he returned to God and told Wu Zetian what her son-in-law was doing on the east bed. Wu Zetian had already pricked up his ears to listen. Son-in-law is training, Li Jode said to the queen. Training. Wu Zetian stared at him. Yes, it's just training. Li Jode remained unshakable under the pressure of the queen mother. So Wu Zetian read the barracks military training record, brought back by Li Jode. Sayi Baixing singing, loyal to the country, by soldiers every day. Show loyalty to the mother. Soldiers loyal to the queen mother and the queen mother take care of the army. Under the leadership of the queen mother, our country has entered the fast lane of the exhibition. The people are rich and the army is strong. They won the victory over Goguryeo, the Turkic victory, the collapse of Tubo, the destruction of Khitan. The great cause of the western expedition is in the ascendant. Yi Bai put a lot of gold on the queen mother's face. Wu Zetian was very happy, and believed that Yi Bai was just training the troop. What the hell are you trying to do? You won't say your loyalty to your mother, you'll take the stage down, which is tantamount to hitting you in the mouth. However, when Li Jode sang, farewell to princess typing, When Wu Zetian fell silent, she understood what she meant. Didn't stay in Chang'an for a long time, so he went all the way north to take the 2-5 Cha defense, where he emphasized his loyalty to the queen, devoted himself to training, and prepared for war. Listen carefully, he only said allegiance to the Empress Dowager, not to the Emperor and Tang, and soon changed his course to let the martial arts fool He Kuguan. Fans of De Tang did not expect it. He held on to the defense tightly, rewarded, punished, promoted, dismissed according to the inspection situation. He made a decision and sent it to God to report. Wu Zetian did not refuse a name. The Northern Army. The atmosphere of the world has changed a lot, and the soldiers attach great importance to training and are very busy. Supervisors who can reach Wu Zetian's desk report that the army is stronger in combat, more loyal to the Queen Mother, and resolutely upholds the Queen's rule. It looks fine. Yi Bai came to the city center, and Heya often followed him to introduce the military situation to everyone. Chapter 153. Prairie. The three cities would be the father of Yang Deqing and Yang Chengxian, who would often fight alongside Guo Kazong and stand at the forefront of the anti-East Turk. At this time, the Tang army was in a state of strategic offensive. The three cities were heavily guarded, and the warm southern Mongolia and the Yellow River were controlled, just like a noose, tightly strangling the necks of the Turk, making them unable to breathe. The Tang army relied on building the city to sweep the tribe. As the snow stopped in the north, the snow melted, and the Tang army continued to attack. In the spring thinness of Turkic livestock period, summer and autumn, the Tang army has been in fighting, specializing in people and livestock, plundering Turkic people and livestock, taking people as slaves, taking livestock back to eat or sell, and if they can't take it, kill them all, people and livestock. If the Turkic people meet, they will retreat to the city. Thousands of infantry defend. The Turkic cavalry can do nothing against the city of Tang. Although the Turks fought back hard, the situation in City 23 was very good. The Turks continued to bleed, and their strength was unsustainable in the process of constant depletion. In addition to being attacked, the Tang team never came. Wu Zetian, the attitude of the people is firm. Whoever dares to support the enemy will kill whoever. In the past, for the benefit of the Tang people ate inside and outside, transported materials to the grasslands, defected to the enemy, and betrayed the country to encourage the strength of the Turkic people. For the sake of silver merit, one side will raise the invaders' self-esteem. However, in front of Wu Zetian and it will be destroyed. There will be no capital to bargain with the imperial court. There will be a western parade to completely solve the problem in the north. The Tang team did not appear on the grassland. There is no salt, tea, wine, iron, various living materials, etc. The life of the Turks has completely turned into beggars. The nobles have no silk wrap, the herdsmen's families have no tea to drink, and they can't even pull out the shit. The Turks no longer have the ability to resist. Let's slaughter them. Black teeth are usually victorious. It's time. After listening to Chengji Heya's report, Yi Bai clapped the board. Immediately, those black teeth often get excited with the ministers. For the Hu people, the sword is the best way to be with him, or only good when they hurt them. Stationed in these three descending cities realized their strategic goals. They beat the Turks and let the Turks know that the Tang people were not easy to make trouble, and now Yi Bai came out to play. Good people, knock them down. In the past, there were only two kinds of Turks treated in the Tang dynasty. One was dead and the other was slave. Choose one of them. The Turks refused to accept any choice. As long as they become Tang people and become Huko, they can get the treatment they deserve. They can be divided into fields and pastures. They have the right to education. They can drink good tea and good wine in Tang, and they can drink as much as they can. Unlike Serbia, they drink tea residues and wine tails. Although they have to pay taxes can be used for military service in the Tang dynasty, but they do not produce cattle and horses in the same way in the tribe. The orderly life of the Tang dynasty is actually a good thing for the vast tribes. The number of Turks who died at the hands of the same ethnic group was far more than the number who died in the Tang dynasty. Are the Hu people very harsh to the Tang people? They are even more harsh to our own people. In contrast, the Tang people, even to their own songs, slaves and servants, are far more gentle than the Hu people to their own people. Yi Bai's three roads are the Black Teeth sending soldiers to travel with the Rahe flag, with the words caressing written on the flag. The words said on it were the son-in-law of the Tang dynasty, General Zhuo Wei, the military department of the hospital, the department's letter, the General Zhuangwu, the general discussion doctor, the people of Dengfeng, a food city household, and a series of prominent identities in the country. When the army came to the steppe to caress the Turk, all who were willing to come became Tang people. A rare opportunity. There is no such shop in this village, no Suzhou after the boat. The news hit the steppe like a storm. 3 days later, like a dark cloud, the Turks poured in, one by one tribe after another a tribe. They are thin and ragged, but their eyes are full of infinite hope. Other Tang dynasty will say that they want to caress them. They are worried that it is a trap, but Yi Bai's arrival, they believe. Because of his power he killed many Turk. He had to deal with Turk. Kill directly, deceive them with contempt. So the Turks believe. In a big lake miles away from the city center, the lake has vertical and horizontal streams, swamps everywhere, bushes, water and grass are abundant. On the hill by the lake, Yi Bai built his golden chair out of tiger skin. He sat in a chair and put his standards behind him. The generals split them in two. Before him there were 5,000 infantry, before him 2 magnificent squares, and behind the tabernacle there were about 10,000 cavalry. Together they witnessed the proud Turks go past. The indomitable Turk, kneeling in front of Weishi and bowing to him. Long ago, the Turks controlled 1,000,000 strings and seriously threatened the Central Plains dynasty. Once the Turkic cavalry went south, the emperor went to the ordinary gatekeeper, tossing and turning again and again. Today, no matter how funny the Turkic nobles are, they will also lay down their weapons and droop their ears in front of Yi Bai. Chapter 154. Trance. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. He was crazy and wanted to die together. Cheng Fei had to put the knife holder on Wu Ming's knife. When he stopped, Wu Ming did not cut the knife, but jumped up and stabbed with a straight knife. In a hurry, Cheng Fei stabbed the back of his hand, and the knives on both sides stabbed into each other's body. The difference is that Wu Ming did this deliberately, pierced Cheng Fei's heart, stabbed it in, and stirred it vigorously. Cheng Fei hurriedly stabbed Wu Ming on the left side of his body, which wounded his armor and scratched a deep bloodstain, but did not insert it into his body. Knife decides life and death. Wu Mingchu stood on his feet. Cheng Fei fell to the ground. Wu Ming's knife was inserted in his heart. Cheng Fei was not dead yet. The ground cramped from time to time. Wu Chengji was shocked and in awe of this, just felt that his hand was in harmony with feet are cold. Wu Ming bowed and said, "Fortunately, you will not stain your life. My heart is comforted. I will reward you with 120 gold, and go down to heal." "Thank you, Your Highness. My servants wish to defend the princess with their lives, Your Highness." Wu Ming stretched out his hand to the princess, holding a knife in his arms. "Very good, Princess Press." This nodded. After going downstairs, he stood up and said, "Lieutenant Wu is right. I want to defend His Highness with my life, and I believe the people in the Western 400 are willing to do the same." Generals also stood up and shouted, "I want to defend His Highness with my life." Princess said happily, "My son-in-law and I have so many wild animals to help each other. Why should we worry about the great cause of the West?" They meant was to quiet the other side like a cold cicada. Wu Yi said with a smile, "Your westward advance is also a great cause of my Western Zhou investigation, and the king must brag about your ambitions to His Majesty." Yang Chengdu did not participate in the war between the two river basins. He was in charge of escorting the seized supplies and made 2 trips, one from Shiraz and the other from Basra. Huge wealth, innumerable, specially invited him to escort him, so he returned to the rear and became the general closest to the princess. After receiving the urgent news from the princess, he was fine, immediately run to support the princess's facade. Luckily, a railroad has finally arrived. His return means that all the phantoms of the conspiracy bring back the generals who are able to fight. They take over the defenses around the princess and then firmly control the surrounding the army that turned the capital of heaven into a wall of steel. Young enjoys high status in the army. There is no second voice in the army. He is always very protective when he travels, very carefully. Don't even think about it. No matter, does he want to fight him or assassinate him? Let Wu Fei and Lai Yi have a strong ability to find out the palms of him and the princess. These 2 people turned around in the western region. No matter where they went, the army and the people did not kill them, only more than 3,000 people. Young sent 7,000 people to follow them to observe them on a one-on-one basis so they could go back to God's capital and do nothing. After returning to China, Wu Fei found that his power had been removed by Li Jode, and Li Jode was very angry. After the fight with Li Jode, he cooperated with Lai Junkin to accuse the princess many times. To establish an independent kingdom, the army only obeys orders, not the emperor's orders. The army and the people under their jurisdiction only know the son-in-law and the princess, and don't know what Your Majesty is. Hide the evil heart. Accommodate 800 people, only half. Nearly 1 million soldiers are in their hands, who can control them in the future. When I was rich, I took care of my own enjoyment and did not pay tribute to the court. There is a lot of money and food, and people get meat so that they can buy people's hearts, such as Tiantian Jinyu, gold in the jurisdiction after fierce complaints. The two said, those will be in chaos in the future. It's a princess. He also put forward an idea to the court. When its reaction is not obvious and its wings are not big, let it go back to the dynasty, divide up the land in the western region, and send local officials to protect Zhou. Soon after they went to court, Princess Taiping was protected by Yangda and returned to the court. How could she let someone who came to her destroy her private affairs? She had to defend herself face to face, even though she had to be slandered face to face by birth, even if she is not close to her zero. A large group of courtiers was gathered especially for the princess, and she was allowed to show two things publicly. One of them is a map of West March Road. The map that Princess Taiping personally pointed out is Chengdu, Chang'an, Qinzhou, Hexi Corridor, 4 western towns, Leihai, Amu River and Surdarya. Although thousands of miles away, where the train arrives, it is a solid week. Another son-in-law is now besieging the White Food district of Khorasan. Half of the area is actually abandoned by the other side. Inside and outside the Persian mainland, there is no people attacked each other's two rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris, like anyone else. Everyone looked at this. The little master held a whip and spoke generously in front of his courtiers, and he was a little dazed. The great Zhouzhan is abroad, and my 10,000-mile Xinjiang is at home. Today, my ministers are His Majesty's congratulations, my courtiers are His Majesty's congratulations, and my courtiers are His Majesty's congratulations. Talk to the temple. 3 beats of Fengge Laotai and Guoli immediately supported them, and came out to congratulate each other. Lida hesitated for a moment, and then congratulated him. As the saying goes, His Majesty's daughter and his son-in-law together with their son-in-law open up territory for His Majesty. Your Majesty has such a good son-in-law. His Majesty congratulates His Majesty, and now it is time to pay tribute to His Majesty. It's time for the palace. Chapter 155. Means __. Li Jia is really a lonely star, and cool officials are well known, but Li Jia said to Lin Li in front of him, Xiaoqing, Secretary Lai Xiaoqing's servant, I heard ding from room 1, number 12. The door told you that friend Lang is back. Great. Number 12. Number 1. Linfang faces Luoshui. There are 3 acres of land, worth 120 gold. I can't buy it as the Prime Minister. You probably borrowed it to buy this house. Lin Li is very embarrassed. It's a mechanical place. Nodding and agreeing. Luo Qi said with a full face, what is the profit? Where is the pawn shop of the good bank? So generous, not to be introduced to me. Lin Li shouldn't, bowed his head to study the floor tiles in the foyer. The officers scoffed. What did Yi Fan say? She closed her eyes, put her head on her head, and pretended to be asleep. I didn't hear what Luo Qi said. Only in this way, the handsome will cover the pass, otherwise there will be trouble coming to Junkan, Yi Fan said. Fan had no choice but to use him. If he couldn't investigate, he wouldn't investigate. There was also the cool official Husiki. This cow was number 13 and forced to kill Yi Fan's third son, Li Xian, so the officials didn't dare to provoke him. Husiji once liked a girl from the Li family in Zhao County, a big family from a medium-sized family, and he wanted to get married. He's a little bastard. He was rejected by Husiji's proposal to the emperor. It turned into business, and a brief discussion was held for ministers to discuss whether the order should be given. Sure enough, Luo Qi jumped out and stopped, saying, It's ridiculous. Monkeys and crown monkeys can match this generation's hairpin tassels. If you agree, don't preempt me. You don't want to face it. I'll face it too. At this time, even the ministers would say sorry. When he was very angry, the 3 bodies exploded. But how could Li Jia do this? The ministers said to him, if you can take care of Li Shang, we must sign. Yes, the emperor's decree will be signed by the prime minister. The royal decree that Li Jia refuses to sign is illegal. Husiji had to accept it. Li Jia punched twice and kicked the ruthless official, aggressive and furious. In the auditorium, King Du Lucan, Wei Juyuan, Du Jingzhan, Su Wei, and Lu Yuanfang were all prime ministers, but they all relied on Li Jia and accepted Li Jia's good words. Guo didn't echo Li Jia in everything and kept his independence. Sometimes he quarreled fiercely with Li Jia, but the fight was neither harmonious nor completely betrayal. When he cooperated, he also cooperated. The court knew what was going on between the 2 men, and Li Jia had no choice but to let go because he could not completely knock down the 2 martial arts and calm officials. A strange thing happened in the first first month of the 2-year longevity, which made Li Tang old minister couldn't help feeling, the demise of the country, the evil life. The Wu brothers gang said regretfully, unfortunately, the life of the heir Li Dan has not been taken away. As for the neutral faction advocated by Yi Fan, in contrast, both of them murmured in their heart, the queen's children are not as good as women, psychologically more biased. Emperor Li Dan was slandered many times, suffered great disasters, and was unable to fight back. Wang Wu's power is fading. He begged the crown prince not to be allowed the year before, and was hit last year. The ruling was Li Jia, and he unabashedly defended the crown prince Zhengzong Li Dan. Therefore, some people fantasize that the current emperor Li Dan has a solid position, and then he has some thoughts that cannot be shared. This Shu is beautiful, talented, and serves as Yi Fan's maid, spoiled and serving everywhere. She had many opportunities to meet Li Dan, because Li Dan wanted to be filial and went to greet Yi Fan every day, so Wei looked at the opportunity and found that Li Dan said, "Your Majesty is looking for you." Frightened bird. Hearing that Yi Fan was looking for him, Wei laughed and said, "Slow down, slow down." Arrived at Yi Fan's dormitory, Li Dan's hands naturally couldn't get in, so Wei led Li Dan to a local hall. Court was densely packed, and Wei Duener, as Yi Fan's attendant, of course knew which one was empty. Walk. Li Dan felt something was wrong. "I don't think I will live here anymore." What I wanted to do, but he dared to suspect that he was brought into the temple by Wei, and was afraid of being slaughtered like a chicken. Don't want to do anything, but Wei wants to do something. "Your Highness, please take a seat." The witty maid motioned for Li Dan to sit on the bed and began to use his means. Wei has the capital, natural and beautiful qualities. The eyebrows and the corners of the eyes flow with the wind. The voice is petite and makes people guilty, and the appearance is like a flower and jade. When she holds Li Dan's hand, Li Dan almost lost his way. Suddenly I think of Yi Fan's stern eyes, repeated warnings from courtiers and terrible endings in the future. No, I can't give anyone a chance to take advantage. Li Dan suddenly stood up, pushed Wei Duan away from her, and left her 3 steps away. Home is good, thanks to your own strength. Otherwise, the accusation of her mother and maid was rejected. Feudal society is not a small accusation. Bao Yu was just with the maid Jin Ji Yushi next to her mother. Mrs. Wang found out that the charge was detained on Jin Guohong, saying that she was going to commit suicide and pay the price with her life. He is indisputable. In this sinister period, there will be no any negligence. He ran away. Wei Duan cried alone, hating his silver teeth. A beautiful woman was placed in front of him and let him do whatever he wanted, but he didn't. Wei Duan's dream of becoming a princess was caused by love shattered with hatred. After garrisoned in the palace, Wei made some preparations and came under the leadership of Yi Fan. "Are you going to tell Princess Lu and Do that they bother me?" Yi Fan twisted his brows like a storm circling. Wei fell to the ground and said, "That's it." The slaves were ordered to pass the decree to the East Palace, only to find that their plan was wrong. Chapter 156. Battlefield Battle. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The flags of war are flying, the drums are flying, and the battle is hurried. Crossbows and arrows are shot violently, and stone fireballs fly around. Arrows shot out, pierced through the body, and blood flowed like a spring. Stones shattered heads and fire left firefighters stumbling and crawling in pain and agony. Everything is fixed in Li En's paintings. Li Shi, the grandson of Wang Li, was originally the son of Zhongdu. During the Wu and Zhou dynasties, most of the clans were slaughtered. He gave up officialdom and lived in seclusion, and the princess of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom was in power. Due to the lack of talents, Li Shi joined the army in the western region, breaking Yi Cheng's long history. The army surrounded the city, and Li Sok did not retreat and took an active part in affairs, but when the war began, he had time to draw and paint the scenes of the war. Besides him, other artists are also busy drawing the map of Yajiurup. Well, it must be said that some of the non-combat units in the army, even if they spend money, open. In addition to people who can play, pull, and sing, it is also important that they can draw. Thanks to their paintings, the era of war is recorded through their brushes, recording the bravery of generals and soldiers so that future generations know what happened in that era. Unlike future generations who demand the abolition of literature and art, the current army really likes painters. Medical staff and paramedics are treated equally and escape is given priority when retreating. This time, they painted the remains of the enemy under the broken Yecheng. depicting the true portrayal of the dead and wounded in the distance, where heavy military vehicles pulled the dead and wounded into a cart. Vizier, who is in charge of the frontline command, listened to the military situation report. Even though tens of thousands of people were killed in the war, he couldn't change his appearance, but he went to the wounded camp to check, but it made him look heavy. Soldiers' bodies were charred, skin was scorched or melted, massive burns, and muscles festered and necrotic, leaving medics helpless. Burns are difficult to deal with even in modern hospitals, let alone the medical technology of the period. Soldiers attacked by arrows. Three-sided arrows bleed, turning people sallow, no blood transfusion, and no blood replenishment. Traditional Chinese medicine conditioning. Traditional Chinese medicine, even if you can survive, people will scrap it. After all, so much blood loss is a great harm to the human body. Ranking officers had visited the wounded barracks for dinner that night. In their heart, they do not regret knowing what a field hospital is, and saving the burned soldiers to other soldiers has caused more psychological and fear than physical. No matter how hard and dangerous the battle is, the battle will still go on. The army has a large number of troops, and morale is high. This way, the Battle of Yecheng, which broke off the offensive and defensive, was more serious than many cities. After the war, Wei Guanyuan read the painting and could not help but sigh that he had never seen such a ferocious battlefield. Fighting to the death, the city shouted up and down, deafening, screaming from time to time to reprimand the nerves of the people, and finally, they were all numb. The arrows are as dense as a migrating locust in the dark sky, then let the sharp reflection of the weapon illuminate the sky, and the light is greatly increased after the flying fire hits the ground. Although the moat of Broken Leaf City was wide and deep, the army of heroes completely filled it up. The dense soldiers in the army rushed to the bottom of the city to support the ladder in a rain of arrows, scrambling to climb up. The car also kept hitting the gate of the door. Broken Leaf City is a big city with a total of 12 gates, 10 of which are blocked. The encounter with the Great Food Legion is the occasional falling arrow, stone, oil, charcoal, bottle ash and golden juice. Compared with ordinary countries, the defense means are more advanced. Arrows are not to say that they are highly productive, kill people and shed blood, are loved by people, and are the favorite of generals. Under the guidance of using more oil, pumping oil from Yumen by train may also currently be able to extract surface oil. A large amount of oil was transported to the front line and was knocked down, causing them to yell. This is a defensive strategy. Burn there are many enemies, and they are infected all the time. A large number of wounded have consumed a lot of logistical forces. The pain is huge and lasting, and it has caused a heavy burden to the enemy. Heating with coke until fluttering is for the golden juice. Burning charcoal and ashes incandescent and golden juice are all for the human race. No, 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 the veterans are still there. Drink juice, and when they think it'll make thousands of cannibals cry and howl, they're more than happy to eat anything. The recruits vomited and quickly got used to it. Worse than the stench is death and injury, contentment. Enemies in the city burn the water face to face, tan the exposed skin into blisters, and live in the camp, and they will also be infected, and most of them are dead. The sound of the battlefield is very loud, the noise, the roar of arrows, the banging of weapons, the screams and cries of the wounded, and the art troupe, they're all singing. Listening to the green hills all around, the sound of thunder and thunder on a sunny day, the waves of the sea promote harmony. Zhou soldiers drive away tigers and leopards, and sacrifice their lives to fight for victory. Hundreds of people sang in chorus. Morale was high, movement accelerated, strength greatly increased, and the enemy was smashed to pieces. The battle made the army dizzy, tinnitus, and the heart of the army was restless. So the great army had a similar example, concentrated in the thousands, sing religious songs praising their gods and chanting Allah, just like that to boost morale. They have a lot of voices, and they can't compare with them, so they play a variety of instruments. One by one they play the festive music of the spring festival, the trip to Xintian in the plateau, the country's minor, hula, etc. Terrans also use drums and trumpets to make noise and compete with the sound of. The upper and lower parts of the city are buzzing, with sound and music on both sides at full speed. Seen the big scene, seen it, heard it, and am amazed. Children, enjoy the war. If you fought this battle, you won't regret it, he said happily. General, we can save it so they will always know what we're good at. The soldiers cheered. The sound is noisy, the color is changing, the only constant is the constant flow of bright red. A lot of bloodshed, 3 days of hard fighting, and 30,000 people were killed. With a high position in the city, they could act according to the law, and the field rescue force was strong, and the number of casualties was less than 300. It can be said to be a big victory, but no one dares to take it lightly, because millions of people outside the city and 30,000 people died. It seems that it has no effect at all. Chapter 157. Angry. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. At the top of the mountain, the Tang army has 444 main directions. The infantrymen wear heavy armor, torches, steel knives, spears, and even shields, so they use armor to resist the enemy's weapons. They are ironclad pig, kill everything along the way, walk firmly, and march to the top of the mountain with a heavy burden. They are all watching. The mountain warfare staff advise them not to participate in night battles. If they don't know where they come from, don't miss it. The lives of generals. It's futile, and maybe even the perpetrator can't be found. The general is as good as the masses and does not take part in night battles. Even without generals, the Tang army still developed very well. 10 horse infantry soldiers attacking the city, and 10 sword soldiers. As pioneers of this road, they attacked from 4 directions simultaneously from east to west. The goal is the top of the mountain. They got ahead of the line and destroyed everything. Whatever. 000. What to say? Move on. It turns out that strange swordsmen are not easy. They must have enough strong non-commissioned officers to serve. Second, these non-commissioned officers can withstand high-intensity training. And third, they must have good strange swords and armor, etc. In this world, only Westerners have the ability to recruit enough strangers. In the bottomless, due to the development of the economy, with enough money, we can recruit excellent soldiers and win the ranking. 2. In fact, the equal land system in Wu Zetian's period was greatly damaged, mainly because Wu Zetian's old woman vigorously suppressed the family. At the same time, the rise of the Han nationality greatly increased the establishment of officials, the so-called landlord class increased, and the nature of landlords became more and more attributable to words, the land above. In addition, Wu Zetian also believed in the Buddha, which greatly enhanced the power of Buddhism. Wu Zetian donated a lot of Buddhist gardens to the temple. Sung Ji and others frantically merged the land, 2 tit-for-tat families working together. At the same time, hospitals and maternal and child health care institutions ordered a massive population increase. There are many soldiers, they have no field distribution, they are recruited at a high price here, and excellent soldiers have joined his Western army. He has money and enough military expenses. When his soldiers eat well, drink well, the main tube is full, and there is a lot of meat, so the army can withstand the high intensity of training from strangers. At the same time, pay attention to the development of productivity and technology, and provide the army with high-quality swords and armor. Under the leadership of officers, tens of thousands of soldiers pushed and slashed all the way to the enemy. After a while, at least 20,000 of the cannibals they encountered were shredded. Adding fuel to the fire was the Tang army's archers, who shot steel swords and rockets into the sky, often found a group of enemies. They were immediately led by officers to launch rockets, and everyone followed the arrows to attack that area. Fire along this road and burn everything you see. Very chaotic. Sometimes, cannibals are cross-attacked, don't know where the arrows come from. It confuses the arrows under the dead soul. This way, there are not many ways to die. The heavy eaters divided Kazia's officers into 4 ways to stop the Tang army. At first, what happened in return? Soon, he found that everything was messed up, and the team lost contact. Even though he sent all the evangelistic troops to contact the intelligence and sent 10 messengers, they only had 2 or 3 in return. He either couldn't find the officer, or he looked for it, or he died inexplicably on the way back to the army. Even more troublesome, when the fire started, there was fire everywhere, the road, and isolation everywhere, causing the troops at the beginning and the end they can't take care of each other. The establishment of the army has been chaotic, unable to carry out unified command, making Hazia powerful and powerless. Cannibals fell from the sky, and he did not know where to start. He only felt that there were battles everywhere, and arrows and rockets were everywhere, so from one end to the other end, many people went from east to west, then from west to south, from east to south, and one night, they ran from east, west. What's more, some cannibals escaped together in a random fight, running back to the other side of the main in the dark. Enemy was in chaos, but the Tang army was not in chaos. They had a definite goal, went straight to the top of the mountain, and were destroyed along the way. The fire rose all the way from the foot of the mountain and met at the top of the mountain. What a fire! It was burning and illuminated for 100 miles. The grain, military capital, equipment, and attack equipment of the Grain Army were all burned into fuel. The whole mountain was on fire. In the future, let alone the big Grain Army running away, even the Tang Army took off their armor, gave up their equipment, and ran away as soon as possible. Along the way, the big Grain Army and Tang Army were confused, and they went down the mountain accidentally. Just as carnivores and herbivores don't interfere with each other in a forest fire, Tang Tian and others, who were watching the war from the bottom of the mountain, were very happy to see the war. Shi Wanchao shouted, "What a torch!" And Wang Xiaoji couldn't help but praise him. But the officials didn't go to the scene in person to see, otherwise, there would be good words or good songs to sing all over the world. Poems are famous all over the world. He won the battle, and he came up with another very good work to praise Wang Xiaoji, thinking that Wang Xiaoji can shake his head. Tang Tian shook his head and said, "He hasn't had any good works in recent years." Zhang Langkai was a little sorry to see Wang Xiaoji. Tang Tian said with a smile, "Talented people are often life." Wang Xiaoji said happily, "This is a good thing. Mister's career is smooth, can't it lead to victory? Promote officials to make a fortune. In the main business of the large Grain Army, I don't know how many people can't go to bed when they see the regulations of wildfires at night." Malik was so anxious that he kept track of the account all night. He even sent a team of 5,000 men to test the reinforcements. Therefore, there is no news on this. 2. In his narration, he saw a fire on a mountain 10 miles away. The fire reflected a huge smoke, as if he was dancing his teeth and claws like a devil. Harry vented his anger. Millions after a year of hard work, the army of the plan has fallen into such a failure. If you come to send reinforcements at night, bring torches to reinforcements, no matter how bad it is now. Cowardly and incompetent. He looked hard at his generals and made them bow their heads in fear. However, after he paid the bill, he sat down. In fact, even if he sent reinforcements, he was worried that the ending would be the same. At the darkest hour before dawn, the Caliph put all his eggs in one basket, released all his cavalry at once, and went to attack the Tang Army's camp. They didn't even send people to the mountains to inspect. Chapter 158. Hurry up. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Mr. Wei is such a smart person. How could he bite each other with a mad dog? He immediately set up camp and left, and Yang Chengxian led 100,000 people back to the Ili River, in case the cannibals couldn't think of continuing their march. As for him and Fan Jejun were not injured, he led the army northwards, ready to chase and kill the great food army. Dawn. Those who retreated under Luggage Mountain were surprised. Ah, why are the cannibals and the Tang people mixed together? The mountains are covered with trees, so they are ready to fight. At this time, the camp got a good Tang Tian. Wang Xiaoji and Shi Wanchao led the team out. They rested and ate breakfast in advance. In the end, even the weapons were discarded, and the cannibals' clothes were immediately fall into the Chinese food bowl of the Tang Army. They ran away frantically. Tang Chi chased everywhere, chased them, killed them, and shot arrows from behind. That was an accident. The army of this mountain has basically died completely or fled to any country in Java. Some army maintained their formation. That is to say, when the fire broke out, the troops headed by Kazia had already retreated to the camp at the foot of the mountain. 23. They were well organized. They left safely. Tang Jun did not intercept and kill them, but they were not attacked. In order not to fight this group of red-eyed troops, there is no need to inflict damage. They saw the Caliph, and no one could vent his anger. Old Hazia knew he had great responsibility and committed suicide before sending the army back to the main camp. All accounts were silent upon hearing the reports of the rest of the officers. Last night was a chaotic war, and even this able general could not control such a chaotic scene, who was unfortunate. The Caliph was punished for Hazia's death and ordered sympathy. There was also a general, Sharon, who won the title of warrior for his performance. Dead people don't have to worry, but strangers have a lot of trouble. Cannibals are thrown into chaos in future battles. They still have 10 days worth of food in the army. 10 days later, some troops went to the heavy mountains, and they were temporarily not allowed to enter. The fire on the mountain is still red and red fruit. The temperature is high, it is difficult to approach, but the heart is frozen like water. Compared with the desolate cannibals, the Tang army was full of joy. First, Wang Xiaoji and Tang Tian joined forces to defeat the 100,000-strong food army. Then Shi Wanchao defeated the enemy during the day. The Tang army attacked the mountains at night, and only 10,000 people returned the next morning. Base camp. Kill 250 people in one day. Refreshing. Wait a minute, there are countless people on the mountain, and they also lost all of them in the chaos. However, the Tang army lost 10,000 people in order to defeat 100,000 people. Shi Wanchao lost 10,000 people, and 10,000 people attacked the mountains at night. 3, for 300, and more, it can be said to be an unprecedented victory. However, the Lord will tell all departments not to treat it. We will strengthen interception and killing, and will not let the food soldiers escape back to Damascus one by one. A great cannibal will escape. His order is correct. On the first day at the beginning, the big food army pushed forward with pretentiousness, advancing, and it seemed that it did not break away from the Tang army and did not stop. The next morning, 100,000 cavalry, 3 horses, 1 horse, 2 horses, carrying 20 days' food, horse materials, and bow and arrow equipment, rushed to the west. The caliph abandoned his subject, the army and his husband, who were under Kulkin's command, escaped alone, with only a few supplies. They are also heading west. Going east is totally unfeasible. Wei has a solid foundation and attaches great importance to all parts of the country. If the big grain army fails, there is still a chance to conquer the people, and now there is no chance. If we go east, there will be no death for a lifetime, no chance of escaping to the west, and no chance of 9 death. But Kulkin knew that the way home was not easy. There were more than 400,000 people. 1 city without a strong city and 2 without supplies were the most difficult. Tang Jun intercepted the movement of the great grain army for the first time. Binoculars are not in vain. The Weidian army successively assembled 600 troops, of which nearly 100,000 were horse infantry. Yang Xian led 100,000 cavalry to defend the east, and 500 men and horses. Therefore, Wei decided that he and Major General Parrot led 200 cavalry including 30,000 horses of infantry to kill the caliph, and then, under the command of Wang Xiaoji and Shi Wanchao, led 50,000 soldiers and horses, each with 8 horses, and rushed towards the caliphate. Fallen city. Under this broken Yecheng, there are also 100,000 huge food troops surrounding the city. They are more demoralized and have more supplies than the defeated army. Wei hoped Wang Xiaoji and Shi Wanchao used their courage to cooperate with the guards in the city to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Afterwards, Fan was not injured, and Uyul led 250 soldiers and horses to deal with Kulkin. Go and go. The order was given, and the army sang the song of the attack together, and moved in a hurry. Both the Great Food Army and the Tang Army are heading west. If there is plain reconnaissance, several dragons can be seen walking on the battlefield. Among them, the various colors mixed with white dragon and black dragon are bloated and slow. This is the army of the abandoned Dapan army. They are being attacked by the long red and black dragons, and the white dragon is the caliph's team. The speed is still relatively fast, but unfortunately twice their red and black dragons are vigorous, flexible, fast, tightly clinging to the white dragon, and there are several small dragons, which are closely related to the white dragon. The dragon is parallel, and there is a general trend of surpassing the white dragon. There is also a long red and black 000 dragon, which runs the fastest and has already run far more than the dragon. Each person runs only one word. Whoever runs faster has the benefit. The horse was galloping, the earth was shaking, the horse was changing and running forward. Under the hot sun, Tang Jun donned a black or red cloak, then put on a mask towel, disguised as a masked thief, and desperately drove the horse forward. The fastest runners were Wang Xiaoji and Shi Wanchao. Their team had 8 horses each. They kept urging the horses to run, and the horses were overturned. They all spent the day on horseback, except get off the car for a rest. It's hard, but they're happy. As long as you complete your combat missions, your pain doesn't matter. There are a large number of war madmen like Shi Wanchao in the army. They dedicated their lives to the military. Except uniforms, they don't know what to wear, but they're good at fighting. They ran for 3 days and 3 nights. Their eyes were red from lack of sleep, but everyone was excited. If the army is led by Shi Wanchao, it is best to hide under the fallen leaf city, because there is a fear of 15 troops. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoji, who was with him, was able to control Shi Wanchao and knew what to do. He immediately, looking at the map, the order said, there is a river in front of him, and the whole army has it. Don't go forward, let the horses rest, and the army will have a delicious meal. Chapter 159. Fight for life. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Because there is a graduate school, no longer called craftsmen, but scientists, engineers create and research day and night, improve craftsmanship, and improve production processes. Because there is a vocational college, a large number of students have more exquisite operation skills than craftsmen, and the quality of the weapons produced is unparalleled. 1,000 high-quality Damascus steel knives can be made, while the typing factory can make 100,000 swords, only slightly inferior to the steel knives of Damascus. Her family took out their shields, making the bow and arrow useless, and only a few unfortunate ghosts were in the arrow. The Tang army marched towards Mulu city and began to attack. The city's stone cannon bottle fell like a drop of grey gold juice. The ancient siege war was indeed tragic, and even Wei couldn't change it, at least for now. The ants cling to the city, and the soldiers climbed up the long ladder like big ants one after another. In front of a solid wall, ants is fragile. A flaming hot pot falls out of town and can accurately fall into a pile of ants. Like a fireball, falls, broken into pieces, oil and fire splashed around, ants scattered, burning, ants rolling around, howling on the ground. The city kept throwing things and arrows, killing Tang Jun in the city, pouring a spoonful of hot oil. The rolling stones continued to fall from the heights in the city, beating like ice. Tang army soldiers climbing the wall. The bows and arrows on both sides shot from side to side, and from side to side threw stones and kerosene across the edge of the air. According to intelligence, there are about 50,000 troops in the city, adding a total of 200, which is the most populous place in the sparsely populated Khorasan region. There were many people there, and this high wall gave the cannibals greater courage. They dare not fight, but losing the city's stuff is not a problem. In the end, tens of thousands were killed and tens of thousands were wounded. Compared to the Terrans, there were more injuries. Their shields and armor gave them more chances to escape, and the field hospitals saved more lives. However, hell is still dead. A big stone fell from the city. If you get hurt, you will die. After the three-sided arrow bleeds, some soldiers think that the arrow is not an important part, and the light injury cannot lower the line of fire. As a result, the blood flows more and more the whiter the face, and finally fell to the ground. Later, military law forced minor wounds to be bandaged under arms control. If it burns, it's okay to say a small area, but a large area of burns is passed down, basically half a lifetime, and the other half of his life will die soon. Thick smoke billowed on the walls, black smoke and fire shrouded all around, and the smoke even spread into the barracks in the wind. Black smoke fluttered in the air, and the whole sky seemed to be covered with mist. Following the city wall, some relatively simple ones came from all directions, and people climbed as hard as ants. Then the rolling stone fell from the long ladder and a string of people was thrown. For the ladder, a huge army desperately hurled large fire trucks and fuel bottles at them. Oil is really easy to work with. Even if the ladder is covered in water with rawhide, it can burn. For a while, a fire broke out on the wooden ladder. The flames spread suddenly, and many people jumped from the platform of the ladder, and their bodies were covered with fire. After falling to the ground, people quickly covered them with sand to put out the fire. But Tang Jun was also very ferocious, and many people rushed up from the ground regardless of death. This is a way of not wanting to die at the same time. Some are covered in fire, carry a large cannibal to die together. Some have no fire, jump to the city, regardless of self-defense, a life of life. There were knives and swords on the walls, but after all, few people went up. They were all mashed. I got it. After a glass of wine, everyone couldn't help looking at the place where the sound was heard. I saw the human race holding a captured Tang army and slashed him with a knife in front of the Tang army under the city. Angrily, he shot him with a sniper under the city, but it was blocked by the shield. The arrow flew towards Tang Jun. Unfortunately, it was blocked by a shield. The captive howled for an hour before he was killed by the Terran. The soldiers were so angry that were so angry that they even smoked. Casualties, wailing everywhere. Lord Jung Boxi didn't move at all, just ordered one by one. Army after army marched forward to attack the city. Jung Boxi had no expression on his face. He saw too much misfortune in front of him. When he was a teenager I started enlisting in the army when I was young, and now I'm almost middle-aged. How many wars I've been through and how many people have died. The wooden deer city before me is just an obstacle in a great cause. For 3 consecutive days, 10,000 people were killed every day. Half of them were killed in action, 10,000 people were disabled, and the remaining 5,000 people were able to return to the team after recovery. Disabled people are the support of the Western countries for their life. The treatment is not low, the deceased have rich pensions, and the 2 countries have the ability to come out so that the soldiers are willing to fight for their lives. The people who attacked the city suffered many casualties, and those who guarded the city suffered more casualties than they did. Because many civilian men were defending the city, they lacked training and had no shields and armor to protect themselves. When the Tang army's arrows and stones rose to the wall, it's easy to get into the game. Battle continued until the fourth day, when the Tang army suddenly raised a lot of flags, with one in the middle. The golden flag was particularly dazzling. The officers and soldiers of the Tang army immediately, excitedly exclaimed, "The king is 1,000 years old." It was Wei who came to participate in the war. Besides him, many generals came, and the three came from the four pillars of the Han dynasty: Fan Wushang, Cheng Boxi and Wang Xiaoji. Their arrival brought good luck to everyone. The Tang army gathered under the city, first attacked with pretentiousness, put the ladder on the edge of the city, and prepared to climb up the city. Naturally, be rude, shoot arrows, be ready to smash things, be prepared. However, to their surprise, Tangjun was like a low tide, and in a blink of an eye, it became clean and zero. Then, strengthen the fire against 500 heavy stones at the same time. There are no stone bombs, no flame bombs, only a chemical bomb. Its main body is a grass ball, and the grass and vines are surrounded by a circle, infiltrating oil, and it can be quickly ignited. The substance in the grass ball: arsenic, wolf poison. Arsenic is a very toxic substance. As the smoke enters the human body, it will cause people to vomit, seriously stimulate the human mucous membrane to fester, bleed, and cause respiratory and circulatory failure. Eating arsenic to death: inhaling arsenic will not make people die, but people will suffer. As for the wolf poison, it is not the poison of the wolf, but a kind of plant, Maltese broadleaf, steamed bun flower, white and purple, which emits a strong fragrance from time to time in the wind. One of its nicknames is thunderous, called amputee grass! Chapter 160. This World. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Distributed on the sunny and dry alpine grassy slope, lawns or beach platforms at an altitude of 260 meters. The grassland herdsman said, "Eat wolf poison today, eat horse meat tomorrow," which means that the horse eats wolf poison and hangs it up. It is very poisonous. Dry and light it. People touch its smoke. It won't cost human life, but it can be very painful. Thinking that he was born to fight, he taught everyone to use chemical bombs. Threw 500 chemical bombs into the city, fell on the city wall, and immediately let the city rise with yellow smog. The strong spicy gas makes people shed tears, cough and sneeze, can't keep their eyes open, and burn like heartburn in the heart of the city. When the first batch of chemicals was injected into the city, the Terran knew this is not a good thing. I tried to run to the soldier's hole on the edge of the city, but it took less than 3 steps, and the man fell all the way. Batch after batch of chemicals was discharged into the city, and the poison gas overflowed, making the guardian say no when the words came out. Some people even jumped directly from the head of the city. I saw the scene at the top of the city with binoculars, and everyone took a breath of cool air. Some veterans whispered, "Big devil, devil." According to legend, Wang Weishi is the incarnation of the great devil. The master is in charge of the army, and there are countless OOO tricks on his chest. The improvement of weapons has his part, mainly because the steel is much better than before. The coke commonly used in steelmaking is his hands and tails plus coke. The furnace temperature is higher, in order to produce good steel. By making good use of steel for weapons and armor, soldiers are better at killing enemy fortifications. He invented the telescope to bring the scenery closer, see clearly, and control the enemy. He made another sniper crossbow and shot it one by one. The heavy catapult was invented by him, and its appearance provided the army with an ultra-long-range attack weapon, reducing the number of casualties. The types of bombs used in stone traps are stone bombs and incendiary bombs. Today, there is a new type of bomb that can help the army fight the enemy better. Luckily, this demon is our demon. Veterans are happy on which side he can fight the invincible, and his enemies are full of great molds of the 18th generation, just like Mulu is now. General, they looked at the tormented Mulu city, and Cheng Boxi said happily, "The effect seems to be very good." Of course, he must be happy, and for a long time he has been careful in manners and silent. If there is no one, he has to learn from Xian of the Eastern Jin dynasty. He knows that the army has broken the 80,000-volt sword, and then jumps into the room and knocks out all the teeth at the bottom of the wooden bolt. Chemical bombs are thrown in large areas. Mulu city is within reach. He said calmly, "For big cities, I'm afraid you have to discount. Double-sided walls may not work." He gave 3 instructions instructions. Relevant personnel should pay attention to the collection of data, pay attention to the confidentiality of chemical bombs, and the sniper's crossbow must be properly managed. Understood. The officers who Cheng Boxi put down agreed that they all knew that it was the most data, using the gains and losses of chemical bombs, and using data to speak. Confidentiality is necessary. Everything in the world is the same. Chemical bombs should be used to attack more cities. If they leave early and come back late, the enemy can deal with it. For example, after using the oil bomb, the enemy will use its back to the military hole outside the city to deal with the bomb, so the quantity will be greatly weakened. The power of the sniper crossbow is so powerful that even those who don't have a lot of training can use it for precision shooting. If it weren't for the slow rate of fire, it would have threatened the position of the bow. However, the sniper crossbow does not require long training at all, and if the barracks are scattered, it is terrible. Therefore, the sniper crossbow must be managed properly. After giving the instructions, he said briskly, "Let's go," of the chemical bomb and left when he saw it. The other generals also left, more than half of them, and let Cheng Boxi directly enter the city. Tang Jun covered his face with a damp cloth and boarded the wooden wall of Lucheng. This chemical bomb burned very quickly, but the air was still full of acrid breath, and even the prepared Tang Jun had many people coughing and their eyes were irritated by red blood. The human race who had been shot before was tortured for resisting weakness. When Tang army entered the city, their hands were weak, their feet were weak, they couldn't run, and they couldn't hit, and they were killed by Tang army. Go down the stairs of the city tower and clear the enemy all the way. The effect of this chemical bomb was reassuring, dropped into the city and affected the people inside. Enemy was still tenacious. Even though his body was soft, he was armed and stumbled to fight against the Tang army. In their heyday, Tang Jun was not afraid, and now it is not easy to deal with these soft-footed crab. Kill them and push them all the way. The gate was blocked by sand and stones, so the engineers were called in urgently. Even there are also some brave migrant workers who follow the city and the lower city. They have bonuses. Go to the gate to dig the gate, and let the army enter the city. They work together and move quickly. The gate opened, the army rushed into the city, and even the arrival of the human race gods could not save the fate of Mulu city. That he would slaughter the city because they had resisted unknowingly before. His will must be fulfilled. Search from house to house, kill the man as soon as he sees it, and drive them into the street when he sees the woman, and take them away in batches. Deal with people first, make them disappear, then inspect the house, take all the valuables, and distribute them uniformly in the future. Because of this generous treatment, Tang Jun's military law was confiscated and returned to the public, and the soldiers also consciously enforced this law. They didn't set fire, but they didn't set fire. Kill it. The people of the city screamed and cried, and they were driven out of the east of the city, from the west to the east, and finally realized that a terrible end awaited them, so they stood up and resisted. But the city was broken. Even with murderous intent, any resistance is powerless. In the largest square in the center of the city, which is used for worship, the people in the city fled in, and now the whole square is covered with bodies. All the dead were either killed or trampled to death. The scene was terrible. A group of women looked at the pile of bodies with dull eyes. Their voices were hoarse, and they cried to the point of no tears. The same scene can be seen everywhere. The war is so cruel. Therefore, Cheng Boxi, who drove into the city by car, was calm. He just nodded his head how much to destroy enemies and confiscated supplies. To his delight, the flag was raised in the city, and there were not many casualties among the army. Chapter 161. Not happy. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Even his personal soldiers were indifferent. Most of them were veterans who had been fighting for more than 10 years, and there were also officers who followed Cheng Boxi to the north and south, because they had done too much in the past, and had seen too much in the past. General Kai, this city's resistance basically stopped. We continue to clean up our job. The sergeant reports to Cheng Boshi. Go. Cheng Boxi raised his hand and shouted loudly. This report came at a price, killing everyone in the city. Aboriginals outside the city drove a carriage to collect the bodies. All the bodies were buried in the desert 10 miles north of the city. It was originally recommended not to grow, but after digging large holes, burying the bodies, and planting apple trees, the apples produced were large, round, sweet and juicy. Tang Jun has a bad habit. It's too too much for all the slaughterhouses to store bodies, plant fruit trees, and even feed them to the army. It is said that it is still a meaningless demon, saying that it cannot be wasted. All the dead can squeeze oil out of the stone. He said it was oil, and everyone silently said that he squeezed oil out of stone. The recruited Aboriginal elders and leaders saw not the breaking of the city, but the end of the shattered city, and saw a bloodied body truck and a long line of weeping women pass before them. This scene is so shocking that none of them can speak. After they are released, they will promote the prestige of the Tang army and let the cannibals know that all cities that resist will be slaughtered. Hulasani City, the main city of the city palace. Tea is rolled up. The city owner Uli wants tea smoke, and he falls into deep thought. Alihi is a standard Central Asian, handsome, middle-aged, elegant and hospitable. Over the years, he has run the city of Nishapur in the northeast corner, and has made a lot of money taking advantage of the city's experience of the Silk Road. He was good at dancing with long sleeves, and the superiors were satisfied, because his subjects were satisfied with a large number every year. At least their lives were better than elsewhere, and the merchants were satisfied, because Ulrich knew how to protect. Everyone is really nice. He lives a stable life, is leisurely and rich, takes care of things every morning, drinks tea in the afternoon, and goes to a nightclub for dinner at night. How wonderful. Although the Eastern powers ascended the throne and established the Wuzhou dynasty, the Western countries only admitted that the Tang dynasty did not know what to blow. Strengthen the city defense. Tired, he didn't have time to drink tea in the afternoon, and the banquet in the evening also took into account the impact and was greatly reduced. In front of his city is the top of the city of Mulu, in front of the Eastern powers. With a lucky mentality, he sincerely prayed that the city of Mulu could stand up and shelter him from the wind and rain. Unfortunately, his god did not taking care of him. Mulu city went bankrupt. What shocked him was the message from the elders, which terrified him. 4 days to break the city. Those who dare to resist the slaughterhouse. Male soldiers and civilians in Muru city and Suri and the entire city were killed. Not one of them was left. Ulrich knew that the city defense of the city of Nishab was incomparable to the city of Mulu. Mulu city is the capital of Khorasan province, and resources are also tilted towards it. Nasser, the old governor, knows that the defense of Mulu city is much better than that of Nishabel city, but in front of Tangjun, Mulu city only lasted for 4 days. Just 4 days, Mulu city seemed to be a solid line of defense, made of paper in front of Tang people, and Ulrich was in trouble. The fierce fighting Tangjun are not human, they are the country chosen by God. In the past, they were synonymous with wealth, and they didn't know how many city-states on the Silk Road got their favor. Today, they are a powerful symbol. In the era of dismantling millions of troops, capturing the caliphate, majestic, no one is afraid. Damascus is very smart. As a preparation measure, dispatched officers in the big city on the west road of Tangjun, responsible for leading the army supervise the war. All military orders must be signed by them to take effect. Everyone who wanted to surrender and escape was cut off. Another officer was in charge of the scorched earth policy. If the city is not safe, the city will be burned, everything will be burned, nothing will be left to the enemy. The city of Mulu was supposed to be burning, but the chemical bomb interfered with their footsteps and only burned a little. As a big city in Khorasan province, Nishapur is no exception. General Hassan of the Guard, another Hassan, the same name, was responsible for urging him, and he was extremely loyal to the caliph. As long as he said a drop of water, Hassan dared to send him to the west. Besides, the surrender of the Tang dynasty was not only a word for dissent, but also the abandonment of primitive religion and the conversion of Buddhism and Taoism. There is no room for discussion, especially it is the surrender of the upper echelons. There will be no slack at this point, and if he doesn't capitalize on his current strong position to cash in, it will be hard after that. So if Yulilin says some crazy followers are not allowed to surrender to Tangjun, but because he betrayed the religion of the past, then the traitor will die. Thinking of this, the waiter never reported. General Hassan asked me for advice. Please, Ulrich said hastily. General Hassan is an Arab, shrewd, not an Arab with a beard, but an Arab with a beard. He entered the flower room, and Ulrich said cheerfully, "Brother, welcome, and have a cup of tea." "Hello, king of the city." General Hassan nodded. Two sat together, and the waiter brought tea. With the status of Ulrich and the status of the city, there is naturally good tea, or West Lake Longjing tea, Washa. Due to the hot weather, Western Asians generally like this Chinese green tea, and dignitaries even use snow water to make tea, which tastes very good. Which went to war with Washa. After a few drinks, the topic was not pleasant. "A lot of people have fled to the city recently," Hassan said bluntly. "They spread a lot of rumors." Julik, whose family was good and well educated, said eloquently, "The rumors end with the wise." Hassan shook his head and said, "You're a smart guy, but most people aren't. If they say that the Tang dog is big, they will break the city of Mulu, which is stronger than us, within 4 days. If they say that they don't accept the Tang dog, they will slaughter the city, and if they don't want to die, they will surrender as soon as possible. They are desecrating and betraying the caliphate." Hassan said maliciously, "These people should all be arrested. Everyone who dared to say surrender was beheaded." I heard. Chapter 162. Fire Hall. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. 1 is to weaken the war potential of the big clan. They have already done so. Now, the front lines of the big clan are in an embarrassing situation, because of the poor harvest last year, the food accumulated in preparation for the war, and the food shortage among the common people. Tang army is gaining strength. According to reports of having returned from the dead, their 2-track, capable of running machines and horses, have been spread to the northern line near the Caspian Sea, less than 200 miles from the food front. Tang Jun guarded the machine horse very closely. The rangers were everywhere. Their cavalry had an advantage, and the large food cavalry could not approach at all, but he paid 2 or 3 at a glance to escape from the kitten and the puppy. The price of kittens and puppies, a glance reports the letter. A large number of riders, together with the people, are heading towards Isfahan, with military stations, barracks and warehouses along the way. All signs point to a war after the start of the year. The countermeasure of the Great Grain Army was not to conduct a decisive battle on the main offensive, but to rely on strong city defenses until the enemy's offensive situation was severely weakened, and then to block it, and then to fight again. The so-called decisive battle is the mobilization and attack of the people of the whole country. A war cannot be careless, only when the time is right. Therefore, the cities on the front line will be attacked frantically by the Tang army, casualties, and even slaughtered cities. After Nito left, the caliph left the temple. The snow has stopped, the palace is high, and you can see the magnificent city on several floors below. If there is a heaven on earth, Damascus will be in it. If the sky were in the sky, Damascus would be called Damascus. A round of golden sun roses dyes the snow city golden, more and more beautiful. The caliph clenched his fists and the situation was very bad. This year, never let this city fall into the hands of the Tang dynasty. When the caliph was watching the snow, the person who gave him a headache was enjoying the snow at the same time. It is a city located in the middle of the plateau, located on the flat mountains. The altitude is as high as 100 meters, and its southwest altitude is as high as 400 meters. This small town welcomed a group of rare guests today, VIPs and a large number of generals and courtiers to visit. It's snowing so good. Zhang Shiren was very happy to do so. Rui Shui Jiao Fengnian. Parrot shows off his Chinese and says he is fluent in Chinese now. Gang Glen giggled. Did I say something wrong? Parrot worried about the tunnel. That's right, but it's wrong to use it on the prairie. About the kindness of bowing, he said with a smile. After speaking, everyone had a smile on their face. In fact, the prairie is most afraid of snow, and the heavy snow caused by it. The early snow makes the livestock not have enough money, and the terrible white hair wind can freeze all the livestock to death. I am now a Chinese. Don't yuan. Pallet's face doesn't change color. Everyone enjoys the snow all the way and has a laid-back mentality. They went to the center of Zoroastrianization. Later, Zoroastrianism spread to the east and prevailed in the west. Fire worship is respected by fire, and in this city there is a holy fire that will not go out for a long time. This time, when I came to Yaz, I bent down for 5 barrels of rice. Zoroastrianism is now the religion worshipped by the chestnut people. Wei Da went all the way to Zipping, where he destroyed the temple, destroyed the hospital, and scared many chestnut babies. He is afraid of the flames that he will put out no matter what. July 21st, and put out the roots of Zoroastrianism. He could totally do such a thing. He has the power to establish a country, and whoever is dissatisfied will beat him. As a result, Lizzie sent a curt merchant Kong Chan to the army for emergency mediation, and a huge reward was offered. Please visit the Zoroaster temple and sponsor him 6 million. At that time, Mr. Wei accepted Kong Chan in the military. The man who was used to this world was very shocked and jumped up and said, "Do you mean that the king bowed in the temple and gave the king 6 million passes? To be exact, 3 bows, 3 million, installments, 1 million a year, paid in 3 years. Kansan Petroleum operates the tunnel. What do you think of the temple?" Kong Chan asked. "Do it, why not?" Wei Chong smiled and said, "I think you are the incarnation of the Bodhisattva, and I will be surprised when you come. His Royal Highness joked that you were the reincarnation of a bodhisattva, and the whole world shook for you. Kong Chan was flattered, hearing Wei eagerly say, "Why don't I bow 10 times? You give me 10 million. The smile on Conson's face was immediate. Frozen. Money is a good thing. Money can make ghosts grind and make bodhisattva bow to you. Yang Chengxian smiled at Kingshan Road next to him. When he said that, he became a proverb. Why does Kong Chan have so many faces? He is the patron of Wei Xian and Yang Xian. Wei Gang joined the army, alone in the army, but formed an army. Thousands of elite soldiers followed him and set fire to him, so he started high, and suddenly he was a mid-ranking officer in the army. There are many people to help him, such as the military department. Guozheng is waiting to give him a red light. Kong Chan is sponsored by him. Otherwise, how could Wei get so many salaries, equipment and expenses for thousands of people? Qian didn't have Lei Feng alive on this day, and now that Kong Chan is back, it's still the same thing. Wei naturally opened the door of convenience. At the same time, he also got a promise from Kong Chan. Zoroastrianism is not open, does not take the initiative to attract the public, and is willing to come to the door. Kong Chan is interesting. Wei also gave him face, took the horses of the brigade, and went to Yaz. The streets were crowded with soldiers and people were asked not to go out. Anyone who dares to break the order kills. The Western Army rode step by step, then surrounded the Holy Fire Church in the city center. All the big men of the Western Army are gathered here. They really want the enemy to attack, but they have to finish all the nets, so they dare not relax. 2.5 in front of the temple, and all the people put on white robes to show respect. Kong Chan is sincere. After communicating with the temple, not only let the army carefully check the temple before they arrive, but also allow waiting people to enter the temple with weapons. He must do this, otherwise, let alone 3 million the spiking, even if he didn't hurt him, Fan wouldn't do it. Now Fan Wuyong presides over the security work, like an ironclad gong. Trying to put it in a dangerous place is delusional. If there is an enemy ambushed in the temple, the interests that have been damaged so far, his life does not belong to him personally, but belongs to the Western Army. The splendor and wealth of the entire Western Army, and his reputation for thousands of years, depended on his safety. Chapter 163. Origin. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The military is not allowed to inspect the temple, the military is not allowed to enter the temple, and the pro-armed forces are not allowed to enter the temple with weapons. Kong Chan was simply unable to convince him to do as Fan's approachable wishes, and nothing was allowed to talk about it. Dare you go against the will of God? As long as he bows 3 times, he has 3 million passes, and he doesn't want it. Kong Chan asked in surprise. It's a random life I don't understand. The Fan was uninjured and shook his head like a drum. He said solemnly, according to the military system, the king should order me, and I will give it to the army once. His order, if I don't implement it, he will withdraw me, otherwise I will not give the order. Mr. Fan smiled calmly and said, the king has friendship with you. I have no friendship with you. You are so resolute in encouraging the king to pay tribute to him, and there is something suspicious. Let me take you for a walk with old man Hu. You will admit it all. Elder Hu, who physically punishes everyone, is a prison man in the capital who angrily beats Jin Wuwei because of her involvement in the activities of the Princess of Heaven. General Chu's exploits spread to the western region where he was in charge of punishment. He beat the bear and admitted that he was a rabbit with the ability to be a famous person. Minorities in the West are afraid to hear it, and celebrities. During the walk, the ruthless officials said they were tortured by various means of punishment, and Renner was also discounted by copper bars and iron. Fan Ping'an was really lying with his eyes open. It turned out that Kong Chan sent money to the army and signed the money, or Fan was not hurt. The two were not familiar with each other. Soldiers turned their faces mercilessly. Kong Chan lamented, well, everything you say is up to you. I think you are much better than me. I let the bodhisattva bend over, and you let me take it off. What? Van was injured and asked Wakelik nonsense. No, underscore. No, underscore. No, underscore. If you go once, I'll show you everything. Just striptease. Kanzan hummed coldly. Striptease, God's latest popular dance, is all-encompassing. There was only Wei standing in the middle of the temple, and in front was a simple altar, burning with flames, and more than a dozen white robes stood there. He wears a soft armor, a white robe, and has no weapons. The 2 platoons of generals, along with the guards beside them, were heavily armed. Before coming, I double-checked the temple inside and outside to make sure it was safe. After this, the army remained inside and outside the monastery until the arrival. The security was so tight that even the pastor was searched. Kong Chan sighed secretly when he saw that the Western army was heavily guarded. In doing so, they were suspected of blasphemy, and only for the sake of the bigger picture, admitted that Kong Chan did not want the Western army to claim that the Bodhisattva defeated the God of Light. The God of Light is the God of Fire. Now Western armies are rampant and in Persia galloping, shouting their Bodhisattva well. Listen to the priest praying loudly in Old Persian and everyone stands. The priest said, only the one who accompanied him. He heard all the worship of God. The supreme power of the East came here today with friendship and peace, come to pay homage, and ask God to accept his respect. If it belongs to a friendly language, the translation won't stop it, otherwise it will be cheated by the priest. A priest gave a large silver vase and a gold stick inlaid with firewood and picked it up. At the handover, the generals on Wei's side stared greedily at the chaplain, each hand on the hilt. If the chaplain had enough courage and steady hands and feet, if something went wrong, nervous senior officers there will be an urge to rush out of the sword. Kong Chan was so nervous that his back was wet. He was relieved and everything went well. Wei Shi stepped forward, put the golden rod into the stove, watched it light the wood, and then lit the silver bottle in front of the holy fire. Then he bowed. The officers who knew the situation, together with Kong Chan, were silent in their heart. 1 million. The ceremony is simplified, and the real implementation will not be so simple. After completing the good luck, everyone sighed. This bow is really valuable. Some people were amazed at the huge nature of money, so they asked the Bodhisattva to bow. Wei Shi stayed in the temple for a while and listened to Kong Chan. To him and his senior officials introduced the origins of Zoroastrianism in China. Zoroastrians worship fire, which is sacred to Zoroastrians and represents light and life. Zoroastrianism was prevalent in the 2 river basins, present-day Ilang at least 110 BC. From 550 BC to 330 BC, it became the state religion of the Persian Empire and prospered in the Sassanid dynasty, and spread to most of Central Asia and even China. It is difficult to worship Zoroastrianism now, and when the Arabs came, they suppressed Zoroastrianism, making its sacred flame as dangerous as a candle in the wind. The arrival of Let the Fire worship as the front door to send away the evil wolf, and the back door ushered in a ferocious tiger, not a good bird. Facing the villain, he had to spend money to buy peace with tears. The reason for agreeing to abandon Zoroastrianism is that the god of eating has not been defeated and should not make any more enemies. For Kanzian, for money, he temporarily gave up Zoroastrianism. 000. First of all, Kong Chan said about 6 million, and the publicity is to sponsor the military with 1 million, and it cannot be connected to the temple. It is not only Wei Shi who wants face, but also Kong Chan's protection, lest other dignitaries do him harm. He is too rich. Take some out and spend money for everyone. Don't go to jail, it will be very painful. Bao Kingchen and even his ancestors' money was planned and handed over to the prison. Kong Chan gratefully accepts his offer. Second, we will not actively recruit followers, and if so, remove the protection of Zoroastrianism. Kong Chan immediately agreed not to leave the temple to recruit followers. Of course, they walked into the temple on their own initiative and said nothing to Wei Shi. Third, send the calligraphy to the temple and ask them to keep accounts with the members of the church. Wei Shi waved his hand. The guards stepped forward to send the flag. Kong Chan unfolded it, and if he was struck by lightning, it was too good to write. Eliminate evil for good. Only light can know the truth. Joy and sorrow return to dust. Pity on me. There are so many troubles in the world. Thank you, Jin Yang. Seeing Kong Chan's stupidity, Wei said something inexplicable and walked away with a smile. Kong Chan saw dementia. Chapter 164. Layout. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The whole city was surging like water, and smoke rose in the direction of the city. After decades of peace, war has struck the paradise of Damascus. It must be said that a good time was chosen. When the old warriors were gone and the new recruits had not yet arrived, the raid was launched, causing the cannibals to panic. Before the main cavalry entered Damascus, due to the rescue of the city of Rubat, the main force went east. At the same time, the local cavalry was insufficiently recruited, and it was not hoped that the local cavalry did not arrive. The cavalry was the first to arrive. They trembled, shouted and set fire to. They don't know how many people came. The guardians of the East City set fire to watch under the city, and there were about 4,000 people and 400 people riding there. Ha! Cannibals, there are seeds out to fight us. No cowards. Your god can't beat our bodhisattva. Learned Arabic. He brazenly insulted the cannibals, slapped them in the face, and the cannibals on the city head were hot and hot, full of shame. Don't we have 20,000 unguarded cavalry? They're only a few thousand, so why not send them to fight? Some people don't know, so tunnel. 20,000 cavalry. The officer who knew about it had a disapproving look on his face. The city has 20,000 well-equipped cavalry, but only 10,000 can fight. They are in charge of defending the caliphate. They are the last force and cannot go to war. The other 10,000 cavalrymen were young soldiers of the nobility. They have the best gear, the fastest horses, but the least capable of fighting. The Fuso King Yakao has gone through the 5th generation, and has sealed as many knights as cattle, princes, ministers, and descendants of generals. They also want to go out and need to move forward, so they jointly formed 10,000 knights and raised them. As long as they go to war, the work will not be small. Problem is, it's useless to go to war. The guards in the city are speechless at the thought of their young master soldier. As for dispatching infantry, forget it. They all know that the Tang people like to fight infantry the most. They shot them with arrows from a distance. The infantry was beaten, and it was impossible for them to catch up. Some people get mad at the foul language in town. Then, the leader I saw was riding a horse and slapped the horse quickly, and shot an arrow at the head of the city, 100 paces through the poplar, as fast as a shooting star. The scolding person shrank subconsciously, headed up. Doom of his head exploding, heard a local voice, came forward with a strong wind blowing towards the arrow, pierced his helmet, and struck it down so that he would be panicked and confused. There is a kind of panic among cannibals. No matter whatever happened, the brothers who would shoot arrows in front of them all retreated calmly, with the arrows stuck in the back. When he returned to the battlefield, his subordinates flattered unanimously. The generals and soldiers surrounded Damascus, and the enemy dared not come out, so he shot the city guard's head and helmet. Enough courage for the ruthless enemy. On Gangren, he laughed. It's still leadership. We're all doing our best. He was satisfied. Just that arrow was enough to make him famous. He became a legend, and his name will be passed down from generation to generation. General. 3 riders behind him. 2 of them are his own cavalry and the other is his descendant. He looked only 15 to 6 years old, sick. They came to Gangren. The cavalry said, "Let's go and set fire to the market." This little descendant ran over and said in Chinese that he was from the Tang dynasty. He's an agent. Oh. Under Gunglin's gaze, he sensed that the afterlife was a hybrid, with the high nose and deep eyes of a West Asian, and the soft contours of an East Asian. Lu Shangdong. Later students said shyly, "My father's name is Lu Zhen, Sheng." Unexpectedly, he speaks fluent Chinese and tells the story of his father and son. A businessman who came to Damascus very early, opened a Chinese restaurant and married a Persian woman. On the surface, he is the owner of the restaurant. In fact, he was an agent of the military intelligence service, sending steady intelligence to his country and being loyal to it. When the war broke out, he was persecuted and killed by cannibals. However, he handed him the information he could not send to his son, and told him he was of the Tang dynasty. The Tang people called. He told them the news, but foreign countries did not recognize Wu Zhou's blood feud for his father's tragic death. Lu Shangdong lived for a year and finally looked forward to the arrival of Tang Jun. Hearing Tang dynasty's words, Lu Shangdong couldn't wait to run out, see him and hand over the message at the same time. There is a map of the location of the Egyptian granary, the furnace group in the Golan Heights and the distribution of horse farms in the region. The latest Damascus layout. Very important information. Gangren kindly said to Lu Shangdong, "Your father has already outstanding achievement. His blood will not be shed in vain. I will report to the king about your father and son, and he will reward you." After training with them, military intelligence, and intelligence, its importance is well known at all levels of the military. This is not, the agents have made new achievements. Until the next time, it will destroy cannibals, granaries, industrial bases and horse farms, and will be cannibals' lives. Gong Ren replaced Lu Shangdong's military uniform with 2 personal soldiers, put on soft armor. In front of Lu Shangdong, he ordered 2 personal soldiers to say, "It's your credit for sending Lu Delang back smoothly. No matter what else, protecting him is the first priority." "Yes." The 2 soldiers answered 0 loudly. The flames rose on the door, especially the east door lit the bazaar and ignited it. "Look, what a firework." The flames go into the sky, the smoke billows the finished assembly, and it flashes instantly. If you do something bad, you have to run. Anyway, come here. The task has been completed. Why not run on the basis of the concept of the Tang dynasty in Gangren's remains? The concept is not pure enough. There is no need need to face the pain and be prepared. An hour after leaving, about 3,000 men arrived in Kyoto from the 1st Local Army, then the 2nd and 3rd to the capital. Damascus frantically issued an order to move troops, and those who dared not lead the army were dismissed on the spot. In one day, 800,000 troops gathered in the capital, and Gong Ren ran 100 miles away at high speed to chase him, not even hitting cities around. Only in this way, the Damascus place has the opportunity to calculate the loss, among which the loss of Bazaar reaches millions of assets of the Tang dynasty, and the rest includes human life, many trees and fields cut by the Tang dynasty. Chapter 165. Very prosperous. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Losing is second. The key is that the heart has been hit hard. The paradise in the world, the capital of the Umayyad Empire, is blocked by foreign enemies outside, openly burning houses. Provocative. This has never happened since the foundation of the empire. How long the eagle flag of the empire can be played has aroused the deep suspicion of hundreds of officials and people of the empire. Vizier Prime Minister Suleiman went downstairs to go home. He changed his mind and said, "Go to Nito's house." Suleiman is a handsome middle-aged man, of noble birth, a great aristocrat born to his ancestors in the Arabian Peninsula. He has always been very calm, but he is also confused by such a scene to Tang today. He wants to talk to someone, that people or Netu. Before going home, I found it very exciting outside. Many officials hoped to see Netu by way of a doctor's visit, without exception, to block the luggage rack. Suleiman announced his name. He saw Nito's son come out and ask him, "Father, please." Those on the outside can only sigh that Suleiman was strong enough for everyone else. Suleiman walked into the inner room and saw the photo inside covered with a white sheet and a large blanket wrapped around his back. Instead of standing up to greet him, he nodded. "How are you, my friend?" Suleiman asked with concern. "Please take a look at the Chinese medicine doctor, saying that the heart attack is very urgent. Take some medicine, it is better." Netu smiled reluctantly. The era when Western medicine did not rise, traditional Chinese medicine hung in the rest of the world. Free food was at the top, and TCM was trusted. But Chinese medicine can't save him. He has been working hard for many years. Felt sad to see Nito's pale face, almost the same color as the quilt, and his bones as thin as wood. His old friend, afraid for the sake of the empire, paid for everything he did. The empire is very difficult now, and if it weren't for Nito's work in affairs, he feared it would be worse. But there are many people in him cursing him behind his back, saying that he destroyed the empire, especially the 1 million army's eastern expedition, thinking that this war should not be launched at all. As a result, the enemy was deeply lured into the enemy by the other side, destroying millions food troop. Those people said in front of Suleiman that as long as the defense and counterattack the enemy's labor expedition, the same result will fall on the enemy. Hurt to stand and talk. If you don't beat them, they will come to eat. They have first-class cavalry and first-class infantry. The key is that their siege skills can conquer any powerful city in the world. Either they die, or let's die. Suleiman understands the situation. Tang Chi can easily cut off the traffic between the cities, can help the siege, and choose various combat methods away from the outside world. Those who say these things don't know the treadmill horses of the Tang people, walk thousands of miles, no matter. For Tang people how far, logistics are not a problem. In this case, if you don't fight, there is hope. Unfortunately, the luck of the big meal is really bad. What you have encountered is with some other armies, they cannot compete with millions of people who eat, and the people who kill them are not the human race, but the court of the Tang dynasty. That is, because the army led by this general is too large. More, he was suspected. Suleiman is a little disillusioned. The inner picture is closed, nourishing the heart. Everyone is silent. The room is quiet. A severe cough interrupted Suleiman's mind and saw Nito's son and valet slap Natu's chest and deliver water. Netu coughed, and his pale face turned a morbid bright red. Suleiman stopped coughing, looked at his gray expression, didn't dare to stay long, and asked a key question. Tingran moved towards go ahead, this time again. "My old friend, what do you think we should do with it? We can't beat them," Nito said forcefully. According to the news, the sea merchants came back and said that the king married the Tang princess. In fact, he has become independent from his own customs. He is not only self-reliant, but self-reliant. His army, supplies, equipment and military expenditures were not controlled by the court. He was obsessed with the West, had enough cavalry and good infantry, and had nothing to do with them. "We simply can't beat them. We can't beat the cavalry, and they can't defend the city, because their siege is so powerful. The inner picture shook his head. So, do we have to die? Suleiman has a calm heart. No, Nedu unexpectedly replied, we're not going to die. You? Suleiman asked in surprise. West, the old man's eyes said plainly, these two river basins are fertile places. Won't give up, we can't control it. We may not keep it either. In the far west of Africa, the empire has a chance to preserve it. Seeing Suleiman open his mouth, Nedu made a gesture to stop him from speaking, and then said, when the Tang people get to where they want to go, they don't want to come to us. They won't build a railway to attack us. They will attack Europa and Constantinople. His voice broke out and said, take this opportunity, immediately. Get the resources to the west before it's too late. After saying this, I fell into a faint again. Son of a bitch. Suleiman couldn't help it. He said goodbye and left. The inner picture makes sense. Currently, the military front of Nek, the cannibal is no longer an opponent. It's a must-see, but never with the Caliph. Because the Caliph is in a state of madness, he wants to fight the Tang dynasty to the end, and Damascus will never fall into the hands of the Tang dynasty. Occupy Damascus under the attack of the Tang army. No, the Caliph is ready to set fire to the city in case he cannot control it. The Caliph is a lunatic, and if he stays with Nedu, the life of the speaker is at stake. Suleiman he went home for a meal, thought for a while, then called his son and nephew and said, go back to your hometown at once. Unable to keep the treasure here, he sent them back to his homeland in the Arabian Peninsula, collected people, prepared supplies, and rushed to Morocco, 6,000 miles from Egypt, away from Egypt, in the desert. Only hunt them down when they're crazy. They can sit safely and watch Tang dynasty and Aroba die. Tell them to pay attention, gather more information, find the most reliable person, and keep quiet. Chapter 166. Ferocious. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. In addition to escort vehicles, the Ministry of Railways will also deploy armored trains along the inspection line, such as armored fortresses on sea, plus horse teams constantly shuttle across the railway, creating no man's land, controlling key areas, bloody massacres, effectively to deter them. The situation of railroad pickup and snatch of trains improved rapidly, and even the accident did not happen for several months. In addition, Yang Cheng used a necessary killing technique, namely the ability of the bodhisattva to bow and buy money, yelling at the tribesmen, do you need any soul? Do you need good tea? Do you need beautiful clothes? Do you need beautiful utensils? I have them here. There are many materials, complete materials, and a wide range of eyes. Yang Cheng only needs members of the tribe to sign an agreement to jointly defend and protect the railway. Every 3 months, Novander passes through the tribal area, and then there is a corresponding income, depending on the size of the area in charge, and the bigger the border, the more money and income. If there are many enemies and few tribes, immediately summon Tang Chi to destroy the enemies. Come on, drive. Smoke filled the road, and people and horses rushed across the road like a tide. 1 person and 3 horses. The rider of the horse is very skilled, and it is easy to push the horse forward. He received a letter from the chiefs of the tribes in the southern part of the Persian plateau, saying that the southern towns had changed, and they sent 300 cavalry to try to cut off the line of communication of the Tang army. Then, Yang Cheng's strategy against the cannibals is not one, take the initiative to attack. Important towns like Shiraz were surrounded by the Tang army, and then the main force of the Tang army left, while the main force of the garrison remained. Yang Cheng sent 200 cavalry to watch the cannibals, or even 200, because it was also a very difficult opponent to deal with. Few people left the city, and the Tang army swarmed and wiped them out. If there are a lot of people, it doesn't matter, as long as the distance is open. The constant shooting of arrows, with riding skills unparalleled in the world, can eventually drag through, because their horses are not good, and their bows and arrows are even worse. However, after all, he found space for the cannibals, sent 3,000 cavalry, left Shirazi, and came to the railway between Isfahan and Abadan. 3,000 cavalry, a large number. If they reach the railway, it will cause great trouble, and the great cause of attacking the city of Abadan may be seriously affected. Fortunately, while lying to Tang Jun, he could not escape the eyes and ears of the tribe members. The tribal leader controls the Northwest Territory, and the area is very large. He was bought by the Tang dynasty and sent many herdsmen as eyeliners. He sent a man and a courier of 5 horses to report this important military situation to the Tang army in Haft city in the center of Isfahan and Abadan. At this moment, Yang Cheng was sitting in Haft town after the complaint. He he immediately led 500 cavalry to the enemy, who came according to the commanded position. He trusted Majid very much, because among the envoys, there were people from the Tang dynasty, stationed in the Majid tribe. Majid has a good relationship with the Tang people, allowing the Tang people to enter his tribal area, and the wisdom of the Tang people is real. The most important thing is that Majid has 2 sons in the Tang dynasty. The eldest son joined the cavalry of the Tang army, as a noble son under the Weishi account. The younger son took the train to the Tang dynasty noble school in Korla. Tang people are deeply involved in the field of heavy food. The patriots of the Tang people, and the Tang people have many similar ones in the end. They actively approach the Tang people. The idea is to use the manpower that the Tang people urgently need in order to use. He is so powerful, there is nothing that he does not trust. So Yang Chengxian rushed out. Horses are ready to change. Accurate map, signposts and guides. Use your binoculars when you arrive at the intended spot. The accumulated power indicates that the battle will be light and pleasant. Majid is indeed a friend and keeps telling where he came from, so that Yang Chengxian will not go the wrong way. The enemy's destination was clear and had to pass through a pass in Zagros mountain, so Yang Chengxian stopped to prepare for an ambush and even had time to make tea. The wind on the mountain was very cold, and the smoke from the fire was blown away immediately and would not be exposed. A tree on a distant hill was knocked down. This is the message tree, indicating that the enemy is approaching and the troops must be put on alert. The sun hangs high on the mountain, because the terrain is very high. It is not late autumn, but the valley is already very cold, and the sun can no longer add a little warmth. Later, it will make the valley even worse. When the cannibals arrive, a long line of brown-skinned men and skinny horses are walking on gravel roads in the cold, narrow valley. Their horses were in poor condition because Tang Jun was furious, and when they saw the big cannibal horses, they killed and destroyed their grazing, and they had no food to feed them. When the desolate horn returned in the valley, suddenly there seemed to be countless Tang army superiors, like a flash flood rushing down. The great faced this battle, but they couldn't compare with the Tang people. How could they defeat? What about the Tang people? In the battle that day, almost no one was able to escape. Taking rest as a job, using the surrounding terrain, plus horses and equipment, the more powerful is the ferocity. Unsurprisingly, the cannibals who escaped all rode on the horses that were shot down after the Tang army was shot down, but even if in this way, they still can't escape. How many people run far? Tang Jun is waiting for them beside the homeless in the suburb. Tribal men in a hurry to turn in. They want to please and they have to give gifts face to face. Tang people are rich. The key is that Tang people have power and power. So he happily returned to the city of Haft where he was stationed, but there was no fruit of 3,000 cannibals, but found that the city was very common, and many tribesmen wandered around the city. He became a hero of Shi Wanchao's meritorious deeds and summoned tribal leaders and leaders from hundreds of miles away to participate in the meeting. It was as if they were subservient to the Tang army. How stubborn the tribal people were. Shi Wanchao was a murderer. Wan Cheajuan he lost his wrist and had to leave the front line to recuperate in order to move when the bones were bent, affecting the future to the battlefield. The military medicine is dexterous, the history is general, and the best medicines of nature are in his hands. The tiger bone wine is good, the musk ointment is not stingy, and his health is very good, so he has been very good for a month. However, he was surprised to hear that the former commander, Wang Jia, who was in the hot war in Gangren, did not achieve any bad results in the war, and Shi Wanchao immediately became unhappy. Chapter 167. Cold. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Without bothering to join the party, he walked to his younger brother Yang Chengxian, who welcomed him warmly and sent him to deal with tribal issues in the northwest of the Persian plateau. Shi Wanchao decided to do something big. He stretched out his tentacles and explored the surrounding tribes for the first time. Where? How many people? What attitude towards the Tang people? Sent caravans. Some of them were local aborigines who worked with the Tang people. They were able to scout the military conditions and draw topographical maps after a short training. Based on Shi Chao's previous arrogant attitude, he wanted to sweep out the tribesmen who lived hundreds of miles across the country. However, he kept pace with the times and knew the importance of building a broad front against diehards and building a broad front. Problem is that the army is limited and the plateau terrain is complicated. If you fight 000, I'm only afraid of fighting the tribesmen. This fight will be subdued for a long time. Helpless, as strong as Shi Wanchao, he also had to bow to the phenomenon and plan to find the worst tribe to go to the Tang dynasty and hit it. In the military report, Shi Wanchao was listening to the report. Clearly the Geridal tribe, 100 miles from our railroad, is the best tribe against us. The Boy Scouts broke the news to Swanel. According to the boss of a nearby tribe, that tribe has a very close relationship with, and according to their chief, Harlem, is a cannibal relative, or a devout religious believer, and they were very powerful before we came. In any case, there is no doubt that they are against us. They live in high mountains and are attacked from time to time. In summer, they are very active. They came to attack us from 100 miles away, let the regular army cross the road, and destroyed the railway of the Tang dynasty. They gave us 7 trains to rob them, the most, and 3 miles of our track. Very powerful. Didn't you deal with him before? Their terrain is complex, the terrain is high, and it's not easy to handle. Then let's do it. Wan Chao fixed his tone. Snow peaks are inserted in the sky, endless, and the troops trudged past. The road was easy at first, but as the terrain rose, the sun was shining, but the air was cold. Shi Wanchao personally led the team, wearing a high lamb hat, thick sock, open finger gloves, a sturdy wool thermal underwear, light armor, and a layer of oilcloth duck velvet military uniform. A large sleeping bag with all kinds of equipment in it. The soldiers were also dressed and equipped, and they were well prepared, taking into account all actions, war and warmth. There are also 2 tribes who got the same equipment with the Tang dynasty, and the Tang people are generous to their allies. If you want them to work hard, you have to give them. If you provide benefits, if you don't, just give it up. This is the general attitude of the Tang dynasty to allies, both friendly and humble. Tang people are angry, give them benefits, not afraid. They brought some donkeys and mountain horses. In the mountains, only their good helper. It is impossible for any hippo, Arabian or steppe horse to walk on the mountain. The best livestock are actually highland sheep. The tour guide, a young man named Carrick, told Shi Chao through an interpreter. The plateau sheep are very big. They are not afraid of cold. There are risks such as flat ground, and there is support, but unfortunately they are too wild and uncontrollable. On Swan's chin, he hit with a carbine, looking back at his serpent troops trudging through the snow. He brought 5,000 Tang troops, 500 engineers, 1,000 elite tribal troops, and 1,000 migrant workers. For most of the distance, they had to trudge through ice and snow, with no obvious roads, relying on guides and scouts to set up positions, engineers and migrant workers to open the way, and they repaired ladders and tied ropes in some dangerous places. If you don't hold on to the rope, people will fall off. The ground is slippery and not counted, and the wind is cold and blows in the face like a knife. The terrain is very steep, the roads are daunting, and in many places donkeys and mountain horses crawl. No, people carry them very hard. Most people are silent. Altitude sickness is still not. Schwenke always feels breathing hard, as if suffocating. Headache is deadly. Seems to have a group of soldiers on the head going to fight with Tang Bing. He held his forehead and asked the guide in confusion, "Aren't they tired of running hundreds of miles on such a road to hit us?" The tour guide's answer pointed to a point. "You Tang people have too many good things." He swallowed the knife contentedly in the military jug, which was so good he could protect himself from the cold. He couldn't drink alcohol in the past, which was the kindness of the people in the mountains. Really everything is good. Food and drink, everything is top-notch. They want to rob. Do you want to rob? Shi Wanchao asked curiously. "Yes, but I'm more afraid of your knife and size," replied the guide, glancing at the tall bear-like body of the swan. Shi Wan laughed and took out a gold coin to reward him. The guide was fast and narrow, and it went on. This light-hearted conversation didn't last long. Only an "ah" was heard. The scream, followed by a loud noise, echoed in the snow, and even the soldiers who saw the habitual blood felt their hair tubes huddled together. It turned out that a tired Pan fell from a snow cliff down. A man with a telescope pointed it at where he fell, then lowered it in frustration. Pan Shop fell into a deep snow crevice below the mountain and disappeared completely. Far away. Can't save 2-5 save. No one lives and no one dies. Maybe it's the fate of the soldiers. Shi Wanchao closed his eyes, mourned 10 seconds of silence for this unfortunate rogue, and then ordered, "Go on, it's getting dark." Even when tired, the army continued to advance. Along the way, some were frostbitten, some fingers fell off, ears fell off, feet rotted, suffered from snow blindness, some people stumbled and broke their legs, but the army still on the way forward. Altitude sickness is weakened, energy is full, and the team's backward rate is not high at all. Tour guide Carrick looks surprised. He was a qualified guide. He had been a caravan, leading tribes and armies forward, but no team performed as well as the Tang dynasty. If they didn't fall behind. They wouldn't get hurt. If they traveled long distances, you will lose a lot of money. Chapter 168. Scream. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Like the current army, it was overcrowded for more than 3 days, and the marching speed was very fast, showing a very professional level of mountaineering and cold protection. Their clothes have the function of resisting rain and snow, they have enough supplies, and they are in good physical condition and adapt to the plateau climate. The tribal army that cooperated with them failed in their march on the plateau and could not keep up with the pace of the Tang dynasty. Another day, the terrain is lower, but walking is not easy. The melting snow of the mountains creates streams, lakes, depressions and marshes, and climbing and wading is not easy for everyone. There was a block in front of a river that separated from each other, and the river was rushing and roaring, touching the icy river water with hands. The swans are so cold that they are so cold that half of their arms will be numb. Even so, this river still has to cross the river. It is the nature of the engineering soldiers to see the mountain and open the road to the bridge. They use professional equipment to open the eyes of the tour guide. Before crossing the river, near the throwing rope, everyone has to carry the rope to the pass, while the 23 Tang sappers have a skimming bow, the end of the rope tied to an iron hook, which is fired with a crossbow, tied to the other side of the river on the bushes, and then pulled up the long cables. High up, the engineers put the wheels on the cables, and crossed the great river. So they built a cable bridge, and their ropes had iron wires on them, so strong that they could exceed the weight. The troops fought bravely for another day. The terrain rose again, and as they stood on the hill, they saw a valley with a bright view. Strong wind blew the alpine meadows, flowing slowly forward, and the river flowed southwards, finally into a narrow lake surrounded by mountains. The mist on the lake obscured the end of the lake, where the view was pleasing to the eye. The Garidal tribe, the target of this operation, is unique in nature, occupying the most fertile lands, with advantages of water and grass, keeping many livestock, the largest population, and most of the rest is vast wilderness. Due to their confidence in the geographical location, coupled with the laziness of the tribesmen, they did not detect the arrival of the Tang dynasty, and did not use the terrain to create any obstacles to let the Tang people set foot on their pastures before they became alert. Desolate horns. The horns blew, and the tribesmen panicked and fled like headless flies. Some people rushed back to the camp near Hushan, others rushed to Tang Jun to kill them, while others shouted in unison, rushed to Tang Jun to kill them. Well, Xuanchao took them seriously. He sneered, I can kill them all by myself. Amid the roar of laughter, Chinatown gathered, shouting to get out. Army came down from the mountain one by one, and the number of troops was still increasing. Hundreds of riders from the Garidal tribe came, and there were dense bows and arrows in the waterproof fuel tank, and they are still full of power when encountering rain and snow. Stand up with arrows and bows, put up a lunge, and aim at the target. Kill a man, not a horse, cried the police officer. The arrow whizzed away, as expected. The surname fell into the arrow. Facing the almost industrialized production of arrows in the Tang dynasty, the tribal people did not play the slightest resistance role, so that they shot accurately on the ground, and many arrows were shot, all of which were shot by humans. Even if the horse on the other side is on the neck and covers the front, they will experience the shooting of Tang Jun's side, and they will be shot off the horse. Tang people's bow and arrow skills are not bad. They are good at cross-shooting, but they are not good at tribes, and it is difficult to please the bows and arrows under the regular army. The screams, Garidal said. One by one the tribesmen fell, and their horses survived, rushing into the Tang line, immediately. Many Tang people are excited to usher in unexpected good fortune. A Tang army soldier looked at a horse without people and met him happily. Unexpectedly, a man suddenly appeared in the seemingly unattended saddle, wielding a machete, chopped it down and gave it to him. No one attacked. It turns out that this guy's riding skills are not bad. Came a pedal hides, uses the cover of other horses, rushes to Tang Ren, and rushes. Because Tang Bing wants to rob the horse, he doesn't have time to fight with his weapons. In a hurry, he raised his left hand to block the opponent's machete. The other side chopped him out of the room with a hard knife with horsepower. Then, the attacked tribe man did not find the second knife. He cut the second knife, and an arrow flew far away and pierced his neck. The bow was strong, and there was no armor to stop it, and the arrow came out from the back of the neck. Tribal men immediately exclaimed. Tang Bing, who had cut the knife, was in pain and did not respond. His comrades were busy running around, looking carefully, then laughing and saying, this lucky son. It turned out that Tang Bing hurriedly blocked the knife with his wrist guard, and did not forget the angle of inclination. Result, the knife slashed the strong bracer and broke the bones in his hand, but not his hand. It's not a thing. Unfortunately Tang Bing was the only one injured. Plus, Garadal. The family did not harm Tang people at all, and some people saw that the situation was not good and ran away. This time, the Tang people shot at the horse. With the horse's long hair neighing, the Tang dynasty captured the cavalry. One people riding pure meat steamed buns beat dogs and gave horses. Some people in Tangjun said struttingly, I don't have a job, you are down. There are hundreds of horses. 000. It is not helpless for the tired Tangjun. Some people also gave Shi Wanchao a good horse. Shi Wanchao, who is tall and has long legs, has a large leg span, can touch the ground. Everyone laughed. Shi Chao led the army to the Garadal tribe. The tired people and horses were unable to use the horses, so they had to change to the tribe to get the horses. Shi Wanchao, who was raiding on horseback, didn't notice that there was a painter who pulled down his Yingzi with the army. Will sell his paintings in the future. Shi Wanchao looks like a tall American soldier in the painting. He rode a low donkey and broke into the imperial cemetery. It's so beautiful. Tribal settlement is divided into two parts. One is a tent by the lake, and the other is a stone village on the mountain. An hour later, Shi Chao summoned all the people and horses. That everyone was tired but excited, knowing that the army could come in handy. He rode his ridiculous pony in front of the line and said, do you want to rest or fight first? Kill someone first, then rest. The soldiers answered excitedly, and some shouted, General, my knife is hungry and thirsty. I'm leading a bunch of great guys. Shi Wanchao smiled and waved, go forward. So the team was excluded. They eat while walking, to replenish their physical strength except dry cheese and rice cake. Everyone is chewing white rabbit toffee. Chapter 169. Equipment. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It is a white, chewy cylindrical milk candy. The outer packaging is waterproof and moisture-proof oil paper. The trademark on the paper is a white rabbit in the shape of a jump, and the image has been deeply rooted in people's heart. The nutrients are sugar, gelatin, condensed milk, cream and milk. It looks like milk candy already contains the high-tech of the time. Before the fall, sugar was not popular in the Tang society, that is, sugar extracted from sugar cane. Only caramel, namely sorghum, barley, wheat, chestnut and other sugars obtained by fermenting and saccharification, namely maltose. Its sweetness is not high and it is inconvenient to carry, difficult to save. Another sugar is honey, which is sweet but not very productive. Subsequently, contributed to the large-scale cultivation of sugar cane and large-scale sugar smelting, as anyone who passed the crowd would do. In fact, the princesses had already grown sugar cane and sugar in the south for their own use. However, the large-scale transportation of sugar was formed after the North-South Railway was built. By rail, trains transport sugar out of the gate at a lower cost and become the raw material for milk sugar. Gelatin is based on animal skin and bone as raw material. After multiple processes, it is a food additive, and it is also a high-tech that others cannot master. In addition, a better milk preservation technology was formed by vacuum distillation and addition of sucrose. This is a new type of dairy technology. The machine should use vacuum distillation. There is only Wazan in the world. As for the production technology of the cream, it has been inherited since ancient times. Milk production is also a horse that others can't beat. This is the last thing that is lacking. His family has countless pastures, and countless herdsmen serve him and produce milk. Even the milk sugar tank is deliberately made. He specially organized a machinery factory to develop a machine that can quickly and well cut the syrup into cylinders. Such a machine is beyond the reach of others, and can't be done at all. There is edible caramel paper containing milk sugar. Outside the packaging waterproof oil paper, there are also trademark patterns full of technology. He has organized a lot of high-tech manpower to develop and form his white rabbit toffee. It is rich in nutrients. Wei Shi boasted that the milk candy of 10 white rabbits is equivalent to a glass of milk, and its milk tastes pure. Frankincense is strong, tastes good, and has markets all over the country. Everyday consumer holiday products white rabbit toffee are among the best sellers. In addition, the marketing strategies such as toy on the milk candy package, friends love, and another bag etc. Raffle, everyone likes to try their luck. Of high technology, the largest toffee producer is located in Korla, under the eyes of the princess. The production workshop is under military control. If it weren't for the large army, I'm afraid many people would want his sugar industry to be useful. Big White Rabbit. The milk candy has always been in the hearts of the posters. Whether at home or abroad, it is often used by Tang Jun, who accompanied the occupying forces of the Tang dynasty to all parts of the world, to coax children. Candy has no country. It's so delicious that children, adults like it, everyone likes it, and it has become a symbol of cultures outside the Tang dynasty. As for Tang Jun, they ate it before the war, because their commander-in-chief taught, before the war, everyone all maintain adequate blood sugar levels. Always makes sense. Tang Jun chewed milk candy and became an important soldier. Details are very important. Eating sugar before fighting and work can increase blood sugar in a short time, so that the brain and muscles can get enough energy to improve combat effectiveness. The physical benefits are obvious. Other hand, the boss's psychology implies that it is deeply rooted in people's hearts. High blood sugar, no dizziness. This way, everyone is less nervous and morale improves. You don't have to do this, it does work. Even a big guy like Shi Wanchao took out a piece of sugar, tore it apart, and tossed it into his mouth to make sure his blood sugar was stronger. He went to war with a fierce smile and a knife, ready to do it. The tribes were still very caste. They gathered around the lake to fight. Their terrain was a bit high. When the Tang army was advancing, they were not idle. They were busy gathering the team. Nearly 4,000 people and 400 people. Almost everyone had a horse, riding a pony. Their competition was not low, and it seemed funny to ride on a horse. But Tang Jun couldn't laugh. His eyes were full of anger, because most of the equipment of the tribal army was the standard equipment of the Tang army. They wore Tang helmets, bright armor, and held Tang knives, shields, spears, and even feet. The military boots above were also made in the Tang dynasty. If train didn't kill Tang Jun with the equipment, if he hadn't robbed the train, almost everyone has a set Tang Jun equipment. It seems that their business is booming. In fact, they regard the railway as their own freighter. When needed, send people to vote. There were many people in this Garidal tribe, and they had the courage to do so, and they won a lot of money as a result. Now to the door. Garidal tribe decided that the Tang people were tired from a distance, and they simply concentrated their forces to fight the Tang people. If you don't go to war, you can't go to war. Tang people came soon. The people in the tribe were very rich. They carried a lot of things, supplies, grain, cattle, horses, and sheep. They were by the lake and surrounded by mountains. The horn sounded, the horde army began to charge, and the horses ran faster and faster, rushing down like a flood. When the horseshoe moved, Tang Jun had a lot of things in his heart. Tribes don't use arrows. Even if they have them, they don't shoot much. It's not allowed. Their bows and arrows are rarely shot, and they fall in front of Tang Jun, which shows that they are very unprofessional. The use of bows and arrows is not easy. Ethnic groups in different regions have different attitudes towards the use of bows and arrows. The grassland areas are open. As a long-range weapon, bows and arrows are the most popular. Nomads ride horses, carry bows, and just fly kites. So far, can kill wild animals and hang farmers. The sky is high enough for birds to fly. Birds need stiff bows, and nomads often shoot at sculptors. People on the mountain don't use a bow. It can't be too long. The mountain road is rough and difficult to walk. A bow that's too long can't be easily lifted. It can't be too hard, and it can't be too hard to pull, especially when it needs to be pulled quickly. It can't do really deadly things. On the mountain road, it is likely to turn around and a bear is coming towards you. The difference is that the prairie horse is galloping. The wolf is in front of it. It has no hiding place, and one arrow cannot shoot the second arrow, so that the people were leisurely, but the people on the mountain noticed the first blow. The first arrow was missed, and the thing would disappear into the rocks on the mountain. Chapter 170. Get out of the predicament. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Like sailors rushing to the surface of the Abadan River harbor, they dared to pierce the sails and anchors underground, and stopped on the water to laugh loudly at the army. The cavalry came and went with their bicycles, and of course they couldn't do anything. When he saw the sound of horse riding in the Tang dynasty, the mockery of the cannibals was even louder. As the man installed number 3, he was struck by thunder, and the network navy heard a roar in the distance. The sound can be made from the water surface, but there is no shadow for a long time. The sound got louder and louder, and finally a large number of shapes appeared on the way of the network navy. There are about 50 ships on board. These boats are similar to the flexible paddles of ancient Greece. The boat is not very large, so it must be 3 points of this this large food boat. Bow is tilted inward from the bubble, rather than floating outside the bow of a normal bow. Sadrag is not. It seems a little strange, but this bright sailor admiral sees the sharp color of the bow, and if you look at the speed of the other ship, you are all dignified. There is a bridge on the bow, and there are two sharp hooks on the outside of the bridge. I don't know what's the use. Also, these boats have no oars and sails, but only two huge turbines at the stern. By the way, there is a black thing on the boat, constantly spewing black smoke, and the front of the boat is two huge shielding plates. Oh, it's a strange boat. Didn't expect to need oars and sails, and suddenly ran fast. Whatever they were, the big food boats would get nervous and quickly set sail to lift anchors, bows, stone catchers, bows and crossbows, etc. The long-distance powers are ready one by one, shaking with the light of the torch. This is not the age of hot weapons, but all battleships are full of black smoke. They are ready-made torches and combustibles. The battleship is made of wood. Both sides attach great importance to fire attack, and all those who throw stone chariots and arrows are prepared with fireproof oil. It seems that the Tang people are ready. Zahiwe secretly thinks that the other party apparently hid the boat in the upper tributaries of the Shat al-Arab, and waited until the sailors passed by, and then came out to deal with them, so that they would have no good water. However, the other side of the boat is big. What can the other side of the boat be used for military order? When the drums sounded, about 20 medium-sized oarboats first rushed towards the Tangjun Navy, and another 10 boats slowly turned upstream. Big Food is located on the main traffic road between east and west, and Greek paddle boats are made for them. When the paddle is windy, the paddle is flexible in the absence of wind, and when there is no wind, the paddle is flexible. Although the sailboat is facing the wind and against the current, the zigzag shape of the crosswind boat will not be a problem unless the highly skilled cannibal is in the wind ahead. At this time the sun was shining, the distance between the ships was approaching, and the big ration soldiers, brandishing their weapons, continued to shout. Other hand, Tangjun's boat was much quieter, but it gave Zahiwe a panic. The end, a stone bomb was first thrown, and then a row of arrows fell on the Tang dynasty ship. The fire rate of fire bombs on bumpy water is very low. In fact, the standard of cannibalizing fire bombs is really not very high. Even if it is very low, the blind cat will be as rad as hitting the Tang boat, but it is stopped by the protective baffle on the boat. Even if a pool of oil falls on the Tang boat, it will only burn, but it will not light up. The stone bullet hits, the sound of the metal clearly showed that it was an iron ship. Not only that, but a stone bomb hit the ship, and there was a metal sound, and the Tang ship was an iron ship. It was a big surprise. How could it be an iron ship that can sail on the water? Of course, they would not have thought that steam trains had already appeared, so how could there be no steamboat? Provide power. For dominance on the water, these two watersheds are where steamboats show off their technology. The parts of the steamboat were transported from the Far East by train, reassembled, and suddenly put on the battlefield, killing a great cannibal. However, it is said that the Tang boat is made of metal, but the craftsmanship is not very high, but the wooden boat is nailed with sheet metal. Despite this, the stone bomb failed to penetrate. The arrow fell and flew, which surprised the great cannibal. Two sides were getting closer and closer. When the first ship was on both sides of the strait and the distance between them was less than 30 meters, the Tang ship played a big acrobatic role. It had a big swing. The hull pitched sharply to the right, and the starboard side almost touched the water. This maneuverability was unimaginable for the Terrans, and it was impossible to make such a big turn. A rowboat can't do this, and a sailboat can't do it. They can't do it doesn't mean the ship can't do it. Tang's man-made boats are taller, Ming boats can travel faster, the rudder effect is more obvious, and the water is very stable. When the Tang ship ran to the almost vertical position of the large food ship, it turned left again and blatantly hit the port side of the large food ship. It used such a trick to frighten the commander of the large ship, although he ordered to turn left, trying to face the bow of the Tang ship. But where is the power of the Tang ship, etc.? With a loud noise, the bow of the Tang ship hit the port side of the big ship. The whole boat was startled and swerved abruptly to the right. At least half of the people on board fell into the water, and the oars in the cabin rolled together like gourds. To the shock of the Terran who observed the war, Tang Chuan, which was originally buried in the cannibal, retreated and quickly broke away from contact between the two sides. Damn, Tangzhou has this function. Reverse the paddle to free yourself from the predicament of collision. Someone groaned. Oh my gosh, how is this possible? There was a creepy hole in the diners. The river water poured in, and after a while, the water rope fell. There is not a single watertight cabin on the ship, so much water has entered the hull, and everything is irreparable. The bows of the two ships were seen colliding. After a severe impact, the Tang ship flexibly retreated. The collision angle on the bow of the big food ship disappeared. The river water rushed into the cabin. The cabin was a mess. The oars and officers went upstairs, but there was no time. The boats on both sides slammed into each other, and for a while everyone hit the boat, very happy. When leaving one by one, we knew the big boat was defeated. Compared to the big food boat, the Tang was significantly stronger. Using high speed, the big food boat was knocked down the most. The rest of the paddle boats rowed back in horror. Want to go back to the main food fleet, but the Mingchu and Shui, who arrived, quickly caught up, and tragedy struck immediately. Chapter 171. Chase. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Several ore boats sank or sank too much in a short period of time, shocking the large water force. At this time, the sailboat of the Navy slowly encountered the cheerful Tang ship. The sailboats kept throwing stone bombs, fire bombs and arrows, but they were all intercepted by the baffles on the Don, and the work was useless. The Tang boat approached quickly and began to turn sharply. Using the collision angle of the bow, it hit the left and right sides of the big boat. The collisions made the turbulent river pour in. Even though the big food boat had a watertight cabin, it did not water pump, but enough for them to drink a pot of water. Fly on the water with Tang boats like a water eagle boat. This big food boat is as clumsy as a teal crawling on the water. Tang boats crashed one by one big ship after another. Under the constant impact, 3 more large food ships sank. 5 large food boats came to a stop after entering the water and were swept away by the current. Cha Shui felt the strangeness of Tang Chuan, and frowned. There were only 2 roads in front of him, facing him for a while, but the other side was going against the current, and the wind could not blow. Or strategically dispatch troops, go down the river, temporarily get out of the unfavorable situation, and find a good place to fight. However, when he saw the speed of the Tang ship, he gave up his second thought and ordered the ship to be divided into 2 groups to meet the Tang ship. The first 35 large ships swayed to the small Tang ship. At this time, the Tang ship once again applied the ancient kabuki, although the collision gave strength, but when it sank and wounded the enemy, it also hurt itself. Some Tang boats also had crack, got into the water or were slightly injured, and then the collision would cause great misfortune. Facing this threatening food boat, Tang boat stepped over, opened a square muzzle on the side wall, and then roared loudly. A powerful crossbow was fired from the muzzle. Put the crossbow used in the city on the boat, 1 shot at a time. The hit rate is very high. All the crossbows were carried by fire, ignited before they were fired, and landed on enemy ships to start the flames. The Tang dynasty ships spewed fire, violently spewed rockets, and continued to land on the food boat. Their sails, there was fire everywhere on the ship and on the deck. The crew were confused and, amid the roars of the officers, poured water into the water or put out the fire with wet sand and rug. Officers kept ordering the Terran to try to catch up with the Tang boat, but the Tang boat was faster than the Tang boat. The boat is against the wind and against the current. It walks in twists and turns, and sometimes it can't even move. But the Tang boat, front and rear, left and right, turning, flexible, beyond the imagination of the cannibals. No oars and no sails. How is it possible? They did their best to put out the fire, but the Tang ship was revolving around the big food ship, and the rocket fired 100 rockets, burning some of the large food ships to dry. Big food boats, and big food boats have a lot of people, heavy firefighting, and fire control. Most big boats are in poor condition, and they just go downstream. Likewise, the other part of the feeding boat led by Zahiwei did not fight. The Tang boat quickly chased, leaving more than 20 boats to clean up the noodles so there were no leaking fish, while the rest of the boats swarmed. Black smoke churned on Tang's boat, and the speed continued to rise, and together with the wind and water, it approached the distance of the heavy artillery sailing ship. Zahiwi shouted in his heart, "How is this possible?" He gave orders with a gloomy face, and the soldiers hurriedly hung up their flags. 8 ships responded to his order and did not retreat, welcoming the Tang ship, but 2 of the 10 ships should flee quickly. No matter. How are the commands? Wait until the war is over to take care of you. Zahiwi said kindly that he and 20 other ships continued to run. However, the annoying Tang ship behind him roared, like gangrenous bones, getting louder and louder. Zaxiwei's face turned pale. It turned out that Tang ship was fighting for speed, and only divided 5 ships to launch rockets, and that a blocked food ship is entangled, and the other ships are still there, chasing each other. They recognized Zahiwi's beautiful boat, and he said it was the biggest and the most conspicuous. Zahiwi thought anxiously, otherwise the gecko would have broken its tail again, but the other party's boat was moving fast, will not be fooled. The helpless Zaxiwe ordered to hold high the banner of attack, sound the horn of attack, and fight back. The Tang boat surrounded the large food boat, using its flexibility to fire crossbows continuously. Other hand, it relies on the height and majesty of the ship to fire rockets, stone bombs and fire bombs. The two sides exchanged fierce fire. Arrows came and went, bombs flew. The human race is not completely smooth. After all, there are many people on them, some counterattack, orderly, not completely inferior. Rocket launches, the cannibal goes out as soon as possible, burns the master sail, and if you can't save it, cut it off and throw it into the water. The rockets nailed to the walls of the ship were also soaked by them. After the initial chaos, the Terran gradually gained a firm footing and attacked and chased each other with Tang Chuan. More fortunately, the winds changed and they went from upstream to upstream, at least accelerating away from upstream. And the wind is getting stronger and stronger. The Big Eat boat sails out of the front. The type of Tang boat dare not collide. Suddenly, the drums rang, and the drums became more urgent. 10 Tang boats blatantly rushed onto Zaxiwe's beautiful boat. Another big boat rushed forward to intercept it. In the chaos, 4 Tang boats rushed towards Zaxiwe's beautiful boat's ship. As they approached, the bridge over the bow fell and bit the boat. When the human race was rustling, only a violent roar was heard. The Tang ship rushed out of a large number of light-armored soldiers, rushing to climb down the bridge and sail to the big ship. They held bright swords and axes, rushed to the deck, and launched a fierce battle fighting hand in hand, cut down vertically. The human race is eager to get rid of the boat, but as long as they can watch intently, the tail hook on the Tang boat bridge hooks the boat, and there is no way to get rid of it at all. Tang army rushed along the bridge and rushed to the boat. The naval forces on the water started a battle. The naval battle became a land battle, and the battleship became a land battlefield. The shadow of the sword, the blood splashed, the blood and the sun sprinkled on the water together. The river is dyed red. Red fire is good. Tang Jun killed swords with high swords on the boat. Although there were many people on the boat, they couldn't stand it. Although they were trained in weapon warfare, some people knew how to jump and fight, but they are more professional than Tang Jun, who is not proficient in water warfare, has a resounding name, Marine Corps Dry. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 172. Landing. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Of amphibious combat troop. They have undergone strict selection and training, are strong-willed, professionally skilled, boarding the ship is flat, and have strong combat effectiveness. Later, although he did not serve in the history of Dengzhou, he became a military officer. A member of the department, the Marine Corps was retained and strengthened. One of them remained in the East China Sea and was responsible for operations in Fuzhang, the Korean Peninsula and further north, and the other was located in the South China Sea and was responsible for the defense of the South China Sea port. The attack was so severe that Marines were drawn from customs to fight. Although they couldn't build a large ship, they chased down enemy ships with steamboats, using the bow bridge as a ladder, allowing the Marines to catch up. Of Tang Jun's attack really subverted the values of Zha Shui, the leader of the network navy, and opened up his 000 eyes. Unfortunately, the blow to his own head wasn't all that wonderful. Zahiwi hurriedly ordered those on deck to resist, while distributing weapons to all the sailors below to fight on deck. At first, there were many people who were able to resist, but with more and more Marines on board, they were able to fight fast, even on a rocking ship, cooperate tacitly, and kill less experienced Terrans to lose ground. Bleed to the ankle. Fortunately more, a large food ship leaned over and jumped over some cyber navy to assist in the battle, and Zahiwe was simply transferred to the ship. He saw that his original beautiful ship was sailing frantically, more and more cannibals were dead, and there was no opponent at all, and he was very angry, and said through gnashing his teeth, "Attack it." The sailor on his new ship immediately fired flame bombs and bows at the beautiful old ship, shooting indiscriminately. The Terran and the Tang were shot and killed because no one came to put out the fire, and the firebombs started a fire on the ship. Tang Ren hurried back to the ship, but was shot down many times. "Look at your labor." Zaxiwe sighed out of breath. When the flames flashed, he turned his head and saw 3 Tang boats sailboats around, firing rockets at him continuously. He quickly ordered to leave the fight, and the sailboat turned slowly and ran fastest. But the man above felt that a long time had passed, and the swaying hull and the panicked men made it look uneasy. Whereas Tang Zhou willing to give up, take a bite, and take a breath. The two armies scuffled on the river, full of black smoke and noisy in the wind. In the hazy smoke, the swordsmen gleamed in the fire, and the various crossbows and bows were crackling. The sound was dancing, and the fire flashed from time to time. The scene on the battlefield was tragic, but the soldiers of the two armies in the bureau had an idea: kill the enemy. There were a large number of deaths on both sides. Several large ships on the fighting surface were burning, the wreckage and bodies were looming in the river, a mess. More ships were scuffled on board, and many Tang Dynasty ships were nailed to large food boats. The Marines boarded the enemy ship to kill the enemy. Several Tang Dynasty warships did not fight and fire crossbows all the time. The shouting on the river was chaotic, the Tang guns sharp, but the crossbow was weak. This caliphate ships are really not easy to sink. Even after the gunpowder battle on the sails, not much in a day, enemy ships are sunk. Later, for the Marines, it was an uphill battle, a very stupid way of playing, and there was no grace at all in a water fight. On the far coast, Abaddon's guards could clearly see the top of the wall, with a hole in the mouth, and nothing to say. However, the Tang army general who watched the battle with binoculars, the Tang ship was in a dominant position and was caught off guard. Since they were not adapted to the attacking method of the Tang boat, the big food boat obviously suffered a lot of losses. Although the boat was large, the Tang boat was flexible in attack, or found the side of the boat weak and hit a big hole, so that the river water poured into the boat. If the rockets did not like rain the same launch, the warship becomes colorful and beautiful like a pyrotechnic pipe, while the large food ship that is shot is not so good. Come and kill people. The key is that the Tang boat is fast enough, entangles the big boat, and wants to fight to run freely. Itchy teeth. The water was a mess, and many places were fighting on one side. More and more on both sides of the strait, boats crowded on the water of Amadan. The scene, like a chaotic water town, with a large group of sails, no sailboats crowded together, and on the periphery, the Tang Dynasty boat kept firing. The battlefield is out of control, and both sides are killing people indiscriminately. Anyway, as long as the enemy is eliminated, it will. Zahiwi didn't get involved in the melee, and he sent his handsome new ship back upstream. Flee, leave the green hills, not afraid of burning without firewood. 3 Tang boats ate him and fired rockets around him, which made him very angry, so he had no cover, and the rest of the boats were entangled by the Tang boat. Tang boat was not in a hurry to attack, just released a crossbow, but the big food boat was high, fighting fire. The board was hard. After the two sides were entangled on the ground, watching the wind turn, the big sail was full of wind drums, running faster and faster. One of the Tang ships was brutally hit from its side. Full of power, almost everyone on both ships fell to the ground. Then the second and third Tang ships hit the ground in turn. On the big boat, Tang boat and boat snuggle closely together. Don't say, see the bottom of the real print on the hand. Immediately, let the people know that the Marines are good. After they boarded the cannibal boat, their horses were strong, and they were coordinated from left to right. The comrades behind covered the arrows and shot them on the swaying deck with great precision. With only one phase, Tang Jun would be attacked by 2. The 5 clans yelled, and even some brave people hated being busy in front of Tang Jun. Zaxiwei rushed to the battlefield with his own guards, but it was not easy even for him on a swaying boat. Although he has a certain combat power, he had to take a step back under the steady development of the Tang army. Finally, he retreated to the stern, surrounded by only 2 pro fighters. Others had to die or dive, and in front of him was Tang Jun's bright sword. Surrender. I spare you. Some people go down in big food language. Zahiwi let out a long sigh and ordered 2 of his own soldiers to make a slight march, while stabbing his left and right with knives. Threat. It should have pierced his lungs. Zahiwi vomited blood, and soon, his eyes lost light. Chapter 173. Trembling. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. According to religious etiquette, Zaxiwei could not commit suicide, but he didn't want to surrender, and he didn't want to die at the hands of the Tang dynasty, so he played a sideball and was replaced by personal soldiers. On the other hand, Tang Jun didn't seize this opportunity to move forward. They looked at Zack respectfully. A man who likes officers said a few words. Immediately someone said to the deputy in big words, "Look at us. If we are not dead, we will be responsible for the treatment. If you are dead, you will take him away, and we will let you take him home." The 2 personal soldiers put down their weapons and let the Tang people come forward to check that Zaxiwei was indeed killed. So, 2 personal soldiers and several captured cannibals were responsible for transporting Zahiwi's body, but they also had the task of returning to the battlefield by boat, and they shouted, "Zahiwi is dead, Zahiwi is dead," then being beheaded by Tang Jun. It would be better to be tongue-tied. What is it like now? Just put Zaxiwei's body on the boat to show off. They circled the battlefield 23 for a week, and the 2 troops were scrambling to fight, hearing it clearly. Hearing shouting, looking down at the big ship. It seems to be true. The heavy food army is gradually dispersed. Can still go to sea to escape. Get out of the ship quickly. The ship can't escape. Dive and escape. The scene is chaotic. On the water, the ship fell and retreated, as they fly in the face of a cataclysm. The wind was rushing. The drums sounded, and the Tang ship flew like the wind, chasing and killing the cannibal ship. Gradually, the situation became clear. The burning ship, the runaway ships were swept away by the current, and some were stranded on the beach, some stranded on the shore, some surrendered and then fled. 5 of the steered, windless, unnavigable ship, which were unable to sail due to lack of manpower, were washed away by the current. A team of 1 Tang ships surrounded them, and the rockets were launched furiously. There was silence in the city of Abadan, and all the soldiers had slack eyes. They saw clearly what was in front of them. The sailor who came to help sank, fled, and fell. Reinforcements are gone. In fact, the sailors can play a limited role. They cannot go ashore, but play a role in raising the spirit of the army. Now, they were immersed in the water, and the hearts of the Abadan city guards were frozen on the water. Sitting on the hills on the shore, the generals even sat in their seats to watch the exciting scene, rejoicing. The steamboat is a good boat. The appearance of ships means the emergence of a new way of fighting. In the past, water warfare had to rely on wind or paddles. With a steamship, there is no need to look up to the sky to eat, and there is no need to rely on manpower. The steam engine is very powerful, and this ship can be built in the future. Moreover, the army directly boarded the ship and collided, bringing a new vision to everyone. The original water battle can still be fought like this. In the past, there were many wars between ship sailors. Face-to-face is small, but now the Marines charge the enemy in combat, and unexpectedly, the enemy resists. It's all about the King's steamboat and the Marines. Compliments everyone. Weiha said with a smile. This is the result of everyone wanting to be a city. Few of the Marines who fought were famous and young, but they defeated the cannibals. That night, the battle was reported. 12 heavy food military ships, 11 escaped and 8 escaped downstream. 85 ships sank, 24 large ships were captured, about 20,000 internet sailors were killed, and more than 30 people were captured. The army hit 58 steamboats and sank 13 of them. They both lost both sides due to a violent collision. They also sank. Almost all the rest of the ships were wounded. At least 80% of ships must be repaired. 160 Marines were killed or missing. It can be seen that the fighting conditions are fierce. Anyway, the water battle is won, and we will soon attack the city of Abadan. He stood up. Capture the city of Abadan. Everyone responded. On the 8th and 4th days, the defenders who climbed to the city of Abadan used red eyes to resist the attack of the Tang army, but not because they were red eyes, but because they were not allowed to sleep at night. That night, Tang Jun's stone car made a lot of noise. From morning to night, it kept shooting all kinds of bombs into the city, knocking down houses, setting fires, and then emitting a stench and making a lot of noise, making every individuals couldn't sleep at night. And the next day, they took a pair of cat's eyes to fight in the city. Looking down from the city, there is a vast Tang army. Soon, the city of Abadan was shrouded in war. The dust mist covered the sky. The horses and pawns in the yellow dust fell like the soldiers of God, making the city and thousands of horses tremble under the watchful eye. The green grass outside the city of Abadan, today's war, has been trampled by millions of people and horses, and it has all turned into loess. Bows and arrows and various projectiles fly in the air. Man-eating arrows and stone bombs are never uncommon. It was the Tang people who called and sent them for free, but the fire bombs were used up, so the Tang people used more bombs and chemical bombs. They were very deadly. The people who were hit were badly burned, and the chemical bombs were disgusting and made the people of the city fell into purgatory. The cloud ladders and derricks in the Tang dynasty gradually approached the city wall of Abadan city, and more flexible ladders were already on the edge of the wall. Accompanied by horns and drums, the assembled Tang army made an earth-shattering cry and bravely boarded the city. The human race threw things down. Stone, the gray gold juice in the bottle will fall like rain. Tang Jun fell into a string. Khalid, the defender of Abadan city, made full preparations, and the supplies were still very sufficient, and he launched a tenacious attack on the Tang army. You attack me, both sides are tough. The earth is full of human life, the sound of constant banging is mixed with the cries of people, and the walls are noisy. Almost an hour later, Tang Jun suddenly shouted loudly in Tang Jun. Tang Jun, who heard the voice, was busy retreating. Some climbed more than halfway up the ladder, and as they retreated, a string of bombs flew into the sky and slammed into the city. Under the heavy blow, the walls and stones splashed, and the whole city shook. Although the stone bullets are sent door to door to the food guards, it goes without saying that the person hit by the flying stone is a bloody head. Fire bombs exploded in the city, and some human-shaped torches jumped out of the city. The fire bombs of the Tang dynasty were too far away, and it seemed that the city heads were lit everywhere. The casualties of the heavy cannibals in the middle were indeed quite large. Within the effective range of chemical bombs, all who absorbed the smoke were rendered incompetent. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 174. Rejoice. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. When he heard the number of reports of damage in a hurry, it was really nothing, and these 600 plus horses were definitely cannibal babies. For many years, the war with Dakan has been fierce. In order to achieve results, the army of Qin terracotta warriors especially destroyed farmland, causing shortage of food supply. People eat less than horses to feed them. This is no lie. Horses don't want them to lose fat. They must have beans to eat. Arabian horses barely have enough beans to eat, but the general public doesn't get the chance to eat them. They eat dry noodles, less meat, and no beans. Jaliba regrets the deaths of so many horses. He should have taken measures. As a result, the cavalry marched leniently and aggressively, and 30,000 people marched hand in hand. In the Tang dynasty, there were fewer bullying soldiers and could not stop the large-scale cannibalism. At first, some effect. Tang Jun could no longer be perfect, could no longer make a wave of 4 arrows, and could only make 2 arrows, so he had to retreat hastily to avoid being attacked by the left and right flank. Seeing that the plan was successful, the chase was even happier. Let's go against the wind and get ready. The Qin warrior officer roared. 3 horses per person, immediately took out the things, set them on fire, and threw them into the big food army. I'll give you a 1 dung bomb to try. Chemical bombs are dried and compacted grass balls. Stones are added to the distance to match the weight. The main ingredient is arsenic, and sometimes some disorganized dried dung, which is mixed with sulfur, rosin, resin, etc., are mixed together. Its burning smell makes people fearless. Take a breath, tears flow with the water. Take another bite, the whole body is soft, and the third bite, the person loses consciousness, is slaughtered. Not only for people, but also for horses. Arabian the horse was astonishingly fast, rushing into the yellow smoke of the chemical bomb, immediately. Crazy. If you don't try as hard as you can, they're not under your master's control. If you don't fall briskly, you'll be sleeping on the floor with your master. Qin army placed chemical bombs everywhere. Seeing that the heavy food army behind them was in a mess, thick smoke was shrouded in it, and Tang Jun sang, wolf smoke. Zhongshan looks west. Tornado horses and long swords are like frost. Drumming, like a victorious teacher swaggering away, left with a bad cough, runny nose, drooling, like a sick incontinent cannibal, and their crazy horses want to chase our samples. Qin terracotta army without looking back. They raised their left hands together, stretched out their small eyes, and bit people seriously. 50,000 soldiers could not keep up with the battle, and the first 20,000 cannibals fought against the 20,000 Tang army. As a result, both sides bit the bullet and were defeated by the Tang army's arrows. Where the two armies contacted each other, they competed for sabers, ate the elite cavalry, and the great Damascus. The machete is sharp and is not hit by the weapons of the Shang Tang army, but at the back, it's at the back. Tang Jun's arrows were too strong, and there was a battle, so they kept shooting, each holding a bow, looking at the empty bow, picking up an arrow, sniffing, and shooting arrows one after another. Shoot now, do and count, as if you don't want it. Under such a strong blow, Amitabha Buddha was born, and now there is a golden bodyguard in the air, and he is afraid of being shot by Hedgehog Buddha. There are many who kill the enemy, that is, warriors, who can go to the hall after death, and they bravely charge, not afraid of sacrifice. But this Qin officer's eyes are pungent, and his experience is old enough. As soon as he sees these figures coming out, he will immediately focus on his bow and arrow, save it, and fire it. With a plop, even a few arrows, some a dozen or so, hit the horse, and the blood flows into the river. The man and the horse were very sad and could not fall to the ground. Those small soldiers rushed into the tens of thousands of Tang troops, rushed into the sea like mud and cattle, barely splashed a little water, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. More and more brothers died nearby. No matter how zealous they were, they froze on the other side of the Tigris. The cavalry turned pale and fled one by one, but even after 80 steps, the bow and arrow caught up. They are all strong archers. A handful of abandoned bows and arrows, eating cows, sheep, horse meat, sweating, and making today's cavalry. They are invincible. Dare to stop me, die. Parrot recklessly defeated, killed with 120 troops killed, the rest of the runners wounded, and even the harvest of 2,000 Arabian horses that nobody owns. There is no rejoicing. Hundreds were killed, over 1,000 wounded, and wounded in their own war. A man who can ride his own horse can't ride his brother to get it, and then take away the robes that died in action, spotless. Soon, Wang Wulong's army arrived, saw the victory of the army, and sang louder. The devouring cannibals patted the horses and chased them, and all they saw were the cavalry who had crossed the Tigris. When the cannibals were out of reach, the army successfully crossed the river in the shallow waters on the other side, mocking them as much as they could. Stupid, stupid, how about eating shit? Our Bodhisattva defeated your god. Soldiers, who are always keen to study curse words, shout out the words in the food in strange tones, and cannibalize people in anger. We can see that some people in the army are very leisurely and lazy. They drink horses, some people put ponies on the ground to drink tea, and some people hold umbrellas and do not pay attention to the race. Cross the river and hit him. General, give the order. They urged Jaliba to order them to cross the river, and Jaliba was very angry at first because those who were killed or wounded did not get the fruits of the war. For the good king and the caliph and his god, for the dead Arabian horse, oh my gosh, it's hard to get 100,000 Arabian horses out. Nearly 20,000 of them died right away. He still has 50,000 people against each other, and he can still fight. But he rode high and took out his binoculars. Well, there are some broken binoculars. Normally, it is difficult to get the binoculars, and Tang Jun had to destroy the binoculars when they could not escape. As usual, he made binoculars. Quantity is very small. After all, it is ground with crystal, and there are not so many crystals. The cannibals do not master the glass-making technology, and ordinary glass can't actually be used as binoculars. After mastering the Western glass technology, after further technical research, the number of lenses has become popular, but also strictly controlled the number of lenses. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 175, Shocking. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. As a general of the Great Food Army, Jaliba was rewarded by the caliph for having binoculars with only 5 times magnification, which showed him a lot. The watching cavalry tried to cover up a group of soldiers, and his sweat came out. Soldiers are tall and strong, wearing heavy armor, and the key is the knife in their hands. The long blade flashes in the sun. The long blade is like a forest far away, and you can feel the cold. Jaliba knows that this is a strange sword. The strange sword is used to deal with cavalry as an example. Jaliba has heard that the strange sword has thick armor and can be indestructible. The strange sword is tyrannical to the cavalry. Take plus the rest of the cavalry archers. Can the 50,000 cavalry be able to fight back? The subordinates are surging, but Jaliba dare not say that he is afraid of the strange soldiers on the other side. His Majesty the Caliph ordered the army not to cross the river, so it was cheaper for them. 2 armies dissuaded their subordinates and reprimanded each other on the other side of the river. However, the huge army suffered losses, and the strength of the army was also a little insufficient. However, they sent 30,000 reinforcements, and the momentum regained. Tang Chi saw this situation, and General Pilot ordered a retreat. Jaliba breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of the mixed attack of the Arabian horse team and the local horse team, but the existence of the local stallion can't keep up with the speed of the Tang army horse, but it is purely an Arabian horse, and it cannot be squandered. Dees Fowler, located on the banks of the Dees River in the Persian Plateau, is a place of residence. Deets Fuller is a city rich in history. Susa was the capital of early Elan in West Asia, located in the southwestern suburbs of the ancient country of West Asia. There are many broken walls in archaeology now, so some cultural people of Weijun often come here to collect antiquities and examine them. The city is close to the Dees River, and a very sensational 410-meter-long stone bridge was erected on the river, crossing the south of the Yangtze River, which surprised the Tang people. Although the Tang people's engineering engineering technology was brilliant and attracted worldwide attention. For the ancients, the construction of such a stone bridge is worthy of respect. At this time, the city of Abadan had been shot down and had been stationed at Dees Fuller, commanding various departments nearby. As the weather turned colder, the troops left the battle with the enemy and turned to prepare for the long winter. If there were occupied houses, like Dees Fuller, after they were occupied, they occupied the city. The noodle workers drove them out of their homes and gave half of the city's houses to the army, or find a shelter and build a tent. This is also the job of the train. There is enough food and fuel supply. The winter clothes have been distributed. The army's winter is no problem, and even prepare for the Chinese New Year dinner. The generals gathered to discuss the military situation. Parrot arrived and sent a white Arabian horse. The hair color of Arabian horses is mainly blue. Monkey hair, chestnut, black hair is rare, and white horses are also rare. This white horse has a strong physique, lines and gentle temperament, and there is not always a kind of nervous horse training phenomenon. Riding on the horse, cursing the horse, his subordinates, the personal soldiers naturally keep up. When he let go of the restraint, the Arabian horse was so fast that it was easy to be led away in front of him. The wind blew past Wei Zai's ears, and the earth quickly receded. Fast and furious is a man's favorite. A large number of hexie horses and grassland horses are in the back, and the horse riders whip their whip. The horse's skin is broken, and it can't catch up with the horse, and it still has the strength to see. Can't help but appalling. You know, there are many. It's a good horse. Pausing and exclaiming, like a white dragon and a horse. Everyone smiled and congratulated him loudly on getting a good horse, and no one pointed out his rebellious words. The horse of this white dragon has, Omar, in Arabic, words, which indicates that its owner is likely to be, Omar, of the Holy City of Canada. Noble system. It should be the noble son of this family. He died in the battle. Children of nobles, they usually rode cross-country Arabian horses to show off, but when the war came, many noble children joined the army to defend their families and countries, and many even gave their lives. Some of their mounts fell into Tang Jun's hands, and Parrot did his best to go to Weiss. This gift is the most fun, and Wes is happy to receive it. Everyone is very happy and optimistic about the war ahead. However, on the military issue that was discussed intensively, Chief of Staff Zhang Ji warned, the enemy's strategy is obvious, relying on building a city and maneuvering cavalry to deal with our army. They were strong in all cities and villages, and their determination to resist was very strong. We haven't fermented Abadan city to intimidate them for the time being. This meant that the army shot down Abadan. All the people in the city were slaughtered, leaving 1,000 people behind, driving them back to the area controlled by the food power, and asking them to spread rumors and let the cannibals know it happened. What? Shun Tang is Zhang. Those who oppose the Tang dynasty are dead. Rumors spread, but if you don't die, the enemy won't wake up. The cavalry is harassed. The cannibals stay in the city. It's not very dangerous. After all, the cavalry could not go into the city, so there was no scene of falling into the wind. Governor of the Mesopotamia, he presided over the current battle with our army. This man was born in Tapur, which belongs to the Sakhav people. He was a former teacher at the Tafur Madrasa, and later began writing from Jung, and served in the dynasty's army. He led excellent soldiers to occupy Mecca, killed Zubair, he claimed to have developed for 9 years, destroyed his army and family, and destroyed Kur's day dwelling. He was admired by the caliphate for his great achievements in the war and was appointed governor. 2 years later, rebellion between Yemen and Yemeni tribes has calmed down and reunited. Appointed by the caliph as governor in 694, he suppressed Shiite and Basra Hawk resistance and quelled unrest in the eastern provinces. He has a good record and now leads the army against the Tang dynasty. Because of his reputation as her shui, guardsmen across the country fought honestly with our troop. Don't take it lightly, Zhang said. After several years of war, we have to fight. We have to have a geographic location. In the war for the next year, our army should kill the chicken with a bull's knife and chop it hard. She said, that's great. Chapter 176. Difficulty. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Wang Xiaoji asks, from an intelligence point of view, Yusuf was previously unable to fight with our army due to insurgent activities all over the country. There seems to be a lot of civil strife. Zhang Ji shook his head and said, I can't use it. Why not be special? Wang Jia asked suspiciously. The enemy of the enemy is our friend. Because black sheep and Aries are sheep. Zhang Zhen said, they all believe in their own gods, not our bodhisattvas. I understand that the civil strife in this big country is mainly a fight between different sects and a sectarian conflict conflict within the religion, but their belief in God is the same. In the past, the staff also considered taking advantage of the domestic conflict of the big meal, sending envoys to the rebel areas to connect with each other. Opposing the white Caliph Abdul Malik is the same, but the first condition for the rebels to cooperate with the Tang is that they continue to believe in their God. The former rulers will likely agree to save the military and reduce casualties. However, firmly opposed, Zhangji also agreed with the attitude. He did not use such an opportunity to solve the hidden dangers that may exist in the future, and the future rulers are even less likely to complete the task of prohibiting them from believing in God. Heroine and hero, the woman who will not walk out of the depths of the palace. For the future rivers and mountains forever, there is no future problem, even if the current blood stains the earth, and no one smokes for thousands of miles, then why not? Speaking of this, Buddhism was also celestialized. Buddhism is actually very different from its ancestors. At least the three rulers of Tang said they were the reincarnation of Maitreya. They were the reincarnation of the Bodhisattva. The princess said she was the reincarnation of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. These three masters had no place in pure Buddhism. Believe in Buddhism. In fact, believe in the Eastern Tang. Other sects can tolerate the solitary worship of Zoroastrianism, but must not leave a huge free food state religion. As long as you don't believe in our bodhisattvas, put them all killed. Instructions. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang Jitang recounted the causes and consequences of the past, and everyone knew what happened and was groaning. Shi Wanchao shouted, "It's not good to kill them. If they don't believe in our bodhisattva, they will die. Look, I have great momentum on my left, and Guanyin Bodhisattva on my right. This way, the policy of the occupied territories is formulated, and there is absolutely no room for negotiation on religious issues." A one-year stay for veterans was established at the meeting. The military is rotated. There are veterans who have completed their service, and the veterans who have completed their service assignments are not allowed to leave the military to prepare for the war in the coming year. Not only that, it is expected that this winter, the mobilization of all social strata will be completed, all available human, financial and material resources will be collected, and white food will be dealt a fatal blow. Zhang Yu said coldly, "Show an attitude of war." For example, someone over 15 years old of King Qin was transferred to participate in the war, and so did we. Everyone was surprised, but they were all excited to hear the news. This year's harvest is very good. Zhang Ren, I want a historical figure. I want to tell you, no matter what. Is it outside the customs? It has entered the harvest season, and there are grains and cattle everywhere. Shan, the prince has written to the princess, asking the princess to mobilize all the money in the family to support the war. The war is about money and food, and the princess's industry is very profitable, and the profits are filled in the war. Sejong is right, he can't take out a copper plate, and he is a person with negative asset. There's Fuzang silver and Shandong gold. Princess, whatever. If she wants to borrow it, although she is not on the front line, she is not small at all. She raised a lot of money to encourage blood transfusions on the front lines to get real gold and silver for everyone. This military discussion also determined the direction, strength and generals of the attack. Looking forward to the coming year, everyone is confident that they will win. It snows outside the window and the climate is cold, but the interior is as warm as spring. The atmosphere is warm. We touch glasses. I'm sure tomorrow will be better. We'll count the money for you in the 8th, 6th and 3rd quarters too. The army divided the army on the land of Persia, and had sufficient supplies to spend a happy and peaceful spring festival. After the fight against the cannibals ceased, the army remained vigilant, patrolling with horse-drawn sleighs and human-powered sleighs. But the cannibals are not attacking. They are busy delivering supplies to the city in case there is a war next year. Before winter snows, many soldiers and horses travel by train to places where cargo is concentrated, or to warmer areas for the winter. Don't care about shipping at all, as long as everyone does it well. Everyone eats, drinks, sleeps, and wears warm clothes better than anything else. Compared with the happiness of the Tang dynasty, from the caliph to the white food of Xiaomin, they all feel that the winter is very cold and the days are hard. People lack food and clothing, no fuel, and it snows in winter. The house is extremely cold. Even Damascus, over 300 people froze to death overnight. Elsewhere, many more froze and starved to death. Tang Jun left many fields in the countryside. Even fruit trees were cut down. Trees that could be used as fuel were also cut down, and production was destroyed. Within the attack range of 0, the coal production base of the food-powerful country will definitely be destroyed. So many white food people have spent the cold winter. Even the old wealth of the landlord is no exception. They have money, but no material, money cannot buy here we go. The logistics of this period are not as advanced as the society of the future, transporting grain thousands of miles instead of 1/10 of 10%. It was half eaten by the transporter. More, although there is food supply in Egypt, transportation is very weak, but what's worse, Egypt is short of population. Large numbers of people are killed, armed and fleeing, and these two watersheds are destined to grieve in winter. As the supreme, Merrick naturally has no problem of material scarcity. Everyone else is cold. He is cold. If the battle is so chaotic, all he has to do is to be happy. All he thinks all day is how to defeat the big. Yusuf, the master of the Mesopotamia, was recalled many times to play chess. The two men came and went on the map. The caliph uses the strength of the army to attack these two river basins and see how he defends them. They fought a decisive battle between the two armies, but the Tang army got the upper hand on horseback, came to the Great Grain army, and sneaked into it from a long way. In order to break the horse on the tracks of the big iron horse, the result is even worse. Soldiers were deployed. They were wiped out by the North. Chapter 177. Bloody Battle. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The end. With a policy of resolute defense and counter-offensive, the army was wiped out, and after the army was weakened or had too many casualties, the Tang army was once again wiped out. This can only be the case, which means that Tang Jun's anger will last for a long time, making Harry Muddy no longer a taste. Before the Tang dynasty, he was a promising monarch who launched a war of conquest abroad, expanded Arab power into North Africa, and achieved political achievements in domestic affairs, including unifying the language and currency, suppressing heresy, and securing the country's unity weight. Unfortunately, his army of millions invaded the east. After losing a son was wrong, all the dishes fell into the rope, his hands were beaten step by step, he struggled to maintain them. Tang Jun shot down the city of Abadan and controlled 2 rivers, 000, into the sea made him so worried that he could not sleep at night. What he was particularly worried about was that the main force of the Tang army was moving westward. Once they arrived, firm defense and counterattacks were really effective, but in reality, his heart was bottomless. The defeat, Hua Zhongshan left him. How willing he was. At the beginning of spring, the weather was a little warmer, and the system was very busy. Army didn't move, and the grain first used the railway to measure the soil to transport various materials to the west, and the warehouse near the front line inflated like an inflatable balloon. The Tang army's support department desperately filled it with stuff. Grain, armor, military capital, etc. kept arriving. In addition to searching outside the customs, many princesses were buying Guan Yu. She wrote to Empress Wu Zetian and received a huge amount of silver of 2,022,020,000 yuan for the army to use. Money is like flowing water. In exchange for a large amount of military funds, from east to west, day and night, standing at Yumenmin Station, seeing the trains going out one by one, the frequency density is very high, so people are shocked. Then, a large number of horses are ready to be sent to the front, and they will have a happy day for a month, and then they can ride them to war, eat beans and eat enough hay. A Tang people, how can we give up the opportunity of horseback riding in spring and summer to bully the enemy? Horses attribute to repair the earth, actually extending the railway from the coast of the East China Sea to the 2 river basins, or double track. The black rabbit seems to be harmless to humans and animals. It extends the land from both sides of the Yellow River to the best place in the east. The beans were lined up in a row of cart, and God knows where the princess had so many beans that could simply flow into the river. The horses swallowed the beans, clack, and after 2 or 3 weeks, they were greasy and wet, 100 times the original. Get ready to run powerfully on a fat horse. Last winter, the army ordered a large number of troops, many reservists and soldiers were ready, and ordered them to follow the instructions in the manual, get a copy of endurance training, practice and weapon handling training book, despite the snow outside in winter. However, there are many subjects that can be trained, swinging a knife 10,000 times, archery, dumbbell training, etc. They run around the house, not and always ready, of being patient, obedient to the big picture, and obeying orders enable them to do great things. In the spring, the troops began to assemble, and the recruits were very high, showing high morale and very serious and hard training. Even boring activities such as running 3 kilometers in a row, doing 300 push-ups, or archery all morning, still full of interest. The sweltering heat on the training ground drove away the chill of early spring. Everyone knows you can win this battle with you, so they believe that the more you sweat in peacetime, the less blood you bleed in wartime, said Army Commander Wang Jia. The commander-in-chief who can win a battle is right in anything he says, and it is absolutely right to do it. This year must be broken. He said what he did. The previous victory was guaranteed, and then everyone went to war with him, etc. Divide the money, the land, the women, and so on for the officials to promote the Viscount. For example, the god of gambling said, everyone will bet with me and win. So everyone bet against him when he was in his pants, worked hard and was sweaty. Oh whispered, if I said the sun came from the west, they would believe it too. Wang Xiaoji said, if you sell them, they will help you get some money. Then he added, including me, I'll count your money too. I'm sorry you said that. Hard to be humble. With his own aura of victory, he can naturally boost morale, make his subordinates follow him blindly, commands such as arms swings, etc. It's really troublesome to develop such opponents and eat the country. The first battle from the spring was a water battle, and the battle was very loud. Dunjia in the Wuzhou period, the former city of Abadan, experienced last year's bloody war and lost its population. During the spring festival, it sprouted like an old tree and regained its vitality. Dunjia is a good place with a port and a land of fish and rice. Never give up these places. Use the local to force slaves and tribes to relocate unseemly, plus the peasants of the Celestial Dynasty to farm. Within a month after the beginning of spring, the spring wheat all over Dunjia city is green, coupled with the lush vegetable fields, showing a strong revival trend. The population is much less than before, but the arable land is more than before, and the ability to cultivate land is the first in the world. As prosperous as the fields is the port, where people come and go, and all day long. I'm so busy, I'm sorry to bother with attachment to. 5 nearby residents can't sleep well. However, martial law was imposed near the port and no one knew what happened. On March 3rd, a good day, the mysterious answer was revealed. Steamboat after steamboat came out, tried back and forth on the Shat al-Arab, and sailed straight out of the mouth of the river. These boat-shaped hulls have open wheels on both sides, chimneys on both sides, and are very fast. Some ships have a small bridge, some do not have a bridge. The hull is higher, and there are port openings on both sides, but they are blocked by wooden boards, and the gun muzzles are not opened. After a week of trial voyages, a fleet of steam fleets swarmed in search of the river fleet to engulf the country. They consist of 45 bridges without bridges, 35 bridges with bridges and 12 towed coal carriers, for a total of 92 ships. Chapter 178. Dream of Victory. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The official name of the Two Rivers Naval Division was established by Lu Kaifeng, who came from the family of this ex-left-handed man who shot and killed Lu Ren's railroad track. His reputation isn't obvious, but he has it all. Water battles. The naval force is based on the Dengzhou Navy and Marine Corps. No people are afraid of water. They are not on the right path. They can only choose coastal fishermen. When the big family mobilized their children to join the army, they had to send several children to help him, such as Jing Chao's family, Lu Spearman's family, Yingzhou Li's family. Lu Feng was one of the sons of the Lu family. He was gradually promoted to the Navy Division of the Two Rivers. His characteristics were that the war was not urgent and not easy, and he was good at using all means to attack the enemy. Order to launch a full-scale attack. The cannibal fleet must be eliminated, otherwise they will intercept the army crossing the river, or cut off the Tang army's food route, and send troops to attack the shore, which are not beautiful things. So we have to kill the cannibal fleet first. Where is the fleet? Tang Jun knows very well. In Leizajai Lake, is a land of fish and rice, located in the middle of two rivers. There are rivers connected with the Euphrates. Fleet is not very powerful. They don't need it very much. Their territory is vast. River control area is not large. In other words, there are hundreds of ships or the base of a great empire. When the Tang army fleet went to find them, the cannibals were still there. Leizajai Lake. To the delight of the Tang army, there were no obstacles on the Leizes Lake River, and the cannibals did not set up city gates, not even guards. The truth is, the great is unconscious. If they build defenses, at least the Tang army fleet will not be unimpeded. The Tang army fleet successfully passed through the mouth of the river and the mouth of the lake and entered the Leizajai Lake. The lake is huge and a good place for water battles. Compared with the naval base in West Lake, this is where they are stationed, repaired and trained. On the morning of March 6, the wind on the sunny lake was still cold, and it lifted the ferocious lake on the battlefield. The head of the fleet divided Mansur's navy into 5 groups, each group of 50 ships scattered in the northern waters, affected by the wind and water, against the invading Tang fleet. Mansur is a distant relative of Harry, loyal to the Caliph, and has a certain ability to resist water. His flagship was 3 stories high, and the other ships were 100 large ships with 2 or 3 decks, and many more medium-sized speedboats, with neat fleets and flying flags. Seeing the smoke in the distance, without the wind and the current, approaching at a fairly fast speed, the Terran was not surprised because they had been notified in advance. At the same time, in response to the Tang people's combat methods, many people used iron armor or protective wood nails near the waterline to strengthen the defense against the Tang ship. Angle of attack. Attack to avoid the danger of being sunk. The heads of the human race huddled together to stop the bridge from being built, and sent someone to rob the ship. There are so many cannibals, they are not afraid. Mengzer raised the telescope and looked at the ship near the Tang dynasty. 4. This battle, he is ready. If the Tang boat is Abaddon's last water ability, then he has the confidence to defeat them. Even steamboats are not afraid. There are too many boats. As long as each boat does its best effort is not difficult to win. An officer around him suggested, "Boss, shall we set the boat on fire?" The water battle, the first firepower attack. In the past 3 kingdoms Chibi War, Cao Cao's hundreds of thousands of internet naval forces were attacked by weak military firepower, and they were defeated. There are hundreds of small boats in the Terran fleet, which are filled with fuel oil, which is a good way to burn ship. Once again, the wind is down on the water, and the great benefit of water warfare is, small boats can make great work, burn the enemy's steamboat so that everyone can be rewarded with happiness. But Mente thought about it and gave up the tempting idea, because he saw that Tang dynasty boats were nimble, not affected by current and wind direction, and boats couldn't burn them. In case it scared them away, it is difficult to keep up with them. He issued a military order, and 2 groups of fleets were activated, showing one left and right. The Pliers attacked the Tang ship. Amid the drums and clamor, Tang's 40 ships moved forward and the ships behind slowed down, apparently crushing the enemy as the first 40 did. Strangely, the 40 ships did not carry a small bridge, nor did they have many soldiers on board. They just press. Angle of attack. Fight. When the other side is ready, they simply can't sink their ship. In the enemy fleets on both sides, 60 cannibal flexible oars were deployed, and the holes in the sides of the boats extended the long oars, rode into the water, found the waves, and even the speed of the Tang boat was increased in vain. The oars also have sails, using water current and wind, plus manpower, fast speed, and the boat is full of soldiers. It is Mengzer who has made great efforts to prepare the gift for Tang people. Monsieur stood on the flagship, looking up happily, dreaming of victory. The Tang boat turned over again and again, drew an arc, and sailed to the side of the boat towards the big food boat. Bang! The loud thumping sound shook the lake and awakened Monsieur's dream. On the deck of the Tang ship, there were strict fire control, and there was a special 000 fire officer who held a brazier, and there were 2 assistants beside him, with a basin of sand and a wet blanket in it. Once the flames are out, the flames will go out. Fire officer went through the rows of artillery fire, and the gunmen, armed with long torches, put out the fire from the brazier. Lu Feng, the leader of the 2 rivers, stands on the flagship. Fire. On the command deck, he and a group of officers looked out through binoculars, and a few large artillery binoculars could be seen in the distance. An old sailor on the mast behind the command deck kept shouting at the distance between the 2 sides. A sailor, although not of high rank, has particularly strong eyes, and he can measure the distance between 2 objects on the water. There are other observers reporting distances observed by both sides. The podium was silent, only the observation distance continued to rise. Lu Kaifeng gave orders from time to time, but most of them were calm and steady. Exclamation mark. "Mi Yuan," the observer cried. "Right full rudder." Lu Feng's eyes lit up. The young officer next to him, sweating nervously, retorted, "The right side is full of rudders." Lu Kaifeng's order is not only effective for the flagship, but also for the entire formation. The flag on the flagship was raised. Tang boats turned right one after another, taking the shape of the cannibal fleet, and we were on the horizon. Chapter 179. Overjoyed open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Tang Jun stepped on the blood, walked over his body, got off his horse, and burst into anger. With the sound of bang, it was Tang people who kept throwing grenades and thunder, blowing everything into a mess. Any enemy will have a headache the first time they encounter a gunpowder weapon. They were blown all over with nails and steel balls. Their faces were covered in blood, and their spirits were lost. Then, they all went to see their god, under the attack of Shi Wanchao and their brothers, under Don Nicholas Zan's precise arrow. First, the outside world killing everyone there. Then he entered the inner hall, and finally, Shi Wanchao stopped and saw a group of crying women. He put the wolf tooth on the next post, and immediately added a puddle of blood to the ground, making the women cry even louder. Those women, quite beautiful, should have been the Khan turned away. A ferocious killer, but had no interest in the skin color of women. In fact, his wife was mediocre, but did not abandon her. He's fought so many battles. Does he want any pretty women? But for the first time he puts the book down and says, Bran's wife won't go to court. The reason why he respects his wife very much is that before Shi Wanchao was still developing, his wife was very good to him. Later, it was found that the four brothers had a common characteristic. There were fewer concubines in the family, at least they were not worthy of being nobles. His wife is virtuous, but Swan spends most of his time sleeping with his wife. Experts who study their four brothers believe this is a big secret to their success. Break through the most powerful palace. Prika will not be guaranteed and fall into the palm of the Tang dynasty. The big pie that falls from the sky on the holiday comes to noon, can have lunch more happily, because they control the whole city and the resistance becomes, it's rare. All the people in the city were driven into concentration camps outside the city, and the Tang people claimed that they had become Tang Tian's slaves. They did not dare to obey and killed on the spot. The war was ignited in the concentration camp, and all the male slaves lined up to accept this brand. Like a cow and a horse, he left a brand on his body, and he became Tang Tian's slave from then on. Even if they run away in the future, there will be a good show to sing. If they don't die, the battlefield, coal yard and brick factory will be their way out. Don't expect the beautiful Tang Tian to do anything good. She is a half-Hu, who likes to accept slaves the most. In the Hu world, there are many slaves and no human right. The queen said, let us work, my slaves. But as a beautiful slave owner, as long as she works hard, she will not hesitate to give preferential treatment. A concentration camp outside the city is actually a village and a town outside the city, where the people of the city rest for a while. One of them, a craftsman, a merchant, a shepherd, a farmer, a craftsman, a doctor, etc., was brought out for the first time and became a more senior slave, with better treatment. I hope they can make more money for Tang Tian. A person called out and the translator asked them careers, tell them what they can do, and be tested in the field. A big man stood up and spoke of his abilities. Therefore, he was regarded as a craftsman, entered the ranks of craftsmen, and his profession was an executioner. Of course, the ruling area needed an executor, not something ordinary people could afford, even a family business. The second category were active duty soldiers and strong young men, who were asked to have a family. They became the imperial coalition and joined the ranks of Tang court servants. Their families are regarded as soldiers, and once they die, their immediate family members become Tang people, otherwise they have to get good grades for 10 years ahead of schedule. A royal army of 10,000 people immediately called up. The rest are not sappers, so they are ordinary jobs and do the heaviest work, the hardest work, get living materials. Tang people will not support people for nothing, and they are not afraid of laziness. Tang Tian has a small team, and the best way is to manage the slaves so that the laziest slaves can become subservient. The wealth of the city belongs to the Tang people, who received a batch of gold coins, silver bars and jewelry, among which the three treasures of the Tang dynasty, silk, porcelain and tea, have been harvested a lot, which shows the prosperity of the Silk Road. In particular, Chiwei has jurisdiction over the Western military and increases trade. By the way, trade between the East and the West is more frequent. Unexpectedly, after inspection, only 5 million liquid goods were found, especially the royal family's wealth, which is worth only $1 million. How can it be so little? Although Bulgarian Khan is a small country, not long after its establishment, but no matter how bad it is, even if the wealth of a big businessman is unmatched in the Tang dynasty. With this question, everyone asked about the tour guide Guo, but he didn't know much. The rich people of the city were tortured, and they could not say why. They said their wealth was in the city and they were searched by the army. Tang people are very busy. They packed up their wealth and supplies, fed the horses, and were ready to start over. Under the siege of the 4 world wars, Tangjun did not want to be entangled with the Bulgar people. They wiped out the royal family of the Great Khan, and it was thought that the Bulgars would be plunged into civil unrest. As for the slaves, they they also followed the army, trudging with the troops in the back row. When the soldiers went out, they did not look back, nor did they drag the captured things behind, so the situation of the slaves was very dangerous. Was busy day after day in the ruined city, until the arrival of the backward army, ready early in the morning on the third day, and continued to advance, unexpectedly. Newspaper 0. Tang Tian had breakfast in the city. The military system and senior military officials were not allowed to stay among the common people when they participated in the war, but the whole city was a large military camp. But the Aborigines lived outside the city. She is the general of the combined army, but she has nothing to do, and military affairs are scattered layer by layer. All she has to do is do the most important thing. Breakfast was full of pancakes, cheese, broth, fried sausage and eggs, and her son. Result, he trained while eating. Although Uncle Shi didn't say anything this time, you haven't typed a lot in the future, whipping you personally for your mother. Tang Shang Spicy Tunnel. Your father is the supreme man in this world. In this phase, no one respects people more than him. That's why he has a group of good brothers, and countless soldiers will follow him. You know, he is Emperor Guangwu, not Liu Bang. No meritorious servants were killed, but many meritorious officials ended well and did their best to kill meritorious officials. Can't help but say, it's a pity that kids don't learn much from their fathers. Consciously unable to speak, quickly shut up. Chapter 180. Surrounded. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It would take a long time to build a trolley-mounted copper cannon, load it on a boat, test its recoil, use it, etc. In fact, gunpowder and cannons have been around since 3 years ago, but they have been put to the test. Finally, the user's manual was issued. Train the gunner according to the manual. It is fast and convenient. Almost all the gunmen from the east were sent to the west. Today, the cannons fired for the first time, and the Terran was immediately alerted. The bombardment after bombardment, filled the cabin with smoke. Some people coughed, and the loud noise made everyone's ears roared. But everyone was excited about the power of gun. When the shells were fired, the guns retreated, and each had a belt left and right, tied to an iron bar on the hull, and rocked with the hull. Each gun was operated by 12 people. In fact, there were 2 on both port and starboard sides at the same time. Guns, but it is rare that 2 guns are fired at the same time. 10 of them worked hard to move the fired guns back to their original positions. 2 of them were responsible for loading and firing. Shells roared, and some fell on the water, blowing up a large piece of flowers, and some hit the hull of the OOO enemy ship, punching a hole, making the enemy ship sway, bringing false alarm. The best way to do that is to hit the guard wall on the deck of the enemy ship so the sawdust can fly up and kill the cannibals and fry them to flesh and blood. Standing on the side of the human race, they saw that the Tang battleship was very terrifying. They have 2 decks on each deck and more than a dozen jars on each deck. They kept spewing fire and smoke. A shell dragged a long trail, rode fast on the water between the 2 fleets, and landed on this large food ship, i.e. explosions of all types without explosions and screams sound. Gunners were trained to fire every 2 minutes. Most of the shells were black powder solid ammunition that hit the enemy ship, and 1 shell exploded violently and splashed when it hit the enemy ship. The blooming bomb was used to kill the ship's unprotected deck, which exploded one by one. Shells were fired violently. The Terran ran away. A blooming shell exploded in the bow. They fled to the stern. When the stern was attacked, they fled to the bow, and if they were attacked at the same time, they dived. The battleship of the Tang dynasty concentrate on bombarding the Terran flagship forward, a particularly large ship with 3 decks, and making it a prominent target. Under the firelight, a shell kept falling on the ship. The ship shook violently. Several cannibals fell into the water in the violent sway of the hull. The buildings on the deck were in a mess. The shape was messed up. The main masthead in the middle was hit by a shell. In the middle hit, it was interrupted. There were a lot of people on board, and they stayed there like wooden chickens, high-firing cannons, and their heads were empty. In fact, on this large ship there were stone slingshots and bows and arrows that fought back, jumping out of the sea one by one, some of them infantrymen who came aboard and followed diving. Most of them drowned. But if you don't jump, you can't stop attacking the shells, and there's nothing to hide on the deck. Even worse is hiding in the cabin. From time to time it pierced the hull and fell into the cabin, scaring them. The president of the Terran fleet had Munzer hold the binoculars, and he made no sound. The cannibals, on the other hand, were completely frightened, and they shouted, "The devil's weapon, the devil's weapon." They were in a hurry. The work came to an orderly halt. The boat fell, and they were all living target. Gunshots flickered. Gunshots gunshots roared, and from far above the water, many great cannibals were beaten into beehives and flew to pieces. The people on the boat were a mess. The only thought was to get out of this living hell and jump out of the boat. Some fell into the water, some grabbed the boat and opened it, others picked up planks and floated on the water, many more with bones and bones sank. The Tang boat always opened fire on the large supply boat, and the personnel of the large food boat immediately dived into the water and abandoned the boat to escape, without exception. Then, the small bridge behind the boat and Tang boat suddenly passed by and found the people on the big boat. They had no interest in captive ship, drove people away and basically escaped, destroyed the rudder, cut off the mast, sawed off the mast, and pulled them on board. Like the wind and the remnants of clouds, the 100 ships of the Terran advance were blown to smithereens. Behind them, 15 larger fleets abandoned the battle and sailed for the army's water town. Tang army, S-30 gunboats, with a small fight, chased them, like a hound chasing a rabbit. In the flagship, fire. On the command deck, people laughed and laughed, mocking the Terran as much as they could. Didn't you say that? Those who believe in God are most afraid of death. Why don't you flee without fighting? Ha! Wherever we can escape, our boat will catch them in minutes. Lu Feng was also praised for his fame in the First World War. Lu Feng ordered, supply in batches. First let 1/3 of the ships replenish coal and artillery shells. The first 10 ships slowed down, and the 12 behind, dragging a long line of coal carriers, acted as supply ships, supplying them with coal and artillery shells in almost a catch. But there is no transport machinery. Everyone is tied together, all by hand, and carried side by side. We are all working hard. We are all fighting against time. Other hand, Lu Feng single-handedly killed more than 7 times the fleet. There were even 10 enemy ships swaying in a cannon, and everyone on the enemy ship dived into the water. Keep chasing. The Terran is really afraid to break the gut. Monsieur once ordered 50 ships to intercept the Tang ship, but none of them should be ordered. No one wants a weapon against the devil. Whatever. Anyone who wants to die will die. My idea is as long as I run faster than them. In this case, Monsieur's big ship became a burden and was surrounded by Tang ship. Monsieur was so angry that he had to hide in the hut. 5 Tang ships circled the ship like wolves and fired artillery fire at him, blowing its scarred tired, but not sinking. At this moment, Monsieur, who was hiding in the cabin, walked back, woke up and said, although the enemy's attack was very violent, he did not sink any ship. Unfortunately, his awakening came too late. On the 8th and 67th festivals, cannons bombarded his mother. Black gunpowder solid bomb attacks are actually untenable. Their destructive power is not large, and the result is terrible, but it is very difficult to sink a ship. Just now Tang Jun shot the human race. The sound of gunfire was very small, and the explosion was very loud lively, but the boat is still on the water. Chapter 181. Run away. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. A live ammunition is a big iron ball. The force depends on the collision. It just hits a hole in the boat. Don't hit the body directly, basically nothing. Those who break through the wall of the ship will eject fragments, as long as the shield can easily defend. Just as stone chariots are used to attack cities, it is impossible to smash cities directly with stone chariot. The artillerymen of that period were not very powerful, and the projectiles could not break through the hull no matter how far they were, and strange soldiers such as Wei Shi and Shi Wanchao could even hit them head-on. But the cannibals didn't know. They were frightened by the power of the artillery fire. They only saw smoke and fire. The bombardment of the cannonballs made the boat so big, and it was useless to hide anywhere. Plus the bomb lights fired in the early days just sounded like this. There was a loud bang and everyone panicked, scrambled and jumped into the water, and the battle was lost. The president of the Terran fleet finally woke up, but it was too late. The boat with the drawbridge in Tang's fleet came over, and the Marines boarded his boat dozens of times and came out to surrender. If you don't come out, burn the boat, someone shouted. Tang people do not have time to leave the cabin. It is dangerous and wastes time, using the most direct and simple method. As the number of people increased, they came out of the cabin one by one and smelled a strong pungent odor. They saw that Tang people were busy pouring oil and kept tight-lipped. All who came out were ordered to lay down their weapons and put their heads in their hands, including Monsieur. He also broke a jar, and if he couldn't escape, he didn't have to do his best for them. The hateful thing is that he knows the secret of Tang dynasty weapons. If he just obeys orders to stop the pursuit of Tang ship, he will probably run away and come up with a safe way to deal with Tang ship. Don't think about anything now. Let's be honest, be a prisoner. In fact, he still has some ideas, but when he sees Tang Ren with a knife, a bow, and a torch, he can't do anything. His appearance caught Tang Jun's attention. Dressed like a peacock, the rest were iron armor. He was a golden armor, there was a little doubt. He knew that he was the great leader Mengs, and immediately sent him to the Tang ship. When he and the captives left the large cargo ship, all he saw was the flames on board. The Tang people did as they said and really set the boat on fire. Pursued the dead north all the way with the spirit of chasing you bravely and chasing the poor invaders. According to canon, he made the sudden appearance of cannon in full force for the first time. Gunshots rumbled, and the human race was terrified. Few people can think calmly, and even if they do, they cause pain to their teammates and subordinate. A ship seemed to understand the power of Tang artillery and immediately strengthened the protection of the hull. They attached various materials to the wall of the ship, but they slowed down a bit, caused Tang's artillery attack, and his teammates escaped by boat, even if the ship made a call. It is conceivable that the Tang dynasty ship was entangled and destroyed by more than 60 ships in the disaster. In fact, they all boarded the ship in the navy. More than 30 ships were later burned down. More than 5 ships escaped into the water town. The conditions of their water villages are very good. The water village is called the small city of Haifa City, which is responsible for giving all kinds of support to the water village. The water surface of the moored boat is inverted, bowl shape. On the surface of the bowl there is a feature called Zello, and there is only one waterway to get in and out. The human race pulled a lot of iron chains to block the waterway and blocked the river with iron gate. On the Tang dynasty flagship, when the two commanders met, Munsur saw Lu Kaifeng and drew a defense map for him to map the location of the catapult of the Great Grain Army. Placed more than a dozen heavy troops on both sides of the strait, on the islands and on the shore. The stone cart was aimed at the waterway, and as soon as an enemy ship invaded, the stone was thrown out. Munsur said there are basically no underwater obstacles on the waterway, except for a few reefs on the edge of the island, but be careful to avoid them. And the Terran who placed the chains. He happily explained that Lu Kaifeng's words made him a little cold. Yes, it matches our message. Lu Feng took out a map and showed it to Munsur, so that he could see it foolishly. The location of the catapult on the map is exactly the same as the location of the underwater reef. Tang dynasty ships arrive one by one, with 20 gunboats and 10 hook boats on board. Lu Kaifeng believed that the army was strong enough to launch an attack, so he ordered Lieutenant Lu Wei to take 500 lanteens and occupied the human base on the island outside the sea. The Terran was stationed there with thousands of people to defend. It looked like a lot, but after being bombarded by the Tang ship, there was a lot of chaos. What they saw was the bombardment of the Tang ship, and every ship looked like a monster. The same flames, thick smoke, and black projectiles flew. Beyond their imagination, they couldn't understand what it was, what would hurt them. The Tang army gunner raised the angle of the artillery and hit the cannibal position, causing serious behavior. Few of them, even when blowing up the stone catapult, did not cause many casualties, but the cannibals were totally at odds. When the Tang dynasty dispatched troops, it was really effortless, and the human race fled in all directions. The impact of artillery after the world is exhausted, its deadly force does far less damage than its threat to the enemy. It's easy to grab the cannibal catapult on the island. Unfortunately, most of them are useless. They were fixed, their direction could not be changed, and they could not be used to suppress Terran ships parked in the harbor, so they had to burn them. As soon as you see the fire on the island, the boats that eat these boats have all kinds of colors. There are 2 or 3 stone-throwing machines for no reason, and the Tang people will move in their direction and smash into the port. The firepower is too weak, the damage caused is negligible, but the hearts of the human race are all messed up. Lu Kaifeng sent the special envoy of the Tang army and Mengs's personal soldiers to recruit troops, and the officers of the banquet also went to see them. This pro-soldier said, being overtaken by the Tang boat, surrounded by the Tang dynasty, and surrendering to the Tang people. The Tang dynasty treated the prisoners preferentially, neither killing nor plundering his property, and giving them food and clothing. If they wounded, they can heal. If the pro-soldier said that, his heart would be calm. Tang Jun's envoy said to them, you fought very bravely, but our weapons come from the gods in the sky, you can't beat us. Immediately, resonated with everyone, nodding one by one and saying yes, as long as you surrender, we will not let the past be the past and you will have to save your life. As for those who don't want to join our army in the future, we will pay for the journey and do it for the people to return to their hometowns. Chapter 182. The Edge. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. There were so many explosive bags in the air, stuff wrapped in linoleum, jumping into the air from all directions, dancing with flames and smoke, tumbling, whistling, drawing horrific trajectories in the air, then falling secretly, and smashing at that. Dumb people. There was a violent explosion in their midst and in front of them. The man near the blast was blown away, his limbs, and his head tilted to the side. The man near the blast was blown with blood everywhere, although from afar the cannibals survived the looting, but they were also bombed with dementia and had no response to the outside world. What's more, the flying nails and steel balls in the sky covered almost all the 000 wall, hit the people with terrifying little blood holes. The thunder roared 3 times, and the people on the 4 walls of Rutba could not stand up. Then the Tang army rashly invited the city wall, the army and the people of the city to come down and agreed to it. They represented the officers in the city to the nearby city of Ubera to persuade them to go down, told them about the horror of the Tang army, and even brought them with them. The 3 injured people showed them. Result: the city of Ubera surrendered immediately. Go! Tang cavalry rushed forward. Before the feast, the general personally led the way and went straight to Damascus. Needless to say, the news of the front reached Damascus one by one, and all the subjects were shocked. The enemy from the east was hit in the blink of an eye in front of him. Get out! Get out! Get out! Wang Ting, Caliph Abu roared frantically, causing the waiters inside to toss and turn. Khalifa dreamed that his closest general dared to turn his back on him. His clothes and clothes were not behind him. He wanted to increase his manpower and supplies, and had high hopes for him, but he let him down. Peace of mind. After coming down, he looked at Vizier and asked, "Is there any good way for you to do this?" It turns out that his most powerful Vizier has passed away, and Humidi is his successor, and he is also a dedicated and hard-working person. But in any case it's not as good as the inner picture, a Vizier who committed suicide in the war, and now the erosion of the king's court is a loss of talent. Hearing the caliph's inquiry, Humidi asked in his heart, "Who should I ask?" Did not dare to snub and say, "Supreme Caliph, what is now is to call the 4 faces to the work of the king, to reduce our power in the north, to concentrate the army and 100 Damascus." After a pause, he continued, "Drained their strength, they traveled thousands of miles from east to west, and we cut off their supply lines again. At the same time, it is necessary to strengthen the city's defense, immediately control the city, gather food from all directions to the city, and strictly control the supplies. From now on, the city will not be allowed to enter or leave, and all residents will be trained in the army." Newspapers. Someone shouted hastily, interrupting Humidi and rushing into the hall. Chamberlain, who had just been driven away, made a comeback, with fear on his face, and brought even worse news. General Zarahan's troops in the north were ambushed at Apal and defeated by 100,000. Ahari vomited blood in rage and fainted on the spot. General Zarahan was the most powerful force in Turkey, in the women's north, and the most powerful army against the Eastern Roman Empire. He fought the Eastern Romans for a long time, making it very effective. Bring his army back, and there will be no more strong armies in the north. If he could be stationed in Damascus, it would be of great benefit to improve the situation of the great food army. After all, no one dares to wait to take care of the 100,000 elite soldiers there. Now I can't believe I am ambushed. Army gone too. Of course, the caliph was annoyed that Zarahan's army had been wiped out, and he was shocked how the ambush at Apal, where the city was surrounded by the great food city, and the guards were blind all over the place, or were they already treasonous? Demer was silent, thinking that those guards were treasonous. If you want to ambush 100,000 people, you must have at least 50,000 elite troops and 50,000 across the border. At this scale, the team can't see the edge if they glance past. There's no sign beforehand. Probably Yusuf did it. He led the party and he could really do his best for the Tang. Humidi was absolutely right. Leading, Yusuf officials worship the general, the earl, who was proud of his horseshoe. However, despite his great achievements, he was respected in front of women. Although she has reached a certain age, she maintains a good figure, has a girl-like face, and attracts men to wherever she goes. 5 eyes. If you think about it, she's in and out, and if she's in trouble, her life is at stake. Tang Tien, the boss of Shihai County, has always been very good. She labored over Lake Issyk Kul, robbing, bribing and deceiving the inhabitants, besieging the land, appearing angels, and behind her demons. Just because life is not easy and others support the family, she has to support the country. The king who established a country called the West Sea. Work hard because the princess promise will be governed by the autonomy. After the war, the army was not allowed to enter the country, but Tang Tien could be passed down from generation to generation. Chapter 183. Sally, open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. She wants to support her family and leave her family to her children and grandchildren, so she actively launches wars against surrounding tribes, while developing domestic production, selling products to Tangjun, and buying back raw materials and population from Tangjun, as a virtuous circle. Issyk Kul is a brackish lake, but hundreds of freshwater rivers flow into it, and these rivers don't freeze all year round, are good for fish and rice, and have lush water and grass. Therefore, we must vigorously develop agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishery, and the people must work hard to produce a large amount of grain, cotton, cattle, sheep, horses, pigs, chickens and duck. Grazing, producing dried fish for wine business, producing walnut wine and cider of good quality, and planting Chinese medicine, producing Chinese medicine. She also found coal mines, crowded places for heating, people burning Kong or heating. Although the terrain is high, people spend the winter not a problem. Because of her outhouse status, she won the railroad through her country so the material could be shipped out to make money without worrying about the market and the money would roll in. The travel advertisement of Zaiheguo even reached Loyang, the capital of God, lamenting that there is a holy place for tourism there, and a direct train is dispatched every 23rd every month. Some people really go there for sightseeing and make some money for her. She gave birth to a son and became the sun of the world. The domestic political situation was stable, and the people were at peace. When everything is decided, calm down and think about it. He will ride 50,000 iron to the front to help him fight. Westward journey went smoothly, and the generals went to Damascus one after another. Tang Tian looked, but I wasn't competing with you young people, so I looked at the map, pointed to the Apal area and said, this place blocks the north-south passage, I'll be there. Fearing for her own loss, Yusuf was assigned as her guide for the invasion of northern Syria. Yusuf won the trust. He led 50,000 soldiers to eat, and 10,000 soldiers were Tangjun. Among these 10 soldiers, there are 3 famous swordsmen and 7 armored shells. They were equipped with 120 flying mine guns, and all kinds of thunder. The soldiers were full of energy. As a result, we see that Yusuf has been occupied for a long time. Most of the cities have surrendered, and those who did not surrender fired thunder cannons, let those cannibals faint, and then easily broke the cities, degrading the wealth of cities and their inhabitants to slavery in their name. Most of them were bought by Tang Tian and sent to the West Sea. Tang Tian is not a white wolf with empty gloves. He can't be born. Of her 50,000 cavalry, 40 were proficient in cavalry and cavalry, another 10 were horse infantry, responsible for disembarking and fighting, 20 new appendages were used as infantry, and 30 were infantry. They fought against Yusuf and didn't blush to divide property and population. She and Yusuf got along very well. Yusuf had a big start. Tang Tian knew he was important, so everyone very respectful and polite. In private, their uncle will also be on a par with her. Yusuf went to the important town of Apal with a messenger, came to her silver account, smiled and came to see Tang Tian. General, this is the special envoy sent by my friend Madura. He is the master of Azazis, and he has brought an important message. What information? General Zarahan's 100,000 soldiers in the north crossed the border back to Damascus. It was later discovered that the northern army was heading for Damascus, and on the way informed the city that they were ready to pass the supply of food. The news led Madura to see if he could eat the northern legion and send couriers to approach. If that's the case, Madura would have made a great contribution, with tons of credit, books. Fantastic. Tang Tian appreciated this, and Yusuf was both surprised and delighted. This is a big fish. The top of his head needs to be stained with the blood of a human race, and Tang Tian wants to add the demeanor of a god of war to himself. So, the two gathered the staff to discuss the action plan. First of all, the news was blocked. Azazi city is located in the northwest of Apal city. Madura carried the flag of heavy food on his back, but he imposed martial law in the territory, cut off north-south traffic, and did not let the northern army know the situation of the country, and at the same time did not know arrived in the Bria Mountains, northwest of the city. Local population was sparse. Madura was removed in the name of war preparation. The area was deserted, and those who remained were controlled by the Tang to ensure that news was not leaked. As you can see from the telescope, the mountains here are endless, not so steep. Were gray hills everywhere. The land was barren, sandy, and very dry, except the ravines were valleys. There was a river nearby, and the clear river river flowed down from the top of the mountain like a pot into a distant lake in the lowlands. There is enough water 000. According to the law of the water march, follow this road through the city of Aziz, then to the city of Apal, and continue south to Damascus. There are closer roads and there are water sources, but it's not easy to replenish 100,000 troops, so take this road and drop in. The overhead is hot, the eyes are gray sand and gravel, and low withered bushes. Dust rolled into the sky, and the valley was full of people and horses, and along the winding valley, swarms looked past, like a swarm of ants in the distance. Because in this country, this is not a battle parade, otherwise it would be necessary to launch a formation, reprimand the leader, and flank troops on the mountain guard. The Northern Army is heading south. Their clothes are thicker, because Turkey's terrain is higher. It is a bit inappropriate to reach Syria, and many have taken off their jackets to cool off. This made their commander-in-chief Mohammed Zarahan a little dissatisfied, but he decided not to intervene and let the children relax. After all, this place is domestic and very safe, and previous reports have been that the two river basins have resisted the attack of the Tang dynasty. Zarahan looks like an Arab sheikh. He is indeed a sheikh, with dark brown skin, black eyes, and a black beard. Chapter 184. Active Defense. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. He rode his own horse, led by his soldiers, and thought about his own thoughts, absent-mindedly. Zarahan was a nobleman from the Arabian Peninsula, but he had been living on the northern front, talking to the Eastern Romans. The people who wear white have faith, believe in preaching with the sword, and continue to fight against the Eastern Romans. Salah Khan joined the army at the age of 16 and fought against the Eastern Romans for 30 years. In his opinion, the Eastern Rome of Constantinople is definitely number one in the world. This is borrowed from Greek law. If he can conquer Constantinople in his lifetime, he will not regret it for the rest of his life. Constantinople was very strong, as indestructible as an iron wall, but Zarahan tried his best to conquer Constantinople. Unfortunately, his wish is getting further and further away from him, and it seems that it will never come true. When he received his will, he left it for a long time. Harry wants to redeploy the great grain force that suppressed Constantinople to Damascus, which means that the results of years of glorious holy war have come to nothing. In the year of Dan, the Great first attacked Constantinople for 7 consecutive years. How many people died of greatness? Once Salahan led his army back to the south, it would make it breathless, and the Romans of the east, overwhelmed by cannibalism, would rise again. But Salahan had to leave, because the Tang people from the east are attacking the two river basins, the hometown of fish and rice. If they get lost, they are worried that all the troops in the Turkish front line will fall into famine and have to go back to the army to save each other. He was thinking about something when a warning sign suddenly appeared and he looked up. On the gray mountain, a black line appeared, which soon became a tide. Countless flags fluttered in the wind, the other side rode on the ground, and the earth trembled with it. Come on. To his surprise, panic sounded in the war-torn Northern Army. It was too bad. The army was a long line of snake. The other side chopped off their heads and tails, blocked a knife in their waist. The head and tail are invisible. Zarahan had neither the intention nor the time to remember how the Tang people had penetrated into the mainland and scold the soldiers for dereliction of duty. The troops are wearing armor to prepare for battle, and they are getting closer to the formation. He gave a fleeing soldier a whip and said, "Raise your ass and climb up." Officers shouted at the soldiers and tried to leave the team. The army gathered together. The Mamams in the army shouted religious slogans. People responded to each other. The religion of the people had great attraction, and the army gradually calmed down and prepared for battle. Compared with the panic of the cannibals, the Tang army was very easy to combine. Tang Tian led the army to attack, and there were thousands of troops behind it. Of thousands of human races have turned into snake, only a few dozen miles away, can't attack everywhere, can't command at all. She led 30,000 cavalry to attack the Terran army, i.e. beat the snake, beat the 7 inches, caught the thief, and first the king, to deal with the position of Zarahan, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Army, who was discovered. Due to the terrain, no more is needed. Other hand, take the main infantry unit to attack the cannibals' former army. Addition, 20,000 cavalrymen, scattered among thousands of troops, attacked the National People's Congress delegate Dragon along the way, and they attacked freely how they wanted to fight. Looking at the human race at the foot of the mountain, Tang Tian sneered and said, "In front of our army, everything is in vain." The advantage of the ambush gave the Tang army an advantage in the local area. At present, the human race can only face 1/3 of their own people. Also, they are waiting to work long hours to cope with the tired split who have been away for a long time. It can be said that the fighter jets are very good. Tang Tian observed the battlefield. Because of the large number of people around him and the wide spread horizontally, he fully grasped the initiative of the offensive and defensive on the battlefield. High above, like a broken bamboo, led by her own disciples. Be careful with the cavalry in the city. If she can't win, she will go home and teach her son. She took out a knife and greeted everyone, and everyone carried the knife. Get up and shine in the sun. All the cavalry shouted in unison, "I am invincible. Fight for the queen." The sound was so loud and powerful that the birds in the nearby bushes flew out and rushed away in a panic. Then, they roared at the enemy, like a black torrent, towards the human race. The thunder of the horse's hoof and the scream of the charge echoed in the heaven and earth, just like Tang Hao's historical trend and the enlightenment of fate. Crucial battle for the survival of a soldier is often very far-reaching. Seeing the amazing sound, everyone in the army changed their faces, and the cavalry immediately. Go ahead and intercept them. Everyone is running on horseback. The black front line of both armies is shortening sharply at a noticeable rate. The horses on both sides have entered the high-speed charge phase, and the soldiers in the front row can already see the enemy's face, the red tassel in the long spear flying in. In the rush of extreme tension, full of fear and tension, everyone entered between life and death flint, and only a roar can get rid of the bad mood. Go, 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 kill all the races, destroy them. A golden arrow flew up and gleamed in the sun. The golden arrow is the queen's royal arrow. As soon as the horn sounded, the attack sounded, so all the arrows shot 0. Chapter 185. Explain. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The human race was slower than the Tang army before returning. A few seconds later, the great food army burst into tears. The arrow in the middle fell on the galloping horse. The horse fell to the ground, and the gray sand rose a lot, and the scene was very chaotic. The large grain army had fewer arrows and weaker arrows than the Tang army, and the losses could almost be calculated. They won filming time again, and Tang Jun, who was sitting in the front row, was shot head-on. Under the reign of archery, there were countless casualties among the cavalry. Fighting against the cavalry of the Eastern Tang, the cannibals have never won the upper hand. Two hostile troops collided head-on. The dull voice sounded terrifying, and the horses collided directly. No one can take the risk of losing the wind. We have to ignore your own life is directly charged. You can't dodge. You can't hide under the road. Left and right, all people are under collision. Some people are flying directly into the air. The screams, the neighs of the horses, the dust rolling on the ground, the undead. The horse struggled painfully in the dust. Between the iron and the blood, sparks flickered. The metal of the plate armor hit by the iron gun was torn, and the blood splashed like raindrop. The cavalry in the first row, with a strong forward momentum, easily pierced the enemy's shield with their spears and pierced them into solid bodies. The red light in May is more beautiful than the flower in May, and the howl of the pierced five, the howl of the enemy and the neigh of the warhorse, continued like the slap of the tide on the embankment. Tang Tian also charged forward, but shortly before the battle, her personal troops accelerated and stopped in front of her to resist the enemy's attack for her. The leadership role of the commander-in-chief is very important in the cold weapon era, and the morale boost of the previous accusation is palpable considering the ratio between follow me and give me. However, forward charges are particularly risky because a charge will be reimbursed by the master and, as a consequence, it is better not to charge. The trade-off was that the general's team of support soldiers were on the front lines, and they were well paid but also had high mortality rate. Blocking the gun for Tang Tian, the personal soldiers lost almost in a short period of time. Tang Tian appeared the face of the enemy in front of him. He saw a beautiful female general on the other side, his face immediately, with a shameless and obscene expression. Then he had a burst of pain. Blood was like a fountain, and he saw the gun head on the other side withdrew its shadow, and he couldn't help saying in horror, "What a quick gun." Ah! Tang Tian shouted, "Follow me, children, men." She walked all the way and saw that she was holding one in her hand. No matter where she went, the enemy would not stab her, nor would she be shot down, or even fly. Riding a war is hasty. No, there's just the collision of forces on both sides and the speed of the horses, and the experience of thousands of drills killing them. It's about eye and hand vision. In a flash of lightning, peek into your opponent's flaws, strike it, destroy it, and pull it out. Jung. The swords spread out from each other, sparks flew and hissed. Everyone gritted their teeth and glued them together. Soon the cavalry rushed out of the attack, and both sides went into cowhide, knives, trying to stab each other. There are also some warriors, with strange weapons such as big blades, instant knives, mace, etc., that will not adapt to the opponent's fall, but others are not vegetarians. An enemy can only reach 3-3s, and Tang Jun will not let outnumbered by their brothers. They immediately stepped forward to share the pressure, and the two sides fought endlessly. The troops in the rear are not idle, busy firing bows and arrows at the enemy, so everyone has to hold back or protect them. The sound of hitting the shield is endless, and most of the arrows are blocked, but some things are the whistle that can't be stopped, and thousands of hot things fly out of it and fall into a huge army of food. The cavalry of the Union Army didn't know what was happening at first, and after a few seconds, they knew what was happening right away. Blast! The sound of fire ensued, and the cavalry was in disarray. The invention of gunpowder would drastically change the battlefield situation, and now is a profound explanation. In fact, grenades are not very powerful. Generally speaking, they can't break armor, and they can't blow up hills. They can break shields without hurting riders behind them. But the thing is, grenades are insurmountable. They can't disable bows and arrows, like a shield to bows. Even if your shield blocks a grenade, a falling grenade will blow the horse away. With a loud bang, the horse jumps to 4 hoof. Push the owner off the horse. Horses are sensitive animals. When grenades explode in their ears, fire and shock waves, they first startle and then blow up the camp, bouncing, jumping, and running in the array, causing confusion in the composition of the army. A tear in the heart and lungs, a pair of big cannibal eyes, dare not be cold. A grenade fragment exploded at close range in the face of a large cannibal. Countless little nails and steel balls hit the ground. He asked the big cannibal to take a picture and blew his face up with nails and steel balls. His face was covered with blood, as if a demon in hell had crawled out the air. His face was covered with nails and steel balls. His face was covered with blood holes, as if the demons in hell had crawled out. He could not die for a while, or even dismount, but his pain made him cry all his pain. But he lowered the morale of the army by 3 points. The army that fought was not weak, its strength was greatly weakened, and it was later Tang Jun cut down. The voice of the screaming soldiers stopped abruptly. The point of the knife bounced into his chest, and behind him, a large food officer grabbed the hilt and stabbed his soldiers to death. Chapter 186. Repression. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The Yin court gathered a large number of Tang people in Damascus, attracting a large number of people like a magnet. They desperately launched an attack. The front door could not be turned sideways, and attacked the back door. The door was closed. All the people mobilized to defend themselves. Everyone had bows and arrows in their hands. As soon as the Terran appeared on the wall, they immediately fired arrows, and the Terran who slowly shrank their heads were hit. Pang! With a loud bang, the fence was knocked down by the Terran. Before the Terrans were happy, the cannibals shot them immediately. Without shields and armor, they were shot dead on the spot. Tang people formed a circle and kept shooting arrows at the gap, and when the cannibals rushed in, they killed as many as they did. Before long, the body plugs the gap. When I saw the powerful bows and arrows of the Tang dynasty, the cannibals threw many vases, glass vases and clay pots into the house like scattered flowers. When these things fell to the ground, a large pool of black assassin liquid was spilled on the ground, and then the torch was thrown into the ground. The prepared Tang people put out the fire with bucket, sand and wet blanket. Thanks to effective measures, the food was the human race looked left and right, but did not see the fire inside the court, but ate some good bows and arrows. The fighting in Fudan was fierce, and the fighting in the streets was in full swing. The Tang army advancing along the street was met with stubborn resistance. Cannibals desperately wielded various weapons to kill the Tang army, while the Tang army opened the way with light cavalry, retreated when they encountered obstacles, and handed it over to the infantry. The infantry consisted of 100 men, with heavy infantry on the outside and light infantry and bows and arrows on the inside. Hands, armored projectiles, paramedics and officers, who walked down the street with circular fortifications. The battle spreads in the city, the flames burn in the city, the smoke rises from one place, and the whole city is filled with the breath of death. Tang army soldiers stepped on the cannibal's body, crossed the bloody street, tried to occupy the main street, and then attacked the important monastery, which was the center of resistance of the cannibals. Although the cannibals are inferior to the Tang army in almost every aspect, their determination to resist and will to fight is amazing. They used lit barricades to slow down the Tang army's attack, shot icy arrows from the roof, and used stones and oil bottles to hold themselves back. This is their biggest evidence. One by one, they drag the smoke into Tang Jun, and burning in the human body is a nightmare for human beings. Therefore, Tang Jun's vigilance is quite high. As soon as he sees something, he flew into. In the case of shields or weapons blocking, also be careful not to hurt your brother. If your body is on fire, take off your armor immediately to avoid further damage. Generally hitting the head will hit a lot of unfortunate ghosts. Everyone is making progress. Why did the cannibals attack with oil bottles? And Tang Jun invented the method of quickly disarming, modifying the armor and cremating all the armor as soon as possible. The medical staff made every effort to rescue the wounded, and the Tang army with goggles gave the cannibals at any time a fatal blow. In the past, when there was no crossbow, the bow and arrow did not necessarily shoot very accurately. The enemy was high above, bowed his head, and attacked downward. Now with this kind of crossbow, as long as the camera sets the target, the probability of hitting is 10 times. So after paying the price of blood, the cannibal learned to shoot arrows and change the arrows to another place. Kill the sky, shout. The Tang army marches steadily, watching people kill. They occupied the streets one by one, and soon the main street was occupied by the Tang army. Then, one by one, they occupy the surrounding houses as a fulcrum for self-defense. At night, Damascus was still burning, and the Chinese lit a fire in the street and retreated into the darkness. Of course, there are some daring people in heavy armor roasting food around a campfire and sometimes hearing the sound of bows and arrows. At night I don't know whether the Tang dynasty touched the cannibal camp, or was moved by the cannibals. Many cannibals died there. During the daytime rebellion, I heard that this was the settlement of Tang Renmin University, and they all ate a lot. Related to the face of the Tang people, the Tang army fought back against the cannibals, attack, followed by a stern attack on the street. After a night, the lights here are brilliant. The patrols continue to travel. There are lurking gate posts, swimming posts, etc. The defense is very tight. As long as you enter the cannibals, it is a dead end. Even if they enter in this area, they will also be disappointed. Tang people can't put their heads in danger. Except the army, there are only 2 lazy people here. The famous painter in the army, Yan Shigu, is painting, and the other is the general who makes the fox laugh. Yan Shigu, the former rightist Yan Liban, also got Yan Li's true biography, good at painting. Yan Li was tired of protecting the capital with great care, so he worked hard to paint and became a master of painting, which was popular and notorious. Researching it now shows the unease in Damascus at night. As for making the fox laugh, he was suppressing the cannibal rebellion. He gave orders, and the ministries acted according to the orders, proceeded smoothly, and handed over the affairs to the staff so that he could have free time. The good thing about the division of labor in the military is that God doesn't have to be busy every day. He still lived at night. He rested at home, found Yan Shigu, ordered something to eat, made tea, drank night tea there, saw Yan Shigu smear and saw Yan Shigu graffiti there. He felt very comfortable. These 2 people are acquaintances, and they made the fox laugh in the capital Linjun for a long time, and Yan Shigu also stayed in the capital for a long time. It is natural for him to see old people in his hometown. Lights dotted the hills, flames rose up the street, and in some places there was a fire in the sky. I don't know what was lit. The bombardment of gunfire at night smelled of gunpowder, even on the hills on the outskirts of the city. Where the resistance was fierce, the Tang army gave up deliberately and then bombed the area with lightning cannons. The explosion continued, almost without stopping. It's hell. Yan Jiyu stopped working and made the fox laugh at the tea. It felt real. The religion of cannibals is very powerful. Let the fox smile after the military discussion. Listen to the teaching staff convey the religious tricks of cannibals, and ask the Tang people not to take it lightly, let alone participate in it. Find one, punish one. Let the fox smile. Pour a cup of hot tea into his throat. Clear his throat. The king said, we cannot assimilate the cannibals. Chapter 187. Indignation. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yan Shigu knew the propaganda of the Tang army, boasted that the conquering ability of the people of the Tang dynasty was unparalleled in the world, had rich cultural connotations, actively developed the economy, cared about the suffering of the people, suppressed hostile elements, and had a strong army as a guarantee. The outside propaganda is that Wei can do anything, like the coming of God, and even he admits that he can't handle the religion of cannibals and is willing to give in. No wonder. Yan Shigu understands why Tang Jun didn't take any strategy to buy people's heart, but force it. They are different from other religions, like Zoroastrianism, in that they are not very dangerous. They are not very dangerous and they are not very contagious. Let the fox smile and shake his head and say, the religion of cannibals is really powerful. Fortunately, the resistance of the Tang people is still very strong. As long as we stick to the king's policy, there will be no problem. So education and culture are very important. The fox smiled kindly and patted Yan Shigu on the shoulder. Why, even though the king and princess are poor, they guarantee education funds and spare no effort to support your younger brother. They brought us to the front line where life and death were a matter of life and they would never allow us to work hard. He pointed to the distance and said, day and night, you work harder and paint scenes. Understood. Yan Shigu knew that it was pointless to make a fox laugh. He was determined to work harder, not to mention fear of dying. He put on his armor and left more paintings passed down from generation to generation. In order to make the fox laugh, Yan knew the next day that a large number of Tang army engineers, personnel and some Tang people in special uniforms rushed into Damascus and began to participate in the army's siege of the fortress. The enemy of the building was stubborn and demolished it. Under the cover of the army, the engineers violently demolished the building and the house with shovels, hoes, smashed wood and stick, and the dust flew and the walls fell into a pillar. Although there was no modern heavy machinery at that time, but there was no reinforced concrete, but under the fierce attack of the Tang army, the warriors of the Tang army launched the most violent attack on them with their hidden cannibalism on the house. One by one sometimes found a strong defense point, namely cannibals, that is, fire armored shells first, and then ignite with lightning cannons. In the deafening sound of cannons, a large cannibal house collapsed, and the Tang army swarmed. In the area controlled by the Tang army, the people were executed in an orderly manner. Damascus was declared an enemy-occupied area, and all prisoners were demoted to slaves. Then the officers in special uniforms began to fight. They have a big name. The sword points to the west of the Tianshan Mountains, the feet are on the bow of Baikal Lake, and the Sakhalin Island enjoys the snow. Damascus is demolished, and Europa is swept away. The management of Datang City is invincible. God, enchanted. Zhuangya, the management of Datang City, the world is invincible. The city management was initiated by Wei. With the commodity exhibition, it is mainly to maintain market order and demolish illegal buildings. In the occupied territories, there is an important task, that is, for buildings that do not meet the requirements, the city management department is responsible for organizing the demolition work. Those buildings, even before the prosperity, no matter who it is, if it doesn't fit the word, let's tear it down without discussion. Today, the city management department is responsible for relocating religious buildings, whether it is a monastery or a private building, as long as the city management the department determined that it did not meet the requirements, and under the command, migrant workers swarmed, planed, dug, dried, fast, and the building collapsed in their hands and was razed to the ground by them. Not only that, but taking advantage of this opportunity, Damascus Fushao Yinwei Shri drew up a new city plan, drew a large area that needed to be rebuilt, and waved with his hand, tear it down. Just like a tiger like a wolf, Datang Chungguan showed his skills. A few people on the street, pieces of houses were demolished, and within a day, the landscape of Damascus changed rapidly, as if it had become a construction site. Unexpectedly, the urban management was so powerful that Yan Shigu jumped around in such a hurry that he took pictures everywhere, trying to take a picture of the old city. The other artists were busy too. They collaborated and tried to save the scene before destroying Damascus, leaving that history. Their paintings won't be made public due to official paintings. At most, royal tourists and those in need will apply for research. The demolition of the Tang dynasty filled the cannibals with indignation and indignation. The family was poisoned by robbers, and they must not be satisfied. Cannibals do everything they can to stop Tang Jun's atrocities, but in front of Tang Jun, he was fully armed to the teeth, and they were destined to hate the scene. The ending. Countless cannibals fell under Tang Jun's swords, bows, and arrows, and many cities they were proud of were in ruins. In the city center, Tang Jun broke into the largest monastery and was stunned by the sight in front of him. The densely populated women and children, men and women, young and old, sat on the ground, at least tens of thousands. All the people put their heads in their hands, stood up, and went out by themselves, and their lives were guaranteed. The interpreter cried, but they were all dumbfounded, and did not follow the command. In this case too, At 5 strokes, the veterans and officers found it difficult to report that the commander-in-chief of the town of Sarasia made the fox laugh, and was quickly given the order. The army itself is safe, and all who disobey are executed. If the Tang army goes up and drags those cannibals, if some of them seize this opportunity to assassinate them, the army will be safe first, let others die. Let the fox laugh. All officers know that they attach great importance to their own people. The security of the people can't let their own people die in vain. There is no need. Tan Rent, this is a war that destroys the country. In those days, there were no human rights, and the Tang people were free to move, which led to a fast, not young mind. Chapter 188. Booty. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. After a while, he shouted loudly. Tang Jun saw a man with a sharp blade in his hand and killed him, showing no sign of weakness at all. The hand went up, fell, and rushed into the crowd, trying to chop off, while some sergeants stabbed with guns and spears, blood spattering in the wind for a while. Many cannibals were stunned with fright, sitting on the ground motionless until they were cut down, then cried out loudly, and then was filled by Tang Jun. Soon the ground was full of blood and bodies were everywhere. The crowd at the back was messy. Some people bravely rushed to the Tang army, and they were annihilated by the Tang army, and the Tang army immediately took a fighting stance. More people ran back, but where could they escape? Trample each other, cry and shake the sky. Tang Jun walked into the camp step by step with no expression, killing everything along the way. Behind Tang Jun, the 2 officials looked at the tragedy of the cannibals coldly, and said to Fox 23 indifferently and jokingly, "Congratulations on winning the title of butcher in Damascus." Make the fox laugh and hum sullenly. You have a share too. This is Shi Wanchao's job. Wesley agrees. This is the best person for the job. It's a pity he's not here. These 2 are very sorry, because without the best scapegoat, they will be notorious for their love of killing. Everyone has their own use, bad reputation, but he doesn't need fame at all. He will do it whenever someone kills him. Everyone loves throwing dirty work on him. He loves it and gets what he needs. Forgive yourself, and don't worry too much. We've done these things with no consequences, not to mention that no one will hold us accountable. The good thing about following the founding emperor is that it's like a blank picture that can be sprinkled on as you like. Because this is an enemy country, no one can speak for them. If this country is established for 100 years, then the eradication of religion, violent destruction, mass slaughter of any force cannot be deeply intertwined and affect each other. Even if this is correct, there are many constraints in the political arena due to opposition for opposition's sake, which makes it difficult to move forward on. Isn't this rare? Let alone making a fox laugh. Not even an emperor's dynasty. We're lucky. Make the fox laugh and judge. The search races to occupy room by room at a time, and on every street, there are many cannibals who have paid a painful price for their religion. Damascus cried. Damascus bled. 2 weeks later, the former Damascus no longer exists. The people were replaced by the Shunxi Chinese Tang people who migrated throughout the Tang dynasty. The new Damascus has broken ground, preserved the Roman buildings and the Tang dynasty buildings, and realized the combination of the East and the West, which will give birth to a more splendid light. Over the past 3 years, the original religious atmosphere has been demolished or changed. The mountains have changed dramatically. Look at today's Damascus, where there are traces of the past. Too timid to go on vacation. When Donggui's train started, Wei, who was sitting on the express train, watched more. A beautiful girl who was seeing off outside was being teased by the princess sitting opposite, saying, "Why, regret not doing this in the first place." She was talking about the Queen Mother Jill in white. The princess gave the Queen Mother Jill to Wei as a trophy. Xiao Wei didn't want it. That night, when she entered the dormitory, she saw Empress Dowager Jill wearing black and white clothes. She sat in the dormitory and asked, "Your Highness, your wife called me." Empress Dowager Jill was straight to the point. "Oh, nod." He sat for a while, said nothing, left immediately, and went to the barracks to check on the defense all night. When the princess heard that Wei was like this, she also froze for a while. "I can't believe that men don't cheat." Queen Jill is a beautiful woman and has a great attraction to men. She is beautiful, the key is her identity. It's tempting to conquer her. It's a great achievement for a man. The princess thinks about it. She doesn't care about anything he likes to do for Wei release, but it didn't. No, the princess was still happy, but now teased Wei softly. Safety first. Xiao Wei answered her like this. I'm too timid to go. He has knowledge and also knows some history according to the Book of Mongol Origins. Genghis Khan attacked Shisha. Shisha begged to come down, and sent some according to Genghis Khan's request, including Princess Shisha. Princess Shisha hated her. In public, she bit 2 of Shisha and swallowed them in her belly. Generation of arrogant blood flowed into rivers and died on the same day. And, God's whip. Attila, the famous Huns who swept across the continent, died the day she married a strange girl. There are other conquerors. The cause of death is also related to women, especially foreign women. The same female race will not be harmful to themselves at all. A bad thing to eat. He doesn't think his son of a bitch is angry, who loses her husband. The authority won't hate him. Will kneel in front of him. What's wrong with her? What is she afraid of? The heart is unpredictable. Unpredictable. If you bite, the tragedy of Genghis Khan may be right in front of you. I'm afraid of his way. In fact, the princess is also kind. She wants to seal Wei Feng, and further to the throne of the emperor, this time to put down free food. Everyone has a lot of benefit. Wei seems to have nothing. She is very sad. Let Wei go to Mother Jill. Enjoy the spoils. But Wei is very cautious. In order to ensure his own safety, how can he relax when the great cause of the Western expedition has not been successful? Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 189. Training. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The documents here say that great changes have taken place in Damascus and that the cannibal uprising has been suppressed. The princess told him. Couple didn't speak, just smoked on the teapot. Looking out the window and running fast, he opened his mouth and said, the world thinks I'm cruel, but I can't leave this problem to the next generation of rulers. I know. The princess nodded. We must purify our territory. Dare not obey, kill. The words the princess said in the sandalwood trembled. Only responsible for fighting the country, and the management of the country is in the hands of the princess. If she said that, many people would fall to the ground. Western exploration is a great cause, and all the Tang people consciously put their energy, wealth, wisdom and even life into it. You are more important than me, but let me go back to court. You don't have to take the risk. Damascus is on the brink of bankruptcy economically, and its downfall calls for restoration, consolidation of rule and digestion of occupied territories. In the case of involving huge financial, military and human resources, it was decided to return to Goryeo, to return to the capital of God, and administrative matters were decided by the princess. You want to be pretty. Shaking his head, he said, I hit the mountain and controlled the mountain. Everything I do, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to think about eating and drinking. No wonder people get fat. You shit. Princess was shy and angry, and then the couple got into a scuffle. The people in the car quickly retreated and ran to the other cars, and soon there was a sound of joy. The clouds dissipated the rain, and the princess was content and content. She is a winner in life. Her husband is able to cover the sky and love her with great respect for her. Complete children, home and family affairs, the power of the country in her hands. In her hands, nothing resents her. Farah in Persia. The princess got out of the car. She didn't want to give up before she left. You must be careful. If something goes wrong, come back immediately, she told Wei Dao. So Cheng Boxi, who was going back together, said, the king is in danger. Please take care of him. The princess can rest assured that no one dares to take the king's safety lightly. Chengxi Archway. Princess returned to the ceremony and said, thank you, uncle. So she ordered Ada and Ar of the Wei family to say, take good care of your master, and if he is safe, he will be rewarded. If he has anything to do, just wipe your neck yourself. Yes, neither Ada nor Ayani's captains knew how much this was. In short, they change after 35, always staying young and strong. They knelt down quickly. Wei Cheng was ordered to go to the new army on horseback. In addition, there is an important task. In order to prevent Mr. Wei from rushing in Luoyang, Wei Cheng immediately sent an army of 100,000 people into Yang. You can be careful, but don't tickle it. If something goes wrong with your mother, you and your biological mother will drink the Mistral. Peace Princess threatens him. Yes, in contrast, Wei Cheng was more afraid of his mother. After a long time, he came back with gifts, while his mother went out to deal with political affairs and discipline the family in the mainland. The military steward was not proud of his children. Afraid of her. Do you know when you sent troops? Did your father learn his war skills? Where can you shoot arrows? And no one will send them. The princess gave it a secret order for half an hour. The father and son were very helpless. Wei Cheng said, after the mother, the car will start. You are a special train and you have to give way to all the cars. The princess defies the tunnel. Restarting the train is not easy. Chengbo said emotionally in the car. Third brother, you once said that a woman can carry 500 ducks, which is really great. We all have the same feeling. I admire Wei more, because his family has the least ducks among the big ones. When Mr. Wei's special train entered Chengdu West Station, it was unprecedented to walk down the ladder and look at the past in shock. Dear Minister Wu San thought that the leading civil and military officials would welcome you. Everyone saw that Wei was full of enthusiasm. Especially Wu San thought that he held hands with Wei and introduced the officials of the court one by one. Had no idea he was so popular. Mr. Jealousy made a fortune on his own, but he led everyone to riches and every family's children were promoted. That's different. The Western March stimulates the economy. All industries have income, and the enterprises in the customs have received great patronage. Gentlemen buys weapons, armor, military uniforms and food, such as buying fruits from Wushan Temple Grange for people to eat or make wine, so that Wusan Temple has money and income. Or Wu Sanxi uses his slaves for development and production, providing a large amount of high-quality coal, which requires Wei's training. There are also expanding the army, increasing production, and attracting talent. Wei's connotation is still very low, and a large number of craftsmen and folk customs are needed. Music grows well outside the wheat fields but has few manpower. At the mature stage, there is a lack of manpower, and the harvest is due to the decline in yield and quality. Not in time but a great harvest. The economy inside and outside the customs is inextricably linked. Businessmen and migrant workers flow frequently. Communication is not difficult, and business is prosperous, forming a pattern of you have me and you. Even in the martial arts industry, a large number of commodities will flow into the Wei family and enter the Western military system. And Pastor Wei said, I don't look at the monk, I look at the Buddha's face. Until today, his family has not given birth to a child outside the customs. If you don't join the army, you won't join the army. For their benefit, the ministers should give Wei's face, hoping to take care of their children. Strong demand for young people go to the west, absorbing talents into the sea like 100 rivers. As his occupation of the territory increased, a large number of managers were required, and more families had children to pass and work in the west. According to statistics, in the entire Wu and Zhou dynasties, among the senior officials, there were children or relatives. This is a good way out for many children. They have an official position and do practical work. The income is definitely not low. The salary is double the salary, and it is also paid to the field. It is convenient, and there is no need to worry about the safety of the road. Personal safety is guaranteed, and physical safety has a doctor. Therefore, the Western expedition has profoundly changed the Eastern powers. Saw this when the Western patrol was in the ascendant. He sighed. They can't do anything to zero. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 190. A lot of information. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. People walk on horses from childhood, grow up on horseback, and stick their bodies to horseback almost except sleep, and sleep well even on horseback. This is Tang Tianbing, most of whom come from the northern grasslands, but now I want them to be like that. Dry children learn to swim. Swimming is not a small hazy lake but the sea, but can't swim. Tang Tian has big breasts and has great ambitions. She is going to hit the other side of Europa. Therefore, we have to learn to swim. If you die in the sea while crossing the sea, then you will be wronged. Every soldier is precious. In peacetime, there is more sweat and more blood in war. Everyone knows this. In order to win the honor of attacking Europa for the first time, all the people silently threw themselves into the salty seawater. Can't swim, learn. From hand rowing board into the water, to 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters off-board rowing. Swimming is really hard. Almost all of them drink seawater. People who have not learned to swim continue to drink salt water. Learn to swim. Everyone grabs gold coins. As the winner of the swimming competition, it is appropriate to send send encouraging gold coins. You can't send them military medals. Everyone is working hard, and the difficulties of swimming are overcome by the dry duck. Within a month, we can basically swim, and within 3 months, we can easily swim several kilometers. At that time, the physical strength of the Tang dynasty was indeed not included. Everyone swims across the border and is no longer afraid of blue waves. When everyone was relaxing, the men dreamed that their Aries would go swimming, but she wouldn't go in the water, but they couldn't force it. Think of His Royal Highness's explosive body. How wonderful it would be to show off while swimming and have everyone watching. The king knows water, but the king teaches it. Tang said sweetly and brightly, but you don't have eyes to see. I'm so sorry everyone. In addition to cavalry military training, most of the time while learning to swim, wild survival has also been added. Training, willpower training, disintegrate in battle, lose contact with the army, be besieged by the enemy, very likely, so the will is very important, not only to survive, but to attack the enemy. Always remember that the East is everyone's hope. Life goes on, and the battle goes on. Self-safety training, the wild environment is complex, need to know how to keep warm, sunscreen and trauma, and how to get water. Drink as much clean spring water and skill training, know how to use tools, cut livestock meat, chop wood, dig stoves, make fires, bandage yourself, and make self-made tools in fields such as fishing. Military knives and engineering shovels are pretty good tools at this point. Food identification culture. To understand, wild animals may need a lot of animal and plant food to settle, so it is necessary to identify which animals and plants are poisonous and which ones are used. For example, wild bacteria in the big forest are fascinating, but if you can't tell the difference between poisonous and non-toxic, just wait and hang up. Orientation recognition and training. It doesn't matter where you were born, but you want to where to go, where to break out is the most important. With tricks on light, reflections, verticals, and the growth direction of plants in the environment, you can fully analyze the correct orientation. In the past, the army also conducted survival training, but the overall survival pressure was not great. At the time, our troops were dominant, often crushed, and the logistics were quite strong. We were used to killing them all, and after disembarking, the logistics did everything, food and drink, and as long as the logistics kept up, there is a laundry company. It is specially designed for non-commissioned officers to wash clothes, but horses do not wash their own clothes. In short, Tangjun's logistics work has been greatly praised. The services provided include various services, and the entire army is dedicated to the war. However, the battle is not small. Probably no rear wars, no reinforcements, just the usual wandering actions of nomads. To prepare for the worst, you have to know how to live in the wild. We train hard and hope that their horses can grow together with us. With the horse in hand, I own the world. Compared with the troops directly under Tang Tian's army, there are actually more Han people in the north. They live on horses. As long as there are horses, they hunt, drink horse milk, and survival is not a problem. The big map in front of Tang Tian, Razahan, Chief Wanfu and the staff clearly shows the distribution of power in the Europa state. The current enemy is the eastern part of Rome, who are crowded on the other side of the sea, standing at the forefront of resisting the invasion of the Tang army. Slavs used to have countries and armies from north to south, such as Denmark, Friesland, Saxony, Armenia, Thuringia, Bohemia, Bavaria, Lombardy, Spoleto, Veneto, and the West Frank Kingdom. Frankish Kingdom was a champion, the largest and most powerful country in Europe at the time. It later developed and split into three countries, namely the Kingdom and the First Empire, and the later formed Kingdom of England was the 444 famous powers in Europe. But they had no chance because the Tang people killed them. Intelligence is important because of the invisible hand. Provided a lot of information. They even collected a map of European powers. The intelligence of each country is listed, army, generals, population, supplies, etc. And topographic map. With this news, our army won 3 points, no fight. This is top secret information. Tang Tian got it from there, and even did bedwork. The generals including Razahan admired all of this very much. Razahan was very happy. Surrender. To fight with such a prepared army, victory is impossible. When we discussed the offensive strategy, we heard what happened to the noise from far to near. We should know that the army is strictly managed, and it is is impossible for the common people to break in easily. Tang Jun firmly believed in Tang Tian, and mutiny is impossible. Tang Tian's eyes showed a murderous look. Ronaldo, who dares to break into my barracks and go out and kill him? Yes, the heroic Luo Zhongli was led out of the house, but soon, he heard a sudden blow from the closing door. Luo Zhongli flew in, and just fell on the conference table. The table was knocked down. A large man strode in, only to hear a loud bang, and the officers left their positions one by one, with those drawn and swords alerted. Because the big man is 2 meters high, the mountain is as strong as the mountain, and the momentum is like a monster, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. Razahan was shocked. There is such a fierce person in the world. Chapter 191. Any return. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The order caused a stir. Everyone said that Oh Sung-hee couldn't have been a prince before he died, but he still had a prince's addiction after he died. The current prime minister, including Yang Zai-si, is very flattered by the Wu family, and they have all passed. Officials from the three provinces passed, and the etiquette ministry said they had not yet met and the process was about to be completed, but got stuck in a small juncture. On this matter, Song-yi blocked the decree, saying it was not in line with etiquette. Is it possible that his subordinate is the crown prince? The official ranking of this matter is the top 5. The subordinates have heavy responsibilities, subcontract the daily affairs of the province, and are specially responsible for reviewing the seal of the seal. If there is any objection, you can directly correct it and reject it. The cathedral has to refute its violations and has a lot of power. The army came to the world with such a powerful force that no one dared to stop him, but he did not expect to stop Song Yan. Song Yan, a native of Exingzhou Nanhe, has a good family history and is the grandson of Song Yan VII, an official businessman in the Northern Wei dynasty. At the age of 17, he was a junior in high school and a senior in senior high school. He won the title of Yichengling and was promoted to supervisor of Jade. Actually, that's how he wrote it, and he's straight to the point. It must be a gift from the crown prince. Firmly opposed to the minister Wu Tianhe, he said loudly and honestly, Wang Wei is not the son of Shah. How can he be crowned prince, the head of the pharaoh house? Don't dare to perform your duty. Gloomy and silent, the others were convinced. It's in the sky. Although it has the right to interfere in the matter, it often has to lose the future and even the life of the family. After all, the other end of the setback was that the emperor was the most powerful. Wu San next to him couldn't wait to jump out and said, bold, Shah and his nephew have the same surname as Shah. Today, King Wei is dead, the world is sad, the next is. He sympathized deeply and he gave it to the prince. You must stay, you must not. He first said to him, Chen Tansong Jie is ruthless, benevolent and meaningless, it's not enough to stand in the temple and retire. Of course, Wu San seriously and quickly attacked Song Kui. Everyone in the hall clearly thought, Wu San, but Prince Edward, who can become the crown prince, even if he is behind him, will not live out. This kid wants to be a prince. This is a major breakthrough that must be exploited. The members and the minister of Zhang's party echoed in unison, minister and other minors. They were very jealous of Song and admired his courage, even jealous of him. Yes, he is a saint, and we are villains, so please go out. Minister's fishing reels are noisy. One minister speaks for Song Yi. Ma and Princess Li Dan are good boys, and T dare to disobey, although the princess party has strength, but the working principle is that when Princess Taiping is not in the dynasty, they will not take the lead in major events. Looking around, no one could speak for the Song dynasty, but Song Yi said without fear, not the emperor's parent, not the prince, this is the outline. His tongue lifted the preacher, saliva splattered, and celebrity demeanor. Don't just look at Song Yi, but his head is very flexible and straightforward. If he can bring his own family property, Meng Meng gave him. If his son did not give him any favors, I will plead guilty to anyone who does so. I am willing to plead guilty to sin, and if you do, I am wrong. How to leave your hard-earned wealth to his nephew or not to his son? The turbulent crowd is just stupid. No one can do such a thing. Everyone is busy when it comes to fighting for nephew and son, but when it comes to his own family, this is definitely reserved for son. Whoever loves nephew and not son, son is his own. Although he is related to himself, he is an outsider. The ugly scene in the temple left a deep impression on Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian looked at them coldly, finally seeing their true colors. Sneered in his heart, these Most people speak very well, but they don't flatter Wu Sanxi. They just ask their nephew to become the emperor, but when they really ask them to establish a nephew, they all shrink. In this case, Wu Chengcheng was buried by Wang Li, and he stopped for 3 days to express his condolences, waved his hand, expressing his enthusiasm. After returning to the inner palace to rest, Yu Tantan said silently, for the sake of the emperor, he must leave to preserve the temple for a long time. Because I came out. He smiled and said, is there no difference between men and women? Knowing his intelligence, he couldn't help but took the cleaning certificate. Shengguan said, your good family has also made great achievements, and I have nothing in return. Horses don't care about power. Power is only to protect his wife. Shengguan replied very respectably, very happy, and suddenly thought, I heard that Constantinople was the strongest city in the world when a horse fell. It can be compared with God. Do you want to be lucky? Wanner thinks, it's a beautiful thing. The princess and the horse must do their best to welcome the chariot driver. Shengguan strongly supports the tunnel. It must not be said. Needless to say, her thoughts caused an uproar in the courtroom, and even the prince fell before him to persuade and hope to dispel her thought. Even the princely party knew what the princess was doing outside of custom and knew that their 2 husbands and wives were the real actors. They did it perfectly. An extension, 1,000 miles of land, a home for a building, active localization, and wherever they went, all the mountains and rivers changed color. In the country of no doubt, people return to their hearts and live a prosperous life. They did a good job. If you see it, that's it. Everyone has to fight for the benefit in front of the Wu family's turn to seek Wu San's position and must work hard to protect their position. It is absolutely impossible to see the truth. Princesses have the real ability to inherit the throne from each other, then the problem is big. Chapter 192. Training. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Not afraid of goods, but also afraid of goods. 2 mothers and mothers have done a good job in customs in other places, and their talents are far better than others. Moreover, when I went to the customs, it wasn't him who delivered it to the door. Everyone said that Wei Wei was the living Cao Cao, just in case he came to sacrifice the emperor and ordered the prince. Everyone didn't have to play. The people, determined to urge not to lighten the capital of the gods, burst into laughter. Look, it is the first time I have seen the 2 of you, not fighting, and expressing their sincerity. Let's express opinions together. Their opinions are nothing more than, the emperor is the center, you can't act rashly, or you will shake the country. Some people are eager to say something, and even use Qin Shi Huang to travel around the world and Emperor Yang to Yangzhou, cause a stir among people. It can almost be said that he was the emperor when he went abroad, and he could not laugh or cry. Gods made Kui Chenchuan shout, there is a desire to play, 000. Hope. Everyone was very quiet, and wanted to hear what Wei Wei's only capable people had to say. In fact, he was not instructed by Wei Wei or princess typing, but he thought, other people don't want us to do this, we just do it. He went the other way and said, going down and walking with the princess, even, there is flesh in the blood, it is natural to travel with relatives. Of course, customs are far away, but there are trains where you can resign from the emperor and go for a day. The Tatars fought in many places where there was no chance to see the sky, checked down and proclaimed the imperial power of the empire, thereby helping all places become more loyal to the rescue. The 3 of him were around the end more and more rounds, but it was good. Wu San became more and more angry, stood up and shouted, okay, you want to put your horse in a dangerous place, you're what's inside. As long as Wei Wei and the princess can't protect him for a day, he dares to serve under them and reuse them, so he argues with Wu San. Wang Liang's words are very bad, and it is very dangerous to fall to his wife's house, which actually makes it impossible for Kui to imagine that communication between relatives in the world is dangerous. This is when Zhao Dang's subordinates fight with Wu Dang. They must be reasonable and organized. When Kui Chinzun competed with Wu Sanxi, his tone was always gentle and not aggressive. Items of etiquette include courtesy, and cannot be opposed to each other. At the time, everyone was confused, but they all obeyed, so Kui Chinzun seemed to be very personable. Later, this attitude response showed the benefit. The darling GJ, capable, tall, and handsome. He worshipped and had a dispute with the families Wu Zong at the court. Gigi is burly and can say good things. He stared at Wu Yizong with 555 short people. He is seductive and uncompromising. He criticized Wu Yizong for having a gray face, and did not want to provoke the anger of Wu Zetian, who was protecting the calf, and she was very very angry. In front of Jizan, who is still the child of the Wu family, how can such a person bear him in the future? Since then, Jishuan has fallen out of favor, and the princess's subordinates and Peito have behaved like gentlemen, so Wu Zetian doesn't hate it. Two sides argued that the armed Zhang and Li launched the attack together, with plenty of firepower. Although the princess is weak, it is calm and peaceful. Depending on the reason, they even slammed into the breakdown. Will you wait for the blood to separate? Finally, to quell the war, she glanced at the court. The decision is the final decision. Next fall, I will visit the west and reach Constantinople. Advocates naturally think, under the light. The soldiers of the army said helplessly, listen. Looking around, it was decided that Emperor Li Dan would be in power in Beijing when he left Beijing, and Wu Sanxi would accompany him as an escort minister. As for Western reception, Princess Taiping will be in charge. After retreating, Wu Chengtian's close assistant Zhang Chang persuaded, although there are several miles of displacement per day, according to officials, the distance between God and God is 20,000 miles. Zhang Yiji also said, it will take 40 days to go back and forth in Constantinople, plus the places to visit, or half a month, and leave the gods for 2 months. In the future, I'm afraid, they'd be worried about scaring me too, but unfortunately, you're still too lazy. If you dare move, the women's army will defend him. Someone dares to move arrogantly. Smile slightly. Brother Zhang was taken aback, and reluctantly said, your thoughts are too perfect. Not to mention the discussions of the ministers, the princess is in a state of excitement, we must say. In the great cause of the Western expedition, the monarch has also worked hard. They think they know what they're processing in the West and have been sent for a tour, and anyone who's seen what they've processed will compliment them. And don't be proud, since the ball's at our feet, we've got to be a good plan. Choi Chinzun is the representative of the Goryeo army princess. I should try to facilitate that decision until I have made a decision, and after it is made, I have to protect it, he noted. Hui Chinzun calmly thought, be a villain. Crowd was taken aback. Yes. Journey to the west. What happened in the middle? Others grabbed the shipboard of Zaifu and the West Army. Their reputation is not good. This will give them access to the east in the future. Big trouble. Seeing everyone's serious faces, Hui Chinzun smiled and said, don't worry, everything has horses and princesses. Everyone had a proper discussion, sent the envoy to get on the train, and headed west. Western governments and Western militaries are ready to pick up the planes until the end of this fall, and until next fall, we'll head west. Let's say, let go of Constantinople without sitting on the Book of Merit to celebrate it. After a short celebration, he immediately dispatched two. The Fifth Army went to the town for military training and drills, and the armored troops quickly recovered their combat effectiveness. Wei Yi was immediately dispatched to Europa to personally participate in 100,000 cavalry and 150,000 infantry to the west. All their income is deposited in the bank or sent to parents, wives and children. Only those who can't get enough to eat will despair, and those who have a lot of money are afraid of death, which is not conducive to action. Behind the army, there are 100,000 engineers and migrant workers who have been repairing roads through mountains, crossing water, building railways until the pass. Wherever the empire conquers, railways will be repaired. 2 lines will also be repaired. Westinghouse is reportedly already investigating the Bosphorus Strait connecting Eurasia, and plans to build a line across Eurasia to do its best. Chapter 193. Wandering. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Horseshoes and swordsmen moved westward through the forest like an army, and they went 100 miles and went to the front, and wherever they went, all the chickens and dogs were gone, and those who dared not follow them were cut off. You are welcome to the farther but larger tribe sending armies on crusades. Immediately, notice that the roads are wide, the roads are in good condition, even the crops are growing well, cattle and sheep are everywhere, there are pig farms, chicken farms, anyway. In the occupied areas people are in Tang enslaved. Where is your queen? His Royal Highness is waiting for you. The waiter is respectful. Step into the hall. This is an ancient aristocratic auditorium, which was taken away by Tang Tian. It was a pleasure to see her, and the two embraced each other. The boss spent a lot of money, but his subordinates were as tired as dogs. The troops they brought were stationed in Abar Khan state occupied by Tang Tian. They set up camps, warehouses, and road repairs, then killed clans and everything everything else with their livestock. The land of Abar Khan is very good. This is the grasslands of Hungary, with grasslands and water sources. Not long after the previous one also developed it, Tangjun turned it into a livable place. It is said that Zhang Zheng, who was brought in, immediately took over the command of all the staff, including Tang Tianjin. This made Wei Wei and Tang Tian become husband and wife, and there was no separation between the two armies. After learning about the situation, he admired Tang Tian endlessly. There were only 50 at the time. The name is expanded to 100 people, who occupied the steppe, excluding the surrounding Moravians, the Slavs of the Vacha River Basin, the Bohemia, Bavaria, Lombardy, Croatian Serb Slavs, the Bulgarian Khanate and the Antus all took turns robbing many commodities, livestock and 500,000 slaves are gone. Don't let the eyebrows grow. Now that winter is coming, what will happen? Let's prepare for winter. The newly developed city is called Xinyingzhou as a trading city. The Tang dynasty has a large number of the three treasures of the country are silk, tea and porcelain and other commodities, while Europa uses gold, silver, copper, iron and live animals. Animal husbandry is in great demand, fruit, vegetables, etc. Lombard traders, round body, round face and the round nose, full of fat on the cheek, squeezing out these features, but the professional smile is very friendly and has the right amount of humility. The merchant said, I am a Lombard merchant, John, to trade in your country. He and a few people drove hundreds of cows. Border blocking. It must be said that Tang Jun was well prepared, and the young officer replied in Latin, as long as we obey the law, you will be welcome. He explained, was simple, fair trade, killers killed, wounded hardworking. Then told the businessman John that he had to go that way to get to New Camp State, and made an ID card for John with his name, physical description and what was sold and stamped, and asked him to keep it. All outsiders have ID cards, and some big businessmen build ID cards for them. John news just arrived. Xinying State is tax-free, but Johnson sold a cow and spent 300 liters of Tang copper coins on the road. Since he always asks if there is a station on the road and what currency is used, it is time to tell him that he can only use copper coins, and of course, no other currency will be recognized except hard currency. John and Tang Qian led the team forward without hesitation. He seems to be interested in the whole process, but it's not exceptional, nor wrong. When encountering cavalry or seeing Tang Jun training, he walked very slowly, but did not advance, just passed by. Finally came to Xinyingzhou. The degree of prosperity is unbelievable. All skin colors, all accents are full. Latin is common, but Chinese is only used in the Tang dynasty. I hope the barbarians of Europa learn square characters. Since he was carrying live animals, he could not bring them into the city. There is a large livestock market outside the city. He rented a shop for 100 copper coins a day, and kept cattle in the front and back dormitories. Pedestrians walked along the road, and John couldn't help feeling shocked and happy. Although he was a product of Westerners, he was also shocked by the sheer volume of merchandise on the street. Street is magnificent, and the small streets like a chessboard are full of shops and food. There is also a red light-colored area with a clear man's voice. Tea and porcelain, which are favored by Europeans, as well as jewelry, pottery, spices, medicinal materials, carpets and fine wines. There are fine and exquisite gold and silver utensils used by nobles. There are special styles, vases of different styles, colorful carpets that hit the eyes, eat, use, play with everything, and weapons stores. The weapons are extremely sharp. Johnson watched with interest the partner sold to the caravan. After cutting down the 7 swords of the caravan with the celestial saber, the caravan immediately bought 20 Tang knives. Ask for the price, and the cheapest dagger costs $10. At the price of 20 Tang knives, the merchant team 000 didn't have enough money, and the gems were used to pay for a bag of precious diamonds. Aren't the Tang people afraid that they will use weapons in the future? There is no fear at all. The Europeans have no chance to fight against the Tang army. They must serve them with arrows. And secondly, there is not enough Tangjian threat, because Tangjian is expensive here. The food in the restaurant is particularly tempting. John ordered 4 small portions of French fries and a soup to eat and drink. He almost licked the plate, which is the ugly state of every foreigner who tastes Tang food for the first time. A few days, John sold his cows and wandered around the city. This kingdom, whose territory is equivalent to most of today's, was founded by the Franks in AD and is currently ruled by the Merovingian dynasty, the most powerful kingdom in Europe. The first snow since the start of winter has just fallen and there is nowhere. The city doesn't have many high-rise buildings. Most of them are short houses. At the time, without the charm of the later devil. Its architecture was very ordinary, but the stability over the years was still very little. Due to the underdevelopment of economy and culture, people live like pigs and dogs. They don't eat well. Bread is a staple but the texture is poor. They are grits, or boiled foods that resemble grains. Chapter 194. Rise. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. In addition to bread as a staple food, vegetables, fruits and meat are also essential. Grapes, apples, pears and plums imported from outside, as well as walnuts, apricots, peaches, cherries, pomegranates and lemons. The nobles ate well, but the public did not have so many varieties. Some vegetables had good leaves and most meat was pork, while the poor eat goat meat. Beef is a luxury. Poor municipal management. Paris became a mud pond after the rain, and there was excrement everywhere. The nobles of the Frankish kingdom were born from barbarians. Don't expect them to do well. In fact, compared with the Eastern Tang dynasty, the Franks are upstarts, not as good as the Romans. No matter how backward, the palace still looks a little primitive, and the Romanesque architecture looks magnificent and beautiful. Fashion. In an Oriental-style room, many iron pipes are subtly hidden behind the wrinkles of ornate curtains woven by Oriental craftsmen, exuding a pleasant warmth. The colder it is outside, the more comfortable it is inside. Because of the outdoor heating, this is also a masterpiece of the Orientals. 444 beautiful sky blue silk curtains hang from the walls, with their creases and jagged edges hanging almost from the ceiling to the ground. The silk screen is covered with a layer of white gauze. Ceiling has a chandelier, carved from solid gold, with 9 light heads. It hangs from the ceiling and is shaped like a huge rose leaf. The fine mats on the ground are thick and embroidered with patterns of trees, beasts and birds in the forest. The interior is decorated with Oriental vases and Oriental ornaments. Decorate this Oriental room, even to treat tea. It is said to be the famous tea of the East, and the expense is very high. The Franks were barbarians. They defeated Western Rome, but they could not see Rome. But things in the East were so beautiful that they fell completely. John was seated safely in this magnificent room, dressed in silk for there was plenty of heating. At this time, he was not humbled by any villain, but showed his upper-class temperament. A short-statured nobleman with a large halo appeared at the door and heard applause. Frank II of the royal palace of the Frank kingdom is here. What the hell is this but? No matter how old you are, do you dare to call it supreme? That dwarf really dares to be supreme, and he has said nothing in the Frankish kingdom. Chancellor is the official name for the palace affairs and royal property of the Frankish kingdom. They control the real power of the kingdom. In AD, Austria-I's court minister defeated the ruler of the entire kingdom and became the country's only court minister, calling himself the Duke and Prince of all the Franks. Paving the way for the further growth of his family, King Frank is known as the Lazy King. After appearing, he stood up and hugged him affectionately. Say, hello, my friend. They show different friendship. It turns out that John is a real person, but he is a businessman with a red top. He provided enough funds for Ping Er-2, so Ping Er-2 gave him extremely high courtesy. After sitting down again, John Xuan was not politely. I went straight to the topic. This time I am in Xinyingzhou, Tang Dynasty. I feel very deep. What are these? Their city is very clean and beautiful with lots of merchandise, good food and great entertainment. John said with emotion. He shouted. The city has hardened. Other city managers and municipal cleaners, plus all kinds of decorations, and even a park. Is this a hard rock bottom? Peace too was a little surprised. Of course he knew the benefits of hardening the city, but the whole city was covered in stone. That was a huge sum of money, and importantly, it took him so many years, with state funding, to harden the ground on the main street. No, they use something called cement. Johansson showed off a small bag of cement he secretly stole from the municipality. Very interested, immediately summoned to take over the container and add water to stir. Soon the cement hardened. They go well with sand and gravel. John, preaching, talked about the way the Tang people manage the street. He showed his purchases of silk, tea and china, and all three treasures were fine, and when he took out and unscrewed the cap, he poured a cup for peace, and his eyes lit up. Even like the snacks brought by a person who has never seen others. Cloud cake, roast chicken, raisins, flour cake, beef jerky, cake, ginger candy, cheese, walnut date, preserved fruit, sweet osmanthus, fish fillet, pork preserved. It's delicious. I can't even imagine it. He put the food in his mouth and mumbled. After tasting, he shook his head. If I were an ordinary person, I would fall. Think about the pig and dog food he eat. Compared with Tang food, no matter what kind of war he fought, let him eat it after he surrenders. It is not shameful to surrender to the heavenly food. It's true. John couldn't help smiling. In fact, his heart was almost conquered by food. food, except snacks, various staples. He almost didn't want to come back. There is a food street in Shinyingzhou. There are stalls everywhere, all foodies, all kinds of barbecue with aroma and nose, fresh and delicious river water, tempting and delicious desserts, etc. Come out. There are boxing stadiums, polo fields, theaters, casinos, etc., providing one-stop service for food and entertainment. In any case, John Xuan's income from selling hundreds of cows this time only got back the snacks he gave to Pingping too. Success is by no means lucky. They not only relied on force, they conquered all races in all aspects. The Eastern Tang dynasty, it was the beacon country of that era. Many tribes and people became Tang fans after appreciating the civilization. They used the Tang people to pretend to be themselves. In fact, they conquered the country with the army and assimilated the people with culture to rise. Well, let's back to the topic, talk about the military power of the Tang people. Fortunately, they didn't know there was Chinese food. John Xuan said solemnly, Tang people are not easy to deal with. How to say? Johnson said first, their cavalry, 1 man and 3 horses, moved quickly. Oh, Pingping too was a political and military strategist. He knew 1 man, 3 horses and 3 horses knew it. All their cavalry were archers, and they all pulled hard bows and could shoot through armor, and many arrows. 1 man brought 2 bags of bows and arrows, about 200 bows and arrows, and stood up to fight, using only arrows to shoot. John News still learned a lot of inside information. Chapter 195, Pioneers. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. This big man is full of flesh and ferocity. He is the leader of the Dragon Army. At present, Yun Haifeng, one of the official 100, was originally a lieutenant in the north. He was brave and was favored by the brothers, accepted as a private figure, and heavily promoted. Yun Haifeng is a hero, but the heart is even worse. All those who despise go to King Yanluo for tea in hand. Please wait for a while. Please remember that after the content is updated, please refresh the page. You can get the latest update. Later the rebellious farce spread all over the gods, and Wu San wanted to perform clumsily in the military. When the 2 brothers are being sarcastic, they can fully trust the loyalty of the 2 princes, rather than the skill and talent. And the eyes of the 2 brothers were also seen. They were getting stronger and stronger, but clumsy, and those who knew the insider were playing the role of Zhao Guo, on paper, saying that it should not be done at all to deal with. The army outside enter the city, declare a rebellion, fear the wolf in front of the tiger, and do something big. Some blame the 2 brothers for the current chaos in the courtroom. In feudal society, emperors never make mistakes except monarchs of previous dynasties. Therefore, looking at history, we can find that when Wenchen Wushu achieves achievements, he will definitely mention Wang Wangdiangming, Shenwu, control, no people, kind, responsible. Even if the deployment only takes 3 minutes, he will not be in the future. Will pay more attention. The king will also be in the first place. Once there is disgrace, it must be the result of the people deceiving God, as if the emperor who made the decision was just an ignorant man, a poor man who had been deceived by his cunning subordinates, and had no responsibility at all. Therefore, the latter was interpreted as Sheng Kong, the minister in charge of power, blinded her cleanliness, and did not even mention her inspection duties, even on stage, no matter what. Wu Zetian's mistakes and prevarications were too many for the 2 brothers. Compared with Tu martial art, the level of Princess Weishi and her wife is deeply respected, and people worship them like a torrent of rivers. Full of courage, knowing that the other party is fully prepared, the situation is dangerous, but favors Hushan. Compared to the first one in, it dwarfs even more. As for the princess, she shows her magnanimity and meticulous work, complicit in rebellion with the other, and in her grasp. In the process of suppression, it was decided that the soldiers did not cut blood to quell the rebellion. They showed in the circle that they had the demeanor of a generation of famous monarchs. For example, they protected Duqiwei and brought 300 generals to Asia Minor. He was officially dispatched and he would get what he missed in the past. He was also famous and everyone knew he was shrewd, so they told him to go to Asia Minor, where Tang Tian and Zara Khan, who were in charge of the army, were not regular soldiers, and will not laugh at him. Seeing the arrival, Tang Tian was overjoyed. This is a brave general. The breaking charge is very powerful, it is well used, and it is a sword that is sharp to the enemy. However, she deliberately said with a hard face, you have to obey the order and don't move. He promised, don't worry, sister-in-law, if you say east, I'll walk around. I don't want to be a soldier for the 3rd time. The consequences are too serious. Even the ghosts ran to the door, wanting to be Yu Zecheng. If a heavyweight general, the other party would not dare to look look at him. Very good, Tang Tian said happily. What you said. Of course. He nodded and found a place to do it. Come on, guys. One by one, on the edge of the mountain, there was a sea, and the masts on the shore stood. In front of you is the Marmara Sea, which covers an area of square kilometers and is equivalent to 444 Taihu Lake. It is the smallest sea in the world and is located in the inland sea of the Byzantine region. The Tang family were the first and second generation pioneers of Tangtingji and Tangtingji respectively. They led an army of 10,000 men and opened the way before the army. Tangtingji's appearance is not good. He has a pair of slightly deformed unicorn arms with round legs, which looks like the big pincers of a crab. In fact, he is a sculptor, with 2 stones and 5 hard bows. Calling Tang Tian her aunt, she is the best new generation in the Tang family. She is not only capable, but also good at commanding, and very good at being a person. Calling the past one by one makes Shi Wanchao embarrassed to wear prestige. Families have a lot of room for collaboration. Close to the sea, the wind and waves are strong, the sea breeze is biting, and it is very cold. It was almost winter, but Tang Tian still sent someone. All people, no matter what. Cold wind, warm heart. They were the first batch of troops of the Tang army to attack Europa across the sea, and also the first batch of Western troops to attack Europa. It was an exciting time, with Tang Tian performing for them himself, and the military band playing music. Received a flying phoenix golden flag from Tang Tian and promoted it vigorously. Forward raised his arms and shouted, Tang Wansheng, I am invincible. There is also a toast. The generals raised the mud bowl, wiped the bowl of wine, and lived like the Tang people. The mud bowl was broken, and the soldiers went out. Their military songs were loud, and they took turns dragging the horses out of the boat. The boats are uneven, big and small, and the scene is spectacular. Nothing could stop it. In Donstay's telescope, the advancing fleet was approaching the other side. The Byzantine navy was still strong, but they could not pass through the Bosphorus and Dardini Strait, which were sealed off at the Mara on both sides of the Mara Sea. They met the Tang dynasty gunboat. Needless to say, the result of the war between the two sides, the Byzantine Empire navy saw the bad situation, and immediately sent the troops back to the camp, handed over the Marmara Sea power, and let the Tang ship pass smoothly. The sea, after all, is not very wide. On the other side of the sea there is a small city called Jalaka City. The port there was soon crowded with Tang ship, and the non-commissioned officers flocked to quickly drag horses, oxen, donkeys and other livestock to shore. As they crossed the sea, their eyes were covered with black cloth, and their master accompanied them, no hodgepodge. It was the Tang people who greeted them. The city owner and the defense force were bought at a very cheap price. The city owner was silver, the senior officer city defense and the port were ceded. Chapter 196. Effective measures. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. There is a castle on Marmara Island, the largest island in the Sea of Marmara, where the guards were also bribed, and the Tang army crossed the sea without a single soldier. The first order of troops is 220, of which 120 are infantry, and they will leave 100 to reinforce the city of Garaka. After landing, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty settled down. What was on the ground was a flat field extending into the distance. In the city of Yelika, a Chinese and 2 cannibals joined the vanguard. They were guides, leading the army to the big city of Tekrita on the north shore of the Sea of Marmara, which was an important support point for the Tang army. A Byzantine army arrived late and appeared in front of the Tang army. On the 9th day of that day, facing me, there were 3,000 soldiers in this army, basically infantry, with broad shields and cannons, swords at their waists, armor, and great momentum. But it soon proved that the infantry had a huge disadvantage in front of the cavalry archers, and they were fully armed. The cavalry went back and forth, and the light cavalry galloped around the Byzantine army like a tide. The horseshoes broke the vegetation on the ground, bringing in gravel dust, and soon a dust storm set off, leaving the Byzantines incapable of seeing and hearing, and had to squeeze into a ball. Then came the storm. The arrows were as hard as the sea wind in the Sea of Marmara, and the Byzantines were afraid to find that their shields could not withstand the attack of the Tang army's bows and arrows. They joined the shields together to form a turtle shell, which turned out to be a folly things. Some of the shields were shot straight out. Arrows were fired at the incredible Byzantium, and some were not shot in, but they were shot in the hands of poor soldiers so that they could not grasp the shields at all. Byzantine shields would have been neat, but Tang Jun's arrows were more powerful. Byzantines were shot all over the place, sleeping with each other and bleeding. The arrows of the barbed three-sided arrows killed them, not all at once but in agony, and they fell, sprained their bodies, and wounded the arrows. When they pulled out the hooked arrow, the arrow went through the blood vessels and muscles, bruising and bloody. Many were shot to death without losing blood, and the rest were incapacitated. Their hands were nailed to their shields, their feet were pierced 5, and they were nailed so deeply to the ground that they could not escape or defend themselves. Scene was chaotic. The arrows rained down relentlessly, turning all Byzantines into a pile of dead meat. Shi Wanchao said emotionally, "Only cavalry can pay for soldiers." This war was purely a massacre of the Xantine infantry before the Tang dynasty, and the Tang cavalry annihilated 300 enemies without hurting one person. When Tang Dunjia is old, he can clean up the battlefield, repair all his bodies, and then the civilians come out to recover the arrows and disappear all the shields so that the secret of Tang Jun can last longer. However, this was a waste of effort, and there were still people watching from a distance. They reported to their imperial court, reporting layer by layer, and then Tang Jun was not so interested in bows and arrows. Before in Asia Minor, there was a fight with the Byzantines. The Tang people blocked the coastline, and the news could not be transmitted to the other side of the sea. It was difficult to keep secrets here. Once the war was fought, the Byzantines knew a lot about the situation. However, it can be said that Tang Tian took advantage of the opportunity to deploy the army this time, because Byzantium was in the midst of civil strife, and the Byzantines did not take effective measures until under Telgilda. The powerful Byzantine monarch Constantine IV died young, and his eldest son Justinian inherited the sprawling family business at the age of 16. During the reign of Constantine IV, the Arab Caliphate Muawiyah I sent troops to besiege Constantinople for 4 years, but Constantinople remained motionless. The Byzantines defeated the Arab fleet with Greek fire and won a great victory. It was not a holiday year, and Constantine IV, who had defeated the Arab, flew away like a shooting star, leaving the empire to his son Justinian II. Cruel, headstrong, powerful, this young man wanted to imitate his ancestor Justini I, eager to continue doing great things. He was ambitious and daring, and under his rule the empire had flourished. However, his arbitrariness finally deprived his people of the will and ruined the 100-year-old Yilak dynasty created by his ancestors. Due to Teni's domineering, irritable character, he did many things that endangered the interests of the nobles and the common people, making him an enemy in all directions. And his two close ministers Stephen and Theodore Boss are more for the tiger. Cruel greed. All the disaffected people have adopted a brutal repressive attitude. The prison is full of prisoners of all kinds. Some of them are plotting rebellion. Who had made great achievements in the conquest of Armenia, was also jailed for 3 years for conspiracy to mislead. He hated Justini so much that he vowed revenge. As the Arabs invaded again, out of military necessity, Justini II released Leonstius and reused him. This is a great opportunity for Leo to get revenge. In 695 AD, he sent troops in the Greek military district, held high the flag of rebellion. The people responded, the army took Constantinople, and forced Justini II to abstain. The Rookie ordered the fallen emperor to be brought to the arena and cut off his nose in front of thousands. Byzantine torture was commonly used. In the struggle for power, cutting off the nose is a symbol of humiliation for the loser. Afterwards, Justini was sent to the Crimean Peninsula on the northern coast of the Black Sea and held in the city of Helsin. Who came to power in the coup, was a martial artist who was not good at governing the country, and the Byzantine Empire is now in chaos under his rule. At that time, the great cannibals of the Little Raza Khan in Asia brought the main force to Damascus, Major General of Asia, which was a good opportunity for the Byzantines to attack the city, but the response was slow. When Tang Tian's army arrived, Byzantium did not occupy a few places, and it was easy for Tang Tian to invade the edge of the strait. Not only did they need to get a large area of land, but the key point was that the Byzantine Empire was not deep and had to fight with the Tang army on the other side. Chapter 197. Take action. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. When the Tang army arrived, the chaos of the Byzantine Empire was not relieved. They did not respond more to the war, and did not save the city of Tagilda. Even the city of Tagilda reluctantly went into combat readiness. Hundreds of thunder guns, aimed at the most heavily fortified east wall. Violent the artillery fire, like a burst of iron fire, threw the explosive bag on the Tang Jun's head and blasted it to the head of the wall. The huge and powerful explosion, like thunder and lightning, formed a terrible death zone on the head of the Byzantines. They were blown up, so the body was blown up, not blown up. The southern wall next to Byzantium, hundreds of robes were found squatting motionless on the ground of the East City. They used to touch in the autumn. 7 mouths bleed, and unfortunately died, inexplicably. 000. Die, can't help panicking. From a distance, ears growl, dizzy to the point of being unable to control myself. No second shelling, go. Shi Chao takes the lead. The height of the city is 10 meters, and there is no moat. Each Tang army holds a bag of soil and tends to fall under the city, entering a slope in an instant and heading straight for the city. This is also how the Tang army attacked small cities. Of course he didn't need him to lose ground. He rode down the mountain and led the army to the city. Almost when he reached the city, so did the sergeants of the enemy. Then, they were horrified to see a man flying among them, and the wolf's teeth were moving like a meat grinder. Tang Tingji took a real look down the city, and saw that dozens of kilograms of weapons would dance like tigers, and if they hit hard, if the enemy was struck by lightning, flew around and screamed down the city, or was smashed into a mass of flesh and blood. The mace swept thousands of soldiers, smashing their heads like watermelons. Their bodies were beaten in half and their blood was sprinkled on the ground. Their swords were smashed, their shields were broken. They couldn't resist Shi Wanchao at all, killing life and death with both hands. The maces covered with blood, brain marrow and flesh bubbles, bravely surrounded the world. The Byzantines were frightened by the sound of thundering cannons, torn apart, trembling, and torn apart. The Tang army followed, elated, like countless tigers. This was achieved in a blink of an eye on the walls of the southern city. And a true warrior. Tang Tingji was amazed. He only knew that his little aunt Tang Tian was very happy to see her coming, and it was necessary to arrange for her to be a pioneer, and its inspiring effect on the army was really hard to measure. There are various situations in war, and although there are no shortages, there are very few scenes of encountering on narrow roads. At this time, the brave people join the team, and the army has a chance to win. The attack from the east wall to the south wall was successful, but the Tang army from the east to the north was incompatible with the Byzantines. Therefore, Tang Tingji ordered the army to shoot arrows at the enemy in the middle, while carefully hitting the Byzantine successor with lightning cannons. Unlike the Tang army, when long-range artillery strike, indiscriminate, the scene was big and beautiful. Tang Tingji asked the gunners to be relaxed, accurate. Yes, Tang Tian went his own way. Without military orders from Western armies, she has no logistical support. She started this war at her own expense. If you raise your own funds to fight, women will go crazy too. According to the great strategy of Western armies and Western courts, they go to Damascus, exhausted and short of money. They can only temporarily suspend their troops this year, consolidate their territory, and take action next year. Tang Tian, who was born in a half-hutong, scoffs at the employee plan. In the past, the people of Beihu would never stop fighting against the southern dynasty because they had no military spending. As long as there are horses, knives, bows, arrows, plus livestock, they say they will hit you when they hit you. Don't be afraid of surrendering places. Don't kill them from the slaughterhouse. Kill them thousands of miles uninhabited, and then let Tang you a lot of children. Let the land be given to them. No better. So she, a war-mad, blatantly invaded Europa. Several thundering cannons went off, and a great swath of Byzantium was blown. The cannon fire shot into the sky. The smoke billowed. The sound was amazing. And again, in addition, the bow and arrow continued to shoot into the city from under the city, thus greatly reducing the defensive pressure of the Tang army. Really powerful. The tiger entered the wolf pack, and the enemy dipped into his mace to die. Will die, he exclaimed. Children and men kill the enemy with me. Their hands are slow. His men cheered like thunder, doubled their courage, and took him to kill the enemy bravely. But the robber, who was greatly demoralized, panicked, lost his fighting spirit, slipped away involuntarily, and soon fled clean. Only wounded, the man was on the ground and gave a desperate cry to his distant companion. Tang Jun stabbed all the injured people on the ground with one knife at a time, so that they would not need to be captured. Not long ago, both the southeast and northwest city walls fell into the hands of Tang Jun, and without stopping, a dozen military doctors and nurses swarmed to take off their helmets and armor, but they saw that most of the top three were. It was a broken man, and his body was covered in blood. The battle was fierce and dangerous. After the examination, his body was not seriously injured. Only a few small wounds that were bandaged for him did not block his way. Laughing and saying, "Have fun, have fun. This guy is a murderer too. 5 maniac. He hasn't shed blood for a long time since he was last ousted. He has long since disappeared disappeared from the bird and killed a lot of people today. He just feels comfortable. He did not continue the attack, because the north gate opened and Byzantium fled in a hurry. They ran on soft horses, and many ran around these 3 roads. Give them a road, but this road will be a bloody road. Tang Tingji led the cavalry like wolves to chase their prey, and lethal bows and arrows howled to the fleeing crowd. He was good at hunting, first by dispersing to make the fleeing more panic, then the bow and arrows chased the cavalry and the carriage, then concentrated on serving the organized deserters. Then the people and the cavalry stood up, raised their knives, threatened them, seized them. Chapter 198. Coming and going. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Shouting, killing, weeping, the sound of horseshoes, thousands, the heavy breathing of people, mixed with the dust and mist brought by people, the earth boils like a pot. Tens of thousands of inhabitants ran together, thousands of cavalry chased them, ran desperately, crowded with people and horses, and the Tang dynasty rode to trample, kill and shoot Byzantines, bloody all the way. In front of him, the staff reported the situation and results of the war. We killed 35 people, wounded 217 people, killed 210 Byzantines, captured 320 city people, and got the equivalent of 2.16 million silver coins. The enemy ship left. The port was repelled one by our gunboats, and there were a total of 170 ships large and small. Sigilda is an important Byzantine city, occupying trade interests, and the grain is quite rich, and the Tang people have a lot of harvest. Tang Jun's engineers and civilians worked frantically to reinforce high walls with cement, build military caves, dig moats, control water wells, build warehouses and barracks, and prepare to use them as important support points. The goods and people were transported back to the other side, and these people were slaves of Tangtian, engaged in production in exchange for food. Of Shi Wanchao and Tang Tingji, they went out one by one, busy searching for people and property outside the city, and soon there were wars everywhere in Byzantium, and chickens and dogs were not left behind. They are the standard way of fighting for nomads in the north, bullying fewer people, flying kites when seeing more people coming, chasing the enemy, getting shot down more often, and dying more of the wounded. The bleeding body of the 3-sided arrow, more of an infection, was deadly at that time. A pile of urgent documents flew to Constantinople, causing great unease. Also known as New Rome, 330 AD, Emperor of the Roman Empire Emperor Constantine rebuilt and expanded the city. It would have had thousands of years of glory without the invasion of the Tang dynasty, and it would not have been conquered by Muhammad II of Turkey until AD 145. For those threatened by foreign invaders, Constantinople is a beacon of indelible light on the sea. The master of the palace lies on his bed in purple robes, holding a large with a glass of wine. He listened to the reports of the military situation from the courtiers before him. Sutai's face was swollen due to excessive alcohol color, and the strong figure of the original soldier did not exist, and became loose and straddling. Listen, he threw the cup on the ground and shouted, stop. The courtier stopped talking, bowed to him and retreated. Kaidu stood up and walked anxiously on the thin and thick carpet. Damn Tangren, why don't you let me have a drink and have fun? It's always such a hassle. The rookie exclaimed angrily. However, the Tang people created a horrific scene in which urgent documents were piled up. Mr. Kai thought for a while and decided to send Comrade Tiberius to lead the army and wipe out the Tang people in this land. But the Byzantines moved slowly, and when they managed to muster an army of 100,000, it was winter. Snowflakes fluttering, blocking the road, cold, unable to fight at all. This is Tang Tian's plan to use the winter to delay the enemy's attack. Tang Shang, please. Tang Tian has a long history, and Tang Ganli warmly invited Tang Zijing on the North Bank continent to watch it on the city wall. Long history is welcome. Tang Ganli, Uncle Tang Tian, this person has no political talent, but is good at wearing needles and bow ties, wearing chisels, talking nonsense, especially if he can make joke claiming that thousands of glasses are not drunk. This kind of person is the best. Welcome to come often. Tang Shoujing, a native of Jingguo Ping, was promoted in the early Ming dynasty. After excavations in Yingzhou Jiakao, Fengzhou Sima, and Wei Zimu Nancheng, he entered the Taiping Emperor's concubine and shogunate. With his talent, he reached the top of the cabinet all the way, and is now one of the 555 stages of the cabinet. Now the sky is frozen, and from the city buildings to the distance is a vast expanse of white land. This is Europa. Tang Shoujing sighed in the tunnel. Underfoot is the Bear City, building the city with the speed of the Tang Tang dynasty. In the distance, all the trees were cut down, the houses were demolished, the land was leveled, and there was no cover, which killed the defenders. Dead intruders are very helpful. This newly dug moat is 5 meters wide and has reached an astonishing 10 meters deep. It is full of water, but it is conceivable that thousands of foreign enemies will not pay a heavy price when they want to fill the gully. City wall is divided into 2 layers. The inner city is 15 meters high and the outer city is 12 meters high. It is very thick and solid with cement and rebar. According to the calculation, it is possible to hit the enemy with a stone cart for 10 years. The defense system is quite complete, equipped with equipment, hidden caves and warehouses, equipped with Anong male correctional officers to defend the city. It is really terrible. Tang Shojing saw the city defense and praised it all the time. This time, he came to investigate Tang Tian's early attack on Europa in violation of military orders. At that time, the Western military and the Western court decided last year to recuperate, suffocating the tense military and financial constraints, and the troops remained on the current line of control and were not allowed to attack at will. However, Tang Tian violated the order of the West, which is of great importance, and had to send a scholar to investigate, so Tang Shojing was sent to investigate. He went to Asia Minor, crossed the sea by boat, went to the new continent, met Tang Wanli, and welcomed him warmly. In life, it is hot and hot, good wine and good meat, although I dare not send money blatantly in violation of laws and regulations, but it is still allowed to send, so there are a lot of fine wine, ivory product, gem product, spices, fine fur and so on. Tang Zijing received a one-stop order. His actions aroused unease in his son Tang Jun, and warned Tang Jun, the Western court has promulgated the rules of a clean court, and those who receive more than one gift from others will be deprived of it. Their official positions, deprived of their ancestral inheritance, and forbidden to hold officials for 3 generations. This is Tang Shojing's youngest son, very pampered, taking him to study government affairs. Seeing his eager look, he was not angry at all. When he checked his son, he said, Jun, what do you think should be done? Chapter 199. Palace. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. There is no doubt that they disobeyed military orders. The kids saw the line of actual control in our army, excluding Europa. The big city cannot escape here. No doubt it violated the order. Tang Jun is very honest. What if you violated military orders? Tang Shojing then asked. According to the rules, Tang Jun blurted out, but did not continue, winking at his father. Can you cut off Queen Atami? Smile. He said that there were no outsiders in the house, so he didn't have to shy away. I don't think so. Of course not. Tang Shu drank a cup of hot tea comfortably and said, we outsiders won't penetrate each other because of their families. Impermeable. Tang Jun opened his eyes wide. Yes, the Queen of the Red Sea was the king's outhouse, the master's main chamber, and ordered her to be investigated. We outsiders infiltrated. We don't know how to die. Tang Shu's eyes flashed with wisdom, and said, so it's rare to be confused, so let it pass in a chaotic way. But doing so would offend your highness. Tang Jun wants to be smart. No, Tang Shojing said calmly. As a father, she will never be condemned for not doing well. She will admit that she is a father. Seeing that Tang Jun didn't understand this stupid look, Tang Shojing reluctantly said to the young son with little experience, His Royal Highness really wants to do this. Not only will he not get a fair decision, but he will also have a bad reputation for jealousy. It doesn't matter which priest did it. He would treat it like his father, and His Highness would certainly approve, of course, except for a green person like you. If you report the facts to you, your highness can't do it. I got it. Only the king can really investigate the queen. Once His Highness really handles this, her reputation will be ruined. The king has only one possibility to investigate the queen, and that is her huge failure and obedience. There must be a explain. Now that she wins, she won't punish the winner. She knows how to do it. Tang Shojing said to his son one by one, didn't you see that Tang Ganli gave us a good reason? That is to say, the Byzantines attacked us across the sea. We chased and killed the sea. Did not expect to break the city. There is no reason to return the city to the Byzantines. Tang Jun thinks this reason is far-fetched and ridiculous, but only when he saw his father's script, he wrote it seriously and realized that it was not a ridiculous reason. That's it. Tang Shu has a craft. They won and laid the foundation for the Western Army's progressive operations, built the city, and became the Western Army's offensive base. To this extent, how can they be punished? As for what Tang Gan gave as a gift, he looked at his son and said, this is a gift very rude. Tang Jun finally learned one thing, home and the world. Taking a small, Attitude towards Tang Tian, an unparalleled river crab in the Spring Garden. In the full-scale attack on the eve of the Tang dynasty, the stormy Byzantine palace was even worse. Near his throne, Byzantium Emperor Leontius fell to the ground with a large pool of blood on his chest, and his eyes were filled with remorse. Whoever killed another was given an important task, and that was to put him in charge of the army, ready to attack Tiberius, the general of the Tang army. He launched a mutiny and rushed into the palace. Tiberius was a little bald and as strong as a cow. With a bloody sword in his hand, he said angrily to Leontius, "You are unscrupulous, naughty, no one is loyal to you, and God has abandoned you. You won't last long either." "I saw it. I saw it," Leontius murmured. "Flag of the Flying Tigers." His voice broke out, saying, "The golden flag of the Flying Tigers has been planted on top of Hagia Sophia, built by Constantine the Great in 200 and later continued by Justinian I. This church represents a very high level of architectural art and is a symbol of Byzantium. By Constantine the Great and continued under Justinian I. This church represents a very high level of architectural art and is a symbol of Byzantium. Before he died, there seemed to be a miraculous power that allowed him to see the future. Talk more, go to God, and repent of your sins." Tiberius lowered his face, swung his sword vigorously, and cut off Leontius' throat. The blood spattered, and Leontius lost his voice. Byzantine blasphemous Lord Tiberius donned a purple robe and became Tiberius. The people of the country were not disgusted by his intrigues and rebellions. After all, the reign of the former Emperor Leontius aroused anger, and Tiberius did not encounter much resistance. But it's not very loyal. Everyone has a wait-and-see attitude. After the ceremony, he immediately mobilized the power of the entire empire, ready to put down the Tang dynasty sired a city, which was occupied by the Tang people. Tiberius III was wrong. He needed victory to establish prestige, so he took the throne. It also fears that someone will follow in his footsteps and stage a coup after taking control of military power. He planned to lead the main force to leave Constantinople, leaving part of the elite garrison, and even if there were ambitious rebels, his main force would be able to vindicate at this time. The Byzantine royal forbidden army gathered at the Augustus Square to leave. The square is covered with black marble, magnificent and solemn, and it is located here, 0 kilometers away from the imperial highway, which is said as 1,000 miles. The emperor, in golden armor, came to the forum of Augustus like a god and won the sound of the tsunami. The day before departure, all the band soldiers and soldiers received a lot of money, and they naturally had to give the emperor face. In Sri Lanka, Byzantium controlled trade between East and West, which was economically rich and at a great cost of zero. After ceremonies such as the emperor's words, the general's oath, and the priest's holy blessing, the army left the city along Mercer Avenue. Chapter 200. Skilled. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. No one could stop him, and he rushed through the battle from the front of the enemy to the end of the battle. At the end of the battle, a high-ranking enemy officer who thought he was wrapped in a thick position was extremely safe. In the blink of an eye, the blood of the enemy killed God, and all the people and horses were killed by the enemy, and the enemy was covered with blood. Officer opened his mouth, and before he could say anything, a gust of wind blew in his face. A big head exploded like a watermelon and sprayed the sky. Bogart people were defeated, scrambled for their lives and ran for their lives, but in the urban terrain, where did these two legs run over these four legs? I saw Tang Jun following him. The sword came out, the hammer and the stick came, and the iron hoof drove across the road. The flesh and blood on the road were eroded. In fact, it is very difficult to find an army of 1,000 people. A war madman like this is born to eat this bowl of rice. He leads the army to charge and brings a great advantage to the Tang army. That, a general from the enemy, less than 3 times, it was laughed at and smashed with a savage laugh. The crowded army rushed into the crowd without hesitation to kill the blood-soaked mace. I saw his armor rumble, but in front of it was Thunder 000 and thunder, whistling smoke. The scene was spectacular. The armor projectiles that followed him kept dropping bombs, making way for him, blowing up 3 of Balger's 3 souls, swinging 7 souls. When he came, the mace swept a piece, and the Balgers could not stop him from leaving. They bravely hit the way forward, but Shi Wanchao was so brave that they could not resist the gunpowder bomb attack. The tour guide Mr. Guo kept going left, right and straight, and made great progress. Soon, the Tang dynasty rode on a palace. The palace was clearly a Romanesque building, with towering columns, majestic, and under the dense steps were warriors. The iron armor was yellow, the armor of Rome, and the swords were dazzling. There were several dignitaries on the steps, one of them a burly man, wearing a crown and a purple robe. Bogart people are very close to Byzantium and are deeply influenced, and the upper level has always been consistent with Byzantium. That guy should be their Khan or king. When he saw the coming, he opened his mouth before saying a word, but heard a whine, like a fairy flying in the sky, shot out from the middle of the Tang dynasty an arrow. The arrow flew as fast as a shooting star, and flew in the sky, right in the middle of the king's eyebrows, and the guy fell to the ground without blinking his eyes. The arrow is very fast, and there are many high guards around Khan, but no one can react to it and protect his master son. Apu Khan is dead. The people of Bog will be confused, angry and fearful. Unexpectedly, the bloody enemy on the opposite side also shouted, "Who fired the gun? I can't believe I snatched his medals, killed Khan, or caught him as a dog. It was a pleasure." Very dignified in the army, as soon as he speaks, he immediately, looking back, it shows a young and handsome major general. With the emergence of Chinese and foreign mixed blood, his youthful flesh is unparalleled, but his body is too muscular. When Shi Wanchao saw it was him, he murmured and swallowed the next sentence back into his mouth. He wants face, because this young man is Don Nicholas Zahn. This boy is a son, skilled in bowing horses since he was a little boy. He has let go of his fists and feet since the age of 7, riding a pony, shooting voles and birds with a small bow and arrow. This is how Tang Tian trained him. Don't give him meat. He wants to eat meat. He has to shoot himself. Anyway, this is his home. Other people want to protect animals. He wants to shoot as much as he wants. Just shoot how much. He can eat what he wants. In order to eat meat, he struggled hard for his strength, horsemanship, eyesight, and bow power, and then lost control. As long as he saw, and his hands were fast, no bird or beast could escape his bow and arrow. When he was 14 years old, he shot a tiger. At 16, he became a sculptor. When he saw the heart of the hunt, he asked Pocahontas about the sweater not to mention the name of the dragon. In one breath, they looked at the Bogart as angrily as they looked at him with sadness and indignation. He was the tallest, not who he was looking at. As a result, the two hit it off and fought side by side. Down the steps, where the mace swung past, chopped off a lot of human bones, and the blood on the ground turned into a stream. His mace was so powerful that it was used in large-scale warfare, while others on the other hand, he is not as strong as him. He was crushed from nothing by Tarzan. He was so powerful that even if he attacked him one by one, he would drink and hate under his continuous attack. Vigorous high sensitivity, and movement, make no future and disadvantage. Bogart's attack, desperate crazy attack. They surrounded the crazy European Soigno with red eyes, and even smashed by Soigno at all costs. Other party is so stubborn and longing to see God, how can they not satisfy them? The longer the time, the longer the spirit grows, and he ate this bowl of rice when he was born. He repeatedly killed the people under and on the steps of the Baojia people, several floors. He is working hard for more than one person and his brothers. Attack fiercely under his drive, protect Shi Wanchao, and repel the enemy. Quite active in the crowd, he bows the strings, and screams should rise from the strings. Oh bang, make love, plop. The Bogart man on the steps is an excellent archery target. He was hit with his 10 arrows. Steps were already in disarray, and the dead and seriously wounded were everywhere. The body piled up like a mountain, and blood and water flowed down like rain.